Chapter 1 Live Broadcast. Fuck, he's so rich that he even booked the entire Dynasty Hotel to propose. Hiss. I heard that a meal here starts at 100,000. How much does it cost to book the entire hotel? As soon as Lin Dong returned to the dormitory, he saw his three roommates sitting in front of their phones and exclaiming. His roommate quickly called him over. Lin Dong, come and take a look. Young Master Wang is proposing live at the Dynasty Hotel. Look at the scene. A male student wearing glasses sighed. TSK, the Dynasty Hotel, we may not be able to have a meal there in our lifetime. Lin Dong smiled and sat next to everyone. Looking at the scene in front of the screen, he couldn't help but feel a little envious. Wang Xiaolong is a famous rich second generation in Jiangzhou University. It is said that his family assets are as high as tens of billions. He drives a Bugatti and lives in Jiangzuan Manor. He is the idol of all the girls in the school. I don't know which girl is so lucky to make Wang Xiaolong go to so much trouble. At this time, a girl in a white dress appeared in the camera. Her black hair was elegantly tied up, she had a pretty face, a graceful figure, and a pair of slender legs. She is wearing a pair of high-heeled sandals, which makes her look elegant and charming. Several roommates were disappointed. It turned out to be Li Huiran. She is the recognized campus beauty of Jiangzhou University. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also a good student. Although she is not from a wealthy family, she is humble and polite to others and has a very good relationship with others. She is the dream goddess of all the boys in dormitory 401. Lin Dong was startled, his eyes fixed on the screen. Li Huiran was his girlfriend of 4 years. He was deeply attracted to her when he was in high school, and after unremitting efforts, he finally succeeded in pursuing Li Huiran. However, they were still in high school at that time, and in order not to delay their studies, Li Huiran did not make their relationship public, and Lin Dong also agreed with this. But when she went to university, Li Huiran still did not make it public. The reason was very simple: her other roommates in the dormitory had no boyfriends, and she did not want to be different. Although Lin Dong felt uncomfortable, he did not dare to refute. To this day, the three roommates don't know that Li Huiran is their girlfriend. He felt very sad at the thought of someone proposing to his girlfriend. The man with glasses shrugged. Come to think of it, at Jiangzhou University, only a beauty like Li Huiran could make young Master Wang go to so much trouble. The dormitory head looked at the screen and asked curiously, Li Huiran doesn't seem to know that this is a live broadcast. I don't know if she would agree. Lin Dong clenched his fists and said with a firm look in his eyes, she won't agree. How do you know? Because I know her. Lin Dong said after hesitating for a moment. Tisk. The three of them gave Lin Dong a disappointed look. His eyes returned to the screen again. Wang Xiaolong, wearing a white suit and holding a diamond ring the size of a pigeon egg in his hand, knelt on one knee in front of Li Huiran and expressed his love to her affectionately. Lin Dong clenched his fists and looked at Li Huiran's surprised and astonished expression. He became extremely nervous. No, Huiran will definitely not agree. The live broadcast room was filled with comments. Marry her. Marry her. Li Huiran covered her mouth with both hands, her peach blossom eyes shining brightly under the diamond ring. I do. There was a cheer in the dormitory. There were endless blessings in the live broadcast room. At that moment, Lin Dong seemed to hear the sound of his own heart breaking, and all his strength seemed to be drained away. Anger, resentment, and humiliation surged in my heart. He didn't understand why. For the past 4 years, he had been very careful, afraid of upsetting Li Huiran, and had to work part-time to buy her gifts. Just yesterday, I took out all my money and bought her the latest iPhone 14. Li Huiran also said in person that the person she loves the most is herself. Why did she accept Wang Xiaolong's proposal today? Lin Dong pushed open the dormitory door and rushed out. He wanted to ask Li Huiran face to face. The three roommates were shocked and looked at each other, not understanding what was wrong with Lin Dong. Dynasty Hotel is only 10 minutes away from Jiangzhou University. Lin Dong ran wildly all the way, as if he had forgotten all about his tiredness. When he arrived at the Dynasty Hotel, Li Huiran and Wang Xiaolong kissed each other passionately. Seeing Lin Dong's angry face, Li Huiran was shocked and quickly pushed Wang Xiaolong away. She quickly ran to his side. Lin Dong, why are you here? She still doesn't know that Wang Xiaolong's proposal has been live broadcast on the Douyi platform. The number of followers has reached 120,000. Lin Dong's eyes were red, and he grabbed Li Huiran's shoulders and asked angrily, why? Why did you agree to Wang Xiaolong's proposal? Who am I? You let me go. Li Huiran suddenly broke free from him, feeling overwhelmed. Wang Xiaolong shouted angrily, "Who the hell are you?" Facing the richest second generation in Jiangzhou, Lin Dong was not afraid at all. "I am Li Huiran's boyfriend." "What?" Wang Xiaolong's mouth twitched and he was furious. The audience in the live broadcast room were even more surprised. What's going on? Li Huiran actually has a boyfriend? Wang Xiaolong looked at Li Huiran in disbelief. "Master Wang, please listen to my explanation. Things are not what you think." Li Huiran had an innocent look on her face, with mist covering her eyes, making her look pitiful. "I have nothing to do with him. This guy was pestering me and harassing me all day long. I was really annoyed." Lin Dong was stunned when he heard this. He trembled and said, "4 years, I obeyed you for 4 years, and now you are accusing me of harassing you? I treated her as my girlfriend, but she didn't acknowledge this relationship at all." Li Huiran looked gloomy, glared at him fiercely, and shouted angrily, "Enough! If this isn't harassment, what is it? You're a fatherless loser who can't even pay for tuition. Which woman would be interested in you? I think you're just jealous and trying to destroy the relationship between Master Wang and me." Although Lin Dong was very handsome and a complete bootlicker who obeyed her in everything, when it came to money, Li Huiran resolutely chose the latter. "I heard that the Wang family is going to cooperate with the internationally renowned Tianqing Group. By then, the Wang family will be the most powerful family in Jiangzhou and even Longhua. As long as she could marry Wang Xiao, she would never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of her life." The audience in the live broadcast room angrily denounced Lin Dong. After all, no one knew that Lin Dong and Li Huiran were boyfriend and girlfriend, so they all thought he was a pervert. A toad wants to eat swan flesh. How can he pursue Li Huiran with his condition? It's really embarrassing for men. It's disgusting. Wang Xiaolong put his arm around Li Huiran's waist and said with disdain, "You good-for-nothing poor fellow, you still want to pursue Huiran?" Lin Dong clenched his fists, stared at Wang Xiaolong, and said through gritted teeth, "I am poor, but at least I am not like you, flirting with other women everywhere and forcing Zhou Tingting from the art academy to have an abortion." This incident was known to everyone at Jiangzhou University, and I heard that Wang Tingting eventually dropped out of school. But the audience in the live broadcast room didn't know that. Lin Dong looked at Li Huiran. "Huiran, do you really want to marry this kind of person?" Chapter 2: The Heir. Li Huiran said nonchalantly, "That little bitch Zhou Tingting seduced young Master Wang, she deserves it. She didn't care how many women Wang Xiaolong had, as long as she was the young lady of the Wang family, it was enough." Lin Dong stood there in a daze. He finally understood that what Li Huiran wanted was not love, but money. Wang Xiaolong's face was grim. He was proposing live today, firstly to marry Li Huiran, and secondly to show off his financial strength. Prepare for future cooperation with Tianqing. This rubbish guy actually spread his ugly deeds everywhere in the live broadcast room. How can we tolerate him? Come here, beat him to death. 2 security guards immediately stepped forward, kicked Lin Dong to the ground, and pulled out their riot batons to hit him hard. Lin Dong's frail body had no power to resist and he screamed in agony. Li Huiran crossed her arms and there was no emotion in her heart. Wang Xiaolong slowly walked in front of Lin Dong. The 2 security guards wisely stopped and held Lin Dong tightly. Blood flowed from his forehead and Lin Dong's vision was a little blurred, but he could still see Wang Xiaolong's contemptuous smile. Wang Xiaolong leaned close to his ear and sneered, "Boy, you are right. I am indeed a playboy. Not only Zhou Tingting from the Art Academy, but also Zhang Jianing from the Literature Academy, Zhao Xiaohang from the Sports Academy. Do you know why they like me so much?" Wang Xiaolong patted his cheek and said proudly, "Because I'm rich. You can't earn a diamond ring in your lifetime. What can you compare with me? Even if you lick a piece of trash like you for your whole life, Li Huiran will never even look at you straight in the eye." Lin Dong's teeth were bared and his eyes were red. He twisted his body desperately, but was pinned to the ground by 2 security guards. "I have been with Li Huiran for 4 years, and apart from holding hands, we have never done anything intimate." "But how long has Li Huiran known Wang Xiaolong?" "They are going to get a room tonight." Looking at Li Huiran's expectant expression, Lin Dong felt disheartened. She knew that Li Huiran would never come back. All the love disappeared in an instant, leaving only anger and hatred. This pair of dogs and bitches will definitely pay the price. Fuck, you still dare to show off here? Get out of here. Wang Xiaolong said contemptuously. The 2 security guards showed no mercy. He beat Lin Dong violently and threw him out of Jiangzhou Hotel. The sky over Jiangzhou City was covered with dark clouds. It was raining heavily. Lin Dong was beaten to a bloody mess, unconscious, and thrown out of the Dynasty Hotel. Looking at Lin Dong, who could no longer speak, Li Huiran let out a long sigh and leaned against Wang Xiaolong's chest. The two of them snuggled up to each other and walked into the elevator. At this time, a Rolls-Royce stopped by the roadside. The car door slowly opened, and a woman holding an umbrella walked up to Lin Dong. The woman had a blank expression and a cold temperament. He slowly took out a photo from his arms and looked at it carefully for a while, then looked at Lin Dong on the ground and nodded with satisfaction. With a slight wave of their hands, two men in black carried Lin Dong into the Rolls-Royce. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Dong suddenly woke up with a stabbing pain in his body. Everything that came into his sight left him bewildered. The room in front of me was too unfamiliar, with its solid wood-carved furniture and dazzling crystal chandeliers. Where was I? Master, are you awake? Lin Dong was startled and looked at the woman in front of him curiously. White shirt, black suit. She was extremely beautiful and had a perfect figure. She was many times better than Li Huiran. He was also wearing a pair of white gloves on his hands. Especially her noble and elegant temperament, which is absolutely incomparable to ordinary people. He hesitated. Who are you? The woman bowed deeply and smiled charmingly. My name is Tang Wan, master, you can just call me Wanner. I am your father's apprentice and will be your housekeeper from now on. My father? Lin Dong frowned. I grew up in a relative's home and was kicked out of the house after finishing junior high school. He has no feelings for his relatives, let alone his father, who always wears a mask. That's right. Tang Wan nodded, took out an envelope and said, Young master's father is the head of the overseas Tianqing Financial Group, whose assets are as high as 1 trillion, and you are his only heir. In fact, master always wanted to see you, but for various reasons he was unable to return home and died of cancer 2 years ago. After my master passed away, he sent me back to find you. Lin Dong swallowed his saliva. He didn't expect that he didn't get to see his father for the last time. He slowly opened the envelope, revealing a letter and a dark card. It wrote about the debt his father owed to himself and his mother, and asked for his forgiveness. It also mentioned Tang Wan in passing, saying that he could trust her completely and that he could turn to her if he had any difficulties. If you want to do business, you can take over Tianqing at any time. Even if you don't want the inheritance, it is enough for you to live a carefree life. Lin Dong put away the envelope and looked at the card again. Tang Wan explained very considerately, there is 960 trillion in this card, please keep it safe, young master. 9,600 trillion? I guess a country's annual income is not even this much? Lin Dong's mouth twitched slightly and asked, what does my father do? Just doing some business, mainly in the fields of real estate, oil, arms, medical care, satellites, etc. Lin Dong took a deep breath. He didn't expect that his cheap dad would be so powerful. He stared blankly at the ordinary card in his hand. Can I spend this money as I please? Tang Wan nodded, of course. These are all the money that the old master saved during his lifetime. Tianqing Company's net profit every quarter is about 300 trillion, and it will be remitted to the young master's account on time. Lin Dong's heart was beating fast. With so much money, he might not be able to spend it all in his lifetime. Tang Wan continued to introduce, young master can enjoy priority access to all the industries under Tianqing without any conditions. As she spoke, she suddenly pulled open the curtains. Including this largest manor in Jiangzhou. The sunlight outside is particularly dazzling. Lin Dong looked around and saw a huge manor of tens of thousands of square meters outside. There were so many towers and waterside pavilions, and the sound of birds and flowers was like a paradise on earth, comparable to a four-level scenic spot. The more he looked at this place, the more familiar it looked. This is Tianhai Manor? Yes. Lin Dong swallowed his saliva. This was one of the top 10 mansions in Longhua. It was surrounded by mountains and rivers and occupied an entire hilltop. According to rumors from netizens, the price per square meter was as high as 900,000. Thompson Epine is nothing compared to it. The beautiful scenery in front of me is definitely not comparable to those photos on the internet. I never expected that the mansion would actually be my own home. Chapter 3 Girlfriend. After saying goodbye to Tang Wan, Lin Dong hurriedly left Tianhai Manor. Arrived at the coffee shop in front of the school. Lin Dong went straight to his boss and processed his resignation. Now that he is worth trillions, he no longer has to work hard on a part-time job. It's time to enjoy life. The boss and other employees felt a little regretful, thinking that Lin Dong was hit hard by what happened yesterday. Just as he turned to leave, Wang Xiaolong and Li Huiran walked in. The moment she saw Lin Dong, Li Huiran frowned and stepped forward to question, "Lin Dong, are you done yet? There is no possibility for the two of us to be together in the future, so stop pestering me." "Plaguing you?" Lin Dong snorted coldly, "You think too much, I'm here to resign." Wang Xiaolong came over, put his arm around Li Huiran's waist and said with a smile, "It's Lin Dong, why did you quit? Are you dissatisfied with the low salary? That's right, with what you do, you probably won't be able to afford a house in your lifetime, right?" Li Huiran snuggled in Wang Xiaolong's arms and said with a smile, "Wang Xiao, you think too highly of him. With his poor appearance, you won't be able to afford him in your next life. The housing price in Jiangzhou City is 11,000 yuan per square meter. Lin Dong can't even afford the down payment. Look at Wang Xiao, he lives in a villa." The more she compared the two, the more Li Huiran felt that her choice was wise. Lin Dong said contemptuously, "You two don't need to worry about this. I rested for a night at Tianhai Manor last night and felt pretty good." "Tianhai Manor?" Li Huiran was stunned. "Isn't that the legendary #1 mansion in Jiangzhou? How could he live there?" "Ha ha ha." When Wang Xiaolong heard this, he held his stomach and bent over with laughter. "Lin Dong, you are really stubborn, aren't you? Tianhai Manor was bought by a mysterious female tycoon a month ago." "What? Have you changed your sex?" Li Huiran breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Lin Dong had suddenly become rich. "After all this time you are just bragging." With a look of disdain, he said, "Lin Dong, it's okay that you're poor, but I didn't expect you to be such a boaster. If you're like this, you'll never find a girlfriend in your life." Lin Dong clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, "I was really blind to fall for you. After leaving you, I realized that there are many girls in this world who are better than you." He crossed his arms and pretended not to care. "A girl just confessed to me yesterday, and I agreed." Although his tone was nonchalant, Lin Dong's heart was bleeding. It is impossible to forget 4 years of hard work, both in terms of time and emotion. Li Huiran didn't believe it at all and rolled her eyes. "You really are a fool. Who would be so stupid as to confess to you? Oh, you have a girlfriend so soon? Where is she? Let me take a closer look." Wang Xiaolong looked around. If she's pretty, he plans to pry her over. After all, Wang Xiaolong has done this many times. He didn't believe that any woman could resist the temptation of his money. Lin Dong was speechless for a moment, his face looked a little ugly. Where can he find a girlfriend in a place like this? "I am Lin Dong's girlfriend. What do you want from me?" Just then, a voice came from the door. Lin Dong looked over when he heard the voice and saw that the person coming was Tang Wan. "I saw her wearing a black suit, walking towards me quickly." Lin Dong gave him a grateful look. Li Huiran's eyes widened. The woman in front of him was more than 10 times better than himself in terms of temperament and facial features. She could actually be Lin Dong's girlfriend? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hiss. Wang Xiaolong narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. This woman is truly the most beautiful woman in the world. Especially the temperament of the superior, which is absolutely incomparable to those little girls in the courtyard, which makes Wang Xiaolong even more eager to conquer her. Looking around Jiangzhou, those celebrities and young ladies are not half as good as the woman in front of him. Lin Dong is a pretty lucky guy with women. TSK, Lin Dong, how much money did you spend to hire a hired assassin? Li Huiran's eyes twitched slightly, and he said unconvinced. Drag? Lin Dong and I are truly in love, how come you call it drag? Tang Wan smiled slightly and kissed Lin Dong on the face. She also watched yesterday's live broadcast, and the relationship between these two people and the young master was very interesting. As Lin Dong's housekeeper, he not only has to manage Lin Dong's property but also has to share Lin Dong's worries. Although she was not worthy of the young master, she was more than enough than the woman in front of her. Looking at the envious eyes of the people around him, Lin Dong straightened his back a little. Wang Xiaolong shook his head, knowing that the woman in front of him was definitely not a fake. She could fake her identity, but she definitely could not fake her temperament. He cleared his throat and smiled very gentlemanly. Excuse me, what is this lady's name? Tang Wan's expression suddenly turned cold, and she said contemptuously, You are not worthy of knowing my identity. Wang Xiaolong's face froze, and he said with a smile, let me introduce myself. I am the eldest young master of the Wang family in Jiangzhou, Wang Xiaolong. Mr. Wang, Li Huiran said in a coquettish tone. She felt a little unhappy, knowing that Wang Xiaolong was going to have an affair again. Shut up. Wang Xiaolong turned his head and glared at her. After saying that, he looked at Tang Wan with a smile and said, "Where do you live, young lady? I recently bought a new Porsche Cayenne, why don't I give you a ride? If you like it, it's okay to give it to you." When most people hear of his identity, they will be very respectful to him. But Tang Wan is not an ordinary person. You want to give me your broken car? My dog doesn't even care about it. Tang Wan rolled her eyes and took Lin Dong's arm. "Honey, let's go." Yeah. Lin Dong nodded and left the cafe with Tang Wan. Wang Xiaolong was somewhat unwilling and quickly chased after him. I saw a Lamborghini Veneno parked in front of the coffee shop. Tang Wan directly handed the car keys to Lin Dong. "Dear, you should drive this car from now on. A Porsche or something like that is too beneath your status." Lin Dong looked at the luxury car in front of him and swallowed his saliva. How can this be so embarrassing? Tang Wan pulled Lin Dong to sit in the stance. What's there to be embarrassed about? Mine is yours, isn't it? Wang Xiaolong was stunned. This woman turned out to be a rich woman? Only 10 of these cars were sold in Longhua, and they are worth 40 million. Although the Wang family is rich, his father would break his legs if he spent 40 million on a luxury car. Who is this woman? Lin Dong felt the roar of the engine, secretly happy in his heart, and smiled at the two people at the door. "Mr. Wang, don't embarrass yourself by bringing out cars worth less than 10 million yuan in the future." Ha ha ha. After saying that, Lin Dong stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Wang Xiaolong clenched his fists and his teeth were itching with anger. Li Huiran almost bit her back teeth to pieces. She was unwilling to accept the fact that her ex drove a luxury car. "Master Wang, could this woman be some wealthy person from Tianhai Villa?" Considering that Lin Dong just said that he stayed at Tianhai Villa last night, she felt it was very possible. It must be. I know all the prominent people in Jiangzhou, but I have never seen this woman. Wang Xiaolong felt a little jealous. Damn it, how could this pretty boy Lin Dong deserve to be favored by the other party? Am I not more handsome than him? The two of them looked down upon Lin Dong even more, thinking that he was being kept by a rich woman. Chapter 4: The Ups and Downs of Life. Lin Dong stepped on the accelerator and drove the Lamborghini Veneno onto the national highway. Looking at the tall buildings, road signs, and green trees on both sides of the road, all turning into blurred lines flying towards the rear, he felt extremely comfortable. His fingers couldn't help but make rhythmic movements on the steering wheel while he hummed a little tune. He had never had anything like it. After running on the national highway for more than 10 kilometers, his mood gradually calmed down, and he remembered something. "Warner, how did you find me? Are you following me?" Lin Dong slowed down the car and asked in confusion. "Master, how can you doubt me? I am your housekeeper." Tang Wan's eyes flashed with a trace of grievance, but she quickly adjusted her mood and said, "I am not following the master, but Wang Xiaolong. I found you, the master, just because you happened to be in the same place." Following Wang Xiaolong? Why? Lin Dong was very confused. "Because I want to give you a gift, young master," Tang Wan replied. "Gift?" Lin Dong was even more confused. What is the connection between giving yourself a gift and stalking Wang Xiaolong? Tang Wan had obviously seen through Lin Dong's doubts, but she did not answer and asked, "Master, do you want to see Wang Xiaolong and Li Huiran together? Do you want to see them continue to live a life of extravagance? Do you want to see Li Huiran have a bright future?" Tang Wan's repeated questions silenced Lin Dong. To be fair, he naturally didn't want to see the future that Tang Wan talked about. But so what? He can't do anything illegal because of this, right? After a long silence, he slowly asked, "Warner, why are you asking these questions?" Tang Wan took out a document from her bag and showed it to Lin Dong. "I also watched the live broadcast of Wang Xiaolong and Li Huiran. As the young master's housekeeper, how could I sit back and watch? So I immediately arranged for someone to buy out Wang Xiaolong's family's assets. I want to bankrupt their family." Make Wang Xiaolong's family bankrupt? Is it really possible? Lin Dong's heartbeat accelerated instantly. Of course. Tang Wan replied domineeringly, "Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. If they can't be solved, it's just because there's not enough money. As it happens, in our case, there is absolutely no such thing as not having enough money. Lin Dong's blood boiled when he heard this and he couldn't help but clench his fists. Yes, I am no longer the same person I used to be. Now I have enough financial resources to do most things. On the other side, Wang Xiaolong and Li Huiran had returned home. When they walked into the house with depressed mood and noisy footsteps, they saw a middle-aged man sitting on the sofa in the living room. The middle-aged man was probably in his 50s. He was hunched over, supporting his knees with his elbows, and smoking non-stop. The pungent smell of cigarettes and turbid smoke has filled the entire living room. There is no doubt that the middle-aged man is Wang Xiaolong's father, Wang Guohai. Wang Guohai must have heard the footsteps of Wang Xiaolong and Li Huiran, but he didn't react at all. Wang Xiaolong walked up to him suspiciously and asked, "Dad, what's wrong with you? Why do you make our house look like a food stall?" Wang Guohai suddenly raised his head and stared at Wang Xiaolong with his bloodshot eyes. Without waiting for Wang Xiaolong to react, he strode forward and slapped Wang Xiaolong in the face, causing Wang Xiaolong to stagger and bleed from the corner of his mouth. But Wang Guohai was still not satisfied, and slapped Wang Xiaolong 6 or 7 times before stopping, panting. The continuous slaps caused Wang Xiaolong's left face to swell and his head was completely confused. Seeing that the situation was not good, Li Huiran hurried forward to mediate and asked, "Uncle, what's wrong with you? Get out of here." Wang Guohai swung his hand hard and pushed Li Huiran to the ground heavily. But he didn't even look at Li Huiran. He just yelled at Wang Xiaolong with red eyes, "You bastard! What did you do outside? Who did you offend? Why did Tiancheng Group suddenly terminate its cooperation with our family because of you? Dad, how can you scold me like that? You are also." Wang Xiaolong wanted to protest. He was obviously unconvinced and felt aggrieved after being suddenly beaten. But after hearing what Wang Guohai said at the end, he was also stunned and could not continue to protest. He was stunned for a long time before he said stupidly, "How could it be? I haven't offended anyone. I just had a little conflict with a poor guy recently." But how could a poor guy affect the cooperation between our family and Tiancheng Group? That poor guy can't be the illegitimate son of the chairman of Tiancheng Group, right? Wang Xiaolong made a guess that even he found funny. Li Huiran, who was pushed to the ground, looked slightly changed and asked, "Could it be the woman who supported Lin Dong?" "Lin Dong? Who? What's going on?" Wang Guohai roared angrily. Wang Xiaolong had no choice but to bite the bullet and tell everyone what happened between him, Li Huiran and Lin Dong. Wang Guohai's face turned pale when he heard this, and he kicked Wang Xiaolong again, knocking him down before saying, "Behave yourself recently and stop meddling in other people's business. I will arrange for someone to check the identity of that woman. If this is really caused by you, I will not forgive you." After saying that, Wang Guohai strode away. Wang Xiaolong fell to the ground, looking at Wang Guohai's rapidly receding back, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gritted his teeth and said unconvincedly, "Isn't he just a gigolo? What's so great about that? At worst, I can find a more handsome gigolo and poach that woman." As soon as he finished speaking, he got up and prepared to take action. Li Huiran said in a panic, "Mr. Wang, didn't your uncle tell you not to meddle in other people's business? Let's not get lost." Wang Xiaolong also shook his hands vigorously like Wang Guohai, pushed Li Huiran down and said, "It must be that woman who did it. If Dad finds out, he will definitely not let me off. The only thing I can do now is to dig that woman over and tell her to stop helping Lin Dong." Li Huiran was silent for a while, completely unable to refute what Wang Xiaolong said. Because that is indeed the truth. She really never expected that Lin Dong, who was good for nothing and had nothing a few days ago, could now make the richest man in Jiangzhou worried and anxious. As a result, she was pushed and fell twice in one day. Her coccyx hurt so much. Wang Xiaolong had no intention of helping her up or comforting her. He left her behind and went out to carry out his plan. Li Huiran gritted her teeth and chased after him like a bullied daughter-in-law, shouting, "Master Wang, wait for me." Chapter 5 3,000 Fresh Meats. "Wanner, I'll leave the matter of Wang Xiaolong's family to you." Lin Dong said this lightly, turned the steering wheel and drove towards Tiancheng Mall. As an important landmark in Jiangzhou and also the most prosperous area in Jiangzhou, Lin Dong naturally knew the location of Tiancheng Shopping Mall. It's not like he hadn't been to Tiancheng Mall before, but as it was the most prosperous area in Jiangzhou, the cost of living there was also the highest, so he would only go there when he was dating Li Huiran occasionally. Now that it was his own property, he certainly didn't need to be polite. He needs to relax and let off some steam. Driving a Lamborghini Veneno, he quickly arrived at Tiancheng Mall. When he parked the car and walked to the main entrance of Tiancheng Mall with Tang Wan, more than a dozen young men wearing tight clothes, showing clear muscle contours, looking masculine and very tall came up to him, trying every means to attract Tang Wan's attention. They kept moving around Tang Wan, making Lin Dongqing think of the butterflies and bees around the flowers. No, these guys are just wasps at best. They circled around Tang Wan for several times, and when they found that Tang Wan only felt disgusted with them and had no interest in them, they turned and left. But not long after they left, another dozen or so effeminate men who looked neither male nor female, with pale skin and skinny bodies, followed and did the same thing beside Tang Wan. What made Lin Dong feel sick was that they also flirted with her from time to time. Lin Dong suddenly had the urge to hit someone. "Beauty, are you interested in my brothers?" A handsome middle-aged man in a suit and tie suddenly came up and smiled at Tang Wan. "As long as you want, no matter what type of man you like, I can help you find one. 3,000 handsome guys in the backyard are no problem." Have to. It turned out to be a pimp. Isn't it too rude to just pimp her out to Tiancheng Mall and bring her to Lindong? "Who sent you here?" Lindong asked coldly. The man in the suit laughed and said, "Sir, you are joking. We are doing business. Who would send us here? Is it Wang Xiaolong? Let him come out." Lindong simply exposed the other party's past. The man in the suit froze, and after a long pause he asked, "How do you know?" Tang Wan also asked with a half-smile, "Master, how do you know it was Wang Xiaolong's trick?" Lin Dong wiped his nose and sneered, "Isn't it simple? Wang Xiaolong must have thought that I was kept by you, so he used this method to attract you and divert your attention. In that way, they can easily retaliate against me. I've seen this kind of cliché method many times on the internet. He has some brains, but that's all." A cold voice suddenly sounded. Lin Dong turned his head and saw Wang Xiaolong walking towards him with a gloomy face. As Wang Xiaolong walked away, he said coldly, "Don't think you're great just because you're with a rich woman. When she gets tired of you, you'll have a lot to cry about. The most abundant thing in this world is a good appearance. Who are you, Lin Dong? There are many people who can replace you." Following closely behind Wang Xiaolong, Li Huiran also came up and taunted, "Lin Dong, I really didn't expect you to be such a person. A man actually eats gigolos, aren't you ashamed? Have you ever thought about how your relatives and friends will look at you?" Lin Dong countered disapprovingly, "Let's not talk about whether I'm a gigolo or not. Don't you feel embarrassed to say such things, Li Huiran? You speak as if the food you eat is very hard. You clearly saw Wang Xiaolong philandering, but you didn't even dare to say a word." What Lin Dong was referring to was, of course, the fact that Wang Xiaolong had flirted with Tang Wan in front of them before. If it were an ordinary couple, the girl would definitely go crazy. But Tang Wan only dared to act coquettishly at that time and didn't dare to say anything too tough. As someone like her, what right does she have to say those words? Li Huiran's face turned blue and white, and she couldn't utter a word. Tang Wan also cooperated by hugging Lin Dong's arm, rubbing against Lin Dong's body a few times, and said very cooperatively, "You are wrong. It's not me who supports my dear, it's my dear who supports me, and I spend my dear's money. How can you wrongly accuse my dear like this?" Wang Xiaolong and Li Huiran were so angry that they gnashed their teeth on the spot. They did so many things just to make Tang Wan stop supporting Lin Dong. Who knew that not only did it have no effect at all, but Lin Dong and Tang Wan also gave him a lot of cold shoulder. They were so angry that they wanted to kill someone. They didn't understand why the wealthy woman Tang Wan would lower her status in front of Lin Dong. "Wan Lin Dong suddenly said, "These people are too annoying. Why don't we drive them out?" "Drive us away? Did I hear you right? Do you know what you are talking about? This is the Tiancheng Group. Is it your turn to act wild? You actually want to chase us away? Do you think Tiancheng Mall is owned by your family?" Wang Xiaolong, Li Huiran, and even the man in the suit all laughed and looked at Lin Dong with sympathy. Everyone on earth knows what kind of existence Tiancheng Group is. It was simply a dream for Lin Dong to ask the people from Tiancheng Mall to drive away Wang Xiaolong and others at Tiancheng Group's location. At least that's what Wang Xiaolong and others thought. At the same time, a man in uniform walked over quickly with 6 security guards. Judging from their clothes, they should all be from Tiancheng Shopping Mall. It seemed that the noise made by Lin Dong and others alarmed the customers, and someone went to notify the security department. Wang Xiaolong, Li Huiran and others were even more proud when they saw the security guards from Tiancheng Mall show up. Wang Xiaolong went up to him and introduced himself, "Sir, I'm Wang Xiaolong, my father is Wang Guahai. We met some hooligans in the mall. Can you please help me drive them out? As he spoke, he pointed at Lin Dong. Master Wang? Nice to meet you. The security leader of Tiancheng Mall originally had a stern face, but when he heard Wang Xiaolong's name, his expression changed instantly. He smiled flatteringly and said, anyone who dares to mess with young Master Wang in Tiancheng Mall is messing with our Tiancheng Group. Don't they know that Tiancheng Group and the Wang family are about to cooperate? Young Master Wang, you can just treat Tiancheng Mall as your own home. Don't be polite. At the same time, he waved his hand and ordered the 6 security guards behind him, get out. The 6 security guards received the order and immediately took action. Tang Wan snorted coldly and shouted, let's see who dares to make a move. You are just a small leader in the security department. Who gave you the face to represent Tiancheng Group? Who do you think you are? Pack up your things and get out of here right now. Don't even think about working for Tiancheng Group anymore. Chapter 6, The Valiant and Rich Woman. Tang Wan coldly reprimanded the young leader of the security department with an intimidating tone. An indescribable sense of majesty emanated from her. Lin Dong was very satisfied with this. Since he is just a so-called small leader with no professional ethics, there is no need for him to continue working in Tiancheng Group. Lin Dong doesn't want such a black sheep in his family's business. But, this woman might have a problem with her brain. Who does she think she is? Is she crazy? When will it be her turn to fire the employees of Tiancheng Group? I've never heard of a female leader at Tiancheng Mall. Did she get kicked in the head by a donkey and can't recognize herself? The junior leader of the security department, and even the security guards under him, did not take Tang Wan's words seriously. They took big steps and rushed directly towards Lin Dong. What few people noticed was that when the security guards of Tiancheng Shopping Mall actually took action, Wang Xiaolong smiled grimly. Because everything was his calculation. In his opinion, Tang Wan should be an important partner of Tiancheng Group, and one with a lot of money. The reason why Tiancheng Group terminated its cooperation with the Wang family should be because of the pressure she put on them. In that case, wouldn't it be enough for him to use some tricks to make Tang Wan and Tiancheng Group fall out? Once Tiancheng Group and Tang Wan fall out, there will be no reason for them to terminate their cooperation with the Wang family under her pressure. He thought secretly. Fortunately, the news that Tiancheng Group has terminated its cooperation with us has not yet spread, and I just took advantage of the opportunity. At the same time, the 6 security guards of Tiancheng Shopping Mall had already started fighting with Lin Dong's side. To be precise, he should have fought with Tang Wan. Just when they were trying to drive Lin Dong out and were about to touch Lin Dong, Tang Wan suddenly rushed between the security guards and Lin Dong at an unimaginable speed, and kicked the 6 strong security guards to the ground with a whip kick, but she did not retreat even a single step. Lin Dong, who was standing behind her, was naturally unharmed. After being whipped by Tang Wan, the 6 security guards either rolled on the ground holding their arms or pressed their ribs and screamed in agony. Those who held their arms had their arms severely twisted and deformed, and those who pressed their ribs had their ribs sunken in, and it was obvious that their bones and tendons were broken. However, they were just kicked by Tang Wan. Lin Dong stared at Tang Wan blankly, unable to utter a word. Wang Xiaolong, Li Huiran, the small leader of the security department, and others were so frightened that they trembled all over and looked at Tang Wan in horror. What's going on? Am I dazzled? A delicate girl actually kicked down 6 security guards of our Tiancheng Mall? Isn't she the rich woman who supports Lin Dong? How can she be so good at fighting? Tang Wan ignored Wang Xiaolong and the others, and retreated back to Lin Dong, hugged Lin Dong's arm and said coquettishly, "Honey, they didn't hurt you, did they? I almost failed to protect you, please don't blame me, at most, you can punish me at night." Lin Dong sweated and finally came to his senses and asked, "Wanner, what's going on?" "Oh, I'll explain this question to you later." Tang Wan smiled and said, "Let's deal with the bad apples in Tiancheng Mall first." As she spoke, she took out her cell phone and made a call. Slowly, Wang Xiaolong and the young leader of the security department of Tiancheng Mall came to their senses. Although Tang Wan's fighting power scared them, they still didn't take her seriously. Wang Xiaolong thought proudly, "That's it. The bigger the fuss, the better. It would be best if we completely break off relations with Tiancheng Group." The security department leader of Tiancheng Mall threatened, "I don't care who you are, Tiancheng Mall is not a place for you to run wild, you are trying to make things difficult for Tiancheng Group." As soon as the young leader of the security department finished speaking, his intercom suddenly rang. And Tang Wan had already finished her call. When the security department's junior leader pressed the connect button on the intercom, an angry voice rang out, "You are fired." You don't have to worry about the affairs of Tianqing Mall anymore. Get out of here. We have also paid your salary. Don't even think about working for Tianqing Group anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, the call was disconnected. Except for Tang Wan and Lin Dong, everyone present who heard that was stunned, and the looks they gave the young leader became extremely strange. It was obvious that what Logan had just said had become a reality. The one with a bad brain is not Tang Wan, but them. How could this happen? What happened? The young leader of the security department was still in a daze. Wang Xiaolong looked at Tang Wan with great fear and said, "It's because of the phone call you just made. Who are you? Aren't you a partner of Tianqing Group?" "Who said I'm a partner of Tianqing Group?" Tang Wan sneered. Then, she shouted at Wang Xiaolong's back, "Kick out everyone related to Wang Xiaolong." Wang Xiaolong looked behind him and found that another leader was coming with 18 security guards. There is no doubt that they were also called by Tang Wan just now. Without saying a word, they drove out Wang Xiaolong, Li Huiran, the fired security department leader, and the pimp. Wang Xiaolong's face changed, and he felt that Tang Wan was more and more complicated. Because the plan he had finally come up with couldn't even worsen the relationship between Tang Wan and Tianqing Group. And she can also make the people of Tianqing Group do what she wants. He shouted loudly, "Miss, Lin Dong is not worth it. If you like his type, I can easily find you 100. 1,000. As long as you don't interfere with the cooperation between Tianqing Group and our family, I can agree to any conditions you have." "Who is a lady?" "The women in your family are ladies." Tang Wan said coldly, "Since you can agree to any condition I give you, after your family goes bankrupt, all the women in your family will become ladies. If you miss any of them, you won't be able to find any job or make any purchases." At the end, Tang Wan suddenly smiled and said, "Of course, we are people who keep our promises. As long as you meet these conditions, Tianqing Group can continue to cooperate with you and accept your consumption. After all, the relationship between consumers and merchants can also be regarded as a kind of cooperation." When Wang Xiaolong heard this, his face turned green. Lin Dong couldn't help laughing in the back. He was really confused by Tang Wan's words just now, because he absolutely didn't want Tianqing Group to cooperate with the Wang family. However, if it is the kind of cooperative relationship that Tang Wan mentioned, it seems acceptable. If the Wang family still has money to spend by then. After the security guards drove everyone away, Lin Dong stepped forward and said, "Wanner, isn't it time for you to tell me why you are so powerful?" Chapter 7, Bye. "Like I said, I'm your father's apprentice." Tang Wan's mouth corners slightly raised, she said with pride. From her expression and movements, it can be seen that she learned martial arts from Lin Dong's father. She was very proud that she was the apprentice of Lin Dong's father. She also respected Lin Dong's father. "Father? What kind of person is he?" Lin Dong asked in confusion. Tang Wan replied, "Your father is a great man with great abilities. It seems that there is nothing in this world that he cannot do, and there is no problem that he cannot solve. However, I believe that you will surpass Master sooner or later. Master also thinks so." As she spoke, she still looked at Lin Dong firmly. Ahem. Lin Dong started coughing awkwardly and even wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He doesn't think he can reach that level. However, Tang Wan seemed not to notice Lin Dong's embarrassment and continued, "Master has high hopes for you, so he worked hard to lay a good foundation for you so that you can go further on this basis. Young master, you must believe in yourself." Ahem. Lin Dong continued to cough dryly. "Let's continue shopping in Tianqing Mall." What a joke. In Lin Dong's opinion, Tianqing Group is already a very transcendent entity. The terrifying financial resources are enough to make most countries unable to even catch up. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is rich enough to rival a country. However, my father and Tang Wan actually called this the foundation. Is there such a solid foundation? Lin Dong tried hard to divert Tang Wan's attention and strolled around Tianqing Mall. As they walked, they slowly approached a gold shop. I don't know if the gold shop is holding an event or if there are a lot of people getting married recently, but it looks quite lively. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a sea of people. Among the crowd gathered in the gold shop, there was a couple who looked very different. The couple seemed to be in their early 20s and were dressed relatively simply. I guess their financial situation was not very good. They were standing in front of the gold shop's counter, confused and helpless, looking around at a loss. The employees of the gold shop had no intention of paying any attention to them. Lin Dong looked puzzled and hurried over with Tang Wan. When they walked up to the couple and saw what was happening inside the counter, they immediately understood what was going on. Because Lin Dong had many similar experiences before. The counter where the couple stood could be said to be the civilian area of the gold shop. The gold ornaments sold there were obviously lower end and smaller than those sold at other counters. The most obvious one was the gold ornaments for weddings. Compared with the gold ornaments sold at other counters, they looked like ugly ducklings next to swans. If it is a normal time with few people, they might still have someone to receive you. But now, the employees in the gold shop are obviously more willing to serve wealthier customers. Wanner, if I want to buy this gold shop, how long will it take? Lin Dong asked. It can be done in a minute. Tang Wan answered without hesitation. Then buy it. Lin Dong said expressionlessly. Tang Wan didn't ask any more questions and immediately did as she was told and made the phone call. During their conversation, the couple, who were originally confused and helpless, immediately looked at them in horror and took a few steps away. Lin Dong took the initiative to strike up a conversation. You too, I promise that you can buy what you want right away. Are you crazy? Asked the young man of the young couple. Lin Dong was stunned for a moment, blinking at the same time, and didn't know what to say. So what? I just wanted to buy the gold shop, but I was treated as a lunatic? But he doesn't care, because facts will prove everything. A few seconds later, Tang Wan came back from the phone call and said with a smile, Master, it's done. A total of 9.4 million. Lin Dong nodded, and then said to the young couple, you will be able to buy what you want soon. The young couple rolled their eyes together and said nothing. Have to. They still thought Lin Dong was a lunatic and didn't believe what he said at all. At this moment, a middle-aged woman among the employees of the gold shop suddenly received a call. The middle-aged woman's dress was obviously different from other employees in the gold shop, so she must be in a very high position. No one knew what the person who called her said. Lin Dong only saw the middle-aged woman nodding continuously. About half a minute later, the call was disconnected. The middle-aged woman suddenly said in a loud voice, Everyone, I'm very sorry, all the gold ornaments in our gold shop have been bought by a big boss. Before getting the big boss's consent, we will temporarily stop selling them. Can you please wait for our new boss to come over? The middle-aged woman's words immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. Who? Who would buy everything in the entire gold shop at once? Is he buying the shop as well? Who is so rich? If you have that much money, wouldn't it be the same if you opened a new gold shop yourself? Then what should we do? Did we make this trip in vain? The young couple looked at Lin Dong in surprise and doubt, and began to believe what Lin Dong said. The middle-aged woman in the gold shop continued, Mr. Lin Dong. Is Mr. Lin Dong here? Lin Dong and Tang Wan walked forward slowly and said, I am Lin Dong. Hello, Mr. Lin. The middle-aged woman smiled respectfully and took the initiative to greet him. Just now, the former boss called me and said that you have a new business idea. Can you please tell me about it? How do you plan to run this gold shop? Lin Dong pointed at the young couple and said, I believe that customers are God. Although there are many businesses that shout this slogan, it is extremely rare to actually put it into action. I just saw this young couple standing in front of the counter for a long time and no one greeted them. This is a failure for the business. Following Lin Dong's action, everyone present looked towards the young couple. There was obvious fear on the faces of the young couple. They obviously had never experienced being the center of attention, so they were a little uncomfortable. Lin Dong continued, to express our apology, no matter how much gold jewelry they buy in the store today, they will get a 50% discount. As soon as he finished speaking, the customers in the store burst into cheers. The young couple's faces flushed with excitement. They hurried forward and thanked Lin Dong. I'm sorry, we misunderstood you just now, thank you. Lin Dong smiled indifferently and said, I have also been so poor that I couldn't even afford instant noodles, so I couldn't stand seeing you being ignored just now. We are all customers, why should we be treated unfairly? I promise here that no matter who the customer is, we will treat you equally here in the future. Great. The boss really knows how to run a business. You are so young, little brother. Have you ever been poor? Then why are you so rich at such a young age? Brother, I'm a newspaper reporter. Do you have any entrepreneurial experience that you can tell us about? The onlookers burst into cheers again. Chapter 8 Becoming Famous. Looking at the cheers from the people surrounding him, Lin Dong was very satisfied, yet a little guilty. Anyway, this was the first time he faced such a situation. It's like a singer who goes on stage for the first time, he will be a little nervous. However, the feeling of being the center of attention made him feel extremely accomplished. After finally settling the matters in the gold shop and handing them back to the employees, and asking them not to ignore customers again in the future, Lin Dong quietly left under Tang Wan's protection and made several circles before he got rid of the person who was following him. As for the newspaper reporter who wanted to interview him, Lin Dong naturally didn't want to bother with him. He doesn't want to become a celebrity, or he'll be like a monkey being watched by everyone every time he goes out. Warner, I didn't do anything wrong, did I? After getting rid of the person following him, Lin Dong suddenly asked, just now I just saw that young couple being ignored, and I thought of the injustice I had suffered before, so I wanted to vent my anger. From a business perspective, is this wrong? Of course you are right. Tang Wan said with a smile, we are not selling luxury goods. We are following the mass line. But, if we treat all customers equally, won't that make the rich people unhappy? Lin Dong asked. In his opinion, wealthy customers must have a sense of superiority and need special treatment. This is a psychological need. If both rich and poor customers are treated equally, will the wealthy customers switch places to shop? No. Tang Wan shook her head confidently and said, that's why I said that we don't sell luxury goods. If we were selling luxury goods, of course we would need the things you mentioned, but when it comes to mass merchandise, wealthy customers don't want to be cut in line by even wealthier customers. When Lin Dong heard this, he immediately understood. For example, when he went to the bank to do business before, it was good if there was a VIP lounge. When I encounter hotels without VIP lounges, I get very annoyed when VIPs cut in line. As long as rich people cannot ensure that they are the richest, they certainly don't want to be cut in line by richer people. While Lin Dong understood, Tang Wan praised him, so, master, you see, I said you are very talented. You have never studied business, but you subconsciously make the most correct choice. As long as you hone your skills, I believe you can surpass your master. Lin Dong wiped his nose and his old face turned a little red. He still felt unworthy of being praised for such a small thing. After buying a lot of delicious food, drinks, and fun things in the mall, Lin Dong returned to school. When he returned to the dormitory, it was already past 7 o'clock in the evening. In the dormitory, my roommates have all returned and are either playing with their cell phones or computers. The music from various games also echoed in the dormitory. When Lin Dong walked into the dormitory with a bunch of delicious food, his roommates all looked at him in unison. Their eyes were so wide open that it was like they were looking at aliens. What's wrong with you? Lin Dong was stunned for a moment, put down the bags of snacks in his hands, and then turned on the front camera of his phone to see if there was any dirt on his face. No, I just became a little more handsome. Did you all change your orientation? Then we can't use soap in our dormitory anymore. Lin Dong joked deliberately. At the same time, he also wanted to stimulate his roommates and ask them to tell the reasons for their strange reactions. Bah! You're really good at hiding it. You're obviously a wealthy man, but you didn't tell anyone. You're not trying to play some old-fashioned trick, pretending to be poor to pick up girls and test their sincerity, right? Kid, times have changed, your tricks are no longer popular. The dormitory head coughed and said, although the plot is very old-fashioned and there is suspicion of deliberate pretense, we have to admit that it is very effective, isn't it? If Lin Dong didn't pretend to be poor, wouldn't he have married Li Huiran, a woman who only cares about money? My roommates all scoffed at this. In their words, let's talk about it after we get married. Why consider it so early? Lin Dong smiled bitterly, put the snacks on the table, and let his roommates take them as they pleased. Then, he suddenly remembered something else. Wait a minute. Lin Dong woke up from his dream and said, what do you mean by what you just said? How do you know I'm rich? Stop pretending. The dormitory head said in a stern voice, it spread all over the school that you bought a gold shop in Tianjin Mall today just to help a young couple. To buy a gold shop in Tianjin Mall, it would cost at least several million, right? My roommates also echoed this. Yes, that's Tianjin Mall. Even if we don't count the gold in the gold shop, the store is worth a lot of money. You bought a gold shop worth millions without blinking an eye. Your family assets must be at least hundreds of millions, right? Lin Dong ignored them and asked in astonishment, how did you know about my purchase of a gold shop? The dormitory head waved his phone and said, brother, this is the internet age, someone has already taken a photo and uploaded it. All right. Lin Dong was completely speechless. Ultimately it was because he had no experience, otherwise Tang Wan could have come forward. But now that things have turned out like this, will he be surrounded by people like a national treasure every time he goes out? It makes me feel uncomfortable just thinking about it. He was feeling depressed when suddenly there was a burst of noise behind him, which sounded like someone running in the corridor. Lin Dong quickly turned around and saw the counselor Lao Chen walking in. The counselor Lao Chen's full name is Chen Junjie. He is usually quite lazy and is a typical office worker who only works to get by. This is the first time Lin Dong has seen him come to the dormitory since he entered school. Lin Dong was confused, but Lao Chen took the initiative to greet him. Lin Dong, you are amazing. I didn't even know there was a hidden rich man like you in my class. I just asked the principal to move your dormitory to a more comfortable dormitory building. Are you willing? Without waiting for Lin Dong to answer, he took the initiative to say, if you are willing, I will find someone to help you move it later. Before Lin Dong could answer, his roommates cheered. After all, they have been complaining about the broken beds, poor lighting, and lack of air circulation in their dormitories for a long time, but they know that it is useless to bring them up, so they can only complain privately in the dormitories. Now that they have the opportunity to change dormitories, why would they not agree? Since they all agreed, what else did Lin Dong have to say? Lin Dong smiled bitterly and thought old Chen must have watched the video too. Is this the charm of money? But given old Chen's personality, he would never visit someone for no reason. He is not the kind of person who would flatter rich people, so there must be something fishy going on. As he was thinking, Lin Dong interrupted his roommate's cheers and said, Old Chen, you didn't come here specially to change our dormitories, did you? Chapter 9, Unfinished Projects. Student Lin, you are really smart. You really deserve to be a billionaire. Although his intentions had been seen through, Lao Chen was not ashamed. He adjusted his glasses and replied calmly, I came to see you today because I really have something to discuss with you. Although I was not happy at first, since the principal had spoken, I had no choice. Lao Chen, let's not change dormitories. Lin Dong interrupted Lao Chen without hesitation. It was obvious that the dormitory was just a bait. The fish I want to catch is Lin Dong. He has no interest in being a big fish. But old Chen seemed not to understand Lin Dong's subtext, and still said shamelessly, Lin Dong, if you have feelings for this dormitory, I can understand. If you don't want to change, then don't change. But since the principal has spoken, I have to talk to you no matter what. Okay. So does this mean that no matter whether they change dormitories or not, they will squeeze money out of Lin Dong? Is it appropriate for the president of Jiangzhou University to do such a thing? Lin Dong simply interrupted him and said, if it's about money, old Chen, you don't have to say anything. Lin Dong, I find that you are really smart. I always say that people who are able to make a lot of money are not simple. Lao Chen continued to flatter him shamelessly, I haven't even said a word yet, and you actually know why I came to you. With such a keen eye, you deserve financial freedom. Lin Dong rolled his eyes, took out a bag of snacks and started eating without saying a word. Although he now has more money than he can spend, there is no reason for him to be taken advantage of, right? What if someone asks him to sponsor the construction of a large particle collider in the future? If something like that happened a few more times, even he would not be able to bear it. But old Chen still pretended to be confused and said to himself, Lin Dong, our school has a teaching building sponsored by Wang Xiaolong's family, but I don't know what happened. Wang Guahai's secretary suddenly called us today and said that the funding was suspended. There is nothing we can do. Funds suspended? Lin Dong suddenly became interested. Yes. Old Chen became more excited when he saw Lin Dong's reaction. Maybe Wang Xiaolong's business has problems. They just said that the donated funds will be temporarily stopped and they will donate to our construction when the time is right. But the project has already started, how can it be interrupted? Lin Dong pinched his chin, rolled his eyes slightly, and began to understand the principal's thoughts. It would be embarrassing for Jiangzhou University if the construction of the teaching building that has already started was suddenly interrupted indefinitely. Besides, the old principal probably isn't willing to flatter others and solicit sponsorship. So after knowing that Lin Dong bought the gold shop, Lao Chen was forced to do the job. More importantly, Wang Xiaolong's family's funds were cut off. That means Tang Wan's revenge on the Wang family has begun to take effect. In that case, it would be a good idea to add fuel to the fire. Lin Dong thought about it slyly, then said, Okay, Lao Chen, take me to see the principal. Meet the principal? Do you agree to donate? Old Chen asked in surprise. Let's talk about it after we meet the principal. Lin Dong said vaguely. Under the guidance of Lao Chen, Lin Dong soon met the principal. In the principal's dormitory, Lin Dong got straight to the point. Principal, I know you want me to take over the construction of the teaching building. I have no objection, but I have a few conditions. As long as you agree to me, I will immediately pay for you to complete the subsequent projects. What conditions? Asked the principal curiously. Lin Dong replied, I hope you can hold a school meeting tomorrow and explain the situation to the students. Just say that Wang Xiaolong's family's donations have been cut off. I hope the students can donate enthusiastically to ease the pressure on the school. It doesn't matter how much. I will also donate when the time comes. Is that so? The principal frowned. If that happens, wouldn't that offend the Wang family? That's not good, right? Then just pretend I didn't say anything. Lin Dong stood up and pretended to leave. Seeing that the situation was not good, Old Chen quickly gave the principal a look. He knew better than anyone that Wang Xiaolong and Li Huiran's live broadcast had caused such a big commotion. Only the old-fashioned principal is still unaware of this. If he hadn't reminded him today, the principal wouldn't even know that Lin Dong was a hidden rich man. Now Lin Dongming is obviously trying to slap Wang Xiaolong in the face, and the principal is not cooperating, so what is the point of asking for money? Fortunately, those who can sit in the position of principal are all strong people. He understood what Old Chen meant with just a glance. He quickly took 2 steps forward, stopped Lin Dong and said, Student Lin, calm down. Let's talk it over. If you don't agree to the conditions, there's nothing to say. Lin Dong replied coldly. Okay. The principal said with a smile, the condition I agree to give you is, but I don't know how much you can donate. How much do you need? Lin Dong asked instead of answering. Lin Dong asked a question that stumped the principal. He hesitated for a long time before saying, the gap in the amount is a bit large, it will probably take more than 14 million. 15 million. Lin Dong said without hesitation, as long as you agree to those conditions, I can donate 15 million tomorrow. 15 million? The principal and Old Chen were both petrified on the spot. You know, Lin Dong just spent several million to buy a gold shop today. It's only been a few hours, and he was able to donate another 15 million to build a teaching building? So how rich is his family background? Old Chen stuttered, Lin Dong, are you serious? That's 15 million. The principal was also shocked and said, Student, that's 15 million, not 15,000 or 1,500. Can you really take it out all at once? If it's really not possible, you can donate a few million and we can agree to your conditions. You don't have to brag. If you think I'm bragging, then you can find someone else. After saying that, Lin Dong turned around and left. Although he could understand the feelings of Lao Chen and the principal, he really didn't want to waste time talking to people who didn't believe in him. After all, he couldn't show his balance to the principal and Lao Chen. That would scare them to death. Fortunately, they reacted quickly and rushed over immediately, each grabbing one of Lin Dong's hands to stop him. Student Lin, we promised you that we believe you can come up with 15 million. We will tell the construction team tomorrow to change the name of the teaching building to Lindong Building and change the original name of Longhai Building. Deal. Lin Dong replied with satisfaction. After communicating with the principal and Lao Chen, Lin Dong went straight back to the dormitory. Along the way, he hummed a little tune and was already looking forward to tomorrow's school meeting. I don't know what Wang Xiaolong's expression will be when the principal announces the matter at tomorrow's school meeting. After Lin Dong returned to the dormitory, he found that his roommates were still awake and were all staring at him. Chapter 10 solved the problem on the spot. He really never expected that after returning from the principal's dormitory, he would be surrounded by his roommates. What tricks are they playing? As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, his roommates got up and surrounded him. At the same time, they kept chattering and asking questions. Lin Dong, do you really want to donate money to the school to build a teaching building? That would be like an unfinished project left by Wang Xiaolong. We are also aware of the mess between you and Wang Xiaolong. Do you really want to clean up his mess? It's the school and Wang Xiaolong who are embarrassed. Why do you care so much? When the roommates tried to persuade Lin Dong, they were either indignant or confused, and their reactions and expressions were different. But one thing remains unchanged. That is, Lin Dong felt that they were protecting him. Lin Dong felt warm in his heart, but he did not tell the principal about his deal. He just kept it a secret and said, "You will know what happened tomorrow morning." A gentleman's revenge is never too late, but a villain's revenge is from morning to night. Yes. I am a villain. At the end of his speech, Lin Dong raised his head with a look of pride. Lin Dong, do you know that the teaching building you are responsible for is called Longhai Building, which is jointly named by Wang Xiaolong and his son? The dormitory head suddenly interrupted. Wang Xiaolong and his son have already spent a lot of money to determine the overall structure of Longhai Building. You can't just spend a few million to change the name. Of course I know. Lin Dong nodded confidently and said, I still say the same thing, wait and see tomorrow. Seeing that Lin Dong still insisted, the roommates looked at each other and said nothing more and continued to play games. We are all not children anymore. We should say what needs to be said and persuade what needs to be persuaded. Since Lin Dong still insisted on his own ideas, they didn't say much. Lin Dong informed Tang Wan of the matter and went to bed. Early the next morning, Lin Dong and others were woken up by Lao Chen, who said that someone had been arranged to move them to the dormitory. They got up, washed up, and went to attend the school meeting. When Lao Chen asked someone to help move to the dormitory, he said that today's school meeting would start at 8 a.m. When they walked out of the dormitory building and lazily walked to the playground, they were surprised to find that the golden sunlight was shining on the playground, making it look like it was covered with a layer of gold. Waves of astonishing heat also came from the playground, making Lin Dong frown. Wrong decision. He didn't even take the weather into consideration when he made his request last night. If we stay in this environment for dozens of minutes, the students will be dried into human jerky. He himself will lose at least half his life. Moreover, to complete what he and the principal had agreed upon, a few dozen minutes would definitely not be enough, and 2 hours would be the minimum. When the roommates looked at the golden playground, their faces suddenly turned sunny. Lin Dong, we are not going to stay in this environment for several hours, are we? It could kill people. Lin Dong, don't tell me that the sudden school meeting today has anything to do with you. The more I listen, the more I feel like it's related to you, Lin Dong. Otherwise, why would the principal suddenly call a school meeting when there was no news before? Lin Dong's face also turned a little dark. He didn't mean it, did he? Is it too late to ask the principal to suspend the school meeting? Just as he was hesitating whether to find the principal to interrupt the school meeting, the students near the playground suddenly made a loud noise. They all looked in the same direction as if they had made an appointment. Lin Dong and his roommates also turned their heads to look, and then saw Wang Xiaolong letting Li Huiran hold his hand and swaggering over. They were accompanied by 2 followers who were holding umbrellas for them, and behind them, there was a group of classmates dragging carts. Lin Dong could see from afar that the carts pulled by the classmates were filled with cold drinks. Wang Xiaolong put one hand in his trouser pocket and waved the other hand at other students, shouting in a very coquettish manner, "Classmates, I know it's very hot here, so I specially went to buy some cold drinks. You can take them. Don't be polite to me. I'll ask someone to buy more after you finish drinking." When Lin Dong and his roommates heard this, they all sneered. After all, they know what the Wang family's current situation is. Even the donations for the construction of the teaching building have been cut off, so why are you still pretending to be like this? Do you think you can win people's hearts by buying them some cold drinks? Lin Dong's dormitory head sneered, is the heat a problem now? If the sun doesn't go down, we will still be exposed to the sun no matter how many cold drinks we drink. If you want to solve the problem, solve it from the root, don't do these empty things. In response, Lin Dong said nothing. Lin Dong's roommate did make some sense. That's true, but asking someone to put away the sun is too much to ask. I don't like Wang Xiaolong either, but Wang Xiaolong is not Hui after all. We can't bully him too much. Oh, so are we really going to be exposed to the sun for hours? What a headache. Lin Dong's roommates were complaining when a series of thunderous noises suddenly sounded. Boom! The sound came from above. Lin Dong and his classmates looked up and saw more than a dozen helicopters suddenly fly over the playground, bringing with them a very strong airflow that made their hair and clothes flutter wildly. The strong airflow instantly swept away the burning sensation. At the same time, one of the helicopters hovered over Lin Dong and his roommates' heads and then opened its hatch. "Master, I have arranged everything for you." A beautiful woman popped her head out of the helicopter and shouted, "After considering various options, I decided to solve the problem on the spot, because it is very important to hold the school meeting on the school playground this time." Lin Dong could tell immediately that the person speaking was Tang Wan. From what she said, it sounded like she considered taking the meeting somewhere else but decided not to. So, what is the significance of holding school meetings on the school playground? How does she want to solve the problem on the spot? At the same time, the students on the playground had been alarmed and retreated one after another. This left an empty space on the playground. After Tang Wan's helicopter slowly landed, she nimbly jumped to the ground, walked up to Lin Dong and said, "Master, can you ask the students to stay away from the playground for a while? About half an hour will be enough. We want to use this half hour to give the students the best meeting environment." "Young master?" Lin Dong's roommates were all shocked and stared at Lin Dong with their eyes wide open like goldfish. Chapter 11, Violent Cooling. Cough cough. Lin Dong coughed twice and didn't respond. He felt a little ostentatious. After all, he is a person who likes to keep a low profile and thinks that only by pretending to be a pig can one eat the tiger. But his roommates didn't seem to want to let him go. "Lin Dong, explain to me clearly, what does the young master mean? Although we know that you are very low-key and a hidden rich man, isn't the term young master too much? Too outrageous. Too much. Such a beautiful girl with such a good figure actually calls you master? Tell me honestly, what is your relationship? Did she warm your bed at night? This is too much, I am still a virgin." Amid the indignation of her roommates, Tang Wan rolled her eyes slightly and took Lin Dong's arm very politely and said, "I haven't warmed the bed for the young master yet, because the young master has not asked for it. But if the young master has any request, I can satisfy it at any time." As soon as these words came out, the roommates looked at Lin Dong with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lin Dong quickly changed the subject and said, "Wanner, stop making trouble and tell me what's going on now." Tang Wan smiled sweetly and then said, "As long as the young master asks everyone to step aside, we will know what is going on." In fact, Lin Dong didn't need to speak, because someone on the helicopter was already shouting with a loudspeaker. When the students were far away from the playground, a large amount of water suddenly sprayed down from the helicopter, soaking the playground thoroughly. The playground, which was originally hot enough to boil eggs, quickly cooled down. In this case, although the golden sunlight still covered the playground, it was no longer warm. After the temperature on the playground dropped, small trucks suddenly drove to the edge of the playground again. Before Lin Dong could react, a large number of people came down from the pickup truck with air conditioning fans, awnings and other things, and quickly installed them on the playground. After about half an hour, everything was installed. Even if the school meeting is held here for a few more hours, students don't have to worry about being sunburned, let alone feeling hot. After everything was ready, Tang Wan smiled sweetly and said, "Master, it's ready. I wonder if this cooling effect can satisfy you." "Not bad." Lin Dong nodded, and then asked curiously, "But how did you think of such a thing?" Tang Wan replied, "I received a call from the young master yesterday, so I checked the weather forecast and made arrangements in advance." "You are amazing." Lin Dong's dormitory head patted Lin Dong's shoulder and said with envy and hatred, "It's not enough to have such a beautiful girl who listens to your orders and is willing to warm your bed, but she is also so thoughtful and arranges everything for you. It's so enviable." Following the dormitory head, Lin Dong's other roommates also started to speak sarcastically to someone. "Lin Dong, your girlfriend is really good. She even considers us brothers." Yes, not like someone who thinks it's great to send cold drinks to his classmates. That's what it means to truly care about your classmates. If you don't try to help them protect themselves from the sun, cold drinks are useless. There were many students who had similar thoughts, and they all looked at Wang Xiaolong with strange eyes. Wang Xiaolong and the others' faces turned red, and they glared at Lin Dong with murderous eyes. "All I can say is, if you compare yourself to others, you will die, and if you compare goods, you will throw them away." If there was no Lin Dong, or if there was no Tang Wan meddling in other people's business, Wang Xiaolong's actions would not have been without effect. There are still many people whose favorability towards him will increase sharply because of this. But now, everything Wang Xiaolong did was in vain, and even seemed petty. Wang Xiaolong gritted his teeth and said, "This bastard." Wang Xiaolong was so angry that he squeezed the can of happy water in his hand with his right hand and crushed it. The overflowing happy water stained his hands and clothes. "Don't be angry, Mr. Wang." Li Huiran helped Wang Xiaolong wipe the dirt while comforting him. "Today's protagonist is Long Hai Building. Even if Lin Dong makes a big fuss, he is just a foil for you, Mr. Wang. When the school meeting starts, the classmates will naturally know who is the most capable person." Wang Xiaolong's followers also echoed. "Long Hai Tower? What's going on?" Wang Xiaolong asked puzzledly. He hadn't heard anyone tell him the topic of today's school meeting. Li Huiran pointed to the banner hanging on the podium and said, "Master Wang, you will know after you take a look." Wang Xiaolong looked in the direction Li Huiran pointed, and sure enough, he saw a banner hanging on the podium. There were a few big words written on the banner: Longhai Building Fundraising and Commendation Meeting. Everyone at Jiangzhou University, and even in Jiangzhou, knows that Longhai Building was built with donations from the Wang family. Since today's school meeting is related to Longhai Building, the protagonist must be the Wang family responsible for the donation, especially Wang Xiaolong. After all, there is no way Wang Xiaolong's father would have time to come to school to attend such a boring meeting. Any recognition will definitely go to Wang Xiaolong. At least that's what Wang Xiaolong himself thought. Wang Xiaolong became proud again, straightened his back and said, Lin Dong definitely didn't expect that the school meeting held by the principal today was for us. Even if he does more things and invests more money, the students will never remember his kindness. He is too naive. Wang Xiaolong's followers immediately flattered him when they saw the opportunity. That's right. I wonder what his expression will be when he finds out that the money he spent can't even make a wave. It's a pity that he worked so hard to get a little money from the rich woman, but it was wasted just like that. He's so stupid. If I were him, I would definitely save the money now, so that he wouldn't be abandoned by the rich woman in the future. He will cry in the future if he wastes money like that. At the same time, the president had arrived at the playground with many senior executives of Jiangzhou University. The students have already taken their seats according to their classes. The principal walked to the podium and said loudly, Student Lin Dong, please take a seat on the podium. As soon as the principal finished speaking, the students on the playground suddenly became noisy. Lin Dong? Who? How dare he ask the principal to invite him to sit on the podium? Did I hear you correctly? Which student can sit with the school's council? Wasn't Longhai Tower built with money donated by Wang Xiaolong's family? If anyone is going to invite someone, shouldn't they invite Wang Xiaolong? As for those who knew Lin Dong, they looked at him in astonishment, too shocked to say a word. Under their guidance, other students in the school also discovered Lin Dong's existence and knew who the real culprit was. Lin Dong stood up under the gaze of many classmates and walked towards the podium step by step. At the same time, he was thinking with a frown, what's going on? Why don't I remember discussing this drama yesterday? Could it be that the president added this drama at the last minute? How can I survive in Jiangzhou University in the future? Chapter 12, Embarrassing the Whole School. Lin Dong walked towards the podium step by step, letting the eyes of all the teachers and students in the school fall on him. On the surface, he tried hard to appear calm and composed, but he was extremely depressed in his heart. It has to be said that he is still not used to the feeling of being the center of attention. On the playground, Wang Xiaolong clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and stared at Lin Dong's receding back with red eyes. He said angrily, What's going on? Isn't this the fundraising commendation meeting of Longhai Building? Why was it not me who was invited, but Lin Dong, the gigolo? He apparently didn't know that his father had stopped donating funds. Li Huiran speculated with a complicated expression, Wang Xiao, could it be that the rich woman donated money to Lin Dong? But my family has already donated the entire Longhai Building's construction funds. Wang Xiaolong said unconvincedly, even if that woman donates more money to Lin Dong, what can she do? Can she still take away the teaching building donated by my family? So what is going on? Li Huiran was speechless for a moment, unable to think of any possibility. Wang Xiaolong's followers couldn't figure out the reason, so they could only flatter him and comfort Wang Xiaolong at the same time. Don't think too much, Mr. Wang. It's clearly written on the banner that today is a school meeting for Longhai Building. Yes, as long as the school meeting is held for Longhai Building, we have nothing to worry about. Isn't it just sitting next to the principal? What's the big deal? Amid the envy, jealousy, and hatred of Wang Xiaolong and others, as well as the puzzled eyes of many teachers and students, Lin Dong stepped onto the podium. After he sat down, the principal continued, I believe that the students must be confused as to why I invited Lin Dong to sit on the podium. You may not know who Lin Dong is. Please rest assured that I will explain it to you right away. The principal paused, glanced at the students present, whetted their appetite before continuing, It's a long story, please let me start from the beginning. Due to some unclear reasons, Wang Xiaolong's father, Mr. Wang Guohai, stopped donating to Longhai Building. The principal's light words immediately caused an uproar among the teachers and students present. For Wang Xiaolong, it was like a wake-up call. They had apparently received no information previously. The principal was very satisfied with the students' response and continued to say with great emotion, because Mr. Wang suddenly stopped donating funds, the construction of Longhai building was forced to be suspended. Our school was also in a dilemma and could not even pay the construction team's wages. The principal suddenly threw the responsibility onto Wang Guohai, causing the students to look at Wang Xiaolong in strange ways. After all, for the school, it was equivalent to being cheated by Wang Guohai. Not only did we fail to get a complete teaching building, but we also had to find a way to pay the construction team. As he was talking, the principal suddenly pointed at Lin Dong, his face flushed, and he seemed very excited and said, "When our school was in the most difficult time, Lin Dong donated 15 million to help us complete the subsequent projects. He is a great benefactor of Jiangzhou University, so I decided to rename Longhai Building to Lindong Building." The classmates who were already looking at Wang Xiaolong with strange eyes became even stranger, and even had a hint of amusement in their eyes. The teaching building, which was originally named Longhai Building, was renamed Lindong Building. This was tantamount to a slap in the face of the Wang father and son. Wang Xiaolong was so angry that he almost exploded. He stood up on the spot, pointed at the principal and shouted, "Principal! What is going on? Even if my father cut off the funding, Longhai Building has been donated by our Wang family so far. How can you transfer our family's things to Lindong's name?" On the podium, Lindong was looking at the principal helplessly. Because he could see clearly that the principal's face flushed just now because he held his breath in advance. When he was about to hold his breath, he said the most crucial words, appearing very excited. To achieve this dramatic effect is quite difficult for him at his age. After hearing Wang Xiaolong's words, Lindong turned and looked at Wang Xiaolong again. It can be said that Wang Xiaolong's reaction was completely within their expectations. The principal followed the original plan and responded, "Student Wang Xiaolong, I understand your feelings. So far, your family has paid for the construction of Longhai Building. It is really unreasonable to put the teaching building built with your family's money in the name of student Lindong, so we can refund you the money." Wang Xiaolong was stunned and speechless. His reaction was also expected by Lindong and the principal. Because even if the principal said he wanted to return the money, Wang Xiaolong would never agree. Otherwise it would be even more embarrassing. The money that has already been donated has to be taken back. What kind of thing is this? Sure enough, although Wang Xiaolong was so angry that he almost exploded, his face was already red, and his body couldn't stop shaking, but he still took a deep breath, and then with red eyes, he pretended to be generous and said, "Principal, you are joking, is our Wang family really going to do that? Then you don't have to return the money. Then, our school will leave your father's name in the donor corner," the principal said fairly. On the playground, many teachers and students were already whispering. The teaching building, originally named Longhai Building, had to be renamed Lindong Building. Wang Xiaolong, who was originally one of the protagonists, could only serve as a supporting role for Lindong. It would be better not to publish this name. After all, if someone brings up what happened today in the future, the name will be a mark of shame. Lindong's roommates looked at each other, then looked at Lindong and then at Wang Xiaolong. I finally understand why Lindong donated to the construction of that teaching building. No wonder he insisted on donating money to the school despite our persuasion. So this is what he was thinking. Wang Xiaolong has brought shame upon the whole school this time. As long as that teaching building exists, today's story will surely be passed down by students from one generation to the next. If I were Wang Xiaolong, I would rather immigrate abroad. I can't afford to lose face like this. Amid the whispers of his classmates, Wang Xiaolong was so angry that he was shaking all over and sat down reluctantly. He punched the chair, not caring about the blood, and said angrily, "How could this happen? How could this happen? Why did Dad suddenly stop the donation? It would be fine if he just stopped it, but he didn't even tell me and made me lose face in front of my classmates." Li Huiran lowered her head and didn't dare to speak at all for fear of bringing bad luck. The more Wang Xiaolong thought about it, the more unconvinced he became. He took out his cell phone and called his father. After the call was connected, he angrily asked, "Dad, what happened to Longhai Building? Why did you suddenly stop the donation? Is it that our Wang family can't even take out that little money?" Chapter 13 Father teaches his son. Wang Xiaolong yelled into the phone, then waited quietly for his father's answer. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up into a confident smile. Because he knew his father too well. His father is a man who cares a lot about face, and he is also very good at converting a good reputation into actual benefits. Besides, his family is not short of the more than 10 million, so he believes that after knowing the current situation, his father will definitely take out 15 million. Then his face was saved. At the same time, he can also counterattack Lin Dong. However, he waited for less than a second before hearing the call being hung up. That is, his father hung up on him. He was stunned for a moment, then quickly called again. But this time, the call was hung before it was answered. What happened? Wang Xiaolong muttered to himself in confusion. What happened to Dad? Why did he hang up on me? Hasn't he figured out the situation on my end? Does he know how much of a blow it would be to our family if Longhai Building was really renamed Lindong Building? No one could answer Wang Xiaolong's question. Or rather, no one dared to answer his question. Whether it is his little follower or Li Huiran. Wang Xiaolong glanced at Li Huiran and his followers in confusion, then left. The little followers and Li Huiran naturally had no choice but to follow. While Lin Dong and others were holding a school meeting to rename Longhai Building into Lindong Building and organizing various ceremonies to let Lin Dong steal the show, Wang Xiaolong and Li Huiran had already driven back home. Even his little follower followed them in a taxi and finally stopped in front of Wang Xiaolong's house to act as doorman. Bang! Wang Xiaolong pushed the door open with force, causing it to make a dull thud, to express his emotions. Li Huiran, who was following behind him, could only close the door for him like a bullied wife. After Wang Xiaolong pushed the door open, he walked into the house with heavy steps. Before he saw his father in person, he shouted angrily, "Dad! What's going on? Do you know how much you embarrassed me today? The impression of our family by all the teachers and students of Jiangzhou University has been ruined." Wang Xiaolong shouted as he walked forward with Li Huiran. When they walked into the living room, a very shocking scene appeared before their eyes. Their living room is quite big, even the overall floor area of many ordinary families may not be as big as theirs. But now, such a large living room is full of people, making Wang Xiaolong realize for the first time in his life that his living room is not enough. Among those sitting in their living rooms, many even brought their own small stools. Because there is no more room on the sofa. Those gathered in the living room were all dressed in suits and ties, and quite a few of them were bald. It was obvious at first glance that they were of advanced age and status. A group of people like this, carrying small stools and squeezing into the living room, gave Wang Xiaolong a very funny feeling. What happened? While feeling funny, Wang Xiaolong instinctively sensed that something was wrong. Because those people who were obviously of high status were staring at him coldly. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Wang Xiaolong's father, Wang Guohai, suddenly stood up and pulled out a baseball bat from behind the sofa as if by magic. He walked towards Wang Xiaolong and said, "The thing I regret most in my life, and the thing that failed the most, is giving birth to a son like you." Bang! What Wang Xiaolong didn't expect was that Wang Guohai directly hit his legs with the stick. He just thought that Wang Guohai just wanted to scare him. As a result, he had no intention of dodging at all. Now, the sudden severe pain made him feel as if the side of his left calf was run over by a huge truck, or as if a heavyweight beauty weighing 300 or 400 pounds in high heels was dancing on his calf. The piercing pain made him scream like a pig being slaughtered. Before he could react, Wang Guohai's second stick arrived and knocked Wang Xiaolong to the ground. Bang bang bang! Wang Guohai hit Wang Xiaolong with a stick after another, causing Wang Xiaolong to roll on the ground in pain. I think the real pig killing scene is probably just like this. It was not until this moment that Li Huiran realized what was happening. He wanted to step forward to stop it but didn't dare. He could only stand far away and persuade him, "Uncle, what did Xiaolong do wrong that you have to beat him like this? He is your son, do you really want to beat him to death?" Wang Guohai's eyes and face were indeed filled with anger. But before Li Huiran spoke up to stop the fight, he had already calmed down, his eyes full of pity. But even so, he continued to beat Wang Xiaolong with a stick, leaving Wang Xiaolong with bruises all over his body. Some of the bruises even broke the skin due to being beaten several times in a row. Blood had already flowed out, staining Wang Xiaolong's clothes red. As the beating continued and his injuries worsened, Wang Xiaolong's howls and struggles became weaker and weaker. In the end, he even lay there motionless like a dead pig. It was not until this moment that Wang Guohai stopped, panting. "Uncle, do you really want to beat Xiaolong to death?" Li Huiran asked in horror. Wang Guohai ignored Li Huiran and turned to the people in the living room and said, "Everyone, I'm sorry. It's my fault for not disciplining you, which caused you to suffer such a huge loss. But I promise you that I will find a way to repair the relationship between us and Tianqing Group and make it up to you." Everyone in the living room looked at Wang Xiaolong coldly, and finally nodded reluctantly, then got up and left. After those people of high status left, Wang Guohai quickly called the emergency number and asked them to send an ambulance to rescue people. Then he yelled at Li Huiran, "What are you still standing there for? Help Xiaolong to the sofa quickly. Do you really want to watch him die in front of you?" Li Huiran felt very aggrieved. It was clearly Wang Guohai who beat the man, so why did she become the one to take the blame? But whether she is willing or not, she can only endure it herself. She helped Wang Xiaolong up with great effort, and then asked, "Uncle, what happened just now?" At the same time, Wang Xiaolong also recovered a little. He asked resentfully and puzzledly, "What's wrong with you? Am I really your biological son? How could you treat me like this? Who were those people just now? Why did you hit me for them? Can't you hear it?" Wang Guohai said angrily, "Those people are shareholders related to many industries of our Wang family. Because the cooperation with Tiancheng Group was rejected, their shares plummeted. They all suffered huge losses, and the responsibility lies with you." After a pause, Wang Guohai said earnestly, "If I don't beat you up myself, how will they calm down? The consequences will only be more serious." Chapter 14, The Bought Hospital. "It's because of Lin Dong again," Wang Xiaolong said, gritting his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. In his opinion, the reason why Tiancheng Group terminated its cooperation with their family was because of Lin Dong. Since the incident was caused by Lin Dong, then he was beaten because of Lin Dong. He now wished he could eat Lin Dong alive. On the other side, Lin Dong and others took more than an hour to complete the school meeting and ceremony. After the meeting, his roommates surrounded him again in an instant. "Lin Dong, you've been in the spotlight this time, shouldn't you treat us to a meal? You saved your face in front of all the teachers and students in the school, and slapped Wang Xiaolong in the face. Have you vented all your anger from last time? Ha ha ha. I feel happy when I think of how furious Wang Xiaolong was just now." Lin Dong was about to respond to everyone when his cell phone suddenly rang. The roommates all leaned over to read the gossip. It's no wonder, because Tang Wan was not interested in the school meeting of Jiangzhou University and left after completing the summer vacation mission. Lin Dong's phone suddenly rang, and they must have thought it was Tang Wan calling, wanting to read some gossip. In fact, the call was indeed from Tang Wan. "Wanner, is there anything wrong?" Lin Dong answered the phone, puzzled. Based on his understanding of Tang Wan, there should be no reason for Tang Wan to call him now. "Master," Tang Wan said quickly, "I just received news that Wang Xiaolong was severely injured by his father. It seems to be related to his destruction of the cooperation between the Wang family and Tiancheng Group. Now, Wang Xiaolong was taken to a private hospital by ambulance." "Then what?" Lin Dong asked in confusion. He still didn't quite understand why Tang Wan made this call. To be honest, he doesn't care whether Wang Xiaolong is dead or alive. If Wang Guohai could have the heart to castrate Wang Xiaolong, he would be happy to invite a few young ladies to comfort Wang Xiaolong. Tang Wan obviously sensed Lin Dong's doubts and said straight to the point, "Master, should we buy the hospital?" Lin Dong was stunned for a moment, then instantly understood what Tang Wan meant, and then he was overjoyed. Because as long as he buys the hospital, he can choose not to accept Wang Xiaolong as a patient. If Wang Xiaolong chose not to admit treatment when he needed it the most, he would be extremely angry. As long as Wang Xiaolong feels uncomfortable, Lin Dong will be happy. Lin Dong said without hesitation, "Just do as you say. No matter how much it costs, I have to buy all the private hospitals in the whole city." "No. I have to buy all the private hospitals in Jiangzhou City and the neighboring cities for me. I want Wang Xiaolong to not be able to find any private hospital willing to treat him." Based on Lin Dong's understanding of those rich people, they would definitely want to go to a private hospital. Because both the service attitude of doctors and nurses and the environment of the hospital will be much better. At least, they don't have to squeeze into public wards with other patients, nor do they have to worry about not having beds. But after Lin Dong bought all the private hospitals, Wang Xiaolong had to squeeze in with ordinary patients whether he liked it or not. After getting Lin Dong's affirmative answer, Tang Wan took action immediately. When Lin Dong hung up the phone happily, he found that his roommates were once again staring at him as if they had discovered an alien. "Why do I find that you like to stare at each other recently?" Lin Dong asked helplessly. Then, with some self-doubt, he asked, "Did I go too far?" Lin Dong's roommates quickly regained their normal expressions and then chattered non-stop. No, it's not excessive at all. The person who beat him up was Wang Xiaolong's father. What does it have to do with you? Even if Wang Xiaolong was tortured badly, it is Wang Guohai who should bear the blame. It has nothing to do with you. But you want to buy all the private hospitals in so many cities? How much does it cost? And you are in such a hurry to buy them, the price must be higher than the normal price, right? So how rich must you be? Lin Dong, should we spread this matter? We have obviously avenged Wang Xiaolong, but it would be a bit awkward if we don't let him know that it was you who did it. But if he knows that it was you who did it, will you be retaliated against by his family? If they are determined to retaliate against you, you won't feel good, right? Lin Dong saw genuine concern on his roommates' faces. From their perspective, their concerns are not unreasonable. After all, although the financial resources that Lin Dong has currently demonstrated in front of them are already impressive, they are still not enough to surpass the Wang family. The Wang family has been doing business in Jiangzhou for so many years, and many impressions have become deeply rooted. Lin Dong's roommates certainly could not have imagined that Lin Dong's financial resources had surpassed the Wang family, and by far. So Lin Dong said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, you can just spread the news to me. I like to see Wang Xiaolong's expression when he is about to explode with anger and wants me to die but can't do anything about it. That scene must be very exciting. Besides, my revenge on Wang Xiaolong has just begun." Lin Dong gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly to let his roommates see his determination. His goal is to make the Wang family completely bankrupt. Where are we now? With his personality, he would either not offend Wang Xiaolong, or if he did, he would offend him to death. When the roommates saw Lin Dong's statement, they naturally took action immediately. At the same time, Wang Xiaolong was taken to a private hospital near their home by ambulance. When the ambulance carrying Wang Xiaolong arrived at a busy intersection, it suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Wang Guohai asked anxiously and puzzledly. As soon as he finished speaking, the medical staff in the ambulance opened the door of the medical cabin and pushed Wang Xiaolong out. Wang Guohai was shocked and quickly stopped them, asking again, "What's wrong with you?" One of the medical staff said coldly, "We just received news that the hospital ward is full and cannot accept this patient. In order not to waste the patient's treatment time, we think it is better to put the patient aside and let him find another place for treatment." Wang Guohai was stunned and indeed remembered that the doctor in the ambulance had just received a call. If there really is no ward in the hospital, he wouldn't mind changing to another hospital. But then can't you take my son to another hospital? Wang Guohai looked at the busy road outside and asked with gritted teeth. He had already foreseen that if they really got off the bus here, they and their son would have to eat dirt for a long time. Even if they take a taxi, it is a problem whether others dare to stop here to pick them up. But the medical staff in the ambulance obviously didn't want to pay attention to him and continued to push Wang Xiaolong out. Wang Xiaolong, who was half dead, looked at the environment outside and his face turned green. He said anxiously, "Dad, I don't want to get off the car." Wang Guohai gritted his teeth and said, 50,000 yuan. As long as you take my son to another hospital, I will give you 50,000 yuan. Chapter 15 No medical treatment. 100,000. The medical staff in the ambulance looked at each other and raised the price tacitly. Wang Guohai glared at the man and was so angry that he almost killed him on the spot. 100,000 yuan? Why don't they go and rob? Where in the world can you find an ambulance that costs as much as $100,000? Wang Guohai gritted his teeth and said, "Don't you think it's too much? Even if I go abroad, it won't be that expensive." That's hard to say. For example, if you go to countries where the face value of banknotes is relatively large, hundreds of millions may not be enough. The doctor in the ambulance said sarcastically. The nurse next to him said rudely, "It's up to you to save him or not." Wang Guohai had no choice but to grit his teeth and say, "Deal." As soon as Wang Guohai successfully transferred the money, the ambulance immediately changed direction and drove towards another farther hospital. After sending Wang Guohai and his son to the hospital and letting them get off the car, the medical staff in the ambulance took off their masks. If Wang Xiaolong were present now, he would definitely recognize instantly that the nurse was Tangwan. Tangwan smiled and called Lin Dong, saying, "Master, everything is going well." In the hospital, Wang Xiaolong had been pushed to the admission registration office with the help of Wang Guohai and Li Huiran. The person in charge of registration was a young nurse in her 20s. After Wang Guohai explained his purpose and situation, the nurse glanced at Wang Xiaolong coldly, then said expressionlessly, "I'm sorry, our hospital has no extra wards and no beds in the corridor. Please go to another hospital." What? Wang Guohai was shocked and furious at the same time. Just as he was about to say something, another patient came asking to be admitted to the hospital. What Wang Guohai did not expect was that the same nurse in charge arranged it in no time. Then the patient who asked to be admitted to the hospital left happily. Didn't you say that there are no wards in the hospital, not even any beds? Wang Guahai asked angrily. Yes. The nurse replied expressionlessly, he has an appointment and it's the last seat. As soon as the nurse finished speaking, another patient was admitted. Just like before, the admission nurse only took about 10 seconds to complete the process. Wang Guahai was so angry that he was about to smoke. Didn't you say that the patient just now was the last one? The nurse coughed lightly and said calmly, yes, but a patient was just discharged. Then why don't you give us the seat? Wang Guahai slammed his fist on the table angrily. Sir, please calm down or I will call security. The nurse replied, I gave the seat to that patient because he was the one asking me, not you. There is always a first come, first served rule, right? If you were the one asking me, I would definitely give you the seat. You call this first come, first served? Wang Guahai was so angry that he was about to explode. Since he became successful, has he ever been treated like this? If he didn't care about his face, he really wanted to hit someone. Just then, another patient who wanted to be admitted to the hospital arrived. At this point, even if Wang Guahai was slow-witted, he knew what was going on. He took a deep breath first, then asked through gritted teeth, are you deliberately not accepting my son? It's Lin Dong. It must be Lin Dong who asked the woman who supported him to do something. Wang Xiaolong shouted angrily. No way? Li Huiran was shocked. Who is that woman? Why is she in charge of the hospital? Let's go to another hospital. Wang Guahai's face turned extremely pale, and he gritted his teeth and was about to turn around and leave. Wait. The nurse in charge of handling the admissions finally softened her heart and suddenly stopped Wang Guahai and said, stop making such a fuss. The news has spread in our medical circle. A very rich woman has bought all the private hospitals in Jiangzhou and even in neighboring cities. What do you mean? Wang Guahai's expression changed again and again. In fact, he had already felt something, but the news was too shocking for him to accept it. The nurse simply said, I'm not afraid to tell you that the one who gave the order not to admit you was that woman. Although Wang Guahai, Wang Xiaolong, Li Huiran and others were mentally prepared, they were still struck by lightning when they got the affirmative answer. How could so many private hospitals in so many cities be bought at once? How much does that cost? Spending so much money just to prevent Wang Xiaolong from going to a private hospital for treatment? Isn't this too generous? Dad, what should we do? Wang Xiaolong asked almost in despair. After so many battles with Lin Dong, this was the first time he felt fear. Wang Guahai clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and said unwillingly, let's go to a public hospital, but that's not something he can afford just because he has money. On the way to the public hospital, Wang Xiaolong closed his eyes and his body was shaking slightly. I don't know if it's because of fear or pain. Li Huiran murmured in a daze, who is that woman? Why would she do this for Lin Dong? I checked that woman. Wang Guahai suddenly said with a sullen face, no one in the upper echelons of Jiangzhou City knows where that woman came from. All we know is that she is very rich and that she returned from abroad not long ago. After returning, she immediately went to look for that kid named Lin Dong. What? Wang Xiaolong and Li Huiran were both shocked. It sounds incredible, doesn't it? Wang Guahai continued, a wealthy woman who came back from abroad actually went straight to Lin Dong, as if she had known about Lin Dong's existence for a long time, and then obeyed his every word. You call this keeping a mistress? Wang Xiaolong and Li Huiran were speechless. It is indeed impossible to have such a clear goal in keeping someone. Who among more than 1 billion people would go straight to Lin Dong? Lin Dong is not incredibly handsome, nor is he a celebrity. Impossible. Wang Xiaolong refused to accept it. I have been a classmate of Lin Dong for such a long time. I don't know what kind of background he has. If he had any special qualities, his life wouldn't have been so hard before. His money must belong to that woman. I think so too. Li Huiran didn't dare to tell what happened between her and Lin Dong, and could only stammer, if Lin Dong was really rich, he wouldn't have been unable to find a girlfriend in school before. There must be something wrong. In any case, Wang Xiaolong and others finally chose to stay in a public hospital, and they stayed in corridor beds. The moment Wang Xiaolong checked in, the news had already reached Lin Dong's ears. At this time, Lin Dong was having dinner with his roommates. Has anything good happened? The dormitory head glanced at Lin Dong, who had just put away his phone. Lin Dong nodded and said, I guess so. I already know which public hospital Wang Xiaolong is in. We are classmates after all. Let's go visit him this afternoon. What? Visit him? When did your relationship become so good? Lin Dong's roommates were all stunned. Chapter 16: The Rich Weasel. Lin Dong's roommates all looked at him in shock, and the expressions on their faces seemed to be printed from the same mold. They looked like a bearded old man on the street transforming into Sailor Moon. In fact, based on their understanding of Lin Dong, they had already seen that Lin Dong was a weasel paying New Year's greetings to a chicken and had no good intentions. But no matter how hard they thought, they couldn't figure out what Lin Dong wanted to do. Don't joke, my relationship with Wang Xiaolong will never get better. Lin Dong sneered. As for why I went to the hospital to visit Wang Xiaolong, you will understand after you accompany me to the hospital. But before we set off, we need to prepare some things. What are you preparing for? Lin Dong's roommates asked in unison. Lin Dong said, we definitely need to prepare a fruit basket, but it's going to be hard to carry it, so let's prepare a few baseball bats to use as carrying poles. After all, it's not easy to find a carrying pole in a modern city now. Lin Dong spoke seemingly nonchalantly. Shoulder pole? A small fruit basket actually requires a carrying pole? And it's so weird to use a baseball bat as a carrying pole? Lin Dong's roommates had more questions in their minds. But they didn't ask any more questions. Because they all saw that Lin Dong was determined to keep it a secret. Even if they asked, they would only be asking for trouble. They prepared everything they needed according to Lin Dong's request, and then skipped class in the afternoon to go to the hospital. When they took the elevator to Wang Xiaolong's floor. Lin Dong, I'm curious, how do you know Wang Xiaolong lives on this floor? The dormitory head suddenly asked. Lin Dong said carelessly, you don't understand men's intuition. What do you mean we don't understand men's intuition? Why do I feel like you are implying something about us? The dormitory head said dissatisfiedly. They walked and joked with each other, then headed in the direction where Wang Xiaolong was. When they walked to Wang Xiaolong's bed, their jokes came to an abrupt end. Their smiles froze on their faces. Because Wang Xiaolong's current situation is far worse than they imagined. Have we traveled through time to ancient Egypt? What a fresh mummy! He is really Wang Xiaolong? Are you sure? How could he be beaten so badly? Did his father really do it? Even Zhou Yu didn't beat Huang Gai so cruelly, did he? Can this be cured? It's no wonder that Lin Dong's roommates made a fuss, because Wang Xiaolong did look a bit miserable now. His entire body was wrapped in white gauze, with only his eyes, nose, and mouth exposed. There were several places in plaster on his body, and it was obvious that his fractures were very serious. Although his injuries were serious, Wang Xiaolong could only lie on the bed in the hospital corridor. The hospital simply didn't have any extra wards to accommodate him. Wang Xiaolong, who was already miserable enough, heard Lin Dong and his roommates talking in a weird way, and he was so angry that he kept glaring at them, and at the same time, like a child who had just learned to speak, he shouted words that only he could understand. The only thing Lin Dong could feel was that he was very angry. What are you talking about? Lin Dong asked deliberately. That's enough. Li Huiran, who had been taking care of Wang Xiaolong, suddenly interrupted and said, Xiaolong is already so badly injured that he can't even speak clearly. Do you still want to provoke him? Do you really have to kill him? What are you talking about? Lin Dong said, we are classmates, and Xiaolong was so generous to write the Longhai building donated by his family in my name. After I knew that Xiaolong was beaten by his father, it is reasonable for me to come and visit him, right? As soon as he finished speaking, he waved at his roommates again. Lin Dong's roommates understood and quickly brought over baseball bats and fruit baskets. When Wang Xiaolong saw the baseball bat on the fruit basket, he started shouting again. If he could move, he would have probably climbed up and torn off some flesh from Lin Dong. But because he couldn't move, Lin Dong ignored him and asked casually, Li Huiran, how is Wang Xiaolong? What did the doctor say? Li Huiran looked at Lin Dong in confusion, totally unable to understand what Lin Dong was up to. But she still answered honestly, Xiaolong had hundreds of bruises on his body and 8 broken bones. The doctor said that if he was not treated in time, his life might be in danger. Fortunately, we sent him to the hospital in time, and he is now out of danger. Is that so? He is really lucky. Lin Dong said shamelessly, thanks to me for helping him. Woo woo oh oh. Wang Xiaolong continued to curse in words that no one could understand. Li Huiran glanced at Lin Dong with a strange expression. Lin Dong, is it really okay for you to be so shameless? How am I shameless? Lin Dong felt very innocent. Li Huiran said coldly, don't think we don't know. It must be you who asked that woman to buy all the private hospitals and prevent them from treating Xiaolong. Otherwise, Xiaolong wouldn't have to receive treatment here, let alone spend so much time on the road.
Oh, so that's what you mean.
Lin Dong said confidently, then you can't blame me. I didn't allow the private hospital to admit Xiaolong because it was for Xiaolong's own good.
Why are you so shameless? Li Huiran was shocked.
Lin Dong continued shamelessly, private hospitals are very expensive. If Xiaolong were to stay there, he would not have the money to pay for the medical expenses. That's why I used this method to get you to come to a public hospital. After all, it would not be good to be kicked out because you can't pay for the medical expenses.
What are you kidding? The Wang family won't be able to afford the medical expenses? Li Huiran sneered.
Lin Dong was not annoyed, and said nonchalantly, you will soon find out that he really can't afford the medical expenses. Now not only Li Huiran and Wang Xiaolong, but even the roommates looked at Lin Dong in confusion. Because up to now, in the eyes of the vast majority of people, Wang Xiaolong is still the son of the richest man in Jiangzhou. Even if the cooperation between the Wang family and Tiancheng Group is interrupted, there is still a way out. How could the Wang family not be able to afford such a small amount of medical expenses? Lin Dong had no intention of explaining, but just deliberately asked, speaking of which, where is Wang Guohai?
Why are you asking this?
Li Huiran didn't want to bother with Lin Dong, so she said perfunctorily, he's gone to work, right?
Is this the job you're referring to?
Lin Dong suddenly opened his cell phone and said. Li Huiran and Lin Dong's roommates immediately looked at Lin Dong's phone, and then saw that Lin Dong was playing a live video. In the video, Wang Guohai was bending down and bowing to a very beautiful girl, and said at the same time, Miss, please forgive us.
Chapter 17 Lending a Helping Hand.
There is no doubt that the girl who was begging in the video was Tang Wan. After the live video was played, Wang Xiaolong, Li Huiran, Lin Dong's roommates, and even the medical staff and patients passing by were shocked.
Living in Jiangzhou, who doesn't know Wang Guohai?
But now, Wang Guohai, a famous person and the richest man in Jiangzhou, actually bent down and begged for mercy from a girl. Things like this have overturned their worldview.
How is it possible? Li Huiran was shocked. That woman, why would my uncle beg for mercy from her? Lin Dong's roommates were also making a lot of noise. This is crazy. Isn't this the girl who came to school to cool off in the morning? Lin Dong, isn't she your girlfriend? Why would Wang Guohai beg her? What happened? Why do I feel that your identity is becoming more and more mysterious? Why can even your little girlfriend make Wang Guohai beg for mercy? What does he need to ask you for? Li Huiran couldn't hold back and asked again, Lin Dong, explain to me clearly, what's going on? Even if that woman can stop Tiancheng Group and the Wang family from cooperating, then what? The Wang family is still the richest family in Jiangzhou. Why did Uncle Wang do that? No wonder Li Huiran couldn't understand.
In fact, Lin Dong was also shocked when he learned about the situation from Tang Wan. To put it simply, although the Wang family is the richest family in Jiangzhou, their wealth is built on leverage. In other words, they need to constantly borrow money from banks, and then expand their business scope to create a superficial prosperity. If their business is always thriving and there is no thunder, then everything will be fine. But once something goes wrong and the capital chain is broken, it will be a big deal. Especially since they reached a cooperation agreement with Tiancheng Group some time ago, the Wang family borrowed a large sum of money to expand their business. Now that Tiancheng Group has announced that it will stop cooperating with the Wang family's previous investment is equivalent to being thrown into a stinking ditch. The kind where you can't even get a dime back. Faced with such a desperate situation, Wang Guohai had no other choice but to beg for mercy. When Lin Dong explained the current situation, everyone present was shocked. Is this why you said the Wang family has no money to pay for the medical expenses? Li Huiran's face turned pale. No way? The richest man in Jiangzhou has become so miserable just because Tiancheng Group terminated the cooperation? The higher you climb, the harder you fall. I'm afraid the Wang family is doomed this time. No wonder Wang Guohai stopped donating funds for the teaching building. It turns out he has no money left. Lin Dong's roommate sighed and looked at Wang Xiaolong with sympathy. While the patients were watching the fun, the hospital nurses had already come over with various bills. A nurse urged anxiously, Mr. Wang, could you please settle your initial medical bills first? Otherwise, we can't provide you with further treatment. You have a lot of fractures that require surgery, so you need to prepare at least tens of thousands of dollars for medical expenses. Tens of thousands of yuan. If it were the usual Wang Xiaolong, he would definitely not even look at it. But now, it is tantamount to adding fuel to the fire. Wang Xiaolong was lying on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, his eyes full of despair.
He obviously had no way to solve the current dilemma.
At this moment, Lin Dong suddenly said, "Actually, I can help you again." As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, everyone present looked at him.
Li Huiran quickly asked, "What do you mean?"
Wang Xiaolong also looked at him with wide eyes.
"I can provide you with some funds," Lin Dong said slowly. After all, the Wang family has been operating in Jiangzhou for so many years, and some of their assets can still be exchanged for money, such as the Bugatti that Xiaolong drives, and the manor in Jiangzhou Bay.
I can be merciful and help you buy them so that you can have money to tide over the difficulties. As soon as these words came out, Wang Xiaolong's eyes suddenly lit up, but he was immediately filled with doubts. Because of his relationship with Lin Dong, he could not imagine why Lin Dong would be willing to help him. Although the Wang family's assets can be sold to others, it takes time to sell assets of this level. If Lin Dong could take over as soon as possible, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was helping them. But Lin Dong's help for no reason gave him a bad feeling. He asked nervously and inarticulately, "Why are you helping us? If you ask me again, I won't help you. Just let you fend for yourselves." Lin Dong sneered and made a gesture to leave. Wang Xiaolong was so shocked that he dared not ask more questions. He asked Li Huiran to call Wang Guahai's cell phone, and then tried hard to say, "Dad, I have money here. After selling the manor in Jiangzhou Bay and my Bugatti, I will have the money for treatment. The remaining money is enough for us to live a worry-free life." Wang Xiaolong obviously meant that the money would be enough for them to live on for a lifetime. If they are willing to live the simple life like ordinary people, it would not be wrong. After all, even if many people work for their entire lives and do not eat, drink or use anything, it is unlikely that they will be able to buy the manor in Jiangzhou Bay. But Lin Dong quickly interrupted him and said, "Wait a minute, Wang Xiaolong, did you misunderstand something?" Misunderstanding? Wang Xiaolong was completely unable to understand what Lin Dong meant. Lin Dong said bluntly, "You don't think I would pay a high price for the manor and your shabby Bugatti? A total of 100,000 yuan for the whole package. It's up to you whether you want to sell it or not." "What?" Wang Xiaolong couldn't help but exclaim. Li Huiran also took a breath and said, "Lin Dong, are you going too far?" Even Lin Dong's roommates found it incredible. That's a manor in Jiangzhou Bay. $100,000 can't even buy a toilet. And Wang Xiaolong's Bugatti, which costs 100,000 yuan, is being packed up. What's the difference between this and selling it as scrap metal? There is a difference. At least you can get some money from selling scrap metal, but this 100,000 yuan package is basically a negative asset. Lin Dong's roommates were right to think so. After all, it is impossible for the manor in Jiangzhou Bay to be sold for only 100,000 yuan. The only explanation is that Bugatti is a negative asset. After a brief moment of shock, Wang Xiaolong sneered, 100,000 yuan, do I need to sell it to you? Then you can try to sell it and see who else is willing to take it over besides me. Lin Dong said indifferently. Tang Wan told him that everything had been arranged. Under the operation of Tianxin Group, no one except Lin Dong would dare to take over the assets sold by the Wang family. Otherwise, you will become an enemy of Tianxin Group. Wang Xiaolong had no other choice except to sell it to Lin Dong. The reason why Lin Dong was willing to do this was, of course, to squeeze the Wang family dry. Otherwise, the Wang family could live a carefree life with the remaining assets, and his revenge would not be complete. After expressing his attitude, Lin Dong crossed his legs and waited for Wang Xiaolong's reply. Chapter 18 Forced to sell at a low price. Wang Xiaolong sneered repeatedly and was very disdainful of Lin Dong's words. Because he knew how valuable the manor and Bugatti in Jiangzhou Bay were. He was confident that he could sell it to anyone at a price far higher than 100,000. So after rejecting Lin Dong, he immediately made a phone call. Lin Dong naturally didn't know who Wang Xiaolong called, let alone what the person on the other end of the phone said, but Lin Dong clearly saw that Wang Xiaolong's face was full of smiles when he first answered the phone. But when he told his purpose, the smile on his face froze. In other words, the other party rejected him. Wang Xiaolong was not discouraged and immediately made a second call. As the calls were made one after another, Wang Xiaolong's expression became more and more ugly. When he made the 11th call, he said with a trembling voice, "Brotherly, do you want to buy my Jiangzhou Bay manor and my Bugatti? A total of 100,000. Wang Xiaolong finally lowered the price to 100,000 yuan per package. That is the price Lin Dong gave him.
He is no longer in it for the money.
He just wanted to prove himself and didn't want to sell it to Lin Dong. Because Lin Dong is such a bully. But. Beep, beep, beep. The so-called brotherly hung up the phone directly without wasting time talking to Wang Xiaolong.
Wang Xiaolong was petrified holding the phone. After a long while, he murmured, "How could this happen?
I've said it before, no one wants your junk, even if I give it to you." Lin Dong said shamelessly, "Only I'd be so nice as to spend 100,000 yuan to buy a pile of junk."
You call that scrap metal?
Wang Xiaolong gritted his teeth in anger.
What else is it but scrap metal? If you like it, just keep it for yourself.
Lin Dong shrugged. His purpose of coming to visit Wang Xiaolong today has basically been achieved. In addition to trying to please Wang Xiaolong, the other goal is to squeeze them dry so that they have to sell their assets at a low price. In order to let Wang Xiaolong know that he had no bargaining cards, Lin Dong took his roommates and pretended to leave. After walking away from Wang Xiaolong's bed, Lin Dong's dormitory head lowered his voice and said, "Lin Dong, you are amazing. You actually pushed Wang Xiaolong to this point. I bet with you that he never thought that he would become a pauper because of you a few days ago. It's pitiful to see that they were forced to sell so many things at a low price just for 100,000 yuan.
That's right. A month ago, 100,000 yuan wouldn't be enough for Wang Xiaolong's pocket money, right?"
Lin Dong's roommates all sighed.
After a pause, one of the roommates asked curiously, "Lin Dong, are we leaving just like this? What do you want to say?"
Lin Dong asked confidently.
100,000 yuan to buy the manor in Jiangzhou Bay and Wang Xiaolong's Bugatti. The roommate said with regret, "Are you really going to stop putting pressure on Wang Xiaolong to sell it to you?
Although I don't think you need the money, but if you don't make money, you are crazy, right?"
Lin Dong knew he would say that.
He was waiting for his roommate to say this. Almost as soon as his roommate finished speaking, he said confidently, "Don't worry, I've pushed the Wang family into a corner. He has no other choice but to sell the manor and car to me. He really needs the 100,000 yuan to solve his urgent needs." As they were talking, Lin Dong and the others were gradually walking away, more than 5 meters away from Wang Xiaolong. Just as they were about to reach the end of the corridor, Li Huiran suddenly shouted, "Wait!" She quickly caught up with him, stopped Lin Dong, and said with a slight breath, "Lin Dong, Xiaolong asked me to tell you that he agreed to sell the manor and the car to you.
Can you transfer the 100,000 yuan to him immediately? He really needs this money for treatment." 80,000.
Lin Dong said expressionlessly.
What? Li Huiran was shocked and almost thought there was something wrong with her ears.
5 meters away, Wang Xiaolong roared, "Lin Dong,
don't go too far."
The injuries on Wang Xiaolong's face obviously haven't improved significantly. He suddenly roared, immediately involving the bruise, causing him to gasp in pain. Lin Dong said expressionlessly, "I gave you a chance. If you had accepted the price of 100,000 yuan at the beginning, there wouldn't be so many troubles. But since you chose to waste my time, I must make up for my loss. If you keep nagging, it will be 50,000 yuan.
80,000 is 80,000.
Wang Xiaolong gritted his teeth and gave in. When he agreed to Lin Dong, he almost cried. After all, Lin Dong is just a student, and a student without a proper job. Not having a proper job means that time cannot be used to exchange for money. But now, Lin Dong actually used this as an excuse to deduct another 20,000 yuan from him.
This is not the way to bully people.
But he didn't dare to say a word. However, while agreeing to Lin Dong, he had another little idea. He thought secretly, first I'll trick him and get him to transfer the money over. Then if I don't transfer the car and the manor to his name, he won't be able to do anything to me.
Wang Xiaolong was secretly calculating when something new happened in the hospital. Just as he and Lin Dong reached a verbal agreement, 2 men in suits carrying briefcases walked in.
The 2 men took Lin Dong back to his bedside and said, "Hello, we are Mr. Lin Dong's lawyers." As the 2 lawyers spoke, they took out a large stack of legal documents from their briefcases and handed them to Wang Xiaolong, saying, "Mr. Wang Xiaolong, this is the legal document regarding your sale of the Jiangzhou Bay estate and the Bugatti under your name to Mr. Lin Dong. Take a look at it first, and sign it if you think there is no problem." Lin Dong also cooperated and said, "After you sign, I will transfer the money to you immediately.
I will give you the money and the goods at the same time."
Wang Xiaolong was dumbfounded on the spot. He looked up at Lin Dong, then looked down at the legal documents, his hand holding the pen trembling.
It's amazing.
This is pushing people into a desperate situation. Wang Xiaolong wanted to sign but didn't dare to. However, he didn't dare to refuse Lin Dong either. He could only grumble unwillingly, "Lin Dong, you have already planned everything, right? You even arranged the lawyers in advance. Are you sure that I can only sell everything to you? You can think of it this way." Lin Dong admitted frankly, "Sign, do you have any other choice?" "I." Wang Xiaolong signed his name word by word with trembling hands and tears in his eyes. After finishing everything, Lin Dong turned around and left. But before leaving, he seemed to remember something and turned back to say, "By the way, I heard that your father beat you severely. I bought you a lighter baseball bat. Next time Wang Wahai attacks you, let him use the baseball bat I bought. At least he won't hurt you so badly." After saying that, Lin Dong left with a happy smile. Chapter 19, Mysterious Confidence. Bang! Wang Xiaolong punched the hospital bed hard, causing the bed to make a dull sound. The bed itself began to shake. After the first punch, Wang Xiaolong felt that he could not relieve the hatred in his heart at all, so he punched the bed 6 or 7 times in a row until the bed was shaky. He stopped, panting slightly, and said through gritted teeth, "Asshole. That bastard. When he is abandoned by the rich woman, I will make sure he wishes he could neither live nor die." Wang Xiaolong let out a beast-like roar in the hospital corridor. The roar and the sound of bedboards banging made the medical staff and patients present look at him as if he were a monster. Then, for unknown reasons, a scene that terrified everyone present appeared. Wang Xiaolong, who was so angry that he almost exploded, suddenly laughed for no reason. He won't be mad, will he? It's possible. After all, he was once the son of the richest man. It's not impossible that he couldn't bear the blow when he was suddenly forced to this point. I heard that a madman can kill people without guilt, so we should not get close to him in the future. The patients and medical staff all stared at Wang Xiaolong vigilantly and talked about it. Wang Xiaolong obviously heard what everyone said, but he did not respond. Instead, he smiled happily at Li Huiran and said, "Li Huiran, I have thought of a way to take revenge on Lin Dong and make him lose everything. This time I will definitely not fail." "What method?" Li Huiran asked woodenly. Wang Xiaolong was so excited that he didn't notice Li Huiran's abnormality at all. He continued, "A poor guy like Lin Dong must have parents who are traditional, old-fashioned, and ignorant. If we tell them that Lin Dong is being kept by someone, they will definitely not be able to accept it." Swallowing his saliva, Wang Xiaolong continued excitedly, "Haven't you known Lin Dong for many years, and been pursued by him for many years? Then you must know his parents' contact information, right? Give me his parents' contact information, I want to mess everything up." I have to say that Wang Xiaolong's method is indeed a good one. Under normal circumstances, the probability of success is quite high. But forget it. Li Huiran said listlessly, "I don't want to offend Lin Dong anymore." "What do you mean?" Wang Xiaolong was stunned for a moment and had a bad feeling. "Didn't you offend him to death? So far, Lin Dong has only been taking revenge on you. He has not attacked me." Li Huiran took a deep breath and said, "I think he must still have feelings for me. He is desperately taking revenge on you and bankrupting your Wang family just to make me return to him. Are you crazy? Do you think he will give up that woman named Tangwan for you?" Wang Xiaolong sneered. "I've thought about it." Li Huiran said seriously, "He is just being kept by that woman. He must know that this kind of keeping won't last long, but he still spends money desperately. He must want me to come back to him, and then use the money he saves to live with me for the rest of my life." After saying that, Li Huiran walked away in her high heels without looking back, leaving Wang Xiaolong alone. Wang Xiaolong looked at Li Huiran's back and suddenly let out a hysterical roar. At the hospital entrance, Lin Dong and his roommates were preparing to take a taxi to leave when they suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. "Lin Dong!" At the same time, a crisp sound of footsteps was heard, and you could tell it was the sound of high heels hitting the ground. Lin Dong looked back and saw Li Huiran walking towards him with a bright smile and graceful steps. Li Huiran waved at him familiarly and said with a smile, "Lin Dong, are you waiting for the car?" Lin Dong looked at Li Huiran with a face full of black question marks. Lin Dong's roommates also looked at each other in bewilderment. What is going on here? Given Lin Dong and Li Huiran's current relationship, can they still get along well? Li Huiran seemed not to notice the strange expressions of Lin Dong and his roommates, and said in a familiar voice, "Please give me a ride." "Do you want to go back to school?" "I have to go back to school for classes too. I don't think we need to make our relationship too awkward because of someone like Wang Xiaolong." Lin Dong was even more confused.
Does Li Huiran have two personalities? Otherwise, how could his expression change so quickly?
Seeing that something was not right, Lin Dong's roommates glanced at each other and took a taxi away. Only Lin Dong and Li Huiran were left at the hospital entrance. While Lin Dong secretly cursed his roommates for being disloyal, he said coldly, "I don't think our relationship can be repaired." Li Huiran's smile froze, and then she sighed helplessly, "Lin Dong, can't you be considerate of me? My family is not well off, and when I was young, I always saw my parents quarreling over daily necessities. I really don't want to live that kind of life anymore." "So what?" Lin Dong had already vaguely guessed what Li Huiran wanted to say. But he still played dumb. Li Huiran continued, "I didn't mean to hurt you. I just wanted to live a better life. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Now, Wang Xiaolong's family is already ruined. There's no need for us to ruin our relationship for him. Can we just continue to be friends?" When Lin Dong heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. He found that Li Huiran's face was so thick that it could be used as Gundam armor. The reason why he and Wang Xiaolong had such a quarrel was not only due to Wang Xiaolong's own responsibility, but Li Huiran was also an important factor, right? If it weren't for Li Huiran, Lin Dong and Wang Xiaolong would have no substantial conflict at all. But now, Li Huiran actually wants to distance herself from the matter? However, Lin Dong didn't say much. Because it doesn't make sense anymore. Seeing that Lin Dong was indifferent, Li Huiran took a deep breath and said in a more serious tone, "You are also a person who is being kept. Don't you understand my thoughts? You should also know that it is impossible to keep a woman forever. When you are older, the woman will definitely abandon you. You caught up with me just to say this?" Lin Dong interrupted Li Huiran. Li Huiran said to herself, "I can be your secret girlfriend. You can still be with the woman who gives you money on the surface. When she gets tired of us, we can get along and get married legitimately. What do you think? Anyway, we just want that woman's money." Lin Dong stared at Li Huiran with eyes wide open, stunned. His three views were refreshed. He really didn't expect that people could be so shameless. But if you think carefully about what Li Huiran had done before, it can be said to be both unexpected and reasonable. Lin Dong sneered repeatedly, not even bothering to say any more nonsense, and directly took a taxi and left. Li Huiran watched the car that Lin Dong was riding and go away quickly, gritted his teeth, and whispered to himself, "Still can't get over the hurdle in your heart? But I am confident that you didn't reject me, which proves that you still have some thoughts in your heart. I will definitely make you come back." Chapter 20, I demand her fired. "Lin Dong, what does Li Huiran want to do with you? Isn't she looking for you to reconcile with her? No way. Such a ridiculous thing really happened? How could she be so shameless? Lin Dong, you won't agree to her, will you? I tell you, that woman only cares about money, you can't trust her." Lin Dong had just returned to the dormitory when he heard his roommates chattering non-stop. It can be seen that before Lin Dong came back, they had already imagined a lot of cliched soap opera plots. Lin Dong said unhappily, "Have you watched too many TV dramas? Isn't it better to play games?" "So, we guessed wrong," the dormitory head suddenly interrupted. Including the dormitory head, the roommates' eyes were burning with the flame of gossip. Lin Dong really had no way to deal with them, so he had to answer, "You guessed right, but I didn't agree, so you can put away your gossip. Don't say that I have endless money now. Even if I were still the poor me, I would never agree." After saying that, Lin Dong went straight into his bed. He no longer wanted to discuss this topic with his roommates. He has his own pride. He would not allow himself to become a bootlicker who was called upon and dismissed by others. Especially someone like Li Huiran, she is not worthy of him. Over the next few days, Lin Dong spent a few leisurely days, going to school and playing basketball every day, without any worries. As for Li Huiran, she is rarely seen except in classes every day. Even after class, he would quickly disappear and no one knew what he was doing. The news we got from Tangwan was that Li Huiran had not gone to the hospital to visit Wang Xiaolong for many days. The last time Li Huiran appeared in the hospital was when Lin Dong went to pick trouble. "Lin Dong, do you think Li Huiran's recent whereabouts are a bit strange?" The dormitory head suddenly sat next to Lin Dong and said, "Didn't she want to repair the relationship between you? But after class, why didn't she look for you and disappeared instead?" "Don't ask me, I'm not interested in her." Lin Dong said impatiently, "Come on, let's go buy some coffee." Lin Dong stood up, stretched his arms and legs, and walked directly to the coffee shop with his roommates. After such a long class, he just wanted to find something to drink to refresh himself. As for Li Huiran, he was really not interested anymore. Otherwise, he could have asked Tang Wan to check, instead of having to understand Wang Xiaolong's condition to find out that Li Huiran had not been to the hospital for many days as is happening now. The coffee shop Lin Dong wanted to go to now was naturally the one where he had worked before. Because it is located at the school gate and the food tastes good, the store has always been very popular. Lin Dong walked into the coffee shop with his roommates. Just as he was about to say hello to the boss, he discovered that there was one more person in the shop. She was a very beautiful woman, about the same age as Lin Dong, and was working hard. After seeing Lin Dong, the woman was not surprised at all, and even smiled and said, "You are here, what do you want to drink?" There is no doubt that the woman is Li Huiran. She actually came to work in the coffee shop. The moment Lin Dong discovered Li Huiran's presence, his roommates looked at him strangely. I was wondering why Li Huiran disappeared without a trace after class every day. It turns out she works here. Lin Dong, you didn't come here just to show your support, did you? Do you really want to reconcile with her? You don't want to try the repair then dump her trick, do you? Faced with the strange looks from his roommates, Lin Dong was completely speechless. He really wanted to say it was pure coincidence. It is even possible that after losing Wang Xiaolong, Li Huiran was forced to work to make a living. Anyway, he had no idea about it beforehand. But looking at his roommates' reactions, no one would believe him even if he said it, right? Lin Dong thought for a while before he said to the coffee shop owner with a depressed look on his face, "Boss, can you fire Li Huiran?" Li Huiran, who was working, was stunned, and the smile on her face became a little forced. She said sadly, "Lin Dong, are you really going to be like this?" The boss was also a little embarrassed and said, "Lin Dong, I know there are some minor conflicts among you young people, but Li Huiran just wants to find a job. That's right, you won't kill her off, right? Besides, the salary she asked for is much cheaper than others." "How much?" Lin Dong asked curiously. Because it was hard for him to imagine that Li Huiran, who only cared about money, would actually lower his salary requirements. The boss replied, 1,000 yuan a month. What? Lin Dong was stunned. Because when he worked here before, he earned 2,500 a month. But now, Li Huiran actually broke a bone. Even if she is short of money, she wouldn't be like this, right? Even Lin Dong's roommates looked at Li Huiran in shock. Lin Dong's heart moved, and he suddenly understood some of Li Huiran's little thoughts. She probably felt that Lin Dong would be embarrassed to interact with her in the classroom. But in a coffee shop, I know fewer people and don't have so many concerns. No one will even criticize them for it. Since he had already noticed Li Huiran's little thoughts, and it was impossible for Lin Dong to never come to the coffee shop again. That leaves only one solution. "Boss, if you don't want to fire Li Huiran, then name a price." Lin Dong said unceremoniously, "How much is your store?" "I'll buy it directly. I suddenly feel that your store, which is located in front of the school, has good business and should be worth investing in." The boss was stunned, then shook his head and said, "Young man, don't push people too far. I won't sell this store." Li Huiran also advised, "Lin Dong, the shop belongs to the school. The boss just rents it as a coffee shop. You can't buy it no matter how rich you are. If you want to buy something from the school, you must at least get the approval of the leaders. Besides, the boss has signed a long-term contract with the school." While saying this, there was a hint of pride between Li Huiran's brows. She must have known this a long time ago. No matter how rich Lin Dong is, he can't do anything to her in this regard. However, Li Huiran certainly did not expect that her words would remind Lin Dong instead. He called the principal directly and said, "Principal, I want to rent the coffee shop in front of the school to do business." On the phone, the principal obviously didn't expect Lin Dong to make such a request and was stunned for a moment. He was silent for several seconds before he said, "Student Lin Dong, that store has a lease. Then just breach the contract. At most, I'll have to pay some liquidated damages." Lin Dong said nonchalantly, "I can pay the liquidated damages, as long as you sell the store to me. If that doesn't work, renting it is no problem. I just don't want to see this coffee shop exist anymore." Lin Dong expressed his tough attitude to the principal, shocking the students and the coffee shop owner present. Chapter 21, The Face of Money. Did I hear correctly? How dare he speak to the principal in that tone? Isn't he afraid that the principal will come after him? You don't know, right? He is Lin Dong, the Lin Dong who donated 15 million not long ago. If I were the principal, I would have to be polite when I met someone who donated 15 million yuan. Amid the various discussions among his classmates, Li Huiran stared at Lin Dong blankly for a long time. She was silent for a long time before she said coldly, "I never thought you would go to such lengths to get my boss to fire me."
Do you hate me that much? Well, let's wait and see. There are so many stores near the school. I don't believe you can buy them all.
After saying that, she took off her coffee shop uniform and left.
After Li Huiran left, Lin Dong's dormitory head asked, "Lin Dong, do you really have no feelings for her?" "Nonsense." Lin Dong said coldly, "Do I look like such a boring person?" "That's right."
The dormitory head nodded and said, "We were worried that you were still obsessed with Li Huiran, but if Li Huiran doesn't find someone richer, she won't let you go easily, right? And after those rich people know about you and Wang Xiaolong, they probably won't dare to touch her." Lin Dong's roommates all nodded in agreement. Lin Dong was stunned for a moment, then he realized that things were not as simple as he had imagined. At the same time, he also understood why Li Huiran had the audacity to come back and beg him.
Just as the dormitory head said, Zhangzhou is too small. What happened in Wang Xiaolong's family must have spread to the ears of wealthy people all over the country through the internet. Since wealthy people all over the country know about it, people in Zhangzhou know it even better. Anyone who doesn't want to offend Tiancheng Group will definitely not touch Li Huiran, this jinx, again. Li Huiran's dream of marrying into a wealthy family was shattered. I finally understand why she can be so shameless, because she has no choice at all. Lin Dong said happily, "That's perfect, she has to bear the consequences of her own evil deeds. I want to let her know how serious the consequences of taking advantage of and deceiving others are." After saying that, he called Tang Wan directly. "Master, is there anything wrong?" Tang Wan asked with a smile.
Lin Dong went straight to the point and said, "Wanner, help me buy all the shops near the school. In short, I want Li Huiran to be unable to find a part-time job near Jiangzhou University."
"Young master, are you going to start taking revenge on Li Huiran?" Tang Wan was stunned for a moment before answering, "No problem. I just happen to have dealt with the Wang family's affairs recently.
I will make sure that no one in Jiangzhou dares to hire Li Huiran.
Those who have deceived young master for 4 years must pay the price."
When Lin Dong was talking to Tang Wan on the phone, he did not turn on the speaker. But after Lin Dong's series of actions, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the coffee shop was completely silent. In such a quiet environment, even the slightest sound of a phone call could be heard by Lin Dong's roommate. They swallowed their saliva at the same time.
"There are no jobs in the entire Jiangzhou. Do you dare to take in Li Huiran? If Li Huiran knew, she would cry to death, right? Why do I feel a little sorry for her? Even if she graduates, she won't be able to develop in Jiangzhou.
Why should I feel sorry for her? She has been deceiving Lin Dong for 4 years and has cheated countless people of their love and money." Lin Dong's roommates initially felt that Li Huiran had been retaliated against quite harshly. But he soon changed his mind. Lin Dong said directly and coldly, "If she doesn't like me, she can just reject me. It's too much for her to keep me hanging while looking for a rich man. And after finding a rich man and finding out that the rich man is bankrupt, she still has the audacity to ask me to reconcile with her.
This is simply outrageous."
At the same time, Li Huiran had gone to the shops around the school to look for a part-time job. But she asked one family after another, but no one was willing to take her in. Even those who had a good talk with her at the beginning would immediately change their minds once they knew she was Li Huiran.
I can only say that Tang Wan's efficiency is amazing.
After being rejected dozens of times in a row, even if Li Huiran was kicked in the head by a donkey, she should have known that it was Lin Dong who was behind this. She angrily called Lin Dong, and as soon as the call was connected, she said rudely, "Lin Dong,
don't you think you have gone too far?" "What do you mean?"
Lin Dong was a little confused. "Don't play dumb, it must be you who made those bosses afraid to hire me." Li Huiran's eyes were red, and she was shaking with anger.
"I just want to find a job to make my life better.
Why do I provoke you?
Isn't it enough that you bankrupted the Wang family? Oh? Those bosses don't dare to hire you anymore? Wanner is really quick."
Lin Dong admitted it very frankly, and then sneered, "You used me for 4 years, made me act as your ATM for 4 years, and wasted 4 years of my youth and deceived my feelings.
How come you don't think you've gone too far? When you did all the evil things, why didn't you think that there would be a day when you would be bitten back? You. Forget about you.
Lin Dong interrupted her and said, originally, after I bankrupted the Wang family, I thought you would be in trouble too, so I wasn't prepared to do anything to you.
But you actually came up to me to disgust me. You are more annoying than a maggot in a dry toilet.
After saying that, Lin Dong hung up the phone.
In Jiangzhou University, Lin Dong and others were walking back to the classroom after drinking their coffee.
His roommates were naturally nearby. After hearing Lin Dong scolding Li Hui, they all gave him a thumbs up.
Lin Dong, well done. A woman like this should be taught the consequences of vanity. Everyone likes money, but it's a bit disgusting to lose face for money.
This is what they deserve. She can't find a part-time job, and she can't find a boyfriend to be an ATM.
She will have a hard time in the future.
Lin Dong's dormitory head gloated, especially for someone who was used to high consumption. Asking her to live frugally is more painful than killing her. Lin Dong said nothing. He suddenly stopped halfway and looked at someone in front of him. The man seemed to be in his early 20s and was quite handsome.
Judging from his appearance, he should be a student of Jiangzhou University.
Lin Dong had just stopped walking when he came up to him and said, Lin Dong, you donated 15 million to build the Lin Dong building, slapped the Wang family in the face in public, and then bankrupted the Wang family, right? I've been looking for you for a long time, but unfortunately the principal has been unwilling to give me your contact information.
Looking for me? What's the matter? Who are you?
Lin Dong asked puzzledly. Compared to the fact that the other party was looking for him, Lin Dong was more curious about who the other party was.
Because this person actually knew that he would bankrupt the Wang family.
The only ones who knew about this matter should be Tang Wan and myself.
Chapter 22. Who do you look down on?
Lin Dong was very curious about the person in front of him and immediately observed him carefully. In addition to the age, clothing, and other external conditions that he had just observed, Lin Dong also found that the shoes on the other person's feet, the watch on his hands, and even the necklace on his neck were all worth a lot of money. However, Lin Dong did not study much in this area, so he could not tell the specific brand and style. In addition, the man in front of him always smiled confidently and had a calm demeanor. That is obviously not something that an ordinary family can cultivate. My name is Zhang Wenjin. Zhang Wenjin said with a smile, I came to you because I want to discuss a business deal with you.
Zhang Wenjin?
Lin Dong was very confused.
The doubt was not because he didn't know Zhang Wenjin.
On the contrary, Zhang Wenjin is a celebrity in Jiangzhou University who is no less famous than Wang Xiaolong.
Because he is the son of the second richest man in Jiangzhou. Moreover, unlike Wang Xiaolong, Zhang Wenjin is not at all a dandy.
He is a man who sets high demands on himself. He probably has strict family education and studies very seriously, which makes his grades in all subjects very good and his interpersonal skills are impeccable.
What kind of business does such a person want to discuss with me? Zhang Wenjin misunderstood Lin Dong's meaning, nodded and said, Yes, I am Zhang Wenjin, the son of Henry Zhang.
I mean, what do you want me to do?
Lin Dong asked.
Lin Dong's roommates also looked at Zhang Wenjin curiously, and glanced at Lin Dong from time to time. Although they have all accepted the fact that Lin Dong is a wealthy man, they are obviously not used to it yet. So it was difficult for them to connect Lin Dong and Zhang Wenjin together. Zhang Wenjin smiled suddenly, and then replied, I misunderstood, sorry, actually I wanted to ask Lin Dong to give me the contact information of the woman behind you. I have a business to discuss with her. As a reward, I can give you 10 million, what do you think?
Not interested.
Lin Dong refused without hesitation, and left with his roommates.
Student Lin Dong, please wait a moment. Zhang Wenjin quickly stopped him and said, If you think the money is too little, I can add more. Lin Dong ignored them and just walked silently towards the classroom with his roommates.
Because he felt insulted. As soon as Zhang Wenjin arrived, he went to look for Tang Wan, and it was obvious that he also thought that Lin Dong was being kept by Tang Wan. In that case, what else is there for them to talk about? Moreover, Lin Dong doesn't value the 10 million now. Lin Dong's roommates were confused and puzzled as they had no idea about Lin Dong's assets. Lin Dong, you can get 10 million just by giving me your contact information.
Don't you think that's not good enough?
Although he can't sell his girlfriend for 10 million, he just wants to do business, not poach. Lin Dong, even though we know you are a wealthy man, you can't just treat 10 million as money.
Zhang Wenjin heard his roommate's persuasion from behind and quickly shouted, Lin Dong, how about 20 million?
Lin Dong became annoyed when he saw Zhang Wenjin and his roommates chattering non-stop.
He paused and retorted impatiently, 20 million? Who are you looking down on? How about you go find a club and be a gigolo for one night, and I'll give you 50 million.
Zhang Wenjin was stunned for a moment and was petrified on the spot, unable to react. After being silent for several seconds, he gradually came back to his senses and said unhappily, "Student Lindong, if you don't agree to give me your friend's contact information, there's no need to insult me, right?
With my status and family background, do I need to be so destitute as to become a gigolo? Then do you think I will give you my friend's contact information for 10 million? Lindong sneered. Zhang Wenjin blinked and was suddenly speechless. Even if he felt that Lindong was a kept man and that he was not worthy of selling out his dignity for 10 million, he couldn't say it out loud. Besides, he had other ideas in mind. He thought that Lindong regarded Tang Wan as his rice bowl and was protecting his food by not wanting to provide a way to get in touch with her. So he continued, "Student Lindong, I'm really just here to talk about business. I'm not interested in that girl." Just talk to me about business. What business do you want to talk about? Lindong asked unhappily. Student Lindong, can you make the decision? Or give me the girl's contact information.
Zhang Wenjin still insisted, "I won't poach your girl, and I promise to give you 20 million as a reward."
Don't you trust my reputation? Zhang Wenjin does have a good reputation in Jiangzhou University.
Lindong certainly didn't distrust him.
But, is it now a question of whether or not to trust him?
Lindong is now unhappy about being treated as a gigolo. Lindong didn't want to waste any more time talking, so he turned around and left, slapping Zhang Wenjin on the back of his head.
"Master!"
Suddenly, a shout came from behind. Lindong didn't need to look back, he knew it was Tang Wan calling him just by the voice.
But why would Tang Wan come to school at this time?
Lindong looked back and saw Tang Wan striding into the school, carrying a suitcase in her slender right hand. The suitcase was nearly 1 meter long, more than half a meter wide, and about 20 centimeters thick. I don't know what Tang Wan used to put in such a big suitcase.
Tang Wan quickly ran to Lindong, handed the suitcase to him and said, "Master, this is for you." "Give it to me? What is it from?"
Lindong took it puzzled. In an instant, Lindong felt that what he was carrying was not a suitcase, but an extremely huge stone. The incredible weight nearly dislocated his hand. Although more than half of the reason was due to being caught off guard, it was enough to illustrate the exaggerated weight of the suitcase. At the same time, Lindong also had a new understanding of Tang Wan's fighting ability.
"Wanner, how strong are you?"
Lindong sighed sincerely.
"That kind of thing is not important." Tang Wan said nonchalantly, "Master, there is cash in it."
After receiving your call just now, I suddenly remembered that you might need cash on some special occasions, so I hurried to withdraw cash.
If you don't have enough, tell me again.
Lindong blinked, totally at a loss for words.
Could it be that Tang Wan went to withdraw cash because Lindong called her and asked her to buy a store near the school?
But Lindong did that just now because he felt that it was too troublesome for him to go to each store to buy things. He would have to transfer money dozens of times, so he called Tang Wan to do it. If he had known that Tang Wan would take out so much cash for him, he might as well have gone through the trouble of transferring money.
Tang Wan didn't know what Lindong was thinking. Seeing Lindong staring at her with wide eyes, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Master, is there any problem?" "No problem."
Lindong smiled bitterly. Just as Lindong and Tang Wan were staring at each other, Zhang Wenjin, who was not far away, exclaimed, "Beauty, what did you call Lindong just now?"
"Master?" Chapter 23. Who says the young master can't make the decision? Yes, it's master. What's the problem? Tang Wan looked back at Zhang Wenjin and asked curiously.
She didn't know about the little conflict between Lindong and Zhang Wenjin yet. Zhang Wenjin looked at Tang Wan in shock, and carefully looked her up and down for several times.
Then he asked in disbelief, "You are the rich girl next to Lindong, right? Isn't the money Lindong spent yours? Why do you call him master?" Then, Zhang Wenjin suddenly asked, out of some strange imagination, "Could it be that this is a little game between the two of you? Do you like this?" "What do you mean?" Tang Wan was still confused.
When Lindong heard this, he knew that Zhang Wenjin was thinking of something that was not suitable for children. He quickly pulled Tang Wan away and said, "Don't waste your time talking to him. I've long suspected that he has bad intentions. He just asked me for your contact information, saying that he wanted to discuss business with you. Now it seems that what he wants to discuss with you is these weird things."
"Don't let him pollute your mind."
Lindong's roommates also looked at Zhang Wenjin with strange expressions. As a group of old-timers who would visit strange websites in the dormitory whenever they had time, they understood Zhang Wenjin's meaning very well. Zhang Wenjin, I didn't expect that you, who pretend to be a decent person outside, are also a fellow traveler.
I was saying there is no such thing as a saint. As a human being, you have emotions and desires. It's fake to pretend to be too noble.
Zhang Wenjin, some interests and hobbies can be frankly admitted.
We are all ordinary people and can understand. Zhang Wenjin's face turned red and he was completely speechless.
The image he had maintained for so long was suddenly destroyed, and he was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Tang Wan didn't understand what Lin Dong and the others were talking about, but she noticed what they just said about discussing business.
She asked in confusion, "Why do you want to discuss business with me? Isn't it the same to talk to the senior executives of Tianqing Group or to the young master? Although I am not incapable of making decisions, I am just the young master's housekeeper. How can I have the time to take care of so many trivial matters?" Tang Wan was confused because she couldn't understand what Lin Dong and the others were talking about.
She said this with a confused expression, and she seemed a bit naive.
When she appeared in Zhang Wenjin's eyes in this image, Zhang Wenjin was suddenly struck by lightning. Impossible. Impossible.
Zhang Wenjin began to doubt his own worldview. He shook his head and said, "The news I received clearly said that this woman is the one who supports you, Lin Dong.
So she should be a heroine who is as good as any man, right? How could she be like this?" Tang Wan was even more confused after hearing this, and asked Lin Dong in confusion, "Master, what happened?"
Lin Dong explained, "To put it simply, he wants to discuss business with us, but he feels that I can't make the decision, so he has to talk to you." Lin Dong said this lightly. Although he felt a little dissatisfied in his heart, he did not express it. But when Tang Wan heard the same words, she became furious. Tang Wan's eyebrows were raised and she exuded a terrifying aura, giving people a feeling that no strangers were allowed to enter. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and said fiercely, "Who said that the young master can't make the decision? Are you looking for death?" Zhang Wenjin's face changed. Even though he had been kicked in the head by a donkey, he realized that something was wrong. He quickly tried to please Tang Wan and said, "Misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Since Lin Dong can make the decision, I will talk to Lin Dong." Turning around, he asked Lin Dong with a wry smile, "Lin Dong, can we find a place to talk? Your friends can come too. I'll pay for everything I eat and drink." Lin Dong hesitated for a moment, then followed his roommates. Because apart from being looked down upon in the beginning, Zhang Wenjin was not really a bad person, and he did have a good reputation in the school. Talking to him about cooperation may not be a bad thing. Although Lin Dong now has more money than he can spend, who would complain about having too much money? As for Zhang Wenjin's contempt for others at the beginning, ignorance is not a crime, so Lin Dong was too lazy to care about it. Lin Dong, Tang Wan, and Lin Dong's roommates finally chose a restaurant outside the school as the place to discuss business. This restaurant is usually used by the school's consuls to entertain higher-level consuls, or to entertain wealthy businessmen who donate to the school. It is of good quality and the consumption level is high for students. Although it is definitely nothing to Zhang Wenjin, it is enough to show Zhang Wenjin's sincerity. Zhang Wenjin requested a private room and asked Lin Dong and the others to sit down. He then said modestly, "It's not formal to discuss business here, but there is no better choice near the school. I hope you can understand. As an apology, if you want to eat or drink anything, please feel free to order." Lin Dong was honest and straightforward. He picked up the menu and chose the more expensive items. Soon, he had ordered a full table. And you don't even need to look at the menu, just looking at the dishes you can tell they are expensive. Because the ingredients served were all extra large abalone, king crab, lobster and other ingredients. The ingredients, which are not cheap to begin with, will only become more expensive in this obviously high-end restaurant. Even Zhang Wenjin's expression changed slightly when he saw the dishes on the table. "Zhang Wenjin, is everything okay?" Lin Dong noticed that Zhang Wenjin looked strange, and quickly gave him a way out. "Although your father is the second richest man in Jiangzhou, I can tell from your usual behavior that your father won't let you waste money, right? If your pocket money is not enough to pay the bill, I can pay for it myself." Student Lin Dong is joking. Zhang Wenjin said with a stiff face, "It's just the money for a meal. I can still afford it." Lin Dong shrugged, too lazy to talk nonsense, and just started eating. He didn't want to kill Zhang Wenjin. But he knew that all the shops near the school had been bought by Tang Wan, and this restaurant must be one of them. It just so happened that he saw some ingredients that had only appeared in advertisements, movies, and television before, but that he had never tasted before, so he naturally wanted to try them, and he was ready to pay for them himself. As for Lin Dong's roommates, they felt that it was Zhang Wenjin who paid the bill, so they were even more blunt. While offering sacrifices to his internal organs, Lin Dong asked curiously, Zhang Wenjin, what kind of business do you want to discuss? Oh, that's right. Zhang Wenjin looked at Lin Dong's roommates who looked like hungry ghosts, and then said with shame, Lin Dong, my family actually wants to cooperate with Tiancheng Group. Since Tiancheng Group wanted to cooperate with the Wang family before, it must have an area in Jiangzhou that needs to expand its business, right? Although Zhang Wenjin was talking to Lin Dong, his eyes were always looking at Tang Wan. In other words, he still believed that Logan was the one who could really make the decision. Tang Wan rolled her eyes at him and said, Don't look at me. I told you, the young master is the one who really makes the decision. When Zhang Wenjin turned to look at Lin Dong nodded, motioning Zhang Wenjin to continue. Chapter 24 Who are you? Now, the Wang family is finished. Zhang Wenjin said with a wry smile, since Tiancheng Group wants to expand its business in Jiangzhou, can we find another partner? For example, our Zhang family? As long as we can cooperate with Tiancheng Group, we are willing to give up more benefits than the Wang family. Zhang Wenjin said this with trepidation, while looking at Lin Dong expectantly. Lin Dong appeared indifferent on the surface, but he was more or less troubled in his heart. Because Zhang Wenjin was looking for himself, or rather, looking for Tang Wan, in order to cooperate with Tiancheng Group. How much does Zhang Wenjin know? His intelligence-gathering ability is quite strong. Why do you think we can influence Tiancheng Group's decision? Lin Dong deliberately tested. Because you ruined the cooperation between Tiancheng Group and the Wang family. Zhang Wenjin replied, generally speaking, cooperation of that level will only be announced when it is basically completed. Before that, it should be strictly confidential. In other words, you ruined a business cooperation that was basically completed. I see. Lin Dong nodded and understood. As Zhang Wenjin said, a large-scale commercial cooperation that is basically completed must have required a lot of investment in the early stages. The best example is the bankruptcy of the Wang family, the richest family in Jiangzhou. The fact that Lin Dong could make Tiancheng Group terminate its cooperation with the Wang family despite the huge losses has already explained a lot of problems. However, Lin Dong still praised sincerely, as expected of you, you are indeed much better than Wang Xiaolong. Student Lin Dong, you can't insult me like this. Zhang Wenjin said seriously, you are insulting me by comparing Wang Xiaolong to me. Moreover, compared with you who can influence the decisions of Tiancheng Group, what qualifications do I have to call myself excellent? I don't have such a thick skin. Okay. Lin Dong shrugged indifferently and said, I agree to the cooperation between Tiancheng Group and your family. You, the Zhang family, can discuss the specific details of the cooperation with Tiancheng Group. In addition, don't forget the 20 million you promised to give me. No problem. Zhang Wenjin agreed readily, as long as our Zhang family and Tiancheng Group can cooperate successfully, what does 20 million mean? What's wrong with giving you 200 million? That's what you said. Lin Dong's eyes lit up. Just as Lin Dong's roommates said, no one in the world has too much money. Even Lin Dong, who has almost no money left, is the same. When Zhang Wenjin saw that Lin Dong was serious, he suddenly started coughing violently. Anyway, after they finished talking about cooperation, they were almost done with their meal. The things Lin Dong ordered were basically destroyed. When the waitress came to take the bill, the price she quoted made Zhang Wenjin shudder. Hello sir, the total is $29,300. Zhang Wenjin's expression changed slightly and he asked, is it so expensive? Lin Dong took out his phone with a half smile and asked the waiter to pay for him. He said, Zhang Wenjin, as I said at the beginning, no one thinks that your Zhang family can't even afford this little money, but considering the way your family disciplines you, it's normal for you not to have that much pocket money. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Dong paid the bill neatly. After paying the bill, he joked, you definitely don't have 20 million in your hand, remember to ask your elders to transfer the money later. Zhang Wenjin nodded and stared blankly at Lin Dong's phone. Lin Dong felt strange being looked at by Zhang Wenjin, so he lowered his head to look at his mobile phone and found that he was still using his previous 1,000 yuan phone. Although it would be easy for him to change his phone now, he never thought of it. But even if I use a 1,000 yuan phone, there is no need for Zhang Wenjin to stare at me like this, right? Lin Dong asked suspiciously, is there any problem? No. No. Zhang Wenjin came back to his senses and laughed dryly, I just didn't expect you to pay without blinking an eye. Although compared with your previous spending, this 20,000 yuan is nothing, but after all, it is real money taken out of your wallet. Lin Dong rolled his eyes and didn't respond. It turns out that he still thinks Lin Dong is being kept.
Now, Tang Wan also understood Zhang Wenjin's subtext. She supported Lin Dong unhappily and said, "Don't you understand what I'm saying?
I said that the young master is in charge of the matter, so it is the young master who is in charge.
Why do you always doubt the young master's ability?
If the young master hadn't agreed to cooperate with you, I would definitely ignore you.
Who says only those who stand in the light are heroes?" Suddenly, a loud cell phone ringtone rang. It's Zhang Wenjin's cell phone.
Before Zhang Wenjin answered the phone, he communicated with Lin Dong and others very peacefully. After answering the phone, his face suddenly changed, as if a dying factory had opened on his face. I don't know what the person on the phone said to him, but the look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Dong became more and more strange. When he hung up the phone, he said with a complicated expression, "It's incredible.
If you have anything to say, just say it now. Don't keep us in suspense," Lin Dong urged.
Zhang Wenjin nodded and replied, "Before this, our Zhang family had been sending people to seek cooperation with Tiancheng Group, but they wouldn't even let us in. I came to you purely because I discovered some things you revealed during your confrontation with the Wang family, so I came to you with the idea of giving it a try."
Then what?
Lin Dong had already vaguely guessed something. Then, my family just called me and said that the cooperation is already under discussion and is going much more smoothly than expected.
Zhang Wenjin said, "Can I ask you a question? Did you secretly contact the top management of Tiancheng Group while you were having dinner?"
Yeah, they should have used a communication software to get in touch, Lin Dong replied. The reason why is added is because it was definitely done by Tang Wan. With Tang Wan's personality, she would definitely arrange everything in a swift and decisive manner, and Lin Dong wouldn't have to worry about anything at all. When Zhang Wenjin received Lin Dong's affirmative answer, he was shocked and his face was full of surprise. He said in disbelief, "I thought you only had a certain say in Tiancheng Group, and you would definitely have to have dinner with the top executives of Tiancheng Group in order to help us reach a cooperation. But you can just talk to the top executives of Tiancheng Group on the communication software."
Who are you? What Lin Dong has done has far exceeded Zhang Wenjin's understanding.
He was now in deep doubt of himself.
This is completely different from the business logic he understands.
In order to give Lin Dong face and tell Zhang Wenjin to stop looking down on Lin Dong, Tang Wan sneered, "Nonsense, the young master is
Wan. Lin Dong quickly interrupted Tang Wan and said, "Let's go. Stop joking."
Lin Dong didn't want to expose his relationship with Tiancheng Group, otherwise he would never have peace in the future.
The same thing.
Although he didn't want to be looked down upon, he also wanted to live a quieter life and didn't want to be the center of attention.
He is so contradictory. Chapter 25, The New Richest Man in Zhengzhou.
Lin Dong, I ate too much today.
It was so delicious. This is the first time I've eaten so well since I was a child.
Brother, my stomach will depend on you for food from now on.
That's almost 30,000 yuan for a meal. I'm so glad you're willing to spend that.
It's almost enough to pay for our tuition for a year. Lin Dong's roommates were holding their stomachs, licking their lips, savoring the meal and sighing at the same time.
It was obvious that they all enjoyed their meal.
Although they had eaten and drunk enough and were ready to go back to school, they had no intention of going back to class.
As for Tang Wan and Zhang Wenjin, they naturally had to do their own things. "Master."
Suddenly, Lin Dong heard Tang Wan calling him from behind. He paused and looked back, and a Tang Wan who was completely different from usual appeared in front of him. At this moment, Tang Wan's face was full of annoyance, like a cat whose tail was stepped on, or an ant on a hot pot, which was in sharp contrast to Lin Dong's roommates who looked happy. If someone ran out to provoke Tang Wan now, Lin Dong had no doubt that Tang Wan would beat him up.
But what was Tang Wan, who had just had a big meal, so angry about? Lin Dong asked doubtfully, "What's the matter?"
As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, Tang Wan had already trotted in front of Lin Dong, holding Lin Dong's hand and walking forward. At the same time, she said angrily, "Master, I want to take you to handle some formalities."
"Procedures? What procedures?" Lin Dong asked in confusion. "I still have to go back to class."
Although Lin Dong already has a lot of money, it is not a big problem even if he does not go to class, but Lin Dong still wants to enjoy the process of playing games. Yes, going to class is not for hard work to learn knowledge, nor for the future career, but for experiencing life. After having endless wealth, his mentality changed completely.
This is also the reason why he moved back to the dormitory. Although class is important, there are more important things to deal with now. Tang Wan said angrily, just now I saw Zhang Wenjin constantly belittling the young master, and I really couldn't stand it. I want everyone to know that you are not a kept man. So what are you going to do? Lin Dong asked curiously.
Young master, I know you don't want anyone to know about the relationship between you and Tiancheng Group. Tang Wan said, then I will register all the properties that originally belonged to the Wang family under your name and let everyone know that you have replaced the Wang family as the richest man in Jiangzhou.
Wouldn't that be too ostentatious? Lin Dong was shocked.
Lin Dong's classmates were even more surprised when they heard Tang Wan's words. They all stared at Lin Dong with eyes wide open as if they had seen an alien, without blinking.
Oh my god, what did I just hear? The Wang family's business was taken over by you? Please don't say such exaggerated things casually, okay? The Wang family is the richest family in Jiangzhou after all.
Although I heard that their business has not been going well recently, it is not necessary for you to take over, right?
From what you said, has the Wang family gone bankrupt? Lin Dong, I know you are very rich now, but don't make it so exaggerated, okay? Lin Dong's roommates kept sighing. How could they accept such an exaggerated thing?
For them, this was a world-shaking event. But no matter whether they can accept it or not, this is already a fact, because Lin Dong intends to accept it. He was tired of being treated as a gigolo. After completing the name change procedures with Tang Wan, Lin Dong spent a few more days in peace. During this period, there was only one thing that made Lin Dong a little confused.
At lunchtime, Lin Dong ate with his roommates in the cafeteria while playing with his mobile phone.
Lin Dong's dorm leader ate the food in the cafeteria listlessly, and said with an expression like he was eating pig food, "Since Lin Dong took me to a big meal last time, I suddenly found that the food in the cafeteria is really super dark. It's a pity that I can eat for so long without diarrhea."
Lin Dong's roommates also echoed. Lin Dong, you are a financially independent boss after all, how can you tolerate the food in the cafeteria?
We're not saying that we want you to take us out for a fancy meal, but at least you should improve the food once in a while, right? Since you've already bought all the shops near the school, why don't you take over the cafeteria as well? Given your relationship with the principal, he will definitely agree.
What Lin Dong's roommates said was of course true. The principal didn't dare to say that he would never ask to go to Lin Dong's place again. If Lin Dong asked him for the contract rights for the canteen, he would definitely agree. The problem is that Lin Dong has no intention of doing so at all now. He didn't even bother with his roommates. Seeing that Lin Dong remained silent, the dormitory head became curious and asked, "Lin Dong, are you listening to us?"
Lin Dong still didn't speak. It was not until the dormitory head repeated the question again and waved his hand in front of Lin Dong that Lin Dong woke up from his dream.
"What's wrong?"
Lin Dong asked puzzledly.
"We are asking you if you would like to consider taking over the school cafeteria."
The head of the dormitory said helplessly, "What on earth are you thinking about?
Have you taken a fancy to any pretty girl?"
No, I'm just wondering when Zhang Wenjin will pay me the money he owes me." Lin Dong said unhappily, "Although 20 million is not a lot, it is enough for me to spend for a long time. I don't know why Zhang Wenjin didn't transfer the money to me after so many days.
Is he trying to default on his debt? Why don't you just ask him?"
The dormitory head said nonchalantly, "I don't believe he dares to default on your debt." Lin Dong thought about it and it made sense, so he immediately called Zhang Wenjin's cell phone. Fortunately, he had left Zhang Wenjin's cell phone number during their last meal.
Lin Dong, why did you call me?" After the call was connected, Zhang Wenjin's voice sounded a little flustered, and he stammered, "What do you want to talk to me about?"
"Our cooperation with Tiancheng Group has just started, and we have been very busy recently."
The implication is that he is urging Lin Dong to make it short, or even to hang up the phone.
Lin Dong felt more and more that something was wrong, so he simply got straight to the point and asked, "Zhang Wenjin, when are you going to pay me back the money you owe me?"
This.
Zhang Wenjin still stuttered, "Student Lin Dong, I really don't mean to deliberately deny you my debt, but after the elders at home heard what happened from me, they all felt.
How about I go down and pick you up and take you to meet them?"
When Lin Dong heard this, his eyes narrowed. He knew with his toes that something had changed.
Most likely, the elders in Zhang Wenjin's family don't want to pay anymore. Originally, the Zhang family needed help from Lin Dong, but now they want Lin Dong to come and collect the debt, and they may not even get the money? Why should Lin Dong agree? Lin Dong sneered, "Zhang Wenjin, why should I waste my time on you?
I think it's better to cancel the cooperation between you and Tianqing Group.
Chapter 26. I'll take you to meet the parents. No, no, no. Zhang Wenjin became anxious and shouted loudly on the phone. Even through the phone, Lin Dong could feel his excitement and anxiety.
He said anxiously, "Wait for me, I'll come pick you up right away, please. Although the elders in our family are not very reasonable, I will definitely be the manager of the Zhang family in the future.
For my sake, please consider it for the sake of our future and accompany me home, okay?"
Lin Dong was silent for a while, looking at the phone with a strange expression. He naturally understood what Zhang Wenjin meant. But why do Zhang Wenjin's words sound so weird? What does it mean for their future? What does it mean to go home with Zhang Wenjin? Why does it sound like a couple is going to meet the parents?
In Zhang Wenjin's opinion, Lin Dong's silence clearly meant rejection.
He continued, "Wait for me, I'll be there soon." As soon as he finished speaking, the phone was hung up. It was unclear whether he didn't want to give Lin Dong a chance to refuse, or he was in a hurry to find Lin Dong. After the call was hung up, Lin Dong's roommates looked at him with a strange look in their eyes.
"Lin Dong, why does it sound like the relationship between you and Zhang Wenjin is a little special? Do we need to prepare a red envelope for you in advance? We are still students. If you are planning to get married, please remember to tell us in advance so that we can save money. We are all young people of the new era, and we have open-minded ideas. We can accept love between men, as long as you don't do anything weird in front of us." Although he knew that his roommates were just teasing him and it was purely a joke, Lin Dong still felt disgusted. He even nearly vomited last year's New Year's Eve dinner. He said with a dark face, "Get lost." After a few minutes, Zhang Wenjin rushed into the cafeteria. He probably ran all the way here, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. Zhang Wenjin ran into the cafeteria, looked around, and quickly found Lin Dong and his roommates. After all, there are too many men in their group, and the number is sufficient, so they are very conspicuous in the cafeteria. He walked quickly to Lin Dong and said with a smile, "Finally found you. Stay away from me." Lin Dong quickly covered his nose and waved his hand to drive away the smell of sweat, saying, "It stinks." Zhang Wenjin smiled awkwardly, took 2 steps back and said, "I am so anxious to come to you. I am sorry, but can you please come home with me first? I will definitely let the elders at home know that it was you who helped connect our Zhang family and Tianqing Group and made our cooperation successful." Lin Dong looked at Zhang Wenjin, thought about it, and finally agreed reluctantly. Firstly, as Zhang Wenjin said, the person in charge of the Zhang family in the future will definitely be Zhang Wenjin. If we look at the long term, when cooperating with the Zhang family, we should focus on Zhang Wenjin himself rather than his elders. Secondly, Zhang Wenjin came to find him on purpose, which showed his sincerity. He was also humble enough when he spoke.
Lin Dong nodded and said, "Okay, but I'm more curious, how did you know we were in the cafeteria?"
Zhang Wenjin smiled and replied, "Because it's dinner time now."
Although you may go out to eat, I don't think you are a wasteful person who would go out to eat big meals every day. Besides, the so-called big meals near the school are just for tasting. If you taste them carefully, they are not very tasty.
Well, you're pretty smart. Lin Dong had to admit Zhang Wenjin's reasoning.
He had one more reason to agree to cooperate with Zhang Wenjin.
That is because Zhang Wenjin is smart enough.
Lin Dong took his roommates and went home directly with Zhang Wenjin. As for the car they were riding in, it was naturally driven by Zhang Wenjin. It was the latest model Audi RS6. Considering Zhang Wenjin's usual style, this is considered quite good. Zhang Wenjin himself said quite proudly, "How is it?
Although I am not as extravagant as Wang Xiaolong, the car I drive is not bad either."
Just as Zhang Wenjin said, when Lin Dong and others got on the bus, they attracted a lot of attention from classmates. The relatively wide school gates suddenly became a little crowded. However, in stark contrast to the classmates around them, Lin Dong and his roommates remained indifferent. They all had blank expressions on their faces, as if they were sitting on an ordinary bus.
"You guys?"
Zhang Wenjin looked confused. He wanted to ask something but was afraid of offending others and did not dare to ask. After all, he couldn't ask directly, "Why didn't you respond to my car?" Fortunately, everyone present was no longer a 3-year-old child and immediately understood what he meant. Lin Dong's dorm head said sympathetically, "Zhang Wenjin, drive."
Lin Dong is currently driving a Lamborghini Veneno worth 40 million yuan.
We have ridden it many times, so we have a sense of literal, once you have seen the ocean, you will never be impressed by the puddles you will never see again.
Lin Dong's roommates also nodded in agreement.
Although we know that we can't afford your car, we really don't feel anything.
Zhang Wenjin, why don't you go home and ask your family to buy you a Lamborghini Veneno?
I know that your car is something we may never be able to afford in our lifetime, but I still don't really care about it. I have to correct my mindset and not let my vision lag behind my ability, otherwise I will be in big trouble in the future. In response to this, Zhang Wenjin could only smile bitterly and said, "Don't underestimate yourselves, everyone. From the moment you became Lin Dong's friend, everything changed. What this world likes most is resources, not ability, but what you lack the least now is resources." Lin Dong and his roommates were naturally aware of this.
Because there are so many capable people. What is lacking is the opportunity for talents to demonstrate their abilities.
But Zhang Wenjin's words sounded like he was mocking Lin Dong's roommates for being incompetent. When Lin Dong's roommates looked at Zhang Wenjin with strange eyes, Zhang Wenjin obviously realized that he had said the wrong thing. He laughed dryly twice, then quickly stepped on the accelerator and drove the car out. About half an hour later, they arrived at the Zhang family's manor and became Lin Dong's neighbors.
After following Zhang Wenjin into the Zhang family, Lin Dong discovered that many elders were already waiting there.
I guess Zhang Wenjin had already told them in advance. But something was not right. The elders of Zhang Wenjin's family all had dark faces. When they saw Lin Dong and his roommates, they didn't say hello but frowned instead, as if Lin Dong and his roommates owed them 18 million. But Lin Dong was sure that this was the first time he met them.
Zhang Wenjin felt a little embarrassed when he saw the elders looking at Lin Dong.
He gritted his teeth and introduced, "Dad, Mom, Grandpa, he is Lin Dong."
Chapter 27 Wrong Experience. After Zhang Wenjin introduced Lin Dong and Lin Dong's roommates, the elders of the Zhang family finally reacted. However, their reactions were completely different from what Lin Dong and others wanted. "Wen Jin, look at who you brought home? Do you know how dangerous this is? How can you let outsiders know where our home is? What if they have bad intentions? Have you not seen enough news about the kidnapping of rich people and their children? Do you want to die?"
Zhang Wenjin's elders continued to ignore Lin Dong and Lin Dong's roommates and scolded Zhang Wenjin instead.
However, although he was scolding Zhang Wenjin on the surface, he was actually just showing his displeasure to Lin Dong.
Lin Dong is not a fool who is ignorant of the world.
He still has some vision.
His face instantly darkened, and he turned around and said to his roommates, "Let's go, don't waste time."
Lin Dong's roommates nodded and left immediately.
If they are people who have been rubbed by society for a period of time and still have not improved, they may just swallow their anger. But they are still studying, full of energy and pride. How could they allow themselves to be insulted? As they were about to turn around and leave, the first one to get anxious was Zhang Wenjin. Zhang Wenjin was so anxious that his eyes turned red.
He roared at the elders of the Zhang family, "Do you know how much effort I put in to invite Lin Dong back?
If you don't want to talk properly, don't agree to meet him.
You're almost killing me."
Turning his head, he changed his expression and tried to comfort Lin Dong. "Student Lin Dong, I'm sorry, I didn't arrange it well. I will do my best to settle the matter. Please don't let Tiancheng Group terminate the cooperation with our Zhang family." The elders of the Zhang family always had sour faces. After seeing Zhang Wenjin's attitude, their faces became even uglier. "I think you've been fooled. Do you really think he can influence the decision of Tiancheng Group? Who do you think he is? He's just a student. Even if he has some money, what does it mean to Tiancheng Group? Tiancheng Group is willing to cooperate with our Zhang family because of our efforts and because our Zhang family is the most suitable candidate in Jiangzhou. As long as Tiancheng Group wants to expand its business in Jiangzhou, there is no better candidate than our Zhang family." The elders of the Zhang family scolded Zhang Wenjin while showing mysterious confidence.
"In Jiangzhou, their Zhang family is the most suitable candidate? Don't they know that Tiancheng Group can actually handle everything on its own with its own strong financial resources?"
Lin Dong was too lazy to talk nonsense with them and was about to call Tang Wan to terminate all cooperation when Zhang Wenjin interrupted again. He always had a good image, but for the second time he yelled at his elders, "You know nothing. Lin Dong is now the richest man in Jiangzhou. After the Wang family was destroyed, all the assets originally under Wang Guohai's name were transferred to Lin Dong's name. Do you think this is something an ordinary student can do? What? Are you serious?"
Zhang Wenjin's elders were shocked and finally moved.
They turned their heads and looked at Lin Dong carefully. It was the first time they looked at Lin Dong directly. Lin Dong also understood Tang Wan's good intentions in going through that series of procedures for him. If Tang Wan had not insisted on transferring all the Wang family's assets to her own name, he would definitely be looked down upon today.
Zhang Wenjin continued, have you been too lazy to pay attention to the changes in Jiangzhou recently? Such a big thing happened in the Wang family, and you didn't even know about it? Wang Guahai is still moving bricks at the construction site to raise medical expenses for his son. The women in their family are also doing illegal things. Everyone present naturally knew what the so-called illegal activities were. Their faces changed slightly, and the look they gave Lin Dong became even weirder. Even if what you said is true, it's too much to say that he can influence the decision of Tiancheng Group. A man in his 50s stood up, looked at Lin Dong and said, Tiancheng Group and Wang family are not in the same league at all. Even if all of us in Jiangzhou were tied together, we can't beat Tiancheng Group. The middle-aged man looks somewhat similar to Zhang Wenjin, and should be Zhang Wenjin's father. As for the middle-aged woman sitting next to the middle-aged man, it goes without saying that she is Zhang Wenjin's mother. Tang Wan told Lin Dong about their affairs after he met Zhang Wenjin.
Zhang Wenjin's father is Zhang Jinya, who is 54 years old today. His mother is Li Meiwan, who is 37 years old today. As soon as Zhang Jinya finished speaking, Li Meiwan followed up, given the scale of Tiancheng Group, I find it hard to believe that they would be commanded by a young man who knows nothing. We have already investigated the background of this Lin Dong. He was just an ordinary poor student before, and he has recently become arrogant because he hooked up with a rich woman. Then how do you explain why Tiancheng Group suddenly terminated its cooperation with the Wang family? How do you explain why the Wang family's assets were transferred to Lin Dong's name? Zhang Wenjin asked back. Zhang Wenjin's elders were suddenly speechless. Lin Dong coldly watched Zhang Wenjin and the elders of the Zhang family arguing, and silently sat down with his legs crossed.
One reason is to watch a show. Secondly, it is to see if they are worth cooperating with.
After all, although he has a large family and a lot of money to spend, he always starts cooperation and then terminates it. The loss is his own money after all, and he feels very distressed. Of course, even if he doesn't want to suffer losses, it doesn't mean that he will accept it with a pinch of nose. If the Zhang family wants to continue cooperating with him, they must show enough sincerity and apologize. After a confrontation between Zhang Wenjin's family, Zhang Wenjin finally gained the upper hand.
Zhang Jinya, Li Meiwan, and even Zhang Wenjin's grandfather Zhang Xinghua were gradually persuaded. Lin Dong, is that right?
We believe you have some connection with Tiancheng Group, but 20 million is too much.
How do you think about 10 million? The cooperation between Tiancheng Group and our Zhang family is beneficial to everyone. It's too much to ask for 20 million for just being a matchmaker.
You have to know that even 2 million is enough for an average family to live frugally for a lifetime, let alone 20 million. Student Lin Dong, how about you give us a 50% discount and show some mercy so that we can cooperate with each other in a friendly manner in the future? After all was said and done, the elders of the Zhang family still didn't want to give Lin Dong 20 million. Although they said they believed that Lin Dong could influence the decision of Tiancheng Group, they were probably skeptical in their hearts. They were willing to pay 10 million just to be on the safe side and eliminate risks. However, they obviously misunderstood something. Lin Dong stood up without hesitation and walked out of the house, saying, "Be clear about your position. There are so many people who want to cooperate with Tiancheng Group. We really don't need a Zhang family like you. Don't forget that I have the ability now, but I just want to enjoy life and don't want to work hard." Chapter 28. Admit your mistakes yourself. Lin Dong made his attitude clear, then left with his roommates without looking back. The elders of the Zhang family looked at Lin Dong's receding back, remaining indifferent, and even sneered with disdain. Obviously, they still looked down on Lin Dong from the bottom of their hearts, and believed that Lin Dong was powerless to stop their cooperation with Tiancheng Group. It was even more impossible for them to pay 20 million just to prevent Lin Dong from causing trouble in their cooperation. Zhang Wenjin also looked at Lin Dong's receding back and could only sigh helplessly. Things have developed to this point, and there is no point in him begging Lin Dong again. He turned his head, looked at his elders with a complicated expression, then walked back to his room with his head hung. Outside the Zhang family's manor, Lin Dong's roommates just walked out and they couldn't control their mouths, their faces full of indignation. This is too much. The Zhang family is too contemptuous. Lin Dong, let's teach them a lesson. I also want to beat up the elders of the Zhang family. Don't they understand the principle of not bullying the poor young people? Although this is the case, Lin Dong, do you really have the ability to terminate the cooperation between the Zhang family and Tiancheng Group? As they talked, even Lin Dong's roommates began to have some doubts. They all looked at Lin Dong with some uncertainty in their eyes.
Lin Dong was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, "Why do you have such doubts?"
You should have seen how I facilitated the cooperation between the Zhang family and Tianqing Group. Since I have the ability to facilitate their cooperation, I naturally have the ability to end everything. Because you said you have the ability to cooperate with Tianqing Group. The dormitory head thought for a moment before saying, according to the common people's thinking, if you can cooperate with Tianqing Group, you must have done it yourself. Why would you help others? The elders of the Zhang family already doubted you, and your words made them believe that you have no ability.
Lin Dong was completely speechless. All I can say is that level determines people's perception.
When his financial resources reach this level, he no longer cares about so-called cooperation. Because even if he works harder to make money, it will only be a negligible increase to his total assets.
If you have that energy, you might as well enjoy life. But the elders of the Zhang family don't think so at all.
Forget it, facts speak louder than words. Lin Dong shook his head helplessly, and then sneered confidently, since I can't make the elders of the Zhang family recognize the facts with words, I'll use practical actions to let them know their situation.
What are you going to do? Lin Dong's roommates asked in unison.
Lin Dong did not answer, but told them directly with his actions. He took out his cell phone and called Tang Wan directly, saying, Wanner, ask the person in charge of negotiating cooperation with the Zhang family at Tianqing Group to tell the elders of the Zhang family that the cooperation is terminated because they did not keep their promise. Of course, it's just a statement of attitude, it doesn't have to be terminated for real, after all, it's Zhang Wenjin who will be cooperating with us in the future. For Zhang Wenjin's sake and to prevent Tianqing Group from suffering unnecessary losses, Lin Dong finally decided to give the Zhang family a chance.
I understand.
Tang Wan agreed readily, then hung up the phone and took action. Lin Dong's roommates were stunned to see how Lin Dong got the job done with just one phone call.
Is it that simple?
Then you might as well just let the people from Tianqing Group ask the Zhang family for 20 million, so as to avoid being looked down upon.
I am becoming more and more curious about you. Who are you? Why can you influence the decision of Tianqing Group?
Lin Dong smiled and said nothing. Lin Dong's dorm head thought for a moment and asked, let's not talk about whether your call will work.
Where should we go now? We can't just wait here, right? Or should we find a small shop nearby and wait for the elders of the Zhang family to change their minds? No need.
Lin Dong answered without thinking, just come to my house and take a walk. After saying that, Lin Dong walked ahead and led the way. Lin Dong's roommates followed him in confusion, walking forward, with more and more obvious suspicion on their faces. Because they were shocked to find that Lin Dong was obviously leading them deeper into the manor area. As they slowly moved forward, the manors on both sides of the road became more and more luxurious, more and more high-end, and larger. Anyone could see that the manors here were far more expensive than the ones where the Zhang family lived. An idea also appeared in the minds of Lin Dong's roommates.
Will Lin Dong buy a manor here? I heard that the manors here are extremely expensive. Whether you have money or not is secondary. The important thing is that even if you have money, you may not be eligible to buy this place. I want to write a novel now, about how I have a super rich roommate. Amid the discussions of his roommates, Lin Dong took them back to Tianhai Manor where he lived. After opening the door, Lin Dong said indifferently, you can wander around and find a place to rest or sleep if you feel tired. I guess the old stubborn man of the Zhang family has received the news and knows that he has done something wrong. But if they want to admit their mistakes, they have to come to our house in person to admit their mistakes. There is no reason for us to go to them.
Lin Dong's roommates agreed and immediately rushed into the manor. They couldn't wait to see what Lin Dong's manor looked like.
As for whether or not to meet the elders of the Zhang family, they obviously didn't care.
After Lin Dong's roommates rushed into the manor, Tang Wan slowly walked to Lin Dong's side and asked, Master, why didn't you let me pick you up?
This place is not far from the Zhang family's manor. Taking a walk is actually good for your health.
Lin Dong shrugged and said, have you dealt with those stubborn old men in the Zhang family?
What did they say?
If it really doesn't work, just hand over the cooperation project to my company. Master, the elders of the Zhang family already know that they have offended someone they shouldn't have, and are coming to apologize now.
Tang Wan replied, should we transfer all the projects to Master's name now, and let you do it yourself, and not care about the Zhang family? Then let's wait until they come over.
Lin Dong thought for a while and said, I really don't want to worry about things.
Isn't it nice to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks every day?
But even if I agree to continue cooperating with the Zhang family, I will make them suffer. As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, there was a sound of brakes behind him. I could tell that the car was going quite fast. Lin Dong didn't need to look back to know that someone from the Zhang family had arrived. Sure enough, almost at the moment the brake sound stopped, Zhang Wenjin's voice came into his ears. "Student Lin Dong, our elders know they are wrong. Let them speak for themselves." Lin Dong said without turning his head, "They made a mistake, so what's the point of asking you, a junior, to speak up? If they can't save their face, there's no point in talking about cooperation." Chapter 29, Raising the Price. My dear Lin Dong, we were blind and did not recognize the great man. Please forgive us. We already know that we have wronged you. We were blind. Please forgive us for Wenjin's sake. We have come to you specifically to apologize. What will it take for you to forgive us? Just ask for anything you want. Just by listening to the voices, Lin Dong could tell that the people speaking were Lin Dong's father, mother, and grandfather. Their voices were trembling, allowing Lin Dong to clearly feel their regret and fear. In other words, their apology is still somewhat sincere. Given their status and position, it was not easy for them to swallow their pride and apologize so quickly. But Lin Dong turned around, tried very hard to keep a straight face, and said coldly, "Just a verbal apology, that's too insincere, isn't it? I'm really not saying anything bad about you. If you had cooperated well at the beginning, there wouldn't have been so many problems. Aren't you asking for trouble?" The elders of the Zhang family nodded in agreement repeatedly and did not dare to talk back. Zhang Wenjin, who was standing behind them, quickly took out 2 suitcases from the car and opened them in front of Lin Dong. He said, "Student Lin Dong, this is the 20 million yuan our family owes you. There are 8 more suitcases in the car, each with 2 million yuan. You can count them." Lin Dong glanced coldly at the money in the box without reacting. Because this little money is nothing to him now. He still said coldly, "Is this your sincerity?" Zhang Wenjin didn't quite understand what Lin Dong meant, so he smiled and said, "This is the cash we collected by having people go to many banks." Stop. Lin Dong raised his hand and interrupted Zhang Wenjin, saying, "Zhang Wenjin, I should have told you that my time is precious. 20 million was the previous price. You've delayed me for so long, so I'll raise the price to 50 million. Isn't that too much?" Zhang Wenjin's expression changed again and again. The elders of the Zhang family also raised their heads and looked at Lin Dong in horror. The price suddenly increased from 20 million to 50 million, which was a huge blow even for the Zhang family. Even after cooperating with Tiancheng Group, 50 million is not something they can easily earn back. After all, Jiangzhou itself is not that big. But if they refuse, the Wang family will realize that the consequences will be something they cannot bear. Just when the elders of the Zhang family were feeling very embarrassed, Zhang Wenjin complained angrily, Look at the good things you have done. If you had listened to me at the beginning, there wouldn't be so many problems. You were reluctant to give me 20 million, but now you want to give me 50 million. The elders of the Zhang family glared at Zhang Wenjin, but they dared not speak out. Being scolded by their juniors in front of Lin Dong, don't they have any face? After all, they are well-known people in Jiangzhou. But in front of Lin Dong, they really didn't dare to say a word, for fear that Lin Dong would think they were unwilling to give money. Because once there is such a misunderstanding, the cooperation between their Zhang family and Tiancheng Group will be really over. Of course, Lin Dong is still very fair. He turned around and pointed his finger at Zhang Wenjin and said, "Zhang Wenjin, don't laugh at others for not being able to help you. Don't forget that you only wanted to give me 10 million, but you turned it into 20 million. If it was 10 million at the beginning, your elders might have given it to me quickly." What? What about 10 or 20 million? What happened? Wenjin, please explain to us clearly, what is going on? So you are the one who is most responsible. How dare you say that to us? Hearing from Lin Dong that something was wrong, the elders of the Zhang family were unhappy and glared at Zhang Wenjin on the spot. Zhang Wenjin's face changed and he immediately laughed dryly, not daring to say a word. Lin Dong was in no mood to watch their family's performance, so he interrupted again, "Okay, how you want to pass the buck is your own business, I'm not interested in watching. If you want to continue cooperating with Tiancheng Group, quickly transfer another 30 million to me." After a pause, Lin Dong pinched his chin again and said to himself in a rage, "This way of making money is pretty good. How about I go to other cities to try it out? If the richest man in every city can give me a red envelope of 50 million, I will have more pocket money." Lin Dong naturally said this on purpose for the elders of the Zhang family to hear. After hearing what Lin Dong said, they naturally agreed with a smile. But no matter how you look at it, their smiling faces are uglier than crying. At the same time, Lin Dong's roommates had returned.
It's too big. Lin Dong, your manor is really too big. We can't finish visiting it in a few days. Lin Dong, do you need to hire someone to clean your manor? Otherwise, you won't be able to manage it, right?
I don't know if I'll ever be able to afford a toilet like this one in my lifetime.
I'm so envious.
Lin Dong's roommates sighed endlessly, and one could imagine how much of an impact the manor had brought to them. Lin Dong's impression of a wealthy man must have risen to a whole new level in their minds. They turned back and complained, and were making a lot of noise. But after hearing what Lin Dong had just said and seeing the attitude of the Zhang family, they were stunned again. The noise stopped abruptly.
50 million? Isn't this agency fee too much? Lin Dong, you are too strong. So much money. Am I dazzled?
I have never seen so much money in my life. Lin Dong, the money here is no less than the cash you left at school, and there are so many boxes here. Lin Dong said nonchalantly, if you like it, take it and split it equally.
It's your reward for accompanying me on this journey. What?
Not only Lin Dong's roommates, but also everyone in the Zhang family were shocked, as if they had seen the most incredible thing in the world. They all looked at Lin Dong in horror, as if Lin Dong had 3 heads and 6 arms.
After a long silence, Zhang Wenjin asked, Student Lin Dong, isn't this the introduction fee you want?
Zhang Jinye was also puzzled and asked, you specifically asked us for so much money, and even terminated our cooperation with Tiancheng Group.
Now you are giving the money to your roommate. What do you mean by this? Are you deliberately teasing us?
Facing the Zhang family's questioning, Lin Dong shrugged nonchalantly and said, what I care about is not the money, but your attitude and sincerity.
It's just 20 million, not even enough for my daily pocket money. Why would I feel bad even if I give it away?
Everyone in the Zhang family was speechless. They finally understood that Lin Dong was not going through so much trouble for money or other benefits.
He just wanted to prove himself. Chapter 30, Spend Money Like Water.
At first, we didn't believe that you would voluntarily give up the opportunity to cooperate with Tiancheng Group. Now it seems that we were too narrow-minded. It turns out that you don't care about that little bit of profit at all.
If I hadn't seen you give 20 million to your roommate with my own eyes, I really wouldn't believe it. My dear Lin Dong, I am becoming more and more curious about you. What kind of person are you?
Since little friend Lin Dong doesn't want to be high profile, you should stop making random guesses. Also, Wen Jin, you must get along well with little friend Lin Dong, and never do anything to betray him. The elders of the Zhang family changed their attitude instantly and instead taught Zhang Wenjin to maintain a good relationship with Lin Dong. If Lin Dong hadn't seen their true faces with his own eyes, he would have really believed their lies. Zhang Wenjin also rolled his eyes, probably having been complaining in his heart for a long time. On the other side, Lin Dong's roommates kept counting the money in the suitcase, their eyes shining. Even if a beauty once in 5,000 years performed pole dancing in front of them, their reaction would probably be the same. However, as time went by, their excitement obviously decreased. Reason gradually prevailed. They closed the suitcase tacitly and handed it back to Lin Dong.
What's wrong?
Lin Dong was stunned.
This is your money.
Even if you don't like it, we can't just accept it casually. Although I love money, a gentleman loves money and gets it in a proper way.
We haven't helped you with anything.
We would feel guilty if we charged you so much money.
Lin Dong's roommates answered in unison.
Although their statements were different, their meanings were the same. They didn't want to accept Lin Dong's gift for nothing. Lin Dong was stunned at first, then he smiled slightly and admired his roommates more and more.
Is it true that birds of a feather flock together?
When Lin Dong and Wang Xiaolong had a conflict and Lin Dong's family background was not shown, they had already stood firmly on Lin Dong's side and did not change their position just because Wang Xiaolong was rich. Although they are now facing greater interests, it doesn't seem too surprising that they can stick to their original intentions. Of course, Lin Dong has no habit of taking back things that have already been given away. He thought for a while and said, then consider it as my investment in you.
You can use it to do what you want.
I will provide the capital and you will provide the labor.
The final profit will be split 50-50. How do you think?
Lin Dong's roommates hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed reluctantly. After all, they really need the money to realize their dreams. After the funds were processed, Lin Dong asked Tang Wan to call the person in charge of Tiancheng Group on the spot and ask them to continue the business cooperation with the Zhang family.
The matter came to an end.
After instructing the Zhang family not to tell anyone about what happened today, Lin Dong drove the elders of the Zhang family away. Only Zhang Wenjin stayed stubbornly.
Although your elders asked you to keep a good relationship with me, you don't have to follow me, right?
Lin Dong glanced at Zhang Wenjin, who was following behind him with disdain. If you go to Thailand first.
No, that would be even more disgusting. How about you try to be reborn as a woman in your next life?
Zhang Wenjin pretended not to understand Lin Dong's words and said shamelessly, Lin Dong, I want to be your friend too.
And then? Lin Dong asked expressionlessly. Then can you also give me some money for investment, just like you would treat your roommate? Zhang Wenjin asked. You want to get some of your money back, right?
Lin Dong said directly, you are the son of the second richest man in Jiangzhou.
If you really want to invest in business, do you still need the small amount of money I sponsored? Come on, I would rather believe that a sow can climb a tree. Zhang Wenjin smiled bitterly and said, I'm not pretending to be poor.
After I raised 50 million for you, even our Zhang family is in a tight spot.
We don't have as much liquid funds as you do.
Lin Dong thought about it and felt that it made sense. Although he had only been a truly wealthy man for a short time, he had heard a little about the fact that wealthy people often borrowed a lot of money. Often the richer a person is, the more debt he or she has. Rich people who are truly debt-free and work hard are extremely rare.
Who says only those who stand in the light are heroes?
Suddenly, Zhang Wenjin's strange cell phone ringtone rang again. Lin Dong took the opportunity when Zhang Wenjin was answering the phone to shake him off and ran back into the house. In the room, Tang Wan had already prepared afternoon tea for him. When Lin Dong and his roommates were eating cake and drinking milk comfortably, Zhang Wenjin also walked in. Lin Dong was just about to invite him to have afternoon tea when he discovered that Zhang Wenjin was not in a good state. He walked over with his head hung and looked dejected, as if he had just been dumped by his girlfriend. No, for rich second generations of their level, being dumped by their girlfriends should be a good thing. After all, you can replace it immediately without having to bear the stigma of throwing it away after playing with it. So what is he frustrated about?
Lin Dong was not a patient person and immediately asked, Zhang Wenjin, what's the matter? My dad called just now. Zhang Wenjin said with embarrassment, although it's a bit difficult to say, Lin Dong, can you lend me some money? I can give you interest.
If we don't get the money as soon as possible, our family may not be able to cooperate with Tiancheng Group.
What? So exaggerated?
Lin Dong was stunned for a moment, becoming even more confused.
He basically asked, can you be more specific?
Zhang Wenjin sighed, and then said, it's probably because our family just withdrew a large amount of cash and transferred so much money to you. Someone noticed it, and now someone is spreading rumors that our business has problems, causing many people to urge our family to pay back the money. At the same time, Tang Wan had already turned on the computer, not knowing what she was checking.
10 seconds later, she said, Master, the stocks of the industries and companies under the Zhang family's name have indeed plummeted. Someone must be behind this.
Maybe someone who has a conflict of interest with the Zhang family does not want to see the Zhang family cooperate with Tiancheng Group, so they took the opportunity to cause trouble. Lin Dong is no longer a student who knows nothing, and he instantly understood the current situation. As he learned, many so-called wealthy people actually do business in debt. As long as the normal income can maintain the operation of debt. However, if the Zhang family is suddenly asked to pay back money by various creditors like they are now, the result will be a broken capital chain. On the one hand, they have to pay back the creditors, and on the other hand, when they go to collect the debts, others will also wonder if they can hold out until the Zhang family goes bankrupt and then default on the debts. The Zhang family is indeed in a precarious situation. Lin Dong thought for a moment, sneered, and said, I have no intention of interfering in the affairs between your Zhang family and those with conflicting interests, but those people actually want to bring you down and make Tiancheng Group's initial investment go down the drain.
I won't agree to that. Chapter 31 Give you 100 million.
When Zhang Wenjin heard the first half of Lin Dong's words, he thought Lin Dong wanted to reject him and almost cried. However, after hearing the second half of Lin Dong's words, he instantly smiled again.
Really? Are you really willing to help me? Zhang Wenjin asked excitedly.
At the same time, he opened his arms, wanting to give Lin Dong a big hug to express his excitement.
Stop.
Lin Dong stopped him at the right time and said, I'm not interested in hugging a man, don't disgust me.
Also, how much money do you think your family needs to get through the current difficulties? About 30 million will be enough. Zhang Wenjin hesitated. I'll give you 100 million.
Lin Dong said generously, hurry up and settle the matter for me, and then go all out to cooperate with Tianqing Group.
I don't want to see any more trouble.
Of course, the money I give you is not free, you need to give me 10 million in interest.
No problem. No problem. Zhang Wenjin quickly agreed, his face full of excitement.
Looking at his expression, it seemed as if Lin Dong was collecting interest from him and he was grateful. After Lin Dong transferred the money to him, he left in a hurry.
Lin Dong's dorm head stared at Zhang Wenjin's rapidly receding back and asked blankly, 100 million? You just transferred the money to him without blinking an eye? And, Lin Dong, aren't you afraid that Zhang Wenjin will default on the debt? If he would rather go to jail than pay you back, you won't be able to do anything about it, right?
If he dares not to pay back the money, we have plenty of ways to deal with him.
Tang Wan said with a smile. Okay, I asked a stupid question.
The head of the dormitory said, Lin Dong, you just got 60 million yuan from the Zhang family out of thin air. Even if the Zhang family is rich and powerful, it's not easy for them to give you 60 million yuan, right?
Will their cooperation with Tianqing Group still make a loss?
The dormitory head pointed out the problem, which made Lin Dong's other roommates feel confused.
Yes, Lin Dong, why is the Zhang family so happy to lose money?
No matter how you look at it, putting money into running a business doesn't seem like something a rich person would do.
It can't be because you're too handsome, right? Let me answer this question. Tang Wan said with a smile, you may not have a deep understanding of money. When money reaches a certain level, it represents power.
Cooperation with Tianqing Group in Jiangzhou may not bring the Zhang family 60 million in net profit, but we must take a long-term view.
Yes.
Lin Dong nodded and said, everyone knows what position Tianqing Group holds in the world. Once the cooperation between the Zhang family and Tianqing Group is successful, the existence of the Zhang family will instantly appear in front of many people through the news.
That is equivalent to the most powerful advertisement. After listening to this, Lin Dong's roommates all nodded, not quite understanding what was said.
The look he gave Lin Dong also became brighter. After all, Tianqing Group is so powerful, the significance of Lin Dong being able to influence Tianqing Group's decisions is even more obvious. Of course, they all tacitly agreed not to delve into the topic further. After eating and drinking, they stayed in Tianhai Manor for a while before leaving. After leaving Tianhai Manor, they naturally went back to school as soon as possible. It was around 6 o'clock that evening. Lin Dong was eating in the cafeteria with his roommates when he suddenly noticed that the students in the cafeteria started to make noise.
The scene was like discovering a teacher who was living a good life in a busy city. No. Even if you really see a teacher who lives a good life in a busy city, you may not see this kind of movement.
After all, there are still many girls who have no feelings for them. Now, the girls in the cafeteria can't sit still anymore. Lin Dong followed everyone's gaze and saw the principal walking towards him through the crowd. Under the gazes of many classmates, he walked over to Lin Dong and sat down. He put his arm around Lin Dong's shoulders and said with a smile, Lin Dong, it's not easy to find you.
Do you have time?
I'll treat you to a meal, and then we can find a place to have a good chat. Lin Dong looked down at the food in front of him, then glanced at the principal's hand on his shoulder, speechless. He was silent for several seconds before he said, Principal, are we that familiar with each other?
Once is new, twice is familiar.
The principal didn't care and said shamelessly, Student Lin Dong, I already know that you went to visit classmate Zhang Wenjin's home yesterday. I suddenly realized that you are a richer man than the former Wang Guahai, and more generous.
Lin Dong was stunned for a moment, and asked in disbelief, you know this too? The principal smiled indifferently and said, of course, the news has spread throughout the upper echelons of Jiangzhou. Anyone who has some connections in Jiangzhou knows you. I am the president of Jiangzhou University, so I have some information channels. Lin Dong was speechless again. I'm not very ostentatious, so how come I suddenly became famous?
I don't know whether this result is good or bad. Lin Dong was thinking silently, and the principal continued, Student Lin Dong, I want to set up an award in school.
How much does it cost?
Lin Dong asked directly.
Lin Dong's decisiveness surprised the principal. He was surprised and asked, how do you know I want money? Why else would you look for me?
Lin Dong rolled his eyes and said as a matter of course, if you have the time, why don't you go find a beautiful woman to hug? The principal laughed dryly, then raised a finger and replied, "The prize money only needs 100,000, but my original intention is to support students in various creative research, so the research funds will probably be quite a lot. You also know that once the students graduate, they won't have the energy for this." Lin Dong nodded to show that he understood. After all, after graduation, everyone will have to struggle for life. Where is the time and energy left to engage in research and innovation? And after graduation, everyone's knowledge will slowly be forgotten. Is 1 billion a year enough? Lin Dong asked. Bang! As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, a series of sounds of bowls and plates falling to the ground were heard in the cafeteria. Lin Dong's roommates also dropped their dishes and chopsticks on the table, making a series of noises, and looked at Lin Dong in shock. The principal was also stunned for a long time before asking, "Lin Dong, are you serious? That's 1 billion. My God, that's an average of more than 2.7 million per day. Our school can do a lot of research. But, can you really come up with 1 billion? If you don't believe it, forget it. It's a good opportunity to save the money." Lin Dong said lazily. He can't just take out money and let others doubt him, right? He doesn't have such a weird hobby. When the principal saw that Lin Dong wanted to change his mind, he was immediately shocked. Even though he knew that Lin Dong was just teasing him, he smiled and said, "Believe it, I believe it, classmate Lin Dong. With your annual investment of 1 billion yuan, I am confident that Jiangzhou University will become one of the best universities in the country." Chapter 32, Do Your Best. 1 billion? Did I hear you right? That much money is enough for our school to do a lot of things. So no matter what experiment we want to do in the future, can we just apply for it? The president is really conservative. With 1 billion yuan a year, it would be easy for Jiangzhou University to become the strongest school in the country. In the cafeteria, the students who heard the news looked at Lin Dong in horror. Various discussions followed. It is foreseeable how great an impact today's news will have on all teachers and students of Jiangzhou University. Lin Dong's name will surely resound throughout Jiangzhou University, and even the entire Jiangzhou. Amid the discussion, Lin Dong's dormitory head asked in surprise, "Lin Dong, don't you want to be famous?" Originally, yes. Lin Dong said helplessly, but the principal just said that the entire upper echelons of Jiangzhou already know me. So whether I want to be famous or not, the result will be the same, right? I'm already famous anyway, so I might as well let go and do my best. As he spoke, Lin Dong clenched his fists again and said with high morale, "If you do something, you should either not do it or do it to the best of your ability. It is not enough to just make Jiangzhou University one of the best universities in the country. I want to make Jiangzhou University the best in the country, or even the best in the world." The principal was also inspired by Lin Dong's ambitions and said with great enthusiasm, "Student Lin Dong, I feel relieved with your words. With your support, I am absolutely sure to raise the level of Jiangzhou University. I want to greatly increase the value of your academic qualifications. Before that, let's finish another thing first." Lin Dong tried to cool down the principal. "Another thing? What is it?" The principal was stunned for a moment and looked at Lin Dong in confusion. Lin Dong's roommates, and even the classmates who could hear their conversation, all looked over curiously. They could never imagine that anything could be more important than $1 billion investment. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Dong slowly explained, "Let's improve the food in the cafeteria first. The education level cannot be improved in a short time, but the food level of everyone can be improved quickly as long as we spend money. At least we should let everyone eat happily and healthfully." As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, cheers rang out in the cafeteria. "Great! Lin Dong, you are the best. Student Lin Dong, do you have a girlfriend? What type do you like? Student Lin Dong, do you still need a pendant on your thigh?" Compared to the unknown time when the school's quality will be improved, the students are obviously more concerned about the food at hand. The good news announced by Lin Dong caused cheers from the students, which echoed in the cafeteria like thunder. However, amid the continuous cheers, different voices also exist. The principal frowned, his face looking extremely gloomy, as if he had encountered an unsolvable problem. At least Lin Dong had known the principal for so long, but this was the first time he saw this kind of expression on his face. Before Lin Dong could ask, the principal took the initiative to ask, "Student Lin Dong, do you know what it means to be afraid of long-term calculations when there are small numbers?" "Of course I know, so what do you want to express?" Lin Dong asked. The principal replied, "Student Lin Dong, improving the quality of food for one day may not be a big deal for you, But what about 100 days, or even 1,000 days? Even if it only costs an extra 1,000 yuan a day, it will cost over 1,000,000 yuan in 3 years. And improving the food for the entire school is definitely not something that can be done with just 1,000 yuan a day. The principal persuaded worriedly, hoping that Lin Dong would change his mind. In this respect, he is quite competent. After all, he could instantly detect the existence of a problem. However, Lin Dong does not think the principal's concerns are meaningful. He smiled carefreely and said, "I thought you were worried about something." "Don't worry, I can afford the money." "Student Lin Dong, you still don't understand what I mean." The principal said anxiously, "I mean, you can take out the money now, but what about after you graduate? Can you support your classmates at Jiangzhou University forever? A business that loses money cannot last long. Who says a loss-making business cannot last? Rather, who says doing this will result in a loss?" Lin Dong asked back. "What do you mean?" Not only the principal, but other students were also stunned. Wouldn't it be profitable to significantly increase the food standards? How is that possible? Who will pay for this? Lin Dong knew that the principal and students would have such questions, and answered confidently, "We can build an open canteen, improve the standards, and allow non-schoolers and students from other schools to come and dine. Of course, if they are not from our school, we will charge an appropriate cost." And then, the principal asked, knowing that Lin Dong must have something else to say. Lin Dong continued, "As long as there are enough people eating in Jiangzhou University's canteen, we can sell advertising space to businesses and use the advertising fees to subsidize the canteen's expenses. It's impossible to make a loss. But have you ever considered the situation where the people coming and going become mixed?" The principal frowned and asked, "If we allow people from the society to eat at Jiangzhou University, how will we solve the public security problems that arise? We don't have enough staff at Jiangzhou University to maintain order." "Then please hire more security guards," Lin Dong said nonchalantly. It can be said that in his current view, problems that can be solved with money are not problems. After communicating with Tang Wan, he gained a lot of business knowledge and had already calculated everything. The principal stared at Lin Dong blankly. How could he have imagined that Lin Dong had thought of things so carefully? Now that Lin Dong has said this, what else does he have to say? He smiled helplessly and said, "It's good to have money." After the incident in the cafeteria was over, the principal and the students slowly left. After Lin Dong's roommates finished their meal, they dragged Lin Dong back to the dormitory. However, Lin Dong did not agree. When his roommates all looked at him inquiringly, Lin Dong smiled and said, "I'm waiting for someone." "Waiting for someone? Waiting for whom?" asked the dormitory head curiously. At the same time, he looked around in confusion. As the principal and students left one after another, there were fewer people in the cafeteria. The dormitory head can scan everyone with just one glance. But he couldn't tell who around him Lin Dong wanted to wait for. Lin Dong explained with a smile, "She is still eating." Lin Dong pointed to a girl not far away. The girl was lowering her head, eating seriously, completely unaware of the movement around her. It was as if everything had nothing to do with her. Lin Dong had noticed just now that when the cafeteria was in chaos, she was the only one who could eat quietly. The girl was dressed very simply. To put it bluntly, she was even more shabby than the previous Lin Dong. I guess her family background isn't that good. Chapter 33, Picking Up Girls Invisibly. Lin Dong's roommates looked at the plain girl, then looked at Lin Dong, back and forth several times before stopping. After stopping, they still looked at Lin Dong as if he were a Thai specialty, which made Lin Dong feel uncomfortable. Lin Dong resisted the urge to swear and asked unhappily, "What are you looking at?" He just couldn't understand. "What do you roommates mean now?" "Lin Dong, you're not attracted to that girl, are you? Do you like this type? Although natural beauties are indeed attractive, your family backgrounds are too different, right? Do you like to help the poor? I know poverty alleviation is not a big deal for you, but do you really have the same values?" Lin Dong was petrified on the spot, and suddenly had the urge to open his roommates' skulls to see if there was grass growing inside. Isn't their ability to associate ideas so rich? Is it true that in their eyes, there is only one kind of relationship between men and women? Lin Dong said with a frown, "I'm not attracted to her." "Then why are you waiting for her?" asked the head of the dormitory. "I just think that students like her who are in financial difficulties are the ones who need help the most in school. I have been poor before and I know how hard it is to be poor, so I want to help them to the best of my ability." At the very least, financial conditions should not be an obstacle to their studies, Lin Dong replied. After saying that, Lin Dong strode towards the girl. He sat opposite the girl, at a distance that made communication easy but not too close, so as not to scare the girl. He sat opposite the girl and asked, "Classmate, can we chat?" Although Lin Dong had deliberately kept a certain distance, the girl was still startled. Her upper body bounced up as if she had hit a trampoline. She said in panic, "Kiki, no. Classmate, what do you want to talk to me about? I don't want to be in a relationship. I don't have any money." Lin Dong was stunned, then burst into laughter. He said with a smile, "I don't want to be friends with you, I just have something to ask you." "What's the matter?" the girl asked, still warily. "Can you tell me first, what is your name?" "My name is Zhou Xingjuan." "Zhou Xingjuan? Pretty easy to remember." Lin Dong nodded and said, "I actually wanted to ask you, when the principal said he wanted to set up awards in the school and improve the food standards in the cafeteria, you were the only one who didn't react. Why? Do you think those measures are not good for you?" Seeing that Lin Dong really didn't seem to have any intention of having a boyfriend, Zhou Xingjuan's nervousness was slightly relieved. However, she still replied somewhat restrainedly, "In addition to attending classes, we also have to work part-time jobs. How can we have the time to study and win awards? It has nothing to do with us. But I am still very grateful to you for paying to improve the food standards in the cafeteria." When Zhou Xingjuan mentioned that she had to work part-time, a hint of helplessness flashed in her eyes. However, she still said thank you very seriously to Lin Dong for paying to improve the food standards. However, Lin Dong came to see her specially. Was it just to hear her say thank you? Lin Dong was not satisfied, and shook his head and said, "That's why I came here to ask if you need anything." No. We can't take other people's things for free." Zhou Xingjuan became panicked again. Of course, after communicating with her for so long, Lin Dong has roughly understood the needs of students like them. He said firmly, "I will allocate another sum of money to the principal and ask him to support those students who are not well off financially, so that you don't have to worry about food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Don't worry. It's not fair for you to compete with other students while working part-time." "Why did you do that?" Zhou Xingjuan was shocked. "For interest? For your past self?" Lin Dong smiled freely, then turned and left. He still said the same thing. "I was really afraid of being poor before." He may never forget the days when he lived frugally in order to have a relationship. Since you have the ability, why not contribute a little? After Lin Dong left the cafeteria, his roommates quickly followed. Of course, they heard what Lin Dong said to Zhou Xingjuan just now. After all, the cafeteria had become quiet. "Lin Dong, are you really not interested in that girl? You're spending so much money even if you're not interested, are you stupid? I really don't understand you. If you make such a big noise, everyone in Jiangzhou will know you in an instant. Although you said you didn't want to pick up that girl, I don't think any girl can resist such an attack." The head of the dormitory said meaningfully, "Lin Dong, if you are not interested in her, don't hurt her." "How could I have hurt her?" Lin Dong felt it was totally baffling. The dormitory head replied, "It's very simple. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it's hard to go from luxury to frugality. If you improve their living conditions and let them get used to it, but when they come back they don't have enough ability to maintain the same living standard, it's a torture." What the dormitory head said makes sense. If external forces make a person accustomed to a life of spending 10,000 yuan a month, while he himself is only able to earn 5,000 yuan, that would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Many jokes about big bosses poaching employees use this trick. However, Lin Dong was not worried that there would be any problems with his approach. He said confidently, "There will be no problem. I only improve their basic living standards so that they don't have to worry about their livelihood. If you want to get the real bonus, you must work hard on research and innovation. Of course, I must have the right to use the results of their innovation." At the end, Lin Dong smiled proudly. He is not here to be a sucker. Although he sincerely wanted to help his classmates, cooperation should be a win-win situation. It's not too much for him to select some of his classmates' innovations and research that have commercial value and use them, right? After hearing what Lin Dong said, his roommates were stunned for a moment, and then they smiled bitterly. "I really don't know whether I should call you a business genius. You can think so far ahead in an instant." "That's true, but even if others want to go this way, they can't do it because they don't have as much money as you.
Indeed, this road must be paved with money.
Even the richest people in the general public don't have that much liquid funds to spend.
The Zhang family is a good example. For ordinary rich people, this road is a money-eating beast, a bottomless pit.
Lin Dong smiled slightly, did not continue the topic, and went straight to find the principal. He has to talk to the principal in person about the problem of poor students. As for Lin Dong's roommates, they naturally traveled together. In their words, they need to learn more from Lin Dong and prepare for future entrepreneurship. When they arrived at the principal's dormitory and were about to go upstairs, a security guard stopped them.
What are you doing here? If you want to see the principal, go to the principal's office. Don't come to the dormitory to disturb the principal's rest. Chapter 34 Special Treatment.
The security guard raised his patrol stick, stopped Lin Dong and others, and shouted coldly.
There was an icy coldness on his face that seemed to keep people at a distance.
Lin Dong didn't take it too seriously and said with a smile, "Security uncle, please tell the principal."
Go, go, go. The security guard waved his hand impatiently to drive Lin Dong and others away, saying, "Don't you understand what I'm saying?
I told you to wait for the principal to wake up from his nap, and then go to the principal's office to find him."
The principal never receives anyone in the dormitory. You're just asking for trouble.
When Lin Dong heard this, his face instantly darkened and a fire was burning in his heart.
He just wanted the security guard to talk to the principal.
He believed that the principal would definitely need him.
Who would have thought that the security guard would not only disagree, but actually say such harsh words? Not only Lin Dong, but also Lin Dong's roommates were very annoyed after hearing it.
After all, they all knew that the principal had once hosted Lin Dong in his dormitory.
You're a security guard, do you really have to speak so harshly? Can you tell the principal that you can die? No matter what, it's the principal's turn to decide who to meet. It's not your turn to make decisions.
The security guard was annoyed by this and responded coldly, "You make it sound so simple."
The principal has fallen asleep. If I wake him up, who will take the blame? If any random student comes, I will ask the principal if he wants to rest. I am just doing my job. You.
The dormitory head was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick.
Calm down.
In order to avoid further conflict, Lin Dong immediately stopped them, took out his cell phone, and called the principal on the spot. "Principal, have you woken up from your nap?"
This is Lin Dong.
Lin Dong planned to tell the principal what happened here and then ask the principal to let him pass through security.
He really didn't want to waste his precious time on the security guard. However,
when Lin Dong said his name, the security guard was like performing a facial expression change, and the cold expression on his face instantly turned into a smile, as if he saw the waste paper in his hand turned into a lottery jackpot ticket. He immediately put away the patrol stick in his hand and came forward.
So you are Lin Dong, I know you. The security guard smiled almost flatteringly. You are now a famous person in Jianzhou University.
The president also told me that if you come to see him, there is no need to stop you.
Just let you go. Please come in.
After saying this, he even made a gesture of invitation. The change in attitude is earth-shaking.
Lin Dong and his roommates were speechless on the spot.
Lin Dong was too lazy to argue with him and went straight to the principal's dormitory building.
Lin Dong's roommates were still scolding the security guard in the back. Don't you think you deserve to be scolded?
You knew that the principal gave Lin Dong special privileges, but you didn't even ask who we are. If Lin Dong hadn't called and left directly, I think you should stop doing this and just pack up and leave. This story teaches you not to be too self-righteous, or you might offend someone you shouldn't offend.
Lin Dong's roommates were quite rude when they criticized the security guard.
They obviously did it on purpose. However, the security guard kept nodding and bowing, and did not dare to fight back at all. He just apologized with a smile. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. The security guard was so humble that Lin Dong's roommates got bored after just a few curses. When they had vented their anger, they turned around and followed Lin Dong. As for the security guard, I don't know what he was thinking, but he followed me anyway. When they climbed up the stairs and arrived at the principal's dormitory door, the principal was already waiting with a smile on his face. Because Lin Dong had just called him, he obviously knew about Lin Dong's arrival in advance. When Lin Dong appeared in front of him, he came forward in his slippers, opened his arms to give Lin Dong a bear hug, and said with a big laugh, "Lin Dong, I've been waiting for you for a long time.
It's been less than half an hour since we last met. Why are you looking for me again?"
Lin Dong had no interest in hugging an old man, so he bent down and moved away. He put the skills he learned from playing basketball to good use. After the bear hug was avoided, the principal was stunned for a moment, but he was not afraid of embarrassment. He turned around and continued to smile. "Student Lin Dong, your movements are getting more and more flexible. If you join the school basketball team, you will definitely achieve great results. Do you want me to talk to the physical education teacher?" At the same time, Lin Dong's roommates and the security guard from before had all come up. I also happened to see the principal's actions and hear his words. Their expressions suddenly became strange. For anyone who knows a little bit about basketball, or even someone with a slightly flexible mind, isn't that kind of dodging action just now very basic? Why can the principal be so shameless as to praise Lin Dong so highly? They suddenly felt like they were seeing a college student draw a picture at the level of a kindergarten kid and then being praised for it. If Lin Dong's roommates found this strange, then the security guard who followed them was really stunned. Because the principal has always left him with the impression of being a serious, unsmiling, and majestic person. But now, the principal had overturned the image of him in his mind and became incredibly enthusiastic towards Lin Dong. He stammered, "Is this really the principal I know?" Lin Dong's dormitory head understood what the security guard meant and said with a smile, "You don't understand. This is the charm of money." The charm of money? It seems to make sense. The security guard was speechless. At the same time, Lin Dong and his roommates had already walked into the principal's dormitory. No one cares about this security guard at all. In the principal's dormitory, the principal took the initiative to make tea for Lin Dong and the others, and asked enthusiastically, "You didn't even take a nap to come to me. You must have something important to ask me, right? Just tell me what's the matter. As long as it's within my ability, I will do my best to help solve it." Lin Dong got straight to the point. "I saw a girl from a poor family in the cafeteria. In order to make a living, she had to work part-time after school. I think that kind of living environment is unfair to a poor student. It will consume most of their energy. This problem does exist." The principal nodded and said thoughtfully, "Then I will allocate a part of the 1 billion donated by classmate Lin Dong to support poor students. Anyway, 1 billion is a lot of money, and it will probably not be used up for other purposes." "No need," Lin Dong said without hesitation. "I'm ready to add another 100 million. It's not like I don't have enough money. So why are you being so stingy?" As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, the principal was shocked. He asked with some uncertainty, "Student Lin Dong, are you serious? That's 1.1 billion per year. Although I know you are rich, 1.1 billion per year is too much, right? Many big companies don't invest that much in a year." Chapter 35, Barren Land No One Cultivates. Just as Lin Dong and the president were discussing poverty alleviation, the situation in Jiangzhou University had already spread. It has to be said that in the internet age, the speed of information transmission is very fast. Jiangzhou, Zhang family. Zhang Zhinya, Li Meiwan, and Zhang Xinghua all sat around the table in the living room, watching the computer that Zhang Wenjin had opened for them. Through the video playing on the computer, they already knew clearly what happened in Jiangzhou University at noon today. Zhang Zhinya stared at the computer screen without blinking and said with a dry mouth, "Did I hear it wrong? Did someone do the dubbing? 1 billion is too much, right? Where did this young man named Lin Dong get so much money? Why haven't I heard of such a rich man in Jiangzhou?" Li Meiwan said with a hint of fear, "I already know that he has a relationship with Tianjin Group, but even so, isn't it too much to just casually take out 1 billion? From his appearance, the 1 billion seems like a drop in the bucket to him, and he doesn't even feel bad about it." Zhang Wenjin said with some pride, "That's why I went to him in the first place and asked him to help our Zhang family and Tianjin Group cooperate. It's a good deal to have someone like him help us just by spending a little money, isn't it?" Fortunately, he didn't turn against our Zhang family in the end. Zhang Wenjin's words were meant to vent some of his resentment. After all, the self-righteousness of the Zhang family elders caused him a lot of trouble. The Zhang family also spent more money because of this. However, just as they were feeling deeply moved, an unexpected change occurred. Zhang Wenjin's grandfather, Zhang Xinghua, suddenly slapped the table, causing the computer to shake slightly. The sound of him slapping the table echoed in the not-so-spacious living room, like thunder. Zhang Wenjin and others immediately looked at Zhang Xinghua curiously, wanting to see what tricks the old man was playing. Zhang Xinghua angrily accused, "What time is it? Are you still in the mood to talk nonsense?"
Hurry up and find out how much funds are available under the Zhang family's business name, and invest them all in Jiangzhou University. Even if it's just to add a name, it's worth it. Li Meiwan still asked belatedly, Dad, what are you doing? When Jean, you go and arrange it quickly. Zhang Zhenye also said decisively. After Zhang Wenjin left in a hurry, Li Meiwan, who was still in a daze, looked at Zhang Zhenye again and asked, Husband, why do you say that too? We just gave so much money to Lin Dong.
Although Wenjin lent us 100 million yuan, it cost a lot of money to settle those debt collectors and save the stock price.
Can't you see the situation clearly?
Zhang Zhenye said unhappily, with Lin Dong's 1 billion yuan in support, it won't take long for Jiangzhou University to become one of the best universities in the country, or even the world. By then, even if you want to invest to make yourself known, no one else will care. Zhang Xinghua nodded and said, yes, helping someone in need is far more valuable than adding icing on the cake.
The benefits we can get by spending a little money now are something we can't buy even if we spend 10 or 100 times the price in the future. Moreover, I believe there are many people who have the same idea.
Now we can only hope that Wen Jin's face will work.
This is also the reason why I sent Wen Jin to do this.
Zhang Zhenye said proudly.
Wen Jin's face? What does this mean?
Li Meiwan finally understood the situation, but a new problem arose. Of course it's because he and Lin Dong are friends. Zhang Zhenye rolled his eyes.
In the downtown area of Jiangzhou, Wang Guahai, who was delivering a takeaway, looked down at his phone, his expression changing constantly. After a long time, he sighed, as if he had aged 10 or 20 years in an instant, and said, 1 billion? Even if our Wang family and Tianqing group succeed in cooperating, it is impossible to take out this money easily, but Lin Dong gave it to Jiangzhou University without blinking an eye. Who is this Lin Dong? Similar situations occurred in many places in Jiangzhou,
including Li Huiran, who was trying hard to find ways to make money, Wang Xiaolong, who was still recuperating in the hospital, and the wealthy people in Jiangzhou.
On the other hand, Lin Dong spent half an hour to discuss the specific details of poverty alleviation with the principal. All you need to do later is find someone to follow up.
After finishing the negotiation, he walked out of the principal's dormitory and suddenly heard a burst of noise coming from downstairs.
It sounded like a large market had opened downstairs from the principal's dormitory. Lin Dong lay on the fence and looked down.
He immediately saw a crowd of people downstairs, so dense that he couldn't count them. They kept shouting something, but because there were too many people shouting, Lin Dong couldn't hear clearly.
What's going on? Zombies besieging the city? Lin Dong asked in astonishment.
Fortunately, I don't have intensive phobia, otherwise I would be scared to death. You should be thankful that you don't have trypophobia or acrophobia, otherwise you'd be dead if you were lying here. The dormitory head complained about Lin Dong while looking downstairs and said, but then again, things are a bit strange.
What on earth are these people doing?
Lin Dong and others observed for a while and saw the security guard who had stopped them just now. Suddenly so many people appeared downstairs of the dormitory building, clamoring to go upstairs, so the security guard had a hard time. He guarded the stairs tightly, feeling a bit like a one-man blockade against 10,000 enemies, and also a bit tragic and heroic. He shouted at the top of his lungs, the principal is taking a nap.
He's not seeing anyone. Unfortunately, the people gathered downstairs of the dormitory building didn't pay any attention to him and just tried their best to squeeze up.
Lin Dong and others wanted to find out what happened and went downstairs. Those who surrounded the dormitory building got furious when they saw Lin Dong and his roommates walking down the stairs.
Didn't you say that the principal didn't see anyone? Then who are they? Are you taking us for fools? Did you take their money and only let them go? I will definitely complain to you later. How much did they give you? Just name your price.
I'll give you 10 times that. After hearing this, Lin Dong roughly understood what was going on. It turns out that these people all wanted to see the principal.
Seeing such a big fuss, Lin Dong thought they wanted to see the emperor. But why do they want to find the principal?
Lin Dong has been studying for so many years, but this is the first time he has seen such a situation. Those who surrounded the dormitory building continued to push forward while shouting and cursing, forcing the security guards to groan in pain. He said with sweat on his forehead, "Student Lin Dong, you have caused me so much trouble." He turned around and said to those people, they were allowed in with the permission of the principal.
It has nothing to do with me. If you have the ability, call the principal. As long as the principal tells you to go up, I will let you in immediately. In the principal's bedroom.
The principal slowly lowered the curtains, then looked down at his turned-off phone and said with lingering fear, "Fortunately, I had foresight, otherwise I would have been annoyed to death."
Chapter 36, Some Fight for the Farmland.
On the stairs of the dormitory building, Lin Dong sat down with his roommates and watched the show quietly. Lin Dong crossed his legs and said, "Everyone, how long do you think this security guard can hold on?"
It's still okay to wait until the principal wakes up from his nap.
The dormitory head also crossed his legs and said leisurely, "It can be seen that these people made a lot of noise, but they were very restrained. They were just expressing their attitude and didn't really want to rush upstairs."
Indeed, if they really wanted to come violently, how could a security guard stop them? I'm very curious.
There's such a big commotion downstairs.
The principal can't possibly not know about it, right? Is he playing dumb? Looking at the attitude of these people, they will definitely not leave unless they see the principal. So how long does the principal plan to hide? He can't hide in the dormitory for days and nights, right? If that happens, his eating, drinking, and defecation will become a problem.
Lin Dong originally had the mentality of a man who wanted to have fun, and wanted to see how things would turn out in the end. But after hearing what his roommates said, he was stunned.
Yes.
The principal, that old fox, would definitely not do something stupid like playing like an ostrich.
So what was he doing hiding in the dorm?
You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. Lin Dong thought about it, and then a smug smile bloomed at the corner of his mouth. He smiled and said, "I know what the principal is up to."
What kind of weird idea is this? Lin Dong's roommates asked in unison. Lin Dong replied, "It's very simple. He wants more money."
There's a saying that goes, "No one will till a barren field, but once it's tilled, people will fight for it." What happened in the cafeteria this afternoon must have been filmed and uploaded to the internet.
If someone wants to take a ride, they will definitely seize this opportunity.
You mean, they also want to be one of the people who sponsored Jiangzhou University and make it take off? Asked the dormitory head. After the dormitory head made it clear, Lin Dong's roommates also came to their senses one by one.
These guys, what a good idea, won't their faces turn red? That's right. Lin Dong has already spent 1 billion yuan. If they just spend a few million to show their appreciation, what's the point? The principal is so cunning that he doesn't even want to let go of this little money.
Lin Dong smiled and said, "1 is 1 million, 10 is 10 million, and 100 is 100 million.
Look at how many people are trying to get a ride.
This doesn't include those who are on their way, and those who have contact information with the principal and don't need to be there in person."
Boom, boom, boom.
Just as Lin Dong finished speaking, his cell phone rang suddenly, making its presence felt amid the noise. If Lin Dong hadn't felt the vibration, he would have really ignored the call. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was Zhang Wenjin calling.
He immediately asked, "Zhang Wenjin, what's the matter?" "Student Lin Dong, I heard that you donated 1 billion to the school?" Zhang Wenjin said hurriedly, "If Jiangzhou University needs investment, our Zhang family is willing to contribute. As a student of Jiangzhou University, I have this responsibility. Can you help me tell the president?"
Lin Dong smiled slightly and said, "Wenjin, given our relationship, there's no need to use these official terms, right?" Zhang Wenjin laughed dryly and then frankly admitted, "I knew I couldn't fool you, Lin Dong, so I just said it clearly. Lin Dong, we just want the principal to mention our Zhang family's name in all press conferences in the future."
"Can you please tell me?"
"Okay." Lin Dong agreed readily. Zhang Wenjin got a satisfactory answer, and then he chatted with Lin Donghan for a while before hanging up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Dong's roommates looked at him curiously again.
They obviously heard the conversation between Zhang Wenjin and Lin Dong. "Lin Dong, are you really going to give this great bargain to the Zhang family?"
"I'm still very annoyed with the elders of the Zhang family.
It's a pity that you don't care. Lin Dong, do you have any new ideas?" "Is it?"
Lin Dong replied to his roommates, "No matter what, the Zhang family and Tiancheng Group are now in a cooperative relationship, and the benefits are for both parties.
If someone else's name really needs to be included in the credit book in the future, would you rather include the Zhang family's name or the people below?" As he spoke, Lin Dong pointed at the people surrounding the dormitory building below. Lin Dong's roommates were speechless.
Indeed, if the Zhang family prospers and their business grows, Tiancheng Group will also be a beneficiary.
But those people below were obviously here to share the cake.
"You are very thoughtful, but Lin Dong, can you solve one thing for me?" asked the dormitory head.
"What's the matter?"
Lin Dong was stunned. The dormitory head said with embarrassment, "I have to go to the bathroom."
What does your urgent need to pee have to do with me?
Lin Dong rolled his eyes and said, "You are not a 3-year-old child.
If you want to pee, go find a place to pee yourself." But where is the place now?
I can't go downstairs even if I want to. The dormitory head said with a gloomy face, "I'm not Zhao Zilong of Changshan, so I don't have the ability to go in and out among so many people. Besides, even if I were the real Zhao Zilong of Changshan, I would be incontinent if I was squeezed by so many people, right?"
Lin Dong was completely speechless.
He also realized that just waiting here was not a solution.
Because it's so boring. Moreover, his cell phone was running out of battery after using it for half a day.
He couldn't just sit here like a fool and wait for the principal to solve the problem, could he? Lin Dong thought about it and simply took out his wallet and took out the cash inside.
"Lin Dong, what do you want to do?" Lin Dong's roommates asked immediately after seeing Lin Dong's actions.
Lin Dong didn't explain and just threw the money out.
Hundreds of big red banknotes immediately bloomed in the air like dandelion seeds.
The dormitory head was stunned for a moment, then said with a suspicious look, "Lin Dong, you seem to have done something stupid."
"What do you mean?" Lin Dong asked curiously.
The dormitory head pointed at the crowd below and said, "These people are here to ask the principal for donations, right?
Do you think they are short of money?
I roughly guessed that you wanted to use this trick to divert them, but I don't think it will have any effect.
Instead, it will be a waste of your money."
"Really?" Lin Dong smiled noncommittally. But anyone could see that he did not agree with what the dormitory head said. The dormitory head looked at Lin Dong and was puzzled. Just when he was about to say something, an unexpected scene occurred. The people surrounding the dormitory building below hesitated for a moment, and nearly half of them went to pick up the money, and the classmates who had been watching the show from the surroundings rushed up directly and dispersed the people surrounding the dormitory building, causing great chaos on the scene, and a gap appeared in the people surrounding the dormitory building. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Dong rushed downstairs with his roommates. At the same time, he smiled smugly and said, "See, I knew this trick would work."
Chapter 37, Rescue.
Why? Lin Dong's roommates all looked at Lin Dong with black question mark faces at the same time, as if question marks were popping up on their heads. From their expressions and eyes, we can tell that the changes before their eyes have made them question their lives.
"Lin Dong, can you explain it to me? Why would a group of people who are not short of money risk their lives to pick up money?"
It's fine if they picked up the money, but they even forgot about besieging the principal's dormitory.
Why?
Lin Dong, do you have the ability to predict the future? Otherwise, how could you foresee such a thing? Lin Dong smiled confidently and said, "It's very simple. It's impossible that all the people present are the ones who want to donate money. What I mean is that the truly wealthy people would definitely not bother to donate money themselves, nor would they be free. Most of them would hire people to represent them." "Are those the people you wanted to take advantage of in the beginning?" the dormitory head asked in surprise. "Of course." Lin Dong nodded and said, "But I didn't expect that my classmates would lend me a hand." The classmates that Lin Dong was talking about were, of course, the ones who were originally watching the show. With their help, Lin Dong easily led his roommates out of trouble. Having finally escaped from the predicament, they prepared to leave as soon as possible to avoid any further complications. However, just as Lin Dong was taking big strides and about to leave, he caught a glimpse of an unexpected person out of the corner of his eye. She was a somewhat delicate girl. Because the students were in a great chaos trying to pick up the money, the girl was carried forward by the crowd, like a small leaf in the surging crowd. It can be seen that she was trying hard to keep her balance and not fall. But with her physical strength, it is a bit difficult to do this. She could have called for help and asked her classmates to stop squeezing her. But for some reason, she kept her lips tightly pursed and said nothing, her eyes turning red with anxiety. There was no doubt that the girl was Zhou Xingjuan, whom Lin Dong had just met not long ago. She actually came to watch the show. If I leave her alone, the consequences will be disastrous. Lin Dong quickly turned around, squeezed into the chaotic crowd, and dragged Zhou Xingjuan's people out. The moment Lin Dong held Zhou Xingjuan's hand, she was shocked as if she had been electrocuted, and looked at Lin Dong in surprise. When she found out that the person holding her hand was Lin Dong, she hesitated for a moment and then agreed, while struggling hard to get out. Seeing this, Lin Dong's roommates immediately lent a helping hand. After more than a minute of effort, Zhou Xingjuan was finally rescued by Lin Dong. After all the money that had been thrown out was picked up, the chaos stopped.
This is the first time I regret something I've done.
Lin Dong panted slightly and said, I didn't expect that 10,000 yuan could cause such a big mess. Fortunately, no one was injured, otherwise it would be a big problem. Once there were casualties, no amount of money could make up for it. No one around agreed with Lin Dong, and no one even paid attention to him. This surprised him a little. Because his roommate and Zhou Xingjuan should have some reaction, right? Lin Dong raised his head in confusion and saw Zhou Xingjuan's pretty face. Her pretty face turned red, as if it was about to bleed. Lin Dong had only seen that expression on professional actors who played innocent girls. This is the first time I've seen it in reality. Lin Dong's roommates also looked at Lin Dong and Zhou Xingjuan with strange smiles, laughing in a way that all men can understand. Lin Dong, if you are interested in her, just ask her out. I believe she won't reject you. It's normal for college students to have a relationship. There's no need to be shy about it. It's good to start a relationship and forget about the past. What are you talking about? Why did you suddenly think of that? We've only known each other for less than 2 hours. Lin Dong said with a mixture of laughter and tears, you have such a rich imagination. If you are interested in this kind of thing, just find a girlfriend yourself. Lin Dong's original intention was to fight back against his roommates and ask them not to point the gun at him. However, his counterattack had no effect at all. His roommates continued to laugh strangely and pointed at his hands. Lin Dong was stunned for a moment, then he looked down and suddenly found that he was still holding Zhou Xingjuan's hand. No wonder my roommates laughed so weirdly. No wonder Zhou Xingjuan's face was so red. Lin Dong quickly let go of his hand and explained, I was too nervous when I was rescuing people just now, and I forgot about it after I got out. Please don't overinterpret it. Anyway, it's 2022 now, holding hands is not a big deal, right? Why are you so futile, as if you have traveled back from 2,000 years ago? Explanation is a cover-up. The dormitory head said seriously. The other roommates nodded in agreement. I suddenly want to hire a group of thugs to take you to the Black Horse Club, or I'll pay you to provide services. Lin Dong said, gritting his teeth. Although he knew that everyone was just joking, he was still speechless. Zhou Xingjuan gently rubbed his hands and whispered to change the subject, I heard that you were going to talk to the principal about the poor students, so I followed you to see. I didn't know such a big thing would happen here, and I didn't know why these people gathered downstairs of the principal's dormitory. Then the credit will have to go to someone else. If he hadn't spent so much money and alarmed all the wealthy people in Jiangzhou, it wouldn't have become such an exaggerated commotion. That's right. If he had kept a low profile and told the principal privately, there wouldn't have been such a big fuss. Lin Dong's roommates were talking to each other, and there was a sense of sarcasm and ridicule. They also looked at Lin Dong with strange eyes. With Zhou Xingjuan's intelligence, she naturally realized that the matter was related to Lin Dong. She was surprised and asked, did you cause this? Don't listen to their nonsense. Lin Dong told Zhou Xingjuan what he had learned so far, and then smiled bitterly, that's probably the situation. It was the principal who came to the cafeteria to find me in the beginning. How can he put the blame on me? It's because you are too rich. Zhou Xingjuan was silent for a long time before asking again, then how much money did you give to the principal when you talked to him about the poor students? Not much, just 100 million. Lin Dong replied nonchalantly. What? Another 100 million? Zhou Xingjuan was shocked and asked, why can you take out so much money so easily? What does your family do? Are you doing anything illegal? It is said that the ways to make money quickly are all written in the criminal law. Don't be ridiculous. Can the money-making methods in the criminal law earn hundreds of millions of dollars? Lin Dong said nonchalantly, you'd have to live as long as Peng Zhu to make that much money. Zhou Xingjuan stared at Lin Dong blankly, unable to speak for a long time. Lin Dong's words and actions have seriously impacted her worldview. She probably wouldn't even have dared to think about these things before. Chapter 38 I have a noble person to help me. Beauty, you don't have to worry about the money issue for Lin Dong. Lin Dong suddenly heard someone talking behind him. He looked back and saw Zhang Wenjin walking towards him in a swagger. Zhang Wenjin had a relaxed and confident smile on his face, as casual as if he was walking in his own room. He said to Zhou Xingjuan, Lin Dong is much richer than you think. 10 billion yuan to him may be like a meal in a restaurant. It's not worth mentioning. Is it necessary for you to exaggerate like that? Lin Dong glared at Zhang Wenjin helplessly. When Zhou Xingjuan heard Lin Dong say that he was not that rich, her tense face relaxed a little. But what Lin Dong said next struck her like lightning. Because Lin Dong raised 2 fingers and said seriously, at least 2 meals. Zhou Xingjuan rolled her eyes and was completely speechless.
Zhang Wenjin continued to smile and said, "For you, is there any difference between 1 meal and 2 meals?"
Zhang Wenjin and Lin Dong chatted and laughed casually, as if they were friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time.
Through their conversation, many people have figured out who Lin Dong is. However, those people's attention is still on Zhang Wenjin. Zhang Wenjin, don't you know what the situation is now? How can you be so relaxed? Zhangzhou University is destined to become the top school. Why don't you take this opportunity to get closer to the president? Are you still in the mood to chat? This is not like your style, Zhang Wenjin. Tell me honestly, do you have other tricks?
Among the people gathered downstairs of the dormitory building, many of them immediately greeted Zhang Wenjin. Their faces showed either confusion or curiosity, and some smart ones even started to pry into the matter. It can be seen that getting involved with the president of Zhangzhou University is now the top priority for many wealthy people in Zhangzhou. In their opinion, Zhang Wenjin should do the same. But it was very strange that Zhang Wenjin seemed much more relaxed and leisurely than they had imagined.
Some people who had some friendship with Zhang Wenjin couldn't help but ask. Zhang Wenjin put his arm around Lin Dong's shoulder and said smugly, "Need I tell you? Of course it's because I have someone to help me.
I solved your headache with just 1 phone call. I feel relieved when I think that I don't have to wait in line with you guys." I have to say, Zhang Wenjin really deserves a beating for saying this. Even though Lin Dong knew that the benefactor he was talking about was himself and that he couldn't show off to him, he still had the urge to beat him up so hard that even his parents wouldn't recognize him.
However, those rich second generations who were familiar with Zhang Wenjin were not angry at all. Instead, their eyes lit up.
They rushed up immediately and asked all kinds of questions. Some smart ones have already started to look at Lin Dong.
"Who is this noble person you're talking about? We just called him and found that we couldn't get through to the principal. You're not bragging, are you? If you miss this opportunity, I'll see your elders beat you to death. Zhang Wenjin, we are all friends. If you have any connections, please don't leave us behind and give us a hand."
While the people who knew Zhang Wenjin were trying to get close to him, a plump female classmate with long hair looked at Lin Dong carefully and asked, "Are you the Lin Dong who donates 1 billion yuan to Zhangzhou University every year?
Are you Zhang Wenjin's benefactor?" Lin Dong neither admitted nor denied it. Instead, he looked at the female classmate and asked, "Who are you?"
This female classmate is about the same age as Lin Dong, and most likely they are from the same class. However, unlike many of Lin Dong's classmates, she always gave off an aura that said, "Keep away from strangers." Although she took the initiative to greet Lin Dong, she didn't feel like she was actively trying to get close to others. Instead, it seemed like she was waiting for others to please her. She showed a polite smile and said, "My name is Wang Yunting. Would you like to have a meal with me?" Lin Dong frowned, not knowing whether to refuse or not for a moment. Because it is really difficult to refuse an invitation from a beautiful woman. But if he accepted the invitation, he couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. He really didn't like Wang Yunting's aura. Just as he was hesitating, cheers rang out all around him. Oh my god! The notoriously cold person actually invites others to dinner? In this world, being rich is truly amazing. It actually allows Wang Yunting to take the initiative to invite others to dinner. I don't understand. Wang Yunting's family must have more money than they can spend, right? Does she need to cling to a stronger thigh? Hearing the cheers and discussions of her classmates, Wang Yunting's expression became obviously unnatural. But she covered it up in the blink of an eye. Lin Dong also slowly remembered Wang Yunting. He had heard some rumors before, but at that time he thought he had no connection with Wang Yunting, so he didn't put his energy into it. Now thinking back, Wang Yunting was said to have many suitors after entering school, but no one succeeded. Among those who returned empty-handed was even Zhang Wenjin, who had a very good reputation. You don't have to force yourself to do something you don't want to do. Lin Dong shook his head and said, "I can see that you were just forced by your elders to contact me. Since you don't want to, and I don't want to have dinner with someone who only wants to complete tasks, there is no need to make everyone unhappy." After saying that, he dragged Zhou Xingjuan's hand and left. Zhou Xingjuan struggled hard, but found that she could not break free from Lin Dong's hand, so she accepted her fate. Wang Yunting looked at the backs of Lin Dong and Zhou Xingjuan and was stunned on the spot. It was not until Lin Dong and Zhou Xingjuan were about to turn the corner and disappear that she shouted anxiously, "Wait! Lin Dong! What do you mean now?
Jiangzhou University. No. There are so many people in Jiangzhou who want to have dinner with me, but you actually rejected my invitation? Do you think you are great just because you have a little money? As soon as she finished speaking, she pointed at Zhou Xingjuan and said, "Are you humiliating me now?" Humiliation? Lin Dong frowned, turned around and asked, "How can you say humiliation? Besides, I just said that others want to have dinner with you because they have intentions towards you, but I can see that you have no interest in me at all, so why should I waste my time?" After saying that, Lin Dong took Zhou Xingjuan and his roommates away. He really couldn't understand Wang Yunting's logic at all. If you want to have dinner with a beautiful woman, at least you want to enjoy the meal, right? But with Wang Yunting's attitude, can they be happy? If he can't, then why should he waste his time and money?
After leaving Wang Yunting's sight, Lin Dong let go of Zhou Xingjuan's hand, leaving Zhou Xingjuan and her roommates confused. From their expressions, it can be seen that they seriously suspected that Lin Dong had been kicked in the head by a donkey.
Chapter 39. I will make you regret it. I can't believe it. Do you know what a crazy thing you've done?
You even dared to refuse Wang Yunting's invitation.
You have offended most of the male students in the school.
You'd better be more relaxed when you go out next time, otherwise you might end up leaving the house upright and coming home sideways. Lin Dong's roommates looked at him in shock and sympathy, as if normal people were looking at a disabled person.
No. Even truly normal people would not openly express their sympathy towards disabled people. Their reactions left Lin Dong puzzled.
Just when Lin Dong wanted to ask for clarification, Zhou Xingjuan also said sincerely, "Although I am a girl, I don't want to admit that I am not as good as others, but in front of Wang Yunting, you rejected her in front of her and dragged my hand away."
You are slapping Wang Yunting in the face. I can understand slapping Wang Yunting in the face.
I did it on purpose because I didn't like her. Lin Dong said, "But what does this have to do with me offending most of the male students in the school?
I rejected Wang Yunting's invitation, shouldn't they be happy?"
Lin Dong thought that as long as those male classmates still had feelings for Wang Yunting, they definitely didn't want Wang Yunting to have a boyfriend. Then they should be happy that I rejected Wang Yunting.
You don't understand this.
The dormitory head suddenly laughed strangely and said, "You made Wang Yunting lose face so much.
Do you think Wang Yunting's liquors will help Wang Yunting out? If punishing you can make them look good in front of Wang Yunting and make Wang Yunting remember them, what do you think they will do?"
Lin Dong blinked and was speechless on the spot. I have to admit that what the dormitory head said does make some sense.
My roommates obviously thought of this as well. Then, how do you think I should solve this problem? Lin Dong asked. There is no solution.
Lin Dong's roommates shook their heads in unison.
Then what are you talking about?
Lin Dong rolled his eyes. He was too lazy to care and said, "They are just a bunch of failed lickers who pursued Wang Yunting.
What's the big deal? I really don't believe they can do anything to me. Besides, I'm going out with you now. If something happens, I have a scapegoat, right?" On the other side, downstairs of the principal's dormitory,
the students who had not yet left the theater had already shifted their focus to watching the show. Of course, they initially came to watch those who were looking for the principal, but after experiencing the incident between Lin Dong and Wang Yunting, they began to have fun watching Wang Yunting, and all kinds of whispers, either indignant or gloating, continued to be heard from the crowd. "I didn't expect that the famous Wang Yunting would be rejected. I heard that she is the most beautiful rich second generation in Jiangzhou. Lin Dong really doesn't know what's good for him.
He even rejected Wang Yunting. What kind of person is he looking for? So what if she's the most beautiful rich second generation?
In the eyes of those who don't like her, she's nothing." Wang Yunting was standing in the circle of people, so she could naturally hear everything everyone said clearly.
Anger gradually appeared on her face.
Lin Dong Wang Yunting's face turned ashen, she clenched her white fists and gritted her teeth as she said, "I will make you regret it.
I will let you know the consequences of humiliating me in public. Don't think you can be arrogant just because you have a little money."
She became angrier and angrier as she spoke, and finally took out her cell phone, made a call and said, "Brother Long."
5 days passed in the blink of an eye.
Lin Dong was always worried that one of Wang Yunting's suitors would come and cause trouble for him, and he spent 5 days in fear. During these 5 days, he basically stayed at home and never left his dormitory unless necessary. After all, he himself had some understanding of how crazy people who were in unrequited love could be. In front of those people, money plays a minimal role. But nothing happened for 5 days in a row, and I felt that my roommates were exaggerating.
Brothers, I find that everyone in school is not as crazy as you say.
Lin Dong stood at the door of the dormitory, holding the fence with both hands, looking down and said, "After all, we are college students. People who have studied for more than 10 years, how can they be as brainless as you say?" Lin Dong's roommates followed him out of the dormitory and observed the situation nearby from upstairs, also a little confused.
Because they could clearly see that there were no strange people walking around the dormitory building. Everything is exactly the same as usual. Because the downstairs of the dormitory building is not the students' regular activity space, it even seems a bit deserted. Maybe we are worrying too much. The dormitory head had to admit. Then let's go out and find something delicious.
Lin Dong said expectantly, "I've been stuck in the dorm for almost a week.
I'm almost dying of boredom.
Now that we've confirmed that there's no problem, let's go out and have a big meal to make up for it." Speaking of the big meal, Lin Dong's roommates were all looking forward to it and immediately changed their clothes and went out with Lin Dong.
Their target was a restaurant near the school. Of course, not the one from last time. Without considering the level and only considering the taste, the first thing Lin Dong and others would consider is the small restaurant.
While chatting about what to eat, they walked through the streets and alleys and soon approached their target restaurant.
There is a small road in front of the small restaurant. The location is so remote, I guess it was chosen to save on rent. I've been waiting for you for a long time. It's a pity you guys could hide in school for a week. We were almost suffocated to death. If you don't come out, our mission will fail. Fortunately, your patience is worse than ours.
Lin Dong and others had just walked into the path when the front and back of the path were blocked by people. Blocking the path were two groups of strong men. They all looked to be around 30 years old, at least 1.85 meters tall, and very strong, like the type who often go to the gym. They were already tall and strong, and at an age where they could fight, so the intimidation they brought to Lin Dong and others on the path was imaginable. Lin Dong made a rough count and found that there were 8 people in front and 6 people in the back. Considering the number of Lin Dong and his group and their weak arms and legs, it would be quite difficult to break through their encirclement. Moreover, they were slowly approaching Lin Dong and the others, blocking all their escape routes. Lin Dong's roommates realized that something was wrong and started to panic.
What happened? Why are you coming after us? We haven't offended anyone. Is this Wang Yunting's revenge?
But this doesn't fit her image. She was just rejected by Lin Dong in public.
She wouldn't want to go to this extent for revenge, right?
Even if she wants revenge, she can just go after Lin Dong.
Why would she include us as well?
Under the threat of the strong men, Lin Dong's roommates gradually retreated and finally gathered together with Lin Dong as the center.
Chapter 40, Secret Protection.
Lin Dong, even if we want to be your scapegoat, we are powerless. The dormitory head suddenly smiled bitterly. Then, he squatted down with his head in his hands, protecting all the vital parts of his body, ready to be beaten. Seeing this, the other roommates followed suit.
Lin Dong frowned and said unhappily, "Can you be a little more manly?"
He was really speechless.
Aren't they ashamed of giving up resistance without even trying? Aren't they just a group of strong men? What is there to be afraid of? Who sent you? Since his roommates were unreliable, Lin Dong could only face it alone.
He raised his head and said coldly, "I don't care how much the person who hired you as thugs spent, as long as you can tell me who he is, I can give you 10 times, or even 100 times the money."
How about it? You are so rich?
The sturdy men surrounding Lin Dong and others suddenly brightened up. When Lin Dong saw the strong men's reactions, he breathed a sigh of relief.
At the very least, money seems to be making a difference.
For Lin Dong now, any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem.
If you can spend some money, you won't get beaten and you can find out who is behind it. Then everything will be fine. However, brothers, we've caught a fat sheep. Grab it hard. Ha ha ha.
These few days of waiting were not in vain. The person who gave us the news was not bragging.
We made a fortune.
After we finish this job, we can enjoy ourselves for a long time.
Don't let him go until we get enough benefits.
What Lin Dong did not expect was that after hearing what Lin Dong said, those strong men not only did not back down, but became even more aggressive. They all rushed towards Lin Dong like cows seeing a red cloth. Lin Dong was stunned on the spot.
What's going on? Why did things develop completely differently from what he imagined? He suddenly regretted thinking, should I not show them my financial strength? Also, should I learn martial arts from Warner in advance? Even if I can't defeat so many strong men with my own martial arts, I can at least find a chance to escape, right? Of course, there is no point in thinking about these things now. He could only hold his head, protect his vital parts, and prepare to fight back like the other roommates. However, he waited with his eyes closed for several minutes, but did not receive the punches and kicks he had imagined. But based on his memory, the distance between those strong men and himself was such that they should be able to rush over even if they were crawling like turtles. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, Lin Dong, who saw no result, could no longer suppress his curiosity. He carefully opened one eye and looked in all directions. Then, he saw an incredible scene. On the narrow path, the 14 strong men who had looked ferocious just now were rolling on the dirty path, holding their painful parts, howling like pigs being slaughtered. It seemed that they were no longer in the mood to care about the road conditions, and the pain in their bodies made them completely unable to control themselves. Between the strong men and Lin Dong, there were 3 men standing in front and behind, making a total of 6 men. The 6 men were basically in plain clothes, and some of them were holding mobile phones, which were playing images of a 2-dimensional beautiful girl mobile game. However, they kept on beating people, and it was obvious that they were the ones who had just knocked down the strong men. Their actions were totally inconsistent with their image. Lin Dong was stunned for a moment, and asked in confusion, "You are?" "We were sent by Miss Tang Wan. Miss Tang Wan felt that someone might harm the young master recently, so she sent us to protect him secretly. Because Miss Tang Wan is worried that it will affect the young master's normal life, she has asked us to disguise ourselves for protection." As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, the 6 people rushed to Lin Dong with a very respectful attitude. They lowered their heads, like little children being disciplined by a teacher. After listening to their words, Lin Dong finally understood what had happened. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire Tang Wan's thoughtfulness. If Tang Wan hadn't been careful enough, he might have really been beaten up today. At the same time, Lin Dong's roommates had noticed that the situation had changed and stood up one after another. Especially the head of the dormitory, his old face turned slightly red when he recalled what happened just now. "Lin Dong, if you have such a bodyguard, you should have told us earlier, so that we don't have to worry. I was really scared just now. I thought I was going to be beaten up." "Lin Dong, your security guards are really amazing. They were able to knock down 14 strong men in an instant." In order to change the topic and make everyone forget how embarrassed they were just now, Lin Dong's roommates all looked at the 6 plainclothes bodyguards. Although everyone already knew that the 6 plainclothes bodyguards in front of them had just knocked down 14 strong men. But the bodyguards' clothes were still neat and tidy, and even their hairstyles were not messy. Lin Dong's roommates have a new understanding of the fighting power of the 6 bodyguards. However, compared to them, Lin Dong cared more about other things. While his roommates were marveling at the bodyguard, Lin Dong walked up to a sturdy man who was lying on the ground. He slowly squatted down, grabbed the strong man's hair, lifted his head and said, "Tell me, who sent you here?" 100 times. The sturdy man said with a distorted face, obviously still enduring severe pain. "What do you mean by 100 times? Who has such a weird name?" Lin Dong was stunned. The sturdy man replied with a painful look on his face, "You just promised us that if we give up the mastermind behind this, you will give us 100 times the commission." "No more." Lin Dong interrupted the sturdy man expressionlessly and said, "If you were willing to cooperate at the beginning, I might really give you 100 times the commission. But now, do you think you still have the confidence to ask me for money? Please understand the current situation." As he spoke, Lin Dong slapped the sturdy man on the face a few times. "I won't tell you anything unless you give me 100 times the money. It doesn't matter. I will torture you until you tell me." Lin Dong said nonchalantly, "Whoever can make this guy spit out what I want can ask Wanner for a bonus of 100 yuan later." As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, the 6 plainclothes bodyguards walked towards the burly man with shining eyes. "All I can say is that where there is a big reward, there will always be brave men." The sturdy man panicked when he saw 6 plainclothes bodyguards walking towards him with grins on their faces. He wanted to run away, but the pain was so severe that he couldn't even stand up. After trying to escape, he could only beg for mercy to Lin Dong. "Brother. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I can tell you who sent me. You must stop us." Although the strong man chose to surrender wisely, Lin Dong ignored him. After all, since the strong man chose to be stubborn, he should be prepared to be beaten. "Do you think you won't get beaten just because you changed your mind at the last minute? How can there be such a happy thing in the world?" Chapter 41 Confession. "Brother. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Ah. It hurts. Big brother, please forgive me. I won't dare to do it again. My legs. It hurts so much. Please spare me. If you hit me again, I'm going to die.
The sturdy man screamed and rolled around under the feet of Lin Dong's bodyguards, turning the path into a pig slaughtering scene. Listening to the screams of the strong man, Lin Dong couldn't help but think of something he had never seen before, and didn't even believe in its existence, that is, the 18 layers of hell. Because he felt that only in the legendary 18 layers of hell could such a tragic wail be heard. The shrill scream even gave Lin Dong goosebumps all over his body. But even so, he still turned a deaf ear and silently took his roommates into the milk tea shop next door.
As usual, Lin Dong skillfully ordered the flavors his roommates liked.
As for his roommates, they naturally sat down. It took about 10 minutes for Lin Dong to bring his roommates into the milk tea shop and then serve the milk tea to them.
Lin Dong distributed milk tea to his roommates and asked, "Are you still not recovered?"
Lin Dong's roommates seemed to be unable to hear what Lin Dong was saying, and kept looking outside through the glass door of the milk tea shop.
Looking at them, it seems like they are watching some beautiful woman.
Of course, Lin Dong knew in his heart that they were actually all looking at the strong man being tortured outside.
"Are you so interested in that big guy who picks his toes?"
Lin Dong said helplessly, "It's been more than 10 minutes.
You keep the same posture. Aren't you really tired?
Be careful of cervical spine problems. A big guy who picks his toes is not worth your concern."
"Lin Dong, is it really okay to beat him like this?"
The dormitory head suddenly asked. "I'm not sympathizing with him, but if he is really beaten to death, it won't do us any good, right?
Besides, hasn't he already promised to reveal the mastermind behind this?" With the dormitory head taking the lead, other roommates also nodded in agreement. "That's right, Lin Dong. If someone is beaten to death, we will be held responsible and you won't be able to find out who is behind it. Although that strong man was a bit reckless in blackmailing you when he was about to die, but the lesson has been learned enough, right? Why don't you have any intention of stopping them? From what I know about you, you are not the kind of person who likes to torture others."
Lin Dong's roommates talked at once, making Lin Dong truly feel their care.
Yes.
Although they seemed to be worried about the strong man's life and death, what they really cared about was Lin Dong.
Because the person beating people was Lin Dong's bodyguard.
If the strong man was really beaten to death, Lin Dong would definitely not be able to deny the matter. The moment he felt their concern for him, Lin Dong put away his playful smile and said seriously, "I feel relieved that you have this heart, because it proves that my choice is right.
I asked the bodyguards to beat up that strong man, partly for you." "For us?" Lin Dong's roommates asked in unison.
"Yes." Lin Dong nodded vigorously and said, "Now I know that I have bodyguards to protect me, so I don't have to worry about my safety at all."
"But what about you? You can't always stay by my side and receive protection, right? What if you are attacked when you are not with me?" Lin Dong asked a question that stumped his roommates.
Of course, Lin Dong didn't expect them to answer him, as long as he made his position clear. After finishing the milk tea, Lin Dong stood up, walked out of the milk tea shop and said, "Let's go out and see the results."
The roommates followed immediately.
They were in no mood to drink the milk tea ordered by Lin Dong. When they walked out of the tea shop and returned to the path, they saw that the strong men were lying on the ground weakly, as if all the bones in their bodies were broken. Moreover, although their injuries were serious, they still did not react at all, as if they did not even have the strength to struggle. At least when Lin Dong and others walked up to the strong man didn't even raise his eyelids.
"Are you still alive?"
Lin Dong tapped the sturdy man's head with his toes and said, "If you are still alive, answer my question.
Who sent you to cause trouble for me? What is his purpose? Do you think I will answer your question?"
The sturdy man suddenly raised his head. He stared at Lin Dong with a pair of eyes full of resentment, and his teeth were grinding. Looking at his posture, it seemed as if he was going to eat Lin Dong alive. Lin Dong had lived for so long, but this was the first time he saw someone hate him so much. The sturdy man stared at Lin Dong intently and continued, "I'm telling you. Ever since you refused to surrender and were determined to let the bodyguards beat me up, I've been fighting you. No matter what questions you ask or what you do today, I won't answer you." The sturdy man spoke viciously, leaving Lin Dong with no doubt about his determination. At least at this moment, what he said was absolutely true. Lin Dong's roommates were also shocked when they saw the burly man's posture, and at the same time they blamed Lin Dong a little.
"Look, Lin Dong, I told you that this would backfire. You should have asked him questions from the beginning.
Now that the clues are gone and the bodyguard's existence has been exposed, the other party will definitely be more ruthless next time.
Lin Dong, why don't you go find Miss Tang Wan and ask her to think of a solution for you?
Lin Dong objected without hesitation. Impossible.
Besides, do you really think he is so tight-lipped?
Lin Dong sneered disapprovingly.
What do you want to say? The roommates asked in astonishment.
They naturally knew what Lin Dong wanted to say. But the strong man's attitude has been made clear, and they don't think he will change his mind easily.
In this situation, how could Lin Dong pry open his mouth?
The dormitory head asked anxiously, Lin Dong, if you continue to hit him, he will really die. Lin Dong smiled slightly, and then said to a bodyguard, go buy a bag of salt. I want to see whether this strong man's mouth is stronger or the wounds on his body can bear it. It will be very interesting if so many wounds are sprinkled with salt water.
When Lin Dong's roommates heard this, they immediately looked at the strong man with sympathy.
The sturdy man's face changed, and the resolute expression of refusing to surrender even in death disappeared in an instant.
He laughed dryly and said, brother, I have changed my mind. Just ask whatever you want to ask. Is this what you call never answering even if you die?
Lin Dong ridiculed the strong man.
Chapter 42 News about Li Huiran. With a bit of mischievous intention, Lin Dong asked the strong man many private questions in succession.
But no matter how private the question was, the sturdy man would answer without hesitation, making everyone's expressions increasingly weird. Because the strong man's answer seemed too straightforward.
Lin Dong, why do you sound like you're on a blind date with him when you ask these questions? Can we get down to business now? The questions you ask are really weird. I'm almost physically sick.
Although I know the effect of your severe punishment in the test, your testing method is really hard to describe. Lin Dong's roommates protested with a mixture of laughter and tears, while shaking their heads helplessly. They have seen that torture is really effective. Lin Dong smiled with satisfaction, then got straight to the point. Who sent you here?
Brother Long.
The sturdy man answered without hesitation.
Brother Long? Who? Lin Dong asked curiously.
Brother Long is my eldest brother, and he is also the one who governs half of Jiangzhou's gray area.
Why did he attack me? I don't know.
The sturdy man shook his head. Then, Lin Dong asked several more questions in a roundabout way and even interrogated the other strong men. The results proved that what the strong man said was true. The person who sent them here was indeed a man named Brother Long.
As for whether there is anyone behind Brother Long, we have to investigate to find out.
After getting the information he wanted, Lin Dong drove away all the strong men and then went into the small restaurant to eat.
During the meal, the dormitory head asked, Lin Dong, why don't you call your girlfriend and ask her to find out Brother Long's identity? I think that girl is extremely capable. As long as you give her the clues, she will definitely find out everything clearly.
The other roommates nodded in agreement. At the same time, they ate the food with ease, completely different from before when they couldn't even drink milk tea.
In other words, they still believe in Tang Wan's abilities.
They felt that as long as Tang Wan handled the matter, there would be nothing to worry about.
But Lin Dong shook his head and said, I can't always rely on Tang Wan. Don't you think that a real man should learn to be independent?
I'm not short of money now, why don't I learn to use money to pave the way and solve the problem myself?
Cough, cough, cough.
As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, his roommates at the table suddenly started coughing violently. They either beat their chests or tried to drink water, making a lot of noise in the restaurant. The diners around them almost treated them like animals in a zoo.
Lin Dong said helplessly, is your reaction so big?
It's not that our reaction was so big, but that you were too scary. Brother Long knew you were not easy to mess with as soon as he heard you.
Lin Dong, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but if you want to practice, you should look at the person you're with. That's Brother Long.
That's right. Although I don't know who Brother Long is, from what that sturdy man said just now, he is the boss who governs half of Jiangzhou's gray area.
If you push him into a corner, it's really not something you can solve with just money. You might even lose your life. Lin Dong's roommates tried to persuade him earnestly, asking him to calm down. However, their unanimous persuasion only aroused Lin Dong's competitive spirit.
Lin Dong slammed his hands hard on the table, causing it to shake with a loud noise. Lin Dong took the opportunity to stand up straight and said firmly, you don't have to say anything, I have already decided.
Besides, I have already thought of a way. Isn't it just a little Brother Long? What's the big deal?
I have confidence in the bodyguards that Wan are found for me.
The bodyguard Tang Wan found for Lin Dong was eating at the table next to him. After hearing Lin Dong's words, they immediately expressed their opinions.
One of them, who looked like a captain, stood up straight and said respectfully, "Master, you are right. As long as you give the order, we can bring the so-called Brother Long to see you at any time.
We don't even take a small local snake from Jiangzhou seriously."
The young man spoke calmly, as if he was talking about a light topic like what to eat tonight.
He revealed absolute confidence in his words.
Although Lin Dong had confidence in them, he was still surprised to see them act so relaxed.
He asked in disbelief, "Is it really that simple? There are two Brother Longs in Jiangzhou, one is Tai Long and the other is Liang Dalong."
A female bodyguard stood up and said, "We don't know which Brother Long wants to harm you, young master, but we can capture both of them."
Two Brother Longs?
Lin Dong was stunned. The situation was a little different from what he had imagined.
The female bodyguard nodded and said, "Yes, there are two dragon brothers. Which one do you want to catch first, master?"
Lin Dong did not answer immediately, but kept silent with his head down. Because if he made the wrong choice, it would definitely alert the enemy and cause the real Brother Long to hide. It will be much more difficult to catch the real culprit by then. But if they wanted to attack both Brother Long at the same time, judging from the tone of the female bodyguard, they couldn't do it. Just as Lin Dong was struggling, the female bodyguard suddenly said, "Something new has happened."
"What's new?"
Lin Dong was stunned.
The female bodyguard turned on her phone and said, "Master, Tai Long was dealt with by Liang Dalong's subordinate Li Huiran half an hour ago. The territory that originally belonged to Tai Long is now under the jurisdiction of Li Huiran. Should we go directly to Liang Dalong to ask?"
Wait.
What did you just say?
Lin Dong almost suspected that he was hallucinating.
Li Huiran? Is it the same name? Is there such a coincidence in the world? But given Li Huiran's current situation, she shouldn't be able to find a job in Jiangzhou.
Lin Dong's roommates also heard it and immediately looked at Lin Dong to question him. Lin Dong directly asked the female bodyguard, "Put aside Brother Long's matter for now, and explain Li Huiran's matter to me first."
"Yes."
The female bodyguard did not think much about it and answered without hesitation, "Li Huiran, a female, was once the girlfriend of the son of the former richest man in Jiangzhou, that is, Wang Xiaolong's girlfriend. She also maintained an underground relationship with you for 4 years.
Stop.
Lin Dong really didn't want to talk about that sad past anymore, so he immediately interrupted the female bodyguard.
However, he had obtained the information he wanted.
That is, Li Huiran is indeed the Li Huiran he knows. I just don't know what tricks Li Huiran used to be able to find a job under Liang Dalong and climb to a seemingly very high position." Lin Dong's roommates had also heard something and were chattering away.
"This is not right. Wouldn't hiring Li Huiran now be equivalent to offending Tiancheng Group? Who is so bold? Lin Dong, I think that Liang Dalong is the mastermind behind this. Just execute him."
Just for hiring Li Huiran, he should be taught a lesson.
Chapter 43 Big Sister. You don't need to tell me, I'm ready to act.
Lin Dong paid the bill and strode out of the restaurant.
Lin Dong's roommates exchanged glances for a moment, then followed Lin Dong's bodyguards.
When they caught up with Lin Dong
asked curiously, "Why are you following me?" "I'm going to find Liang Dalong now."
If he really replaces Tai Long with the help of Li Huiran, then Liang Dalong will be the real boss of the gray area in Jiangzhou.
Do you know what this means?
Of course we know, that's why we can't let you go by yourself.
We'll go with you.
If anything goes wrong, at least there's someone to report it to.
We have your bodyguards protecting us anyway, so why should we be afraid? Just go and watch the show with us.
Lin Dong's roommates seemed to be talking in a relaxed manner, but if you looked closely, you could see that they were nervous. Facing an opponent like Liang Dalong, it would be a lie for these students to say they were not nervous. But even so, they still firmly chose to face it together with Lin Dong. Lin Dong felt warm in his heart, and then he said to the bodyguards, "You must also ensure the safety of my roommates." After receiving a positive answer from the bodyguards, Lin Dong took a taxi and set off under the guidance of the female bodyguard. The first target they were looking for was Li Huiran.
Because the female bodyguard didn't have time to find out Liang Dalong's location immediately.
As for Li Huiran, she is now in a large bar. Lin Dong and others took a taxi and stopped in front of the main entrance of the bar.
As soon as they got off the car, they saw several Chinese characters composed of LED lights flashing on the door of the bar Tianlong Bar. It's still afternoon, but the bar is already bustling with music constantly coming out. Of course, Lin Dong didn't come here to drink and dance. His priority is to find Li Huiran. So he immediately noticed that there were two sturdy security guards standing in front of the door of Tianlong Bar, staring at them fiercely. Lin Dong strode forward and said, "Take me to see Li Huiran, and I will give each of you 10,000 yuan." Although they worked as security guards in places like the Tianlong Bar, Lin Dong felt that their salary was only a few thousand yuan at most. Giving them 10,000 yuan for showing you the way is a very high price. However, the two security guards ignored Lin Dong and treated him as an invisible person. Lin Dong frowned and raised the price, 50,000. The two security guards remained indifferent. This time, not only Lin Dong was shocked, but even Lin Dong's roommates were shocked. Impossible? Are there still security guards who don't succumb to money? That's 50,000 yuan. Although it's just a drop in the bucket for Lin Dong, it's enough for the security guard to work hard for more than a year to save, right? He refused to lead the way for 50,000 yuan. When did Li Huiran become so proud? Lin Dong also couldn't believe it. How come it's only been a short time, Li Huiran has undergone such a drastic change? No matter how talented she is, it's impossible for her to become rich in just a few days, right? Lin Dong became more and more curious about what happened to Li Huiran. Seeing that the formal channels didn't work, he simply ordered the bodyguards, "You take care of these two security guards. I want to go in and find Li Huiran directly." As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, the two security guards sneered. "Don't you know who is in charge of this place? You dare to be so arrogant when you want to see our eldest sister in our territory? Are you tired of living?" As soon as they finished speaking, they took out the walkie-talkies they carried with them and greeted each other. Then, in less than 30 seconds, a large number of strong young men rushed out of the bar. Lin Dong made a rough count and found that there were about 30 of them. 30 people faced Lin Dong and others, and on the surface they had the advantage. After the 30 helpers came out, the two security guards became more confident and began to taunt Lin Dong. "I don't care who you are, or what you want to do with our eldest sister, but if you don't want to die, get out of here. This is not a place for you to act wild. Get out of here as soon as possible before you get hurt." Bang bang bang. As soon as the two security guards finished speaking, the 6 bodyguards behind Lin Dong took action. They didn't give the security guards and other helpers from the Tianlong Bar any chance to fight back and directly knocked down 6 people. The 6 people who were knocked down fell to the ground, breaking many tables and chairs, and howling in pain. It can be seen from their twisted limbs that they all have broken bones. After just one encounter, Lin Dong's bodyguards had already made them lose their fighting power. The bar helpers who were still uninjured looked slightly unhappy and swallowed their saliva at the same time. How could they dare to take action? Lin Dong glanced at them and then said in a deliberate and infuriating way, "Just now someone seemed to say that if we don't want to die, we should get out of here right away? Well, if I don't get out now, can anyone let me die?" The people in Tianlong Bar didn't dare to say a word. Lin Dong's bodyguards still surrounded Lin Dong. Lin Dong ignored the bar assistants who were only bluffing and walked into the bar with a swagger. Of course Lin Dong's roommates followed suit. "Lin Dong, even though those helpers seem to be bluffing, don't underestimate them. This place was supposed to belong to Tai Long. Li Huiran must have had some connections to take it over so quickly. When you are on someone else's territory, you have to be careful not to capsize in the ditch." Lin Dong nodded, thanked his roommates for their reminder, and said, "I know what you said. I will be careful." Lin Dong walked towards the back of the bar and soon found the manager's office. When he pushed open the door of the manager's office and strode in, he saw Li Huiran sitting inside. At this moment, Li Huiran was leaning back in the computer chair, with his head held high, looking like he looked down on everyone. "Li Huiran, it's you." Lin Dong frowned and said, "Can you give me an explanation? How did you get to your current position in such a short time? Even if you started working under Tai Long right after leaving the coffee shop, it's unlikely that you would be promoted so quickly, right?" "Oh? It's Lin Dong. You actually found your way here." A trace of hatred flashed in Li Huiran's eyes. Then, she slowly stood up and said, "You paid a great price to force me into a desperate situation so that I couldn't find a job. Now that you see that I'm fine, are you very unwilling to accept it? Don't worry, I will let you know how angry I am right away." Li Huiran said this angrily, and it was obvious that she hated Lin Dong. As long as she could get revenge on Lin Dong had no doubt that she would do it at any cost. But Lin Dong came here originally for this matter. "Your anger? Do you mean that Liang Dalong sent people to cause trouble for me?
Lin Dong said coldly. Liang Dalong and I have no grudges against each other, but Liang Dalong suddenly caused trouble for me.
You should have contributed to this, right? Then, I have a rough idea of how angry you are. Chapter 44, Arrogance and Escape. Liang Dalong? What do you mean? Li Huiran was stunned. Li Huiran's face was full of confusion and bewilderment, and she obviously didn't understand what Lin Dong said. But the next second, no one knew what she remembered, and she suddenly said ferociously and happily, "Is this the extent of my anger? Who are you looking down on?
The pain you inflicted on me, I will return to you at least tenfold or 100-fold." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly clapped her hands lightly, and the smug smile on her face became more obvious. But when Lin Dong saw her actions, he wanted to laugh.
Isn't this a scene that often appeared in movies from more than a decade ago?
Although it was obvious that Li Huiran wanted to ask for help, Lin Dong still felt it was funny. Lin Dong was just about to mock Li Huiran, but when the words came to his lips, he couldn't say them. As soon as Li Huiran clapped his hands, the door of the room was opened, and suddenly a dozen tattooed muscular men with baseball bats rushed in, filling the room. Moreover, there were still many tattooed muscular men watching outside the room, proving that the people who appeared now were not all of Li Huiran's men. Unknowingly, Li Huiran has grown to a level that Lin Dong could never have imagined.
What exactly did she go through? I'm becoming more and more curious about what happened to you. Lin Dong said.
You should worry about your own safety first.
Li Huiran sneered.
I wanted to finish dealing with everything here before settling the score with you, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid as to come to my door.
I won't be polite then. Brothers, come on.
As long as no one dies, you can fight in any way you want.
Following Li Huiran's order, more than a dozen tattooed muscular men who had squeezed into the room started taking action.
They raised their baseball bats high and smashed them at Lin Dong and the others. These tattooed muscular men had already surrounded Lin Dong and his group. After forming a circle, they raised their baseball bats and hit people.
Just from the momentum, it was quite scary.
At least Lin Dong looked at the baseball bat array falling from the sky and could not find any space to hide. He even felt that even if he turned into a mosquito, he would still be hit. Lin Dong's roommates' faces turned pale and they squatted down with their heads in their hands.
It's over. Li Huiran is serious. How did she become so cruel? Fortunately, they didn't dare to beat me to death.
I just went to the hospital to lie down for a while.
It shouldn't be a big problem, right? In this situation, no matter how powerful Lin Dong's bodyguards are, they can't save the situation, right?
The roommates' voices were trembling, and the fear contained in them had reached a level that could no longer be concealed. They all closed their eyes, not even daring to look at the baseball bats that were about to hit them. Lin Dong could naturally understand their feelings.
But compared to his roommates, Lin Dong was much calmer. Because. Bang!
One of Lin Dong's bodyguards caught the wrist of one of the tattooed muscular men, then swept it horizontally to block all the nearby baseball bats. Several baseball bats carrying heavy force collided with each other and immediately broke into several pieces like paper.
Boom!
Another bodyguard of Lin Dong kicked out, directly kicking those tattooed muscular men away and hitting the wall. After the tattooed muscular man was kicked away, the baseball bats they threw out naturally could not hit Lin Dong's head. The other bodyguards also had their own ways of defusing the attacks, and the baseball bat array thrown by a dozen tattooed muscular men was thus dissolved and made invisible.
Lin Dong raised his hands and said calmly, "Li Huiran, is this what you are angry about?" Li Huiran's expression changed again and again, and he said in a deep voice, "Where did you find the bodyguard?" "Then just forget about it."
Lin Dong said nonchalantly, "Answer my question.
What exactly have you been through recently? Why did you suddenly climb to your current position? What exactly do you want to do when you let Liang Dalong take action against me?" Li Huiran did not answer Lin Dong's question, but sneered, "Do you think you have one?" "What else?" Lin Dong asked back.
Lin Dong has already observed the situation in the room.
Although there were still many tattooed muscular men outside the room obeying Li Huiran's orders, they couldn't get in at all.
Lin Dong only sent out 2 bodyguards to block the door of the room. The remaining 4 bodyguards helped Lin Dong keep an eye on Li Huiran, making it impossible for Li Huiran to escape. However, Li Huiran seemed unable to see how unfavorable the situation was for her. She still said calmly, "After being retaliated by you, I learned a lot of things, one of which is to leave a way out for myself no matter what."
"Do you think I would let myself be trapped in the room and die?"
"I have already made a plan for similar situations.
Everyone, take action.
Lin Dong suddenly had a bad feeling and immediately asked his bodyguards to control Li Huiran.
However, for some unknown reason, these bodyguards, who had amazing qualities, suddenly slowed down.
It was because of this small gap that Li Huiran suddenly ran to the private bathroom in the room. By the time Lin Dong's bodyguards caught up and kicked open the bathroom door, Li Huiran had already disappeared without a trace. There is actually a small elevator installed in the private bathroom in Li Huiran's room. Lin Dong was speechless for a while, and sighed in disappointment. What a pity, we finally found her, but she ran away.
Then again, why did you react so slowly? With your qualities, you shouldn't make such a low-level mistake, right? Lin Dong's words were naturally addressed to the bodyguards.
He looked at the bodyguards in confusion. Because even Lin Dong himself realized that Li Huiran would make a move, and it was impossible for the bodyguards not to see it.
But they actually still needed Lin Dong's reminder.
It would have been fine if they just needed Li Dong to remind them, but after being reminded by Lin Dong, they were still half a beat slower to act.
This is completely different from the quality they have shown before.
At the same time, Lin Dong's roommates had recovered. They also looked at the bodyguards in confusion. Although they did not dare to question them openly, they made their attitudes clear through their actions. The captain of the bodyguard team laughed and said, "Master, we did it on purpose."
Intentional? What do you mean?
Lin Dong asked puzzledly. The captain of the bodyguard team took out a device with a display screen from his jacket pocket and handed it to Lin Dong. He said, "Because we want to play the long game and catch the big fish.
Our target is not just a small Li Huiran.
Catching Liang Dalong is the most important thing." Lin Dong leaned over to look at the instrument and immediately discovered that the display screen was showing a map of Jiangzhou.
There is a red dot on it moving at an astonishing speed.
This is... Although he already had some guesses, Lin Dong still wanted to get a definite answer from the bodyguard.
Chapter 45, Becoming a Fisherman. Master, this is a tracker.
The captain of the bodyguard team explained, "We have just bounced the signal transmitter of the tracker onto Li Huiran in the chaos. After Li Huiran leaves, she will definitely go to her superior, or even directly to Liang Dalong.
Then we can find Liang Dalong."
As soon as the captain of the bodyguard team finished speaking, Lin Dong's roommates came over to watch the fun.
Isn't this something that only appears in movies? Did you really bring out the real thing? That's amazing. How much does this thing cost? It must be very expensive for such a small transmitter to send such a strong signal, right? You are worthy of being Lin Dong's bodyguard. You have all the necessary equipment. I finally understand why you were so slow.
Lin Dong's roommates were all amazed at the tracker as if they had discovered a new world. Their eyes were shining, like little kids seeing their favorite toys. Although Lin Dong had been mentally prepared, after getting a positive answer from the captain of the bodyguard team, he still couldn't help but sigh, "You are really amazing. You can think of such a long-term thing in an instant. The person Warner invited is really not simple.
Master, you are too kind.
We are just doing our job." The captain of the bodyguard team said, "Master, let's not talk about this for now.
Let's catch up with Li Huiran." Judging from the information on the tracker, Li Huiran is now more than 6 kilometers away from Lin Dong and others. If we let her go away any longer, it will be difficult to track her down even with a tracker.
After all, no one can guarantee that Li Huiran will not change her clothes.
Led by his bodyguards, Lin Dong went straight downstairs.
As for the car, the bodyguards had already arranged it in advance. They followed Li Huiran with the help of the tracker. After driving for half an hour, they found that Li Huiran had run to a water pipe factory in the suburbs. When Lin Dong and his companion's car stopped in front of the factory gate, the factory security guard came up to them very vigilantly and asked, "Who are you looking for?" The security guard was a young man in his early 20s with a crew cut and a fierce look. No matter what, he gave Lin Dong a feeling that something was not right. Because in such suburban areas, security guard wages are already very low, and usually only older men will do this job. Young people are unlikely to be interested, whether for the sake of their future or income.
"We're here to look for Li Huiran."
One of Lin Dong's bodyguards said bluntly, "If you don't want to die, lead the way for us." As he spoke, he had already reached for the young security guard's throat. I have to say that the bodyguard's attack was quite sudden, and it could be considered a sneak attack. With his physical fitness, and if he attacked the young security guard by surprise, Lin Dong asked himself that if it were him, he would definitely not be able to dodge it. But the young security guard was really not simple.
He leaned back and jumped hard, avoiding the bodyguard's sneak attack.
Then, he took out a walkie-talkie from his belt and was about to notify the people in the factory.
Wait a moment.
Lin Dong was prepared. He took out a stack of bills from his wallet, handed it to the young security guard and said, "You know what I mean." The young security guard was stunned for a moment, then slowly put down the walkie-talkie and took the money that Lin Dong handed to him. Then, he rolled his eyes and fell limply to the ground. To make the effect more realistic, he tilted his neck and stuck out his tongue. Lin Dong and others got out of the car, looked down at the young security guard, and were speechless on the spot. It turns out that money makes the world go round. You are amazing, Lin Dong, to be able to come up with such an idea.
I wonder what Li Huiran's expression will be when she sees us suddenly appear.
The numerous expressions of emotion from his roommates also made Lin Dong look forward to what was to come. He smiled and said, "Then let's go in quickly."
You can't do that.
Just as Lin Dong was about to rush into the factory with his roommates and bodyguards, the young security guard lying on the ground suddenly revived and said, "There are still many people working in the factory.
You will definitely be discovered if you go in. You can't bribe everyone." Lin Dong looked back at the young security guard and asked, "From what you said, do you have a solution?" 10,000 yuan.
The young security guard offered. Lin Dong didn't waste any words and directly took out another 10,000 in cash. Then, the young security guard pointed to another small door not far away and said, "That's the small door we usually use to escape. Just go in through the small door and walk along the main road to find Li Huiran.
By the way, don't tell them that I told you. I'm going to continue pretending to be dead."
After saying this, the young security guard tilted his head again and fell silent.
I have to say, it's such a waste of talent for this guy not to go and film. Of course, Lin Dong and others didn't waste any time and went straight in through the small door.
After entering the factory through the small door, Lin Dong did hear a deafening roar coming from another direction, as well as the sound of many people chatting. If it weren't for the young security guard showing the way, they would have been discovered by Li Huiran the moment they entered the factory. If Li Huiran gets the news and runs away, it will be troublesome. Walking along the main road, they soon saw a room called the conference room, which was obviously different from the other rooms. As soon as Lin Dong and others walked to the door of the conference room, they heard the sound of chatting coming from inside. "Boss, that Lin Dong is causing trouble for our work. How should we deal with him? The bodyguards he brought with him are very powerful.
Ordinary methods can't really do anything to him.
He's still so rich, it's hard to deal with him in either a verbal or physical fight."
Through the door, Lin Dong couldn't confirm who said that.
But one thing is certain, that is, Li Huiran is among the people speaking. That was a voice that Lin Dong would never forget in his life. After confirming that Li Huiran was inside, Lin Dong nodded to the bodyguards. Then, the captain of the bodyguard team took 2 steps back, ran forward, and kicked the door lock.
Boom!
Under the feet of the captain of the bodyguard team, the thick door was kicked through as if it were made of tofu, and the door was opened. Lin Dong swaggered forward and said, "Li Huiran, long time no see."
There were a man and a woman in the meeting room. The woman is naturally Li Huiran.
That guy. He was about 40 years old, with a shaved head and a big gold chain around his neck. He was staring at Lin Dong coldly.
Judging from the situation, he should be the legendary Liang Dalong. Are you Liang Dalong?
Lin Dong asked tentatively, "I'm curious, how much benefit did Li Huiran give you that made you bother me without caring about the consequences?"
Don't you know that Li Huiran has been blacklisted by all the regular companies in Zhengzhou? Do you know what it means for you to do this? I'm Liang Dalong. Liang Dalong nodded and said, "From what you said, you are Lin Dong?"
"I know a little about what happened between you and Li Huiran, but your face is useless to me."
Chapter 46. Someone else. Liang Dalong confronted Lin Dong coldly, with no intention of backing down.
Lin Dong was quite surprised by his resolute attitude.
Because Lin Dong originally thought that Liang Dalong was fooled by Li Huiran because he didn't understand him and was too lazy to investigate.
But now it seems that Liang Dalong knows about his situation and even knows about his relationship with Tianqing Group.
Liang Dalong clearly knew that going against him might offend Tianqing Group, but he still remained stubborn? Is he out of his mind? Lin Dong's curiosity instantly replaced his dissatisfaction with Liang Dalong. He was puzzled and said, "Liang Dalong, what are you trying to do? Just because of Li Huiran's beauty, it's not worth it for you to do such an irrational thing, right? A man like you should not be short of women."
"Of course," Liang Dalong said as a matter of course, "but it's not your turn to point fingers at my affairs. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed a button on the desktop. The moment the button was pressed, an alarm sounded loudly in the factory.
At the same time, noisy footsteps could be heard coming from the workshop.
It was obvious that Liang Dalong's men had received the news and rushed over. Lin Dong was not in a hurry to take action, and continued to ask, "I don't intend to point fingers at your choice, I just want to know why."
"I'm really surprised that you can find this place."
Li Huiran suddenly interrupted, "But for some reasons, Liang Dalong will be determined to help me no matter what you say, so don't waste your breath."
"We will not let you go until you die."
"Really? Then it seems there is no need for communication." Lin Dong said coldly, "Then I can only uproot you and give the people of Jiangzhou a clear and bright world." At the same time, people in the factory rushed over with iron chains, steel pipes, and other things. The passage for Lin Dong and others to leave was completely blocked. In the conference room, no one knew what Liang Dalong had done, but an iron bar suddenly appeared and protected Liang Dalong.
Li Huiran was naturally there too.
In other words, if Lin Dong and others cannot destroy the iron bars in a short time and control Liang Dalong and Li Huiran, they can only face a steady stream of factory thugs.
To some extent, Liang Dalong's deployment is quite sufficient, and it is not so easy to kill him.
Seeing that the situation was not good, Lin Dong's bodyguards rushed to fight off the thugs.
"Ha ha ha. Lin Dong. Let's see what you can do. Your bodyguards are powerful, but can they hold off so many people? Will they get tired? When they get tired, you'll be dead."
In the conference room, Liang Dalong and Li Huiran both smiled triumphantly. However, Lin Dong and his roommates disagreed with this. Especially Lin Dong's roommates, they all looked at Liang Dalong and Li Huiran as if they were fools.
"What do you mean?" Liang Dalong's eyebrows jumped, and he subconsciously realized that something was wrong.
Lin Dong shook his head and said, "If you guys had used this kind of force to attack me from the beginning, I might have really been defeated. But after the first attack that was not painful, these tricks are no longer effective. I can just make a phone call and call for more powerful support." Lin Dong calmly called Tang Wan and told her about his current situation. After receiving the news, Tang Wan immediately said that she would arrange people to provide support. This was also what the bodyguards told Lin Dong in advance just in case. Now all Lin Dong has to do is let the bodyguards hold on and wait for support. While waiting for support, he looked at Liang Dalong jokingly.
He thought Liang Dalong would be frightened by this.
Because when Lin Dong and others were trapped, it meant that Liang Dalong and Li Huiran were also trapped. When Lin Dong's support arrives, Liang Dalong will definitely be the one in trouble.
However, all Lin Dong saw on Liang Dalong's face was confusion.
The first attack was a painless one?
What do you mean?
Liang Dalong asked Li Huiran in confusion, "Did you arrange for someone to attack them? Didn't I ask you to deal with Tai Long first and make sure that no one in Jiangzhou would threaten us before taking action?" Li Huiran was also stunned for a moment, and said in surprise, "Isn't it you who arranged it? Lin Dong came to find me today, and I thought you saw that Tai Long was finished, so you arranged someone to kill Lin Dong in advance. If it wasn't you who did it, then who could it be?" Liang Dalong and Li Huiran were acting like they were performing a crosstalk, confusing each other.
They obviously had a big misunderstanding.
Listening to their conversation, it seemed that the strong men who attacked Lin Dong had nothing to do with Li Huiran and Liang Dalong.
But if they weren't sent by them, who could it be?
"You two stop acting." The dormitory head interrupted, "The people who attacked us have admitted that it was Brother Long who sent them to attack us."
Tai Long is finished. Who else can be the remaining Brother Long except you, Liang Dalong? Lin Dong's roommates also echoed.
"At this point, you don't think that we can let you go just by putting on a show, do you? Although we are not bad people, you are bullying us and want us to pretend nothing happened. Aren't you too contemptuous of us? If you want to beg for mercy, just kneel down and kowtow to us.
Stop pretending."
Liang Dalong still looked confused and said, "What kind of drama is this? I, Liang Dalong, dare to do it and admit it, but don't try to put the blame on me for things I didn't do." Lin Dong frowned, lowered his head and began to think.
Because of Liang Dalong's attitude, he felt that Liang Dalong really did not lie.
But if Liang Dalong really didn't do it, who could it be?
Is Tyrone finished?
Lin Dong thought about it and found that it was possible. Because the strong men who attacked him had been lying in wait for him a week ago. At that time, Tai Long was not replaced by Li Huiran. But this way, new problems arise. If the matter had nothing to do with Liang Dalong, why would Liang Dalong help Li Huiran to take revenge on himself? This was admitted by Liang Dalong himself.
Forget it, if you can't figure it out, forget it.
Lin Dong said nonchalantly, I can wait until I catch you and then slowly ask you.
By then, you won't be able to stop talking.
After waiting for a few more minutes, a very loud noise suddenly came from outside the factory. When Lin Dong heard this, he knew that Tang Wan had brought people to support him. When Lin Dong's bodyguards heard the noise, they were also alerted and fought even harder. With the cooperation of the two groups, the mob in the factory was defeated in a few moves and was no match for Lin Dong's people. Liang Dalong and Li Huiran were in the conference room, their faces turning green. After the thugs in the factory retreated, they were trapped behind the iron bars. Chapter 47 True Love or Illegitimate Daughter.
You two, can we have a good chat now?
Lin Dong crossed his arms and looked at Liang Dalong and Li Huiran with a joking expression. At the same time, he walked towards the iron bars with an arrogant step and said, Did you never expect things to turn out like this? You were originally sure to win, but in the blink of an eye you are now a prisoner.
Neither Liang Dalong nor Li Huiran answered Lin Dong.
But their faces were all livid, their teeth were clenched tightly, and even a fool could see their embarrassment. If they could travel back a few minutes, they would probably slap their past selves hard.
You're not going to talk, are you?
Lin Dong continued jokingly, You're locked up by the iron bars you set up.
You wouldn't dare to open the switch now, right? But how long can a mere iron bar protect you?
I suddenly understand what it feels like to be a cat playing with a mouse.
Lin Dong just took teasing Liang Dalong and Li Huiran for fun.
So he was not in a hurry to remove the iron bars. Even after all the people brought by Tang Wan arrived, it would be a piece of cake for him to remove the iron bars.
Lin Dong, can we talk?
Li Huiran gritted her teeth and suddenly asked.
What? Are you finally willing to talk to me?
Lin Dong did not express his attitude and continued to tease Li Huiran. Li Huiran ignored Lin Dong's attitude and said to herself, In this era, no matter how rich you are, you dare not kill us, so you still can't do anything to us.
So why can't we talk? In fact, there is no deep hatred between us. Let's just pretend that nothing happened, how about it? Lin Dong shook his head and said, Don't you think it's funny that you said that? Before this, you were the one who kept saying you wanted to take revenge on me and kill me. But I just didn't want you to work in Jiangzhou, and I wanted to force you to leave Jiangzhou. Now that your revenge has failed, you want to pretend that nothing happened? How can such a good thing happen in the world? Then what do you want? What do you dare to do to us? Li Huiran asked unhappily. There are many ways to deal with you.
Lin Dong said nonchalantly, Don't forget that you locked yourself up. If there is a problem with the nearby circuit, so that you can close the iron bars but have no way to open them, and eventually starve to death in there should be no problem, right?
You.
Li Huiran and Liang Dalong finally showed some panic on their faces.
Stop talking nonsense.
Seeing that Liang Dalong and Li Huiran were almost scared, Lin Dong no longer had the interest to continue talking nonsense, and went straight to the point. Tell me, the only way to survive is to tell me why you were able to climb to your current position in such a short time.
Lin Dong asked this question more to satisfy his curiosity.
Because no matter what methods Li Huiran used to climb to her current position, she could not really threaten his safety. Li Huiran didn't have the courage to really take his life. So he felt that Li Huiran should have no reason to keep the secret. And Li Huiran did as he thought, with a look of excitement on her face. However, just as Li Huiran's mouth moved slightly, preparing to answer Lin Dong's question, Liang Dalong suddenly became as excited as if he had seen his 80-year-old mother being pushed down. Then he made a circle, pulled Li Huiran behind him and said, Don't say anything, I won't let you die. Then, he yelled hysterically at Lin Dong through the iron bars, As long as I'm alive, don't even think about getting anything out of Li Huiran, and don't even think about hurting Li Huiran. Even if you bring thousands of troops, I have plenty of ways to protect Li Huiran. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and took out a big hammer from the corner of the room. He exerted all his strength, let out a roar that could swallow mountains and rivers, then swung the sledgehammer in a circle and smashed it hard on a wall, causing the dust on the wall to fall like snowflakes. Bang! In a blink of an eye, he smashed the hammer a second time, creating a hole in the wall. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lin Dong hurriedly said to Tang Wan, who had just rushed in with her men, Wanner, quickly arrange for someone to dismantle the iron bars, and at the same time arrange for another group of people to go outside and intercept Liang Dalong and Li Huiran. They are incredible. Even at this point, they still want to escape. Tang Wan received the order and took action immediately. Bang bang bang. It has to be said that Liang Dalong probably hasn't done any strenuous exercise for a long time since he took up his high position. After just a few blows, he was already sweating profusely, and the back of his clothes was soaked. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead like soybeans. After smashing the hammer more than 10 times in a row, Liang Dalong's palms were worn out and the handle of the hammer was stained red with blood. But Liang Dalong seemed not to feel the pain and still gritted his teeth and persisted.
Lin Dong frowned and asked, "Is Li Huiren his true love?"
"What do you mean?" asked the dormitory head in confusion.
"You must be a virgin." One of Lin Dong's roommates teased the head of the dormitory. Lin Dong is obviously teasing Liang Dalong. If Li Huiren wasn't his true love, would he have done this for Li Huiren?
His palms are already bleeding, but he's still trying so hard.
The dormitory head's face slightly turned red, and then he said seriously, "Can't Li Huiren be his illegitimate daughter?"
Regardless of whether it was true love or an illegitimate daughter, it was an ironclad fact that Liang Dalong was risking his life to protect Li Huiren. Before Tang Wan led people to dismantle the iron bars, Liang Dalong had already smashed a hole in the wall for people to pass through. Liang Dalong quickly took Li Huiren into the cave and said, "There's still time, let's go." Lin Dong was in no mood to stand there and watch the show, so he turned around and ran outside. He wanted to see the situation of the other team that intercepted Liang Dalong and Li Huiren. When Lin Dong ran out of the factory, bypassed the factory building, and ran in the direction of Liang Dalong and Li Huiren's escape, he happened to see Li Huiren driving a Volkswagen and speeding out like a wild horse. The people Tang Wan brought originally came by car, and when they saw that something was not right, they naturally wanted to drive after them. However, just as they got in the car, another Chevrolet was driven by Liang Dalong and rushed out, blocking the only way out, blocking everyone's way to catch up with Li Huiren. Because the road was only 2 meters wide, Liang Dalong drove the Chevrolet there, and other cars could not pass. In the Chevrolet, Liang Dalong was still shouting like crazy, "Come on!
Let's see who dares to come up. If you come one, I'll hit one to death. If you come two, I'll hit a pair to death. I'll fight you." The people brought by Tang Wan looked at each other in surprise. Chapter 48 Money is not a problem.
Everyone brought by Tang Wan looked at Liang Dalong awkwardly, and looked at Lin Dong from time to time.
The confusion in their eyes couldn't be more obvious.
Even if Lin Dong thought with his toes, he could understand their little thoughts.
On the one hand, they naturally didn't want the mission assigned to them by Tang Wan to fail.
But on the other hand, they don't want to risk their lives to complete the mission. Because looking at Liang Dalong's posture, if someone really chased him, he would really dare to hit that person.
Lin Dong made a prompt decision and said, "Can you be more flexible?
Liang Dalong wants to hit someone with his car, so you guys should drive back and smash his car. I will pay for any car that is damaged.
At worst, I can buy you a new car."
Those people obviously knew from Tang Wan that Lin Dong was the real boss. So after getting Lin Dong's promise, they drove their cars into it without caring about their lives. After all, the opportunity to change your car for free doesn't come often. Moreover, there are probably quite a few people who have the urge to crash their cars, but they are unwilling to act because they feel sorry for the money. In the Chevrolet, Liang Dalong was stunned when he saw dozens of cars rushing towards him. He shouted angrily, "Are you crazy? You destroyed so many cars.
Do you know how much money it will cost?"
"I have plenty of money,"
Lin Dong said nonchalantly. Bang bang bang.
Under the continuous impact of dozens of cars, the car driven by Liang Dalong was quickly twisted and deformed, and finally even turned into a lump of iron, and the shape of the car was completely unrecognizable. Liang Dalong himself was also seriously injured by the violent collision and fainted.
"It's really weird."
The dormitory head stared at Liang Dalong, who was already leaning over the steering wheel, and said, "Even if Li Huiren was really his true love or illegitimate daughter, he wouldn't have to go to such lengths, right?
In order to protect Li Huiren, he really didn't even want to give up his own life? Isn't this kind of risking one's life for true love something that only happens in dramas?"
Yes, so what is the relationship between Liang Dalong and Li Huiren?
I can't understand it anymore.
He's already over 40 years old and has long passed the age of impulsiveness.
How could he do this for a woman?
If I were Li Huiren, seeing Liang Dalong protecting me like this, I would probably be so moved that I would marry him.
Lin Dong's roommates were also filled with emotion.
Lin Dong stared at Liang Dalong, who was already motionless, and scratched his head, saying, "I still can't understand it. I was just curious about Li Huiren's experience, but now it seems that this is no longer something that can be taken lightly. If I don't figure out why Li Huiren can make people risk their lives for him, I won't be able to sleep well." Lin Dong's roommates, Tang Wan, and everyone who heard Lin Dong's words agreed with him. It's a very simple truth. If Li Huiran really has some means that can make people do this, then he can always find someone to fight Lin Dong to the death. That's not a problem that can be solved just by having money. Master, I'll ask someone to check it out right away, Tang Wan said. Lin Dong nodded and immediately asked Tang Wan to take action. As for tracking Li Huiran, I have to put it aside for the time being. Because the red dot representing Li Huiran's location on the tracker has stopped moving, it proves that Li Huiran has probably noticed that he has a signal transmitter on him, so he changed his clothes or threw away the signal transmitter. After losing the signal, trying to find Li Huiran in the vast crowd of people in Jiangzhou is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It seems that there is another thing we haven't figured out. After Tang Wan led the others away, the dormitory head suddenly said, even if it was Tai Long who sent people to beat us up before, why did Tai Long do that? Doesn't he have no grudges against us and doesn't even know us? Beep beep beep. Lin Dong's cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Dong picked up his phone and saw that it was a message from Tang Wan. According to the information, it was Tai Long who sent people to cause trouble for Lin Dong, and his purpose was money. Because the news that Lin Dong donated 1 billion yuan to Jiangzhou University is spread through the internet, everyone knows that Lin Dong is a big fat sheep. In addition to Lin Dong's roommates also saw the message. They all looked at each other, and then looked at Lin Dong with strange expressions. Should we try to avoid acting with you in the future? There will probably be a lot of people coming after you for money in the future. It seems dangerous to get too close to you. Indeed, Lin Dong, do you want to hire a few more bodyguards? Lin Dong naturally knew that his roommates were just joking and didn't really want to distance themselves from him. Because there was not much tension or panic on their faces, but rather a playful look. Lin Dong countered, that's absolutely no problem, as long as you are not afraid of someone arresting you and asking me for a ransom. Anyway, after this matter came to a temporary end, Lin Dong, his roommates, and bodyguards took a taxi back to school. In order to ensure his own safety, he asked Tang Wan to find 6 more bodyguards for him. That night, in the dormitory, the head of the dormitory suddenly asked, Lin Dong, I'm suddenly curious about something. What's the matter? When can you lose your virginity? Lin Dong joked. Go away. The dormitory head glared at Lin Dong fiercely, and then said, I'm curious, how much do you charge for those bodyguards? They all look very impressive, and each of them can easily defeat Liang Dalong's thugs. It must be very difficult to hire them, right? Apparently, it wasn't just the dormitory head who had the same question. The other roommates also looked at Lin Dong curiously. In fact, Tang Wan had already informed Lin Dong about this issue. So Lin Dong answered without hesitation, nothing, including the cost of equipment, it's only 1 million a month. 1 million a month? That's okay. Although it's expensive, it's still an imaginary number. The dormitory head replied. Lin Dong found that the dormitory head seemed to have misunderstood, so he corrected him, it's 1 million per person per month, plus the 6 new hires, that's 12 million per month. How can you say it as if it's just spending a few dollars on ice cream? Plop. The roommates were originally leaning on the bed with their elbows, gossiping with Lin Dong. After hearing Lin Dong's words, they fell down one by one. It felt like a small earthquake had occurred throughout the dormitory. 12 million? Every month? Oh my god. Wouldn't that be 120 million a year? Lin Dong, your life is truly precious. Lin Dong, is it too late for me to learn martial arts and be your bodyguard now? With this income, what other business can I start? Lin Dong was too lazy to pay attention to them and just went to sleep. If this money was really that easy to make, a lot of people would have gone to learn it and started to compete internally. The fact that bodyguards are priced so high only goes to show that being a bodyguard at that level requires a lot of talent, and it's not something that can be learned easily. Chapter 49, Unable to Find. Early in the morning, Lin Dong got up early and played games in the dormitory. When he got tired of playing and turned off the game, the other roommates slowly woke up from their sleep. And for some reason, after they woke up, they still had big panda eyes. Lin Dong looked at the time and found that it was 10:23 in the morning. In other words, the roommates woke up more than an hour later than usual. Just when Lin Dong wanted to complain harshly about his roommates, they started to exclaim in surprise. Lin Dong, are you still human? After all these things happened yesterday, how could you fall asleep all of a sudden? And wake up so early? My god. Is your heart made of iron? From what they said, they tossed and turned and couldn't sleep last night?
Lin Dong continued his complaints, which he hadn't even started yet. Why do you have to? Didn't what happened yesterday happen in the middle of the night? Does it bother you to sleep? I really don't understand you. If you have the time to lose sleep, wouldn't it be better for me to get up early and play a game?
Lin Dong, are you serious? The dormitory head asked seriously. Don't forget that Li Huiran ran away from us yesterday.
You know how troublesome Li Huiran has become now. Aren't you afraid that she will come back and cause trouble for you again? That's right. If there's someone who wants to kill you at any time, I wouldn't even be able to enjoy dragon meat. You don't want to hide in school forever, do you?
Although the bodyguards you hired are indeed powerful, they can't be said to be 100% safe, right?
The other roommates echoed.
Lin Dong still didn't care about this. He turned off the computer, climbed back into his bed, rested his head on his hands, crossed his legs and said, "What's the big deal? You don't know Wanner's ability, so you have such thoughts.
I have handed Li Huiran's matter to Wanner to investigate. Wanner will definitely find out the truth as quickly as possible."
After a pause, Lin Dong half talked to himself and half chatted. Compared to Li Huiran, I want to know more about Wang Yunting's situation. Wang Yunting was, of course, the girl who wanted to have dinner with Lin Dong when the principal's dormitory building was surrounded last time.
During this period of time, the story between Lin Dong and her has spread throughout Jiangzhou University.
Lin Dong and others have also learned some more specific details of the situation through the campus network.
For example, after Lin Dong left, Wang Yunting threatened to take revenge. Beep beep beep. Lin Dong's cell phone rang again without any warning.
The person who called was Tang Wan.
Lin Dong showed off to his roommates, saying that Tang Wan would definitely be able to solve the problem quickly, and then he answered the phone and asked, "Wanner, is there any result in the investigation of Li Huiran? Where is Li Huiran now? Why was she able to rise to the top so quickly?"
While speaking, Lin Dong also turned on the speaker so that his roommates would no longer be so nervous.
However, "Master, I'm sorry." Tang Wan apologized first.
"I asked someone to investigate for a whole day, but I didn't find any valuable information. The only information I could get was that Liang Dalong suddenly sent someone to find Li Huiran some time ago and helped her replace Tai Long."
No way? Everyone in the dormitory, including Lin Dong, cried out in disbelief.
Because they all have their own guesses about this matter. In their opinion, Li Huiran's rapid rise to prominence was probably due to luck, as she joined Liang Dalong's team by accident, and then was promoted because Liang Dalong liked her.
But now that the investigation results came out, it seemed that Li Huiran was visited 3 times by Liang Dalong? Isn't this world crazy?
Lin Dong and his roommates looked at each other and saw the surprise and shock in each other's eyes. At the same time, Tang Wan had also heard the shouts of Lin Dong and others.
She said quickly, "Master, are your friends here too? I'm sorry to embarrass you.
I will use the channels of Tianqing Group this afternoon to ask them to investigate. I think it's because someone in Jiangzhou helped Li Huiran cover up, so we can't find out. But as long as we use the channels of Tianqing Group, there will be no problem."
Tang Wan said this with absolute certainty, full of confidence in Tianqing Group's channels.
It has to be said that Tang Wan's ability is still very strong, and we cannot deny her ability just because of this incident. As smart as she was, she immediately understood what was going on with Lin Dong. Lin Dong secretly sighed in his heart, and at the same time shook his head and said, "Wanner, there is no need to use other channels."
Why are you shaking your head? This is not a video call.
Your girlfriend can't see it. The head of the dormitory suddenly teased.
Tang Wan also asked, "Master, why? Don't we need to investigate Li Huiran?"
Lin Dong nodded again, remembering that Tang Wan couldn't see it, so he glared at the dormitory head, and then continued, "You just said that someone in Jiangzhou might be helping Li Huiran cover up."
Then I thought of someone. If she is behind this, everything makes sense. Who? Tang Wan and her roommates asked in unison. Lin Dong replied, "Who else could it be? Wang Yunting."
Judging from the situation of the siege on the principal's dormitory building at that time, Wang Yunting was also one of the people who wanted to donate. Moreover, she was obviously more capable than other people who wanted to donate money, and she could tell at a glance that Lin Dong was the key person.
All signs indicate that Wang Yunting's family is also very powerful in Jiangzhou.
In this case, it is only natural that they can protect Li Huiran. When Lin Dong told his roommates the result of his reasoning, they were all stunned, obviously unable to accept such shocking news.
Or perhaps they felt that Lin Dong's speculation was too far-fetched and had no substantial evidence.
I don't know what Tang Wan's reaction was, but but she didn't speak for a long time and was obviously shocked.
Can you please give me some reaction?
Lin Dong said helplessly.
Master, although it's unbelievable, I think what you said makes sense.
Tang Wan was the first to respond. In Jiangzhou today, the only person who has this ability and has a conflict with you, Master, is Wang Yunting.
Whether she did it or not, we'll know once we deal with her.
Do? For some reason, Lin Dong always felt that this word was very strange. Even though he roughly knew what Tang Wan wanted to do.
Lin Dong paused before saying, then let's take action.
We need to let Wang Yunting know that it's not easy to be the mastermind behind the scenes.
No problem.
Tang Wan said happily, Master, you are growing faster and faster.
You can actually find the real mastermind with such little information.
I believe it won't take long for you to catch up with or even surpass Master. After saying that, Tang Wan hung up the phone, leaving Lin Dong with an embarrassed look on his face. He was not used to being praised for such a small matter.
His roommates looked at Lin Dong with envy and hatred. Chapter 50, more effective than expected. Lin Dong, I suddenly want to beat you up. It's the same for me.
Not only does she have a super beauty to help you deal with all your troubles, but she is also willing to praise you like a loyal fan.
No matter what you do, she will praise you to the sky. How come I can't have such a good thing? I haven't even found a girlfriend. The world is so unfair. I'm not any worse looking than Lin Dong, why?
Lin Dong listened to his roommates complaining and suddenly realized that it was quite scary when men became envious, jealous, and hateful.
All that resentment must have gone straight to Lingxiao Palace.
Lin Dong shook his head helplessly, then smiled and said, we still have classes later. Let's go to class first, and then I'll treat you to a big meal at noon, just as a reward for following me around all day yesterday. When they heard that there was going to be a big meal, my roommates jumped up one by one.
The resentful attitude she had just shown disappeared completely in an instant. When they returned to the classroom, many classmates had already arrived.
Lin Dong stood at the door of the classroom and couldn't help but stop, like a primary school student who walked into the wrong classroom. His roommates followed him and bumped into him because they didn't expect him to stop suddenly. Lin Dong therefore took 2 steps forward again.
In the classroom, Lin Dong and others made such a big noise that it attracted the attention of many classmates.
But Lin Dong remained indifferent, his eyes fixed in one direction.
That was where Wang Yunting was sitting.
At the same time, Wang Yunting had also noticed Lin Dong's presence. She walked up to Lin Dong and said, Lin Dong, long time no see.
You have been busy lately, right? Thanks to you.
Lin Dong said sarcastically, but you won't be able to laugh for much longer.
How could that be? I'm smiling happily right now.
Wang Yunting obviously didn't understand what Lin Dong meant, and said with a smile, I heard that you've been in a lot of trouble recently.
I wonder if classmate Lin Dong needs any help? As long as you are willing to have a meal with me, everything is fine.
As soon as Wang Yunting finished speaking, there was a burst of noise in the classroom.
The legend is actually true. Wang Yunting is really pursuing Lin Dong. Lin Dong doesn't even want to accept it. Am I dreaming? What's wrong with this world? Wang Yunting is actually looked down upon by others? What's so good about this Lin Dong? He's not as tall as me, not as handsome as me, and he just has a few $100 million, right?
Although the classmates must have learned some information from the campus network, the feeling of seeing Wang Yunting invite Lin Dong with their own eyes was obviously completely different. Even Lin Dong's roommates were somewhat moved. Although they already knew some things about Wang Yunting, the beauty's charm was still real. Lin Dong smiled and said to Wang Yunting, why don't you call home and find out what's going on? Wang Yunting's face changed slightly. She had heard something and turned around to make a phone call. A few minutes later, she came back with a livid face and asked, how much do you know? I basically know what happened between you and Li Huiran.
Lin Dong replied.
When Lin Dong answered this question, he was actually not very sure, it was more of a test. After all, he had no evidence to prove that Wang Yunting and Li Huiran had a relationship.
However, the evidence is coming soon. Wang Yunting's expression changed again, and then she smiled helplessly, really? You actually already know so many things.
You seem to be more capable than I thought, and you are not someone who only knows how to squander money.
Okay, then I will no longer interfere in the matter between you and Li Huiran. In other words, she is indeed the mastermind behind this. I want to know, what is your purpose in doing this?
Lin Dong asked with a frown.
Didn't I tell you that I want to take revenge on you?
Wang Yunting said casually, as if she was talking about what she was going to eat for dinner today. You rejected me in public.
If I don't teach you a lesson, wouldn't I be very embarrassed?
But since the matter has been exposed, there is no point in continuing.
Changing the subject, she continued, regarding my family, can you ask your people to stop causing trouble?
Lin Dong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not agree or refuse.
Because she couldn't figure out what Wang Yunting was thinking. Do you really think that continuing to retaliate against Lin Dong will no longer be effective, so it is meaningless?
Or was he forced to stop because of pressure from his family? It was time for class, so Lin Dong found an excuse to leave and never gave Wang Yunting a definite answer. At noon, Lin Dong and his roommates found a place to eat. During the meal, Wang Yunting came up to Lin Dong's roommates and threw 10,000 yuan in cash to each of them.
She said, would it be convenient for me to invite you to eat somewhere else? I have something I want to talk to Lin Dong about. You also want your roommates to be single, right?
Lin Dong sneered and looked at Wang Yunting as if he was watching a show.
Wang Yunting saw the teasing in Lin Dong's eyes and asked, any questions? Lin Dong pointed at his roommates and said, you want to get rid of them with just 10,000 yuan? Aren't you looking down on us? What do you mean? Wang Yunting was stunned again.
She turned to look at Lin Dong's roommates and found that they indeed did not take the money and had no intention of leaving. Lin Dong said with a somewhat amused attitude, they are all people with millions of family assets.
Do you think you can bribe them with just 10,000 yuan? What's the difference between that and trying to bribe me with millions of yuan? Can you please stop being so naive? No way? Wang Yunting was shocked and said, why didn't I know that all my classmates were so rich? In Zhangzhou, almost everyone with a little money knows each other.
In Wang Yunting's eyes, people with a family fortune of several million may not be considered rich.
But if students have millions in their hands, their families will definitely have even more.
In this case, it would be a bit strange that Wang Yunting didn't recognize the other party. Lin Dong's roommates may not be aware of this situation, and may not understand Wang Yunting's intention clearly, but they can more or less taste something.
Wang Yunting, Lin Dong once gave us 20 million yuan. How much money do you think we have now?
You want us to be traitors for just 10,000 yuan?
That's really a bit disrespectful. At least 1 million. Otherwise, don't even think about asking us to move. At first, Lin Dong was quite satisfied with his roommate's reactions.
But when he heard the last sentence, he almost vomited blood.
$10,000 one tea make you a traitor, but $1 million will do? Is their personality so worthless?
Lin Dong suddenly wanted to send them to the East Factory. Wang Yunting's face changed, and then she counted the number of people, and finally gritted her teeth and said, okay.
1 million.
I'll have someone transfer the money right away, please move aside first.
Lin Dong's roommates gave the payment account to Wang Yunting, asked Wang Yunting to transfer the money successfully, and then left. Chapter 51 If I were to be your girlfriend. Do you need me to help you contact the mental hospital?
Lin Dong asked, crossing his legs and tapping the table with his fingers.
What do you mean?
Wang Yunting, who was about to sit down, was stunned for a moment and paused. She looked up and stared at Lin Dong, looking puzzled. If you weren't mentally ill, I'd find it hard to believe that you would spend millions just to have a meal with me. Lin Dong said with a weird smile, with your fame and beauty, Wang Yunting, there must be many people willing to spend millions to have a meal with you, but you actually did the opposite. Wang Yunting's face flashed with indifference, and she said with a smile, how can I compare with you, classmate Lin Dong? If everyone knew about you, the people who would spend tens of millions just to have a meal with you would line up from here to the Atlantic Ocean.
Really?
Lin Dong smiled noncommittally and then stopped talking. Because he knew that given Wang Yunting's situation, she must have an ulterior motive for spending so much money to have dinner with him. Then just wait for her to explain it herself.
Anyway, she is definitely not as patient as I am.
Wang Yunting drank water elegantly, ate politely, and looked at Lin Dong at the same time.
After several minutes, she slowly smiled and said, Student Lin Dong, I'm curious, is it so difficult for you to have dinner with me? Why did you reject me even though I invited you in front of so many classmates and gave you enough face? It seems that you are upset because your self-esteem is hurt?
Lin Dong said calmly, I think I made it very clear last time that having dinner with you will not bring me any benefits.
Looking at beautiful women?
These days, you can find a lot of them by just searching online, and they are dressed more sexy than you.
You?
A hint of annoyance appeared on Wang Yunting's face, but it was quickly concealed. She still smiled and said, Student Lin Dong, I don't agree with what you said. I don't expect you to agree. Lin Dong buried his head in eating meat and didn't even bother to look at Wang Yunting. Wang Yunting didn't get angry, and continued, the beauties you searched online can't be your girlfriend, let alone your wife, but as long as you are willing, there is a possibility that we can develop a relationship.
Do you really have no idea about me? Cough, cough, cough.
Lin Dong, who was eating meat in big mouthfuls, choked and immediately drank a mouthful of water while gently patting his chest. When Wang Yunting saw Lin Dong's actions, she immediately came over in high heels and gently patted Lin Dong's back. Only then did Lin Dong realize that she was actually wearing high heels.
It really doesn't fit her current identity.
Anyway, they are still active in school, and wearing high heels would be too conspicuous. Moreover, he remembered that there was no record of Wang Yunting wearing high heels before, otherwise the alumni would have taken photos of her and kept them as treasures.
Does it look good? Wang Yunting suddenly bent down, showing off her charming cleavage, and asked in Lin Dong's ear.
Lin Dong's ears felt itchy and his whole body felt hot. When other people in the restaurant saw the interaction between Lin Dong and Wang Yunting, they started to cheer.
Student Lin Dong, you are amazing. You actually captured the goddess of Jiangda University. This is the first time I see Wang Yunting wearing high heels. Did she wear them especially for classmate Lin Dong? The goddess of Jiang University is so close to a man. The whole Jiangzhou is going crazy. But their reactions were completely different.
Lin Dong didn't want to be too close to Wang Yunting. He quickly sat up straight and said seriously, Wang Yunting, if you have something to say, just say it directly.
You spent so much money to have a meal with me, you wouldn't do it just to talk about these meaningless things?
No matter how rich your family is, you don't have to squander it like this.
Wang Yunting continued to pat Lin Dong's back and asked instead of answering, Lin Dong, what do you think of Li Huiran? Even though she and Wang Xiaolong were together and humiliated you in front of so many viewers on the live video, you still can't forget her? What nonsense are you talking about? What do you want to say?
Lin Dong glanced at Wang Yunting and became increasingly confused about her intentions. It took a lot of effort to spend several million just to have a meal with me.
Then he didn't eat the meal properly and kept talking about nonsense. Is she out of her mind?
Of course, Lin Dong was also very curious.
Did Wang Yunting really just want to use Li Huiran to take revenge on him? I've just said that as long as you're willing, we can try to get along. Wang Yunting replied, in Jiangzhou, you're the only man I like. As a woman, I don't want to be single for the rest of my life, so isn't it normal for me to want to find a good home?
It was unknown whether it was true or false. Wang Yunting sat down on the chair next to Lin Dong and continued to say dejectedly, if I were to spend my whole life with someone I despise, I really can't imagine what kind of hell that would be, do you understand?
No.
Lin Dong shrugged indifferently.
In fact, he could roughly understand what Wang Yunting meant. But he really couldn't empathize with Wang Yunting.
Because he felt that if he really couldn't find someone he liked, it wouldn't be a terrible thing to live alone for the rest of his life.
At least it's better than what Wang Yunting described.
Wang Yunting laughed at herself, and then continued, sure enough, you simply cannot understand my situation. Born in that kind of family, it is impossible for me to live the life I want, unless I am willing to give up my current comfortable life.
But do you think that is realistic?
Lin Dong still didn't react at all and let Wang Yunting continue talking. Wang Yunting probably didn't tell anyone about her inner thoughts for a long time, or even never, and continued, my family always wants to move up a level, but they can't find a way anymore. Joining forces is the only solution they can think of. If I don't find a husband that satisfies them, they will definitely arrange a marriage for me.
Then why don't you just let your family be content and happy?
Lin Dong said lightly. No matter what Wang Yunting's situation is, it has nothing to do with him.
Do you think it's possible?
If they were willing to be content with what they have, they would never have the wealth they have now. Wang Yunting said miserably, so whether I like it or not, I can only be pushed forward by the general trend.
You are my only choice to survive.
Listening to Wang Yunting's story, Lin Dong had already filled his stomach. He wiped his mouth, paid the bill and left, ignoring what Wang Yunting said.
Because he didn't know whether Wang Yunting was telling the truth.
To put it another way, even if he was telling the truth, he had no reason to sacrifice himself to save Wang Yunting. When he stood up and left, Wang Yunting finally got anxious and shouted hysterically, Lin Dong!
Did you listen to me? Chapter 52 Don't treat me as a fool.
Wang Yunting was wearing high heels, but still burst out with incredible speed and rushed in front of Lin Dong. She stood at the door of the restaurant, blocking Lin Dong's way, and at the same time stared at Lin Dong with tears in her eyes, her face full of grievance. To be honest, with Wang Yunting's beauty and temperament, and showing such a pitiful attitude, few men can resist it. Even Lin Dong, after knowing the shabby things between her and Li Huiran, still felt hot when he saw Wang Yunting's appearance. His heart softened, and he said helplessly, "Student Wang, you really shouldn't pin your hopes of life on me." At the same time, Lin Dong's roommates saw that Lin Dong wanted to leave and quickly followed him. Compared with Lin Dong, they felt more sympathetic towards Wang Yunting, but they had no intention of persuading Lin Dong to help Wang Yunting. After all, it is definitely not their turn to interfere in Lin Dong's life events. Wang Yunting said pitifully, "I'm a girl, begging you like this, do you know how embarrassed I am? If this gets out, do you know how others will look at me? Lin Dong, if I had any other choice, do you think I would do such a thing?" Lin Dong sighed in his heart and had to admit that what Wang Yunting said made some sense. Especially for a gifted girl like Wang Yunting. But no matter what, Lin Dong couldn't sacrifice himself for her. So Lin Dong still had a straight face and sneered, "Wang Yunting, don't forget that you used Li Huiran to take revenge on me. Do you think I would believe you? How would I know what you are secretly planning? Don't treat me as a fool. If you have this plan, you might as well use it to change your family's ideas. I helped Li Huiran to take revenge on you, firstly to vent my anger, and secondly to make you completely give up on her," Wang Yunting explained. However, Lin Dong was no longer in the mood to listen to her nonsense. He pushed Wang Yunting away and left with his roommates. After leaving the restaurant, the roommates kept sighing and groaning, which made Lin Dong very annoyed. Alas, if Wang Yunting asked me like this, I would definitely agree. "Lin Dong, after being hurt by Li Huiran, are you no longer interested in women? Have you changed your orientation? No way? Don't scare us. Are you guys annoying?" Lin Dong said with a frown on his face, "You really make me speechless. If you are so interested in Wang Yunting, just go for it yourself. Wang Yunting is sad right now. If you take advantage of her, you might have the chance to capture her." Lin Dong's roommates all laughed awkwardly and dared not say a word. They still have this self-awareness. Even Zhang Wenjin is not in Wang Yunting's eyes, so what are they? While Lin Dong's roommates were speechless, outside the restaurant, Zhang Wenjin came out from the corner, leaned against the doorframe of the restaurant, took out a pack of tissues from his pocket, handed it to Wang Yunting and said, "Wang Yunting, I said that this Lin Dong is not easy to deal with, right? I have suffered a great loss at his hands. Although he is a very good person, I don't recommend you to pin your hopes on him. If I don't rely on him, then do I rely on you?" Wang Yunting glared at Zhang Wenjin fiercely. But she still took the tissue from Zhang Wenjin and wiped the tears from her face. "Wang Yunting, please stop joking. I know you look down on me." Zhang Wenjin said, "Although our family is known as the second richest family in Jiangzhou, everyone in the circle knows that our family is too much in debt, and your family's debt is much healthier than ours. Your family is actually the second richest family." Wang Yunting snorted, neither admitting nor denying. In front of Zhang Wenjin, she regained her arrogant attitude and became serious. Zhang Wenjin glanced at her, then sighed helplessly and said, "Wang Yunting, don't you realize the problem yet?" "What do you mean?" Wang Yunting glanced at Zhang Wenjin coldly. Zhang Wenjin explained, "You are too arrogant in front of others, but too humble in front of Lin Dong. I know your situation and understand your desire to grasp at straws, but have you ever thought about how this contrast looks to people who don't know you?" Wang Yunting was stunned for a moment, then looked thoughtful. "Let me make it clear to you," Zhang Wenjin said to himself, "because you once helped Li Huiran, and because of the huge contrast you showed, Lin Dong felt that there was a trap waiting for him. Even if he believed you, your purpose was too strong." It can be said that Zhang Wenjin hit the nail on the head. Especially for someone like Lin Dong, his past experiences made him dare not easily trust the girl around him. Wang Yunting even made it clear that she was impressed by Lin Dong's excellence. It would be really strange if Lin Dong could agree to it. Wang Yunting was silent for a long time, and it was unclear whether she understood what Zhang Wenjin said. Anyway, she finally asked Zhang Wenjin with a serious expression, "Why do you want to help me?" "Because if you and Lin Dong get together, it will be good for me." Zhang Wenjin shrugged and said frankly, "Although I have some friendship with Lin Dong now, it is very weak. If I deliberately approach him, it may arouse his vigilance. But if you and him get together, my friendship with him can also be upgraded. You are honest, so please help me take down Lin Dong," Wang Yunting said in a commanding tone. "Can't you be a little more polite?" Zhang Wenjin smiled bitterly. At the same time, Lin Dong, who had returned to the dormitory, had received a call from Tang Wan. Master, I have investigated the matter through the channels of Tianxing Group. Tang Wan said, some time ago, when Li Huiran was forced into a desperate situation by us, Wang Yunting did take the initiative to contact her and help her get her previous position, in order to let her take revenge on you. Liang Dalong is also Wang Yunting's man.
This makes sense.
Liang Dalong is actually working for Wang Yunting's family, not for Li Huiran. Lin Dong said, for such a small matter, he made things so complicated.
I don't know if Wang Yunting is a genius or a fool. Tang Wan already knew about Wang Yunting and Lin Dong.
She smiled and said, if the young master is interested in her, it's not impossible for him to agree to her request. The young master is more than worthy of her.
Is it a question of whether we are worthy of each other now?
Lin Dong said with a wry smile, the problem now is that Wang Yunting's purpose is too strong. It gives people the feeling that she is purely after my status. She is not interested in me as a person, and I am not interested in such a woman. Lin Dong and Tang Wan chatted for a while and then hung up the phone. This again caused envy and jealousy among the roommates.
Chapter 53, Beauty Alarm Clock.
In the dormitory, the roommates all looked at Lin Dong eagerly, with envy in their eyes no longer concealed. After all, beauties of Tang Wan and Wang Yunting's level are something that people can brag about for a long time when they see them on the street.
The idea of close contact is just wishful thinking.
But now, not only can Lin Dong casually choose one of them as his girlfriend, but he can even marry her home. What's even more outrageous is that Wang Yunting took the initiative to chase him, but Lin Dong actually refused.
Is there any justice in this world?
If the news gets out, Lin Dong will really become the public enemy of men.
Lin Dong was too lazy to pay attention to them and went straight into bed to play with his phone.
The next morning, Lin Dong was awakened by waves of booing and cheering. It sounded like there were dragon and lion dances outside. He opened his heavy eyelids, looked at the screen of his mobile phone, and found that it was only 6:30 in the morning.
What's going on? Can't we sleep anymore?
Lin Dong complained in a half-awake state, there's no class today, why are you guys getting up so early?
Are aliens invading the Earth? I haven't woken up this early in my entire life since I graduated from high school, okay?
Lin Dong had just opened his eyes when he found that there was no one in his roommates' beds. He glanced around and found that his roommates were all lying on the fence outside the dormitory, and he didn't know what they were watching. Lin Dong shook his head, then supported himself on the bed and struggled to get up, then walked to his roommates and looked down. When he found out that his roommates were watching the crowd, he was struck by lightning.
Because that was actually Wang Yunting.
At this moment, Wang Yunting was carrying 4 bags of breakfast and standing under a big tree downstairs, seemingly waiting for someone. When Lin Dong lowered his head to look at her, Wang Yunting, who had been looking up, brightened her eyes and instantly spotted Lin Dong. She waved her hand and shouted, Lin Dong.
Are you awake? I bought you breakfast. Come down with your roommates to eat. Let's go back to the classroom to eat.
Wang Yunting shouted Lin Dong's name in front of so many people, which immediately made everyone look at Lin Dong strangely. When everyone's eyes were focused on them, the roommates who benefited from the favor felt a little elated.
The campus beauty of Jiang University actually bought me breakfast. This feeling is really great. I must blow it when I get back. Others obviously bought it for Lin Dong, why are you showing off?
Although we were just taken along, it's also true that Wang Yunting bought my breakfast.
Isn't it okay for me to be happy?
I have to say, although it was just an act of taking advantage of others, when others looked at Lin Dong's roommates, they were also quite envious.
If there was anyone present who was unhappy, it was probably only Lin Dong. Lin Dong frowned and said speechlessly, what is Wang Yunting up to? She caused such a big commotion in school. Isn't she afraid of being laughed at?
I think this should be considered one of her strategies.
The dormitory head said, pinching his chin. Strategy?
Lin Dong looked at the dormitory head in confusion.
Because he really couldn't think of what kind of strategy this was. If this trick worked, there wouldn't be so many bootlickers who end up empty-handed. The dormitory head explained, Wang Yunting's beauty and temperament are obvious to everyone. Now she is pursuing Lin Dong with great fanfare. What do you think other girls will think? Do they dare to compete with Wang Yunting? Even if Wang Yunting really fails, will other girls still have the courage to be with Lin Dong?
Lin Dong followed the dormitory head's thoughts and suddenly felt speechless.
This is killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of your own. Although Wang Yunting would be accused of being a scapegoat and be criticized, other girls would definitely not dare to have any relationship with Lin Dong.
Lin Dong was deprived of the right to choose his spouse during college. Even if Lin Dong liked a girl and took the initiative to pursue her, others would probably think that Lin Dong just wanted to have fun. Only someone who was also the queen of the sea would be interested in Lin Dong. The problem is, Lin Dong doesn't want to be the king of the sea, and he's not interested in the queen of the sea. Lin Dong's eyes went dark, and he hurried downstairs in his pajamas. He walked up to Wang Yunting and said, "Wang Yunting, do you really want to make this so exaggerated? Even if we deny it now, the whole school will think we are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Have you ever thought about your suitors? Why should I care about them? I don't like them." Wang Yunting said righteously. Lin Dong said angrily, "Do you know that if you do this, they will be jealous and envious of me, and then they will vent their anger on me? Isn't it good to let them envy you? Don't you want to be envied?" Wang Yunting continued to ask ignorantly. She seemed to deliberately omit the last bit of hatred. Lin Dong didn't know whether she did it on purpose or not. Lin Dong almost went crazy. Just as Lin Dong was thinking hard about what to say, Wang Yunting suddenly hugged Lin Dong tightly, letting Lin Dong feel her proud figure, and then she let go of her hand and said, "Go back to the dormitory and change clothes first. I'll wait for you here, and then we'll go have breakfast together." Lin Dong had no choice but to turn around and go back to the dormitory. He really had no way to deal with Wang Yunting. He also realized that if he didn't agree to Wang Yunting would really be able to stay here with a thick face. Then there is no need to think about ending today's matter. The only way is to agree to Wang Yunting first and then send Wang Yunting away. "Lin Dong, you want us to go to breakfast with you?" The dormitory head returned to the dormitory. Lin Dong, who was changing his clothes, said, "Did I hear you right? Or did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? You are going to have breakfast with the school beauty of Jiang University, and you actually want to bring a few of us along? What else?" Lin Dong said confidently, "You all know what happened between Wang Yunting and I. How could I agree to have dinner alone with Wang Yunting? That would be a mistake that you can't clear even if you jump into the Yellow River." The roommates nodded, didn't say anything more, and changed their clothes immediately. As they walked out of the dormitory building and headed towards the classroom, Wang Yunting suddenly said to her roommates, "Do you feel that the light on you is too bright? As winter approaches, the sky is still gray in the early morning and the roads are a little dim." Wang Yunting suddenly said that the light on Lin Dong's roommates was too bright, which was quite ridiculous. But they were all college students, and they were all very smart and understood it instantly. Wang Yunting seems to be disgusted with them being treated as light bulbs. Wang Yunting also said politely, 100,000 yuan. I'll give you 1 million. Lin Dong interrupted Wang Yunting expressionlessly and said, "You continue to be the light bulb, and I'll give you 1 million. 1,500,000. Wang Yunting raised the price. 2 million. Lin Dong raised the price. 3 million. Wang Yunting said, gritting her teeth. 5 million. Lin Dong continued to raise the price expressionlessly. Lin Dong's roommates looked at the two wealthy men who kept raising the price, and their eyes were almost filled with the symbol of Confrontation. Chapter 54, The Principal Invites. Lin Dong, keep working hard. Our first round of startup capital depends on you. This is the first time in my life that I realize I'm so valuable. I feel like a pig on the vent of the wind. I can fly even if I just lie down. When Lin Dong and Wang Yunting started bidding, Lin Dong's roommates were so happy that they almost flew away. If Lin Dong and Wang Yunting continued, Lin Dong felt that they would drool. What kind of beautiful dream are you having? Lin Dong interrupted their fantasy at the right time and said, I was just teasing you just now. Do you really think I can give you millions to let you leave? My brain has not been eaten up by zombies yet. Wang Yunting didn't know whether she was reluctant to spend the money or wanted to be in sync with Lin Dong. She also cooperated and said, I'm just teasing you, too. Lin Dong's roommates were petrified. In any case, when they returned to the classroom, Lin Dong's roommates had to leave whether they wanted to or not. Because Wang Yunting kept feeding Lin Dong, they were very annoyed. The sour smell of love is almost killing them. At noon that day, after lunch, Lin Dong suddenly received a call from the principal, asking him to go to the dormitory to find him. When Lin Dong arrived downstairs of the dormitory building, he could clearly see that the number of security guards had increased to 3. Among them was the one who intercepted Lin Dong and others last time. But after learning a lesson, the last incident never happened again. Although the other 2 new security guards wanted to conduct routine questioning, they were stopped by the old security guard. When Lin Dong and others went upstairs, the two security guards immediately started gossiping.
Brother, who is that? Why didn't you let us stop him? He let him go without even asking any questions. Could he be someone related to the principal? Are you all face blind?
The old security guard said with disdain, and at the same time with a bit of show off, that man is the richest man in Jiangzhou, Lin Dong, who donated to Lin Dong Building. The principal has already informed him that he has special privileges, and he doesn't need to be stopped no matter when he comes.
What? He is Lin Dong?
Luckily, fortunately, you stopped us just now, otherwise if we offended him, we would lose our jobs. In the principal's bedroom. As soon as Lin Dong entered the dormitory, he found a place to sit down without any courtesy, crossed his legs, and said in a Guyu-like manner, "Principal, your security force has become much stronger.
Were you scared by the people who wanted to donate last time? From another perspective, you should have made a lot of money that time, right?
Thanks to you, thanks to you."
The principal admitted in disguise, and said with a smile, "Aren't you very happy recently? I heard that Wang Yunting is pursuing you. She even bought breakfast for you today. Do you know how many young people in the school want to kill you now? You specifically asked me to come here, didn't you, just to mock me?"
Lin Dong rolled his eyes, and then asked, "If you have something to say, just say it. If you have to fart, just fart."
"No, don't fart."
An old man's fart can definitely be used as a poison gas bomb, enough to wipe out thousands of troops. Given the current relationship between Lin Dong and the principal, Lin Dong no longer needs to be polite when making jokes with him. The principal didn't mind and made tea for Lin Dong before sitting next to him.
Lin Dong's roommate sat opposite him, which was considered another benefit. The principal sat next to Lin Dong and said, "Student Lin Dong, do you still remember the 1.1 billion you promised to donate last time?" "Remember, and then what?" Lin Dong asked.
At the same time, he was already secretly guessing the principal's intention in asking this question.
Is there not enough money? Or the money hasn't arrived?
But he has already handed the matter over to Tang Wan to handle.
With Tang Wan's ability, it shouldn't have been delayed until now. The principal revealed the mystery and said, "It's like this.
The money you donated has been received, and various projects in our school have been launched. However, we have the money, but we are short of capable students. So I would like to ask you, Lin Dong, to come forward and solve this problem."
"What do you mean?" Lin Dong was completely confused. Is this a problem he can solve? Could it be that he wants him to pay to poach people again?
Although he is rich, he can't afford to squander it like this. The principal seemed to see what Lin Dong was thinking, and quickly explained, "Student Lin Dong, don't worry too much.
I'm not asking you to continue donating money. To be honest, there are many people who follow you to donate money to the school.
We are not short of that little money, but we want to train our own students." Lin Dong understood as soon as he heard it. If you spend money to recruit teachers or students from other schools to do research, that's fine, but the honor belongs to the other school.
People in the industry knew what was going on at a glance.
By then, Jiangzhou University will be the one paying the price and being taken advantage of.
Moreover, that model is not sustainable. Once the research results come out, others may run away. Therefore, if we want to develop sustainably, the people involved in the research must be students of Jiangzhou University. I understand what you mean, but for this kind of thing, you, as the principal, are better than me, right?
Lin Dong asked, "If there are suitable students in the school, your face will definitely be more useful than mine, and I'm not a sociable person."
No.
The principal quickly shook his head and denied, "You really need to do this."
Lin Dong's roommates also nodded in approval.
If only the principal said this, Lin Dong could still think that the principal was flattering him.
But it's very strange that even my roommates think so. Is there something I don't know? Lin Dong asked. About the same.
The dormitory head replied, "Maybe you don't like to browse the campus network, so you don't know the specific situation. The school has recently focused on artificial intelligence, but in this area, the best students are Zhou Xingjuan, Wang Yunting, and a girl named Li Huani." Lin Dong nodded, and suddenly had a bad feeling. However, he did not say much, but let the dormitory head continue speaking.
"Let me say the next thing." The principal interrupted, "Li Huani, we have already talked to her.
She is willing to participate in the research, but Wang Yunting said that she has more important things to do now and has no time. As for what the more important thing she said is, I think you should know it in your mind." At the end, the principal even winked at Lin Dong, leaving Lin Dong speechless.
The principal has made it so obvious, how could Lin Dong not understand? Isn't the so-called more important thing to pursue Lin Dong?
The principal paused and continued, as for Zhou Xingjuan, we have already talked to her, but she said something happened at home and she has been busy lately. We asked her what it was, but she was unwilling to say, so we can only ask you to come forward on this matter.
Why do I feel like you are using your beauty to lure me? Lin Dong complained speechlessly. No. This is a plan for the rich. The principal replied seriously. Chapter 55, Female Chang Yaojin.
Walking out of the principal's dormitory, Lin Dong stood in front of the fence and looked up at the blue sky.
Lin Dong, what are you doing? There is no Chang'e in the sky. Even if there is, you can't see it. I just asked you to go talk to a beautiful woman. What are you worried about?
Zhou Xingjuan is a natural beauty. The roommates followed Lin Dong out of the principal's dormitory and immediately started teasing him after seeing what Lin Dong did. Having been with Lin Dong for quite a long time, they could immediately tell that something was not right with Lin Dong. Lin Dong didn't even look at them, and continued to look up and said, why do I feel like I'm living more and more like a sea king? I just spent the morning with Wang Yunting, and in the afternoon I have to go to see Zhou Xingjuan. It's fine to go to see Zhou Xingjuan, but I actually have to go to her dormitory building to look for her.
What the hell is this?
Lin Dong felt depressed when he thought of what the principal had just said to him. Because according to the principal, Zhou Xingjuan must have had some problems at home recently and needs a lot of money. So she basically stayed in the dormitory building all day, helping her female classmates with their lessons and didn't even attend classes. As for male classmates, she was very shy and did not accept them at all. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Lin Dong to find Zhou Xingjuan outside the dormitory building.
Shouldn't you be happy that the principal gave you a chance to enter the female dormitory building? The head of the dormitory teased Lin Dong, do you know how many people envy such an opportunity? If you are not willing to do it, the principal can easily find 1,000 people to do it. Lin Dong rolled his eyes and didn't bother to pay attention to the dormitory head.
Because he himself felt that this problem was probably something only he could solve. He took a deep breath, then strode towards the dormitory building and said, let's go.
Let's go.
It is worth mentioning that the female students' dormitory building is located in a relatively remote area of the school.
Normally, no male students would go in that direction.
Unless you're going to pick up your girlfriend. So when Lin Dong and his group walked downstairs to the girls' dormitory building, they were immediately surrounded by people like pandas on the street.
Who are they? Why are there so many men here? You don't even recognize them? The one in the middle is Lin Dong. He's the richest man in Jiangzhou. No way? He's the one who donated 1.1 billion to the school? Does he have a girlfriend? As soon as Lin Dong and others appeared, they attracted the attention of many female classmates.
The discussions they made could be said to make Lin Dong both nervous and relaxed. Nervous because he was still not used to being the center of attention. The reason for relaxation is that you don't have to worry about being treated as a criminal when entering the dormitory building under the watchful eyes of so many people. But when they wanted to enter the dormitory building, something unexpected happened.
Lin Dong, go up by yourself.
The dormitory head suddenly stopped and said.
Why?
Lin Dong was stunned.
The dormitory head explained, it's very simple. The principal gave you the privilege to enter the female dormitory building, but not us.
If we follow him in, we really can't wash ourselves clean even if we jump into the Yellow River. And it's not appropriate for us to be the light bulb when you go to find Zhou Xingjuan.
The other roommates also nodded.
Lin Dong's scalp felt numb and he suddenly wanted to beat them up.
Why did he feel like he was being roasted on the fire? He really shouldn't have agreed to the principal just now.
But at this point, it is no longer realistic to retreat.
Lin Dong glared at his roommates fiercely, then strode up the stairs to the dormitory building.
When his front foot stepped on the stairs of the girls' dormitory building, a female classmate who weighed at least 150 pounds suddenly jumped out, so agile that she could have pissed Newton off to death. She stood in front of Lin Dong, with her hands on her hips, and said with a frown, "What do you want to do? If you want to find Wang Yunting, just wait downstairs and call her to come down. Don't think you can just enter the female dormitory building casually just because you are the richest man in Jiangzhou. Be careful or I will report you to the police and arrest you." Lin Dong frowned, then patiently explained, "I'm not here to look for Wang Yunting."
"Aren't you here to see Wang Yunting? Then who are you looking for? Are you two timing?"
The anger on the face of the important female classmate became more obvious, and her eyes seemed to be spitting fire. You guys still have shame? You have a girlfriend as beautiful as Wang Yunting, but you are still thinking about another one? The heavyweight female classmate became more and more excited, and finally pushed Lin Dong out and ordered him to leave. Get out. You are not welcome here. At this point, no matter how well-mannered Lin Dong was, he couldn't help but get a little angry. He tried to suppress his anger and squinted his eyes as he said, "Does your family own this dormitory building? The principal asked me to come here, otherwise I wouldn't be happy to make this trip. If you have any objections, go talk to the principal." At the same time, more and more female classmates gathered to watch the fun. They all pointed fingers at Lin Dong and the heavyweight female classmate. Lin Dong didn't want to make a big fuss, so he simply gave in and said, "Then please ask Zhou Xingjuan to come down for me. She has been helping the female students with their lessons in the dormitory building recently. She should be quite famous." Lin Dong's primary goal has always been to find Zhou Xingjuan. He really doesn't care whether she can enter the female dormitory building or not. If the important female classmate in front of him could help him find Zhou Xingjuan, he would be happy to save trouble. However, this important female classmate seemed to have determined that Lin Dong was cheating on her. She continued to drive them away viciously. "Get lost. I can't stand you two timing scumbags. Do you think you can play with girls casually just because you have some money? Today, I'm here, so don't even think about entering the dormitory building, otherwise I will definitely report you to the police." Lin Dong found that it was really impossible to communicate with this heavyweight female classmate. He turned to his roommates and complained, "Is this guy going through menopause early? Or is it because he's too fat and hasn't had a relationship since he was born, so his psychology is twisted?" The roommates danced with their eyebrows and eyes, wanting to laugh but not daring to. "What are you doing?" At this moment, an aunt walked over quickly and said as she walked, "I just received a notice from the principal saying that Lin Dong is here to see Zhou Xingjuan for a school research project. You all should make way. That auntie should be the dormitory manager of the girls' dormitory." As soon as she expressed her opinion, the discussion among the onlookers became much quieter. Her appearance also made Lin Dong breathe a sigh of relief. It's better to let your aunt face that heavyweight female classmate than to face it yourself. However, the female student still had no intention of giving face to the dormitory auntie, and said fiercely, "What does it matter what the principal said? Even if the principal came in person, he can't just enter the female dormitory building casually. What if a female student happens to come out in pajamas?" Lin Dong was speechless on the spot. He also lost his patience and announced directly, "Whoever can help me move this pile of meat will be rewarded 10,000 yuan. Chapter 56, A Brave Girl Must Be Rewarded. What a joke. Do you think being rich is great? The important female classmate raised her hands, blocked the entrance of the stairs and sneered, "No matter how rich you are, you can't do anything illegal. You are not allowed to enter the female dormitory building. What's more, you just attacked me personally. I will definitely sue you." Lin Dong didn't bother to pay attention to her and directly raised the price, 20,000. In fact, when Lin Dong just offered a price of 10,000, many female classmates were already eager to make a move. When he raised the price to 20,000, the female classmate who was still hesitating rushed over as if she had discovered a gold mine. Even though they were just a group of girls, they worked together and were still able to move the mountain of meat away. Roshan was confused at first. When she found out that her female classmates really pulled her aside, she was shocked and angrily scolded, "You are a bunch of money slaves. Do you still have any backbone? I only gave you 20,000 yuan, but you actually let a man into the dormitory building. Are you going to sell your bodies next time?" Bang! Roshan's words were so harsh that before Lin Dong could say anything, someone slapped her twice. "Sorry, being rich is really a big deal." Lin Dong took the opportunity to mock Roshan. Then, he asked his roommates to advance his remuneration and went upstairs in front of the meat mountain. After going upstairs, Lin Dong scratched his head as he looked at the staircase that was more than 10 stories high and seemed to have no end. Although he knew that Zhou Xingjuan was in this building, there were so many floors and many dormitories on each floor that it was like looking for a needle in a haystack to find Zhou Xingjuan. He couldn't just search room by room, right? That would make people think he was a hooligan. "I should have just brought a random roommate up here and let him be a gangster," Lin Dong said in annoyance. Just when Lin Dong didn't know what to do, a beautiful figure suddenly walked down from upstairs. She opened her slightly red eyes, and her hair was tied up with a rubber band. She looked like a female worker who dressed simply for work and became haggard because of long hours of work. But even so, it was difficult to hide her beauty. There is no doubt that the girl in front of him is Zhou Xingjuan. She actually came out by herself. Great! Lin Dong's eyes lit up and he smiled excitedly. I was just worrying about how to find you, but I didn't expect you to come out by yourself. But then again, how did you come downstairs at that time? Did you just finish a makeup class? Zhou Xingjuan rolled her eyes and explained, I'm not deaf. How could I not know that you guys were making such a big noise downstairs? What do you want from me? Lin Dong thought about it and felt that it made sense, and scratched his head awkwardly. Then, he got to the point. The thing is, the principal said he has contacted you. Our school's research on artificial intelligence needs your participation, but you said you are not free recently and there is something going on at home? Can you tell me about it? There was a strange flash in Zhou Xingjuan's eyes, and she looked more or less happy. But in the blink of an eye, she hung her head again and said in an unusually depressed tone, Forget it, I really don't have time recently. My family was in a car accident and needs a lot of money for treatment. I have to work very hard, otherwise I can't even afford the medical expenses. After saying that, she turned around and wanted to leave. She didn't even think about asking Lin Dong to help her. Lin Dong quickly stepped forward and held her hand, asking in confusion, It's just money, why didn't you tell me? As he spoke, Lin Dong had already taken out his cell phone, ready to transfer money to Zhou Xingjuan. However, Zhou Xingjuan had no intention of accepting it at all. She held Lin Dong's hand, shook her head gently and said, No, I already know about what happened between you and Wang Yunting. I didn't expect that you would end up together. Of course, I don't mean to blame you, but since you were friends with Wang Yunting, don't get too close to other girls. After saying that, she tried hard to pull her hand out of Lin Dong's. After pulling her hand away, she walked upstairs step by step, her back looking a little lonely. Lin Dong was stunned for a moment, then quickly grabbed her shoulders and said, Wait. Who said Wang Yunting and I were going together? Isn't it? She brought you breakfast this morning? Zhou Xingjuan looked back at Lin Dong, a hint of anticipation flashing in her eyes. After Wang Yunting brought you breakfast this morning, didn't you go back to the classroom to eat together? Many classmates saw it. Zhou Xingjuan spoke with great certainty, which showed that she understood the matter very well. Lin Dong was quite surprised when he heard this. Because in his opinion, Zhou Xingjuan should be busy tutoring and making money and should not have time to pay attention to other things. But she actually devoted some of her energy to understanding what happened to Lin Dong today. Moreover, although Zhou Xingjuan spoke with great certainty, the expectation in her eyes was very obvious. She seemed to be eager for Lin Dong to tell her that what happened in the morning was all fake. Lin Dong also gave Zhou Xingjuan the answer she wanted. The relationship between Wang Yunting and I is not what you think. At least so far, it's just Wang Yunting being sentimental. I have never been interested in her because she came here with a purpose. Purpose? Zhou Xingjuan asked, blinking her eyes full of curiosity. Yes, for a purpose. Lin Dong replied, Wang Yunting wants to raise her family's status to a higher level, or at least not to decline, and she thinks that I am the only one in Jiangzhou who can help her achieve this goal. If you were me, would you agree to her request? No. Zhou Xingjuan shook her head. The moment the words fell, Zhou Xingjuan didn't know what she was thinking about. She suddenly blushed and muttered, Whether you and Wang Yunting are together or not, what does it have to do with me? Why do you want to ask my opinion? I have to go back to class, we'll talk later. Lin Dong sensed that Zhou Xingjuan's attitude had changed significantly, and immediately asked, So how much money are you short of right now? I'll help you pay for your medical expenses. The school's research project really needs you. Zhou Xingjuan hesitated for a moment before saying, About 30,000. Only 30,000? Lin Dong said nonchalantly, Come on, I'll transfer the money to you right away. A mere 30,000 yuan is really nothing to Lin Dong. He was ready to resolve the matter directly. However, Zhou Xingjuan was still hesitant, as if she had something to hide. Even though Lin Dong dragged her hand downstairs, she was extremely uncooperative, causing Lin Dong to feel great resistance on her hand. Lin Dong took only a few steps before he couldn't help but ask again, What happened again? It's hard for me to explain it to you in a few words. If you really want to help me, why don't you come home with me? Zhou Xingjuan suddenly asked. Chapter 57, A 1,000-Mile Journey. Lin Dong's heart skipped a beat and he looked at Zhou Xingjuan in astonishment, seriously wondering if he was hallucinating. Because it was hard for him to believe that the words just now came from Zhou Xingjuan's mouth. In his mind, Zhou Xingjuan has always been a shy girl who doesn't like to communicate with others. Even if she encounters any difficulties, she likes to bear them silently and solve them silently instead of asking others for help. How could such a girl take the initiative to ask Lin Dong to go home with her? It seems that the trouble you are in is really big, and it can't be solved by just spending some money. Lin Dong made a quick judgment and said, "Okay, then I will go with you. You buy a plane ticket immediately and try to complete the procedures within today. We will leave tomorrow."
This, so fast? Zhou Xingjuan was shocked.
Lin Dong said, as a matter of course, the sooner the trouble is solved, the better.
We still have things to do when we come back.
After that, Lin Dong and Zhou Xingjuan completed the formalities online and waited to set off tomorrow. After completing the formalities, Lin Dong naturally left the female dormitory building immediately.
He didn't want to stay in this troubled place for even a second.
Zhou Xingjuan also went upstairs again to make up for the lessons. When Lin Dong walked out of the female dormitory building and returned to the ground, he found that his roommates were being pointed at. Downstairs in the female dormitory, there were so many people surrounding them in 3 circles inside and outside that they looked like prisoners trapped in a heavy siege. They were also very embarrassed and could only chat with each other to distract themselves from the embarrassment, while their eyes were darting around.
Who are they? Why are they staying downstairs in the girls' dormitory? Are they here to spy?
You don't know, they are all Lin Dong's roommates, and they came with Lin Dong to find Zhou Xingjuan.
What? Is it the Lin Dong who got together with Wang Yunting? Why did he come to Zhou Xingjuan? Is he two-timing?
Apparently, after Lin Dong went upstairs, many female classmates who didn't know the truth came back and watched the excitement. The truth of the matter also quickly changed as it was passed on by word of mouth. Lin Dong strode towards his roommates and said gloatingly, "Fortunately I wasn't waiting downstairs, otherwise I would have been embarrassed."
The roommates rolled their eyes in unison. Look! It's Lin Dong. He just walked out of the girls' dormitory building. He really went upstairs to find his girlfriend. Oh my God! I've been in school for so long, and this is the first time I've seen a male student enter the female dormitory building. He wouldn't have a weird hobby of stealing underwear, would he?
Many female classmates who returned to the dormitory building later and were unaware of the situation cried out in surprise when they saw Lin Dong appear. Looking at their excited expressions, it was as if they had discovered a new continent after drifting on the sea for several months.
The roommates who had just looked depressed immediately retaliated against Lin Dong with gloating attitude. You've been so arrogant, now it's your retribution, right?
Lin Dong, you are much more famous than us, and the effect of diverting attention is very strong.
Feel the pain. Do you know how many floors you have to carry a bag of rice?
Lin Dong was speechless. His scalp was tingling just now, and he had a headache because of the people watching the fun. Now when he hears his roommates making jokes, he feels both amused and confused. Of course, we still need to leave this troubled place as soon as possible.
He asked his roommates to lead the way and quickly returned to his dormitory.
He told them that he would be going home with Zhou Xingjuan the next day and asked them if they wanted to accompany him.
The roommates discussed it briefly and decided that they couldn't be the light bulb for Zhou Xingjuan and Lin Dong, so they gave up.
In their opinion, Lin Dong and Zhou Xingjuan's return home seemed to be a meeting with their parents. Lin Dong was too lazy to explain, for fear of making things worse. The next morning, Lin Dong went downstairs early to look for Zhou Xingjuan, but found that Zhou Xingjuan was already waiting downstairs. She was carrying bags and luggage, wearing a hat, and standing upright. Such a pretty girl standing downstairs of the men's dormitory building has attracted a lot of people's attention.
But that's not the point is...
Next to Zhou Xingjuan stood another girl, her expression a little cold, with a sense of alienation that kept people at a distance. Although she had a feeling of keeping strangers away and seemed to be uninterested in everything around her, the girl kept glancing at Zhou Xingjuan from the corner of her eyes. When she saw Lin Dong walking towards Zhou Xingjuan, her eyes almost spit fire and her eyes widened. The students around him noticed that something was wrong and began to smile playfully.
Lin Dong. Who is she? Wang Yunting suddenly pointed at Zhou Xingjuan and asked. Zhou Xingjuan asked weakly, Lin Dong, didn't you say that you have no relationship?
Lin Dong grabbed his forehead hard and pressed his temples on both sides with his thumb, ring finger, and little finger respectively. He had a terrible headache. He took a deep breath and said, "First of all, her name is Zhou Xingjuan, and she is my friend."
He introduced Wang Yunting, then, Wang Yunting and I really have no actual relationship. We are not even friends, right?
Lin Dong explained the relationship to Zhou Xingjuan and Wang Yunting in brief words. Zhou Xingjuan's tense face immediately relaxed.
Wang Yunting didn't know whether she took Lin Dong's words as a reminder or a warning.
Anyway, she quickly recognized her identity, forced a smile on her face and said, "Yes, but Lin Dong, I think it's okay to meet your friend." Lin Dong did not comment and ignored Wang Yunting. Wang Yunting didn't feel embarrassed and said to herself, "You two are carrying a lot of bags, are you going out?" Lin Dong wants to go home with me because my family needs his help with something.
Zhou Xingjuan took the initiative to explain, "Are you here to bring breakfast to Lin Dong? Didn't he tell you yesterday that we were going out? If we had left earlier, you would have made a wasted trip."
Lin Dong didn't know how Wang Yunting felt after hearing this, but he felt that the atmosphere was quite wrong. He quickly looked at Wang Yunting, only to see that the smile on Wang Yunting's face became even more awkward, but she still handed over the breakfast in her hand and said with a forced smile, "Then I wish you a safe journey. You can take this breakfast and eat it on the way, so you don't have to queue up to buy breakfast." In front of Zhou Xingjuan, Lin Dong was actually reluctant to accept Wang Yunting's breakfast.
But before he could refuse, Zhou Xingjuan took the initiative and dragged Lin Dong away.
Behind them, the classmates who were waiting to watch the fun suddenly let out disappointment inside.
No way? There was no quarrel? There will be no fun to watch. Isn't it possible that Lin Dong is openly hugging women left and right? That would be too enviable. Is this the charm of money? It can actually allow beauties of that level to live in harmony.
Wang Yunting scolded those who were gossiping about her harshly, then left with her lower lip bitten and a look of grievance on her face.
Chapter 58, Walking is Impossible.
After saying goodbye to Wang Yunting, Lin Dong has been observing Zhou Xingjuan silently. Zhou Xingjuan was seen carrying the breakfast bought by Wang Yunting, walking forward with a blank expression, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with her.
There was even a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, and she seemed to be in a good mood. No one knew what she was thinking.
But there is one thing Lin Dong can be sure of. That is, Zhou Xingjuan's mood was not as calm as it seemed. Because Zhou Xingjuan's eyeballs kept shaking, and her blinking frequency was 2 or 3 times faster than usual. Her hands, which were carrying the luggage and breakfast, were clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white.
Zhou Xingjuan.
Lin Dong sighed inwardly and broke the silence between the two. "I'm curious, why did you ask me to accept Wang Yunting's breakfast? Even if we line up to buy it now, we'll still have time, and there are a lot of food to buy at the airport." "I accepted her breakfast not so that I don't have to buy it later."
Zhou Xingjuan replied, "Wang Yunting is a very proud girl.
She lowered herself and got up early to queue up just to buy breakfast for you. If you refuse, she will be very sad."
"But." "No buts."
Zhou Xingjuan interrupted Lin Dong and said quietly, "Don't hurt someone who wants to be good to you. If you hurt Wang Yunting and want to be with her again, you won't have a chance.
Don't do anything that will make you regret it."
"How do you feel?" Lin Dong suddenly asked.
Zhou Xingjuan's whole body trembled, and his voice became choked.
She originally tilted her head and looked directly at Lin Dong while speaking. But when it came to this topic, she turned her head and looked forward, not letting Lin Dong see her face. Lin Dong hurriedly took a step forward and just in time saw Zhou Xingjuan's red eyes. However, Zhou Xingjuan quickly turned her head away. Seeing that she didn't want to be looked at by him, Lin Dong didn't force her. After all, he had already got the result he wanted.
He continued to ask, "How do you feel now?" Zhou Xingjuan's eyes blinked at an even more alarming frequency, and she took deep breaths continuously.
After more than 10 or 20 seconds, she said, "I'm in a good mood now.
Someone gave me breakfast for free. I saved time and money for breakfast. Isn't that great?" "Really?" Lin Dong responded without commenting.
He already had the answer in his mind. There is no need to force Zhou Xingjuan at this time. The key point is, if Zhou Xingjuan is pushed into a corner and becomes unwilling to accept help, Lin Dong will have a headache. They ate the breakfast bought by Wang Yunting, boarded the plane, and arrived at Zhou Xingjuan's hometown the next afternoon. It is a small town in the southwest. When they took a taxi from the airport and arrived at the outskirts of the small town.
"I can only take you here. You have to walk the rest of the way by yourself,"
the driver suddenly said. The driver was a middle-aged man, and he sounded quite confident when he asked Lin Dong and Zhou Xingjuan to get off the car. Lin Dong looked forward, speechless, and did not get off the car. Because when he looked forward, he could only see a yellow mud road full of potholes. Even without people or cars walking on it, a gust of wind would raise dust all over the sky, as if a sandstorm had passed. What was even more terrifying was that the yellow mud road was winding and there was no end in sight. Lin Dong swallowed hard and asked, "Master, you are not kidding, are you?
Do I look like I'm joking? Then do you know how long the road ahead will take?" Lin Dong asked.
Then I'm not sure. I've been driving passengers for more than 10 years, and I always drop them off here and never go any further. If I drive on this road for a few days, my car will almost be scrapped. It's really not worth it to charge you that little fare." The driver still answered righteously. Zhou Xingjuan saw that Lin Dong didn't want to walk, so she took Lin Dong's hand and persuaded him, "Let's not embarrass the master. I have walked this road many times.
It's not very far. We can walk to my house in about 6 hours. 6 hours? Lin Dong took out his cell phone to check the time and couldn't help but exclaimed. Because the phone shows that it is already 5:44 p.m. If it takes 6 hours to walk, wouldn't it mean walking until almost midnight? That's no joke.
Lin Dong refused without hesitation, "Impossible.
I can't walk. I will never walk even if I die.
Why should I walk for 6 hours to solve a problem that can be solved with money? At worst, I can buy a car and throw it away after I finish driving this distance." When the driver heard Lin Dong's words, his eyes suddenly lit up, as if a man who had been a monk for more than 10 years had seen a beautiful woman.
He asked excitedly, "Brother, do you want to buy a car? I can sell you my car. How about 100,000 yuan?"
When the driver asked the question, his upper body had already leaned out from the driver's seat in front of Lin Dong. It shows how excited and expectant he is. Lin Dong looked at the driver, then at the condition of the car, and rolled his eyes rudely. As the driver just said, his car has been driven for more than 10 years and is just a broken van. Even if a brand new van is only worth 40,000 or 50,000 yuan, the driver actually wanted to sell the van that he had driven for more than 10 years for 100,000 yuan. Even if he could tell that Lin Dong was a very arrogant person, he shouldn't treat Lin Dong as the stupid son of a landlord, okay? Lin Dong dragged Zhou Xingjuan out of the car. The driver became anxious when he saw that Lin Dong had no intention of buying his car.
He hurried down the driveway and said, "Brother, do you think it's too expensive? Actually, the price is negotiable."
At the same time, Lin Dong saw from afar an Audi A8L driving on the main road ahead. In such a remote place, it is a rare good car. Lin Dong waved his hand to stop him. The owner of the Audi A8L was a young man, about 25 or 26 years old.
Seeing Lin Dong waving, he stopped the car curiously and asked, "Brother, what's the matter?"
"I don't pick up passengers." The driver also agreed, "Young man, I can tell at a glance that you don't understand. How could someone who can afford to drive a car like this be willing to carry passengers? It's even more impossible for him to take you on that shabby yellow mud road. I think you should just buy my car." Obviously, the young man and the driver thought that Lin Dong wanted to take another taxi. Lin Dong didn't bother to pay attention to them, and said in a shocking tone, "I'll buy your car."
"Name your price."
"What?"
The young man in the car was stunned for a moment, and asked in astonishment, "What did you just say?"
"I said, I want to buy your car, just name your price." Lin Dong urged impatiently.
Chapter 59, I'll give it to you.
After Lin Dong made his meaning clear again and again, the driver and the young man both laughed contemptuously. They looked at each other tacitly, and then looked at Lin Dong with sympathy.
"Brother, do you have any misunderstanding about the price of the car? Dude, forget about buying my van.
This Audi is worth at least $1 million.
Can you afford it? Wow, I didn't expect that an uncle like you has good taste. Have to."
In front of Lin Dong, the driver and the young man even flirted with each other. Lin Dong sneered and said, "Then it's 1 million.
If you want to sell it, I'll transfer the money directly.
If you don't want to sell it, forget it, I'll find another owner. Anyway, your broken car is not suitable for driving on the yellow mud road.
If there is really no choice in this place, I won't buy it from you. Sell, sell, sell."
The young man's eyes lit up when he heard the name of Lin Dongkai's shop. He said hurriedly, "But let me be frank.
My brand new car is only over 800,000 yuan.
I've been driving it for more than 2 years. If you're willing to buy it, don't regret it later." As he spoke, he had already printed out the payment account number for Lin Dong to see. Lin Dong was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He directly transferred the money and drove away.
As for the name change procedures, we can talk about it when we have time. If not, forget it. He doesn't need this little money anyway. When Lin Dong drove away with Zhou Xingjuan, the driver and the young man were still eating dirt in the back. Only after watching Lin Dong and Zhou Xingjuan disappear at the end of the road did the driver ask, "Young man, did you actually sell the car to them?" "Was I dreaming? That's 1 million. It's fine if you use 1 million to buy a used car, but you actually said you could just transfer the money?"
"There are so many rich people in the world, what's so strange about that?" said the young man nonchalantly.
"So how are you going to get home?" the driver asked unhappily. "How difficult is that?" The young man said nonchalantly, "It looks like you are a driver who specializes in this route, right? Are you going back now? Why don't you give me a ride?"
"Although the van is not very comfortable to sit in, it is still worthwhile to earn hundreds of thousands." The driver slapped himself hard. He felt very upset. Because of his anger, he even wanted to refuse to take the young man away. Because if the young man hadn't suddenly appeared, he could have tried to negotiate the price with Lin Dong and could have sold it for at least tens of thousands of yuan. But now, not only can he not make any money, he has to watch others make hundreds of thousands. However, the driver couldn't bring himself to refuse to give the young man a ride. Because if he really refused, he would have to return with an empty car. Then I won't even be able to earn enough to pay for young people's bus fares. He gritted his teeth and said with tears in his eyes, "Let's go. Get in the car." At the same time, in the Audi car, Zhou Xingjuan stared straight ahead, still a little dazed, and said, "It feels so unreal. Just to avoid walking for 6 hours, you actually spent 1 million to buy a car. Do you know how long it takes for an average person to earn 1 million? Lin Dong did some calculations in his mind and replied, "If we calculate based on a monthly salary of 5,000, it would take about 16 and a half years without food or drink."
"What's wrong with that? What's wrong? How dare you ask what's wrong?"
Zhou Xingjuan turned to face Lin Dong and shouted excitedly, "That's the amount of money an average person would have to save up if they didn't eat or drink for more than 16 years. In fact, it might take 20 years to save up that much."
"But you actually did it to buy 6 hours of comfort?"
Lin Dong was stunned for a moment and found that his mentality seemed to have changed unconsciously. If it were the old him, he would definitely regard the 1 million as very important and would not be willing to spend it. But now that he has a $1 trillion fortune, a mere 1 million is not even a drop in the bucket for him. It's really difficult to make him care. He was silent for a long time before he smiled bitterly and said, "Maybe it's really the family background that determines the consumption concept. When you have a monthly salary of 3,000, you may think that a cup of milk tea of more than 10 yuan is very expensive, but when you have a monthly salary of 10,000, you think that a cup of milk tea of 20 yuan is nothing.
By the same token, 1 million is nothing to me."
"You sound so sincere, but why do I always feel like you're showing off your wealth?"
Zhou Xingjuan said bitterly, "I find it hard to imagine how wealthy you are."
Slowly, Lin Dong drove the car to the end of the yellow mud road. A remote village full of yellow mud houses appeared before him. From a distance, he could even see old men in the village leading cows and carrying hoes back home. There were even wisps of smoke rising above some of the yellow mud houses. Zhou Xingjuan originally planned to walk for 6 hours, but Lin Dong shortened the journey to about 20 minutes. This was because the yellow mud road was too bumpy and he didn't dare drive too fast. When Lin Dong parked the car at the entrance of the small village, the car that was out of place in the small mountain village immediately attracted the attention of many villagers. Some children who were playing even ran over curiously, surrounded the car, looking left and right, and some brave ones even reached out to touch it. In the car, Zhou Xingjuan was startled and quickly got out to stop them, saying, "Don't touch it.
It will be troublesome if you break it."
Zhou Xingjuan naturally had good intentions, as she was afraid that the child would scratch the car and she would not be able to afford the compensation. However, Lin Dong didn't take it seriously. He shrugged and said, "If it's broken, it's broken.
I don't want it anyway." "What? You really just used it to walk on a muddy road?" Zhou Xingjuan was stunned. "What else?" Lin Dong shrugged and said, "As a matter of course, this place is thousands of kilometers away from Jiangzhou. You don't want me to drive back to Jiangzhou by myself, do you? It will be exhausting. It's better to leave it in the village as a toy for the children. If the villagers like it, they can use it as a tractor." Zhou Xingjuan was speechless again.
Lin Dong didn't want to dwell on such a boring question, so he dragged Zhou Xingjuan's hand and walked towards the village, shouting to the children behind him, "Go to the village and tell them that the car is a gift to everyone in the village. You can take it for whatever you want."
After a pause, he asked Zhou Xingjuan again, "Come to think of it, I still don't know what happened in your family. Car accident? I remember you said so, but you didn't explain it clearly in a few words afterwards. Let me take you home first." Zhou Xingjuan smiled bitterly, then walked in front to lead Lin Dong. Along the way, many villagers came to greet Zhou Xingjuan. Lin Dong followed her for 500 or 600 meters and finally arrived at a dilapidated yellow mud house covered with spider webs. The other yellow mud houses in the village were already quite good, but the yellow mud house in front of him looked even worse. The environment at Zhou Xingjuan's home seemed to be worse than Lin Dong had imagined. Chapter 60: A Complicated Situation. Lin Dong stood in front of Zhou Xingjuan's house and looked inside. He wanted to see what was going on inside so that he could find Zhou Xingjuan's family and learn about the layout of the house. But no matter how hard he tried, all he could see was darkness and some blurry shadows. The lighting in the mud house was worse than he had imagined. Fortunately, after his eyes adjusted, he was able to barely see what was going on inside. The smell of ointment and wind oil hit him in the face, making him sneeze 4 or 5 times in a row. He was very uncomfortable. He held his breath very hard, then slowly walked in with Zhou Xingjuan. In the room, an old lady was lying on the bed. After hearing the noise, she struggled to stand up and said, "Is it Xiaojun?" "It's me." Zhou Xingjuan hurried forward, helped the old lady up and said, "Grandma, I've earned enough money for medical expenses." Zhou Xingjuan had just opened her mouth when the old lady interrupted her. "Use the money to study and live in the city in the future. Don't come back to suffer. Grandma is over 70 years old and has lived enough. Don't spend the money on her. Otherwise, I won't be at peace when I die." No, Zhou Xingjuan tried hard to deny it, but was interrupted by the old lady. Lin Dong watched in silence, probably understanding Zhou Xingjuan's difficulties. This is definitely not something that can be solved with money. The most difficult thing is to change the elderly's mindset. At the same time, Lin Dong has gradually adapted to the various strange smells in the room. He already knew why Zhou Xingjuan brought him home, so he cooperated and said, "Old lady, you don't need to worry about the money for treatment." As he spoke, he looked at the old lady's body. Then, he saw at a glance that the old lady's right leg was twisted and deformed, and it was obviously broken, and very seriously. But the old lady didn't seem to care at all, and still said stubbornly, "It will cost tens of thousands of yuan to cure it." Is that so easy to earn? With that money, it is better to let Xiaojun go to school and let Xiaojun live in the city in the future. Then I won't have to worry about my death. Lin Dong did not answer the old lady, but turned to ask Zhou Xingjuan, "How long has her leg been broken?" Zhou Xingjuan replied, "It's been 4 months. 4 months? Why did it take so long?" Lin Dong's heart sank. It is said that it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. Although it is not a scientifically rigorous statement, after 4 months, the broken bones must have grown back together, and they grew back together in a broken state. In other words, if you want to cure the old lady's leg, you must first break the bones again and then connect them back. The treatment is definitely much more difficult than it was at the beginning. Don't blame Xiaojun. The old lady quickly defended Zhou Xingjuan and said, "I didn't tell her. Someone in the village told her a few days ago. I'm already in my 40s. My legs and feet are not very flexible anymore. I can't walk anymore. It doesn't matter whether my bones are broken or not." Lin Dong was too lazy to argue with the old lady, so he said directly, "Zhou Xingjuan, take a good rest today. We will take the old lady to see a doctor tomorrow, and the medical expenses will be on me." After saying that, Lin Dong turned around and left, preparing to go back to the car to sleep. Because there was really no place for him to stay in Zhou Xingjuan's house. When he turned to leave, Zhou Xingjuan thought that he was angry with the old lady, so she quickly stepped forward, grabbed his hand and said, "Lin Dong, where are you going?" Although Grandma is a little stubborn, she has no ill intentions. She just wants to do good for me. Don't blame her. I don't blame her. Lin Dong said with a mixture of laughter and tears, "I just wanted to go back to the car and sleep." Why do we have to go back to the car to sleep? It's so narrow. Zhou Xingjuan asked in confusion. If I don't sleep in the car, where else can I sleep? I can't use the sky as a blanket and the ground as a mat, right? Lin Dong pointed helplessly at other corners of Zhou Xingjuan's house. "Your house doesn't look like there's a place for me to sleep. The only choice I have is the car. You can sleep in my room," Zhou Xingjuan said through gritted teeth. What? Lin Dong was stunned on the spot, almost petrified. To be honest, as a man, he had that thought in his mind. But in the blink of an eye, he put it out himself. Because now he and Zhou Xingjuan are just ordinary friends at best. I really can't do that kind of thing. However, Zhou Xingjuan actually brought up an idea that even he himself wanted to put out immediately? Is she crazy?
After hearing what Zhou Xingjuan said, the old lady's eyes became strange. Zhou Xingjuan realized that what she said was a bit shocking, and quickly said, "You, don't misunderstand me. I just think that since you came all the way from Jiangzhou to help me, it would be too much to let you sleep in the car.
We are just sleeping in the same room, don't think the wrong way."
This. While Lin Dong was hesitating, there was a knock on the door of Zhou Xingjuan's house. Lin Dong looked back and saw an old man who was at least 60 years old standing outside the door with a simple smile.
He said, "Is Xiao Jun back? Is that young man's car at the entrance of the village?"
"The kids in the village said that a big brother wanted to give the car to the village, so I came to ask." Zhou Xingjuan nodded quickly and said, "It's true, but we still need the car these days because we need to take grandma to the hospital for treatment, so we can't give it to the village yet." It is obvious that the old man outside the door should be the fort commander.
Lin Dong walked over and asked, "Old man, do you need a car?"
Lin Dong was thinking about the ones in the village, and if there was a real need, he would just buy another one.
It doesn't cost much anyway.
But the old man was very terrified, and quickly waved his hands and said, "No, no, no, in a village like ours, how can we need a car? Even if you give it to us, we don't know how to drive."
"Young man, are you Xiaojuan's boyfriend? Are you here to help Xiaojuan's grandmother with her illness?"
It seems that Xiao Jun has found a good family. The old man looked at Lin Dong with admiration, and for no reason reminded Lin Dong of a sentence. The more the mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more she likes him. The problem is, the old man in front of me doesn't look like my mother-in-law. Lin Dong shook his head, threw those messy thoughts out of his mind, and replied, "I'm not.
He's my boyfriend."
Zhou Xingjuan suddenly came up, took Lin Dong's hand and said, "We get along very well, so after hearing about grandma's situation, he came back with me and said he would pay for my grandma's treatment."
"Fort Captain, you don't have to worry."
Lin Dong was startled and looked at Zhou Xingjuan with wide eyes. He found that he didn't recognize Zhou Xingjuan anymore.
Is the Zhou Xingjuan he knows a person who dares to speak so boldly?
Besides, he and Zhou Xingjuan don't have that kind of relationship. Of course, in front of the fort chief and the old lady, Lin Dong couldn't directly deny what Zhou Xingjuan said.
After the fort commander left and the old lady fell asleep, Lin Dong asked Zhou Xingjuan in her room, "Zhou Xingjuan, isn't it time for you to explain?" Chapter 61, Reasons for Pretending to be Boyfriend. "Sorry."
Zhou Xingjuan's pretty face turned red like guangong, and she quickly bowed her head to apologize.
"I don't want you to apologize, I just want to know why." Lin Dong asked helplessly.
"Because I suddenly thought of a good way to get my grandma treatment." Zhou Xingjuan answered hesitantly in a weak voice, "In my grandma's opinion, people in the city must be very rich, so she tried her best to get me to move out."
"If you help, I think she can accept it. Then there's no need to tell me that I'm your boyfriend, right?" Lin Dong continued helplessly. He finally understood Zhou Xingjuan's little thoughts. If Zhou Xingjuan's money were used to treat the old lady, she would definitely not agree. But if Lin Dong's money is used for treatment, that's another matter.
After all, in the old lady's opinion, city people are super rich.
However, the money for the old lady's treatment was originally paid by Lin Dong. Why did Zhou Xingjuan tell this lie?
Zhou Xingjuan still blushed and said, "If we were just ordinary friends, or even classmates, grandma would definitely not agree to use your money, but if it was a boyfriend, it would be different.
So, just think of it as considering the old man, and pretend that nothing happened, okay?" "Okay."
Lin Dong said resignedly, "I won't suffer any loss anyway. I'll go back to the car and sleep first." After saying that, he turned around and walked out of Zhou Xingjuan's room.
However, Zhou Xingjuan quickly caught up with him, grabbed his hand and said, "What are you doing in the car? Just sleep in my room. Is this appropriate? What's inappropriate about this?" Zhou Xingjuan pleaded, "Grandma isn't stupid.
If you go back to sleep in the car, she will definitely doubt our relationship.
What if she refuses to take your money?
You know how stubborn she is."
Lin Dong was speechless for a while.
He found that what Zhou Xingjuan said made sense. Zhou Xingjuan knew Lin Dong's family background, and also knew that Lin Dong didn't care about those tens of thousands of dollars. But the old lady didn't know. Even if you tell the old lady, she is unlikely to believe it. because tens of thousands of yuan is already a huge sum of money in her eyes. After careful consideration, Lin Dong finally decided to do as Zhou Xingjuan said.
Only.
Lin Dong looked around the room, which was also very dark and only about 7 or 8 square meters in size, and found that there was basically no extra space in the room except for a bed. Even if Lin Dong wanted to find a place to make do, he couldn't do it, and there was no place to sit. In other words, if Lin Dong wants to sleep and rest tonight, he can only. Zhou Xingjuan had obviously thought of this a long time ago, and said with a red face, "If you don't say it and I don't say it, let's just pretend that no one knows.
Anyway, we are just taking a rest, and we have a clear conscience."
Since Zhou Xingjuan said so, Lin Dong naturally agreed reluctantly.
Anyway, he won't suffer any loss. But in the middle of the night, he still tossed and turned and couldn't sleep, thinking with mixed feelings, is this the first time? The next day, Lin Dong and Zhou Xingjuan got into the car early in the morning, carrying the old lady on their backs. Then she was taken to the hospital in town for treatment. The fort commander also came to help. After completing all the formalities at the hospital, a doctor came over with a nurse, took a look at the old lady's condition, and immediately frowned. He is a man in his 50s with half-white hair, and seems to be quite experienced. After all, he could tell at a glance that the old lady's situation was not simple. He said in a deep voice, "Why did you wait until now to come for treatment?"
Zhou Xingjuan said awkwardly, "Because I just raised enough money recently." Although it sounds awkward, there is nothing wrong with what Zhou Xingjuan said. After all, she never thought about owing the hospital medical bills. But when the doctor and the nurse heard this, their brows frowned even more tightly. "Then you should deposit some money for the medical expenses first, about 30,000 yuan will be enough." The doctor said, "Once the money arrives, we will arrange the follow-up treatment." After saying that, they turned around and left. Although Lin Dong was dissatisfied with this, he didn't say much. After all, it is understandable that the doctors and nurses are worried that Zhou Xingjuan cannot afford the medical expenses because of what she just said.
He cannot ask the hospital to treat the old lady for free. Why are we being asked to pay 30,000 yuan before we even start treatment?
The old lady said nervously, "I don't want treatment anymore."
How can you cheat me like this?
Lin Dong quickly signaled Zhou Xingjuan to comfort the old lady, and then he went to pay the money himself. He really didn't have time to waste on talking to the old lady. As soon as he walked out of the hospital corridor, he saw the doctor and nurse chatting. The nurse whispered, "Dr. Sun, you have to be careful with that patient.
If they run away with the bill, our entire department will have to pay for it. Don't be a pushover like you did before." Dr. Sun smiled bitterly and said, "I've suffered so many losses, do you think I won't learn my lesson? It's hard to be a good person."
The nurse continued, "Especially in our area, the economy is so backward and there are so many poor people." Lin Dong was a little dissatisfied with the indifferent attitude of the doctors and nurses.
After hearing their conversation, I couldn't help but sigh.
At the end of the day, they just don't want to pay for patients who refuse to pay, and there's nothing wrong with that.
There is no reason in the world to ask a doctor to save people and then help pay the medical bills.
After hesitating for a moment, he stepped forward and said, "Dr. Sun, please stay."
"It's you? The young man who just brought the old lady here? Is there anything wrong?" Dr. Sun asked curiously.
Lin Dong got straight to the point and said, "I heard your conversation just now."
"Well, I'm sorry.
It's not that we don't want to save people, but we just don't have the luxury." Lin Dong waved his hand, interrupting Dr. Sun's defense, "I don't mean to blame you, and I can completely understand your feelings, so I want to leave a fund in your hospital to help these patients who have no money for treatment."
"What do you think? I don't quite understand what you mean." Dr. Sun was stunned for a moment. "You mean you want to donate money? That's understandable."
Lin Dong nodded and said, "We can't let good people suffer, but we can't let poor people not even be able to afford medical treatment, so I want to do my best. I hope that when you encounter patients who are really in need in the future, you can also do your best to treat them, instead of ignoring them against your conscience." As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, excitement appeared on the faces of Dr. Sun and the nurse. But despite their excitement, they were also somewhat skeptical.
The nurse said doubtfully, "It's good that you have this intention, but do you really have the ability to do it?
You have to know that the patients who have fallen to the point of defaulting on their debts owe tens of thousands of yuan at the least, and hundreds of millions of yuan at the most.
Even if you donate 1 million yuan, it won't be enough." 10 billion, is that enough? Lin Dong asked. Chapter 62, Find the Dean.
Quiet. The hospital corridor suddenly became eerily quiet. The doctors, nurses, and patients in the corridor were chatting, and some relatives were asking about the patient's conditions with concern. But when Lin Dong said that he wanted to donate 1 billion to the hospital, everyone in the corridor seemed to have been acupunctured and fell silent in an instant. Then, they looked at Lin Dong as if he were a monster. The number of 1 billion obviously scared them. After a dozen seconds of silence, bursts of laughter suddenly rang out in the corridor again. Young man, stop joking. Do you know how much 1 billion is? Are you treating the gold coins in the game as real? Even in your game account, there aren't 10 billion, right? You're killing me. I thought you were going to say how much you were going to donate. If you can come up with 1 billion, I'll stand on my head and drink my urine. The people in the corridor spoke very rudely and mocked Lin Dong to their heart's content. Even Dr. Sun and the nurse smiled and shook their heads, treating Lin Dong's donation as a prank. Lin Dong frowned, very disgusted with their reaction, but in the end he didn't say much and just turned around and left. Since these people believed that Lin Dong was playing a prank, no matter what Lin Dong said, it would be useless. Even if Lin Dong really took out 1 billion in cash, they would only think it was a prop. In that case, he might as well find someone who was willing to believe. Lin Dong randomly asked a nurse about the location of the dean's office, and then went there. When he knocked on the door of the dean's office, the dean asked in confusion, "Excuse me, who are you?" The dean was an old man in a white coat, with hair so sparse that it looked like a cactus in the desert. He raised his head and looked at Lin Dong doubtfully, his eyes full of confusion. Lin Dong quickly introduced himself. "My name is Lin Dong, I'm from Jiangzhou. Today I accompanied my classmates' relatives to see a doctor. I found that many people in this place are so poor that they can't even afford to see a doctor, of course, including my classmate. It just so happens that I have a little money, so I want to do my best to help." As he spoke, Lin Dong had already taken out his bank card, ready to transfer the money to the hospital. "Oh. Welcome." The dean quickly stood up and shook hands with Lin Dong, and asked curiously, "How much do you want to donate? In fact, our hospital has someone who is specifically responsible for this. How about I give you his contact information so that you can communicate?" The dean spoke politely, but Lin Dong could instantly understand a lot of his meaning. First, whether it was because of his age or other reasons, the dean felt that Lin Dong could not donate much money. So he didn't want to entertain them personally. Secondly, although the dean thought that Lin Dong could not donate much money, he still maintained courtesy. It proves that he is a very cultured person. At least he is much easier to get along with than Dr. Sun and the nurses around him. So Lin Dong didn't mind his contempt and smiled and said, 1 billion, give me your hospital account number and I can transfer the money right away. Of course, I hope that this money can be used to help the poor instead of being misused elsewhere, otherwise I will pursue legal responsibility. How about it? The dean did not answer and even looked at Lin Dong with a dazed look on his face. No, that's not right. His eyes were not focused on Lin Dong's face. In other words, he was simply staring at Lin Dong in a daze. His reaction made Lin Dong suspect for a moment that he had Alzheimer's disease, or that he did not approve of the way the money was used. It was not until Lin Dong called him a few more times that he woke up from his dream and said, sorry, young man, the amount you just said is too scary. I want to confirm again, are you sure you want to donate 1 billion to us, not 11 yuan? That's 1 billion in cash. Dean, your reaction shouldn't be that big. Lin Dong said with a mixture of laughter and tears, 1 billion is really nothing to me. What's important is that it can play its due value. That's no problem. The dean replied straightforwardly, I will give you the hospital's public account right now, but we can't just take 1 billion yuan from you casually. I want to hold a formal donation ceremony to let others know about your contribution, and it can also serve as a call for action. Lin Dong originally wanted to refuse. Because he's really not interested in being famous. He doesn't want to wear a mask and a hat when going out like a celebrity. But after hearing what the dean said at the end, he agreed. He nodded and said, that's right. If I do charity work alone, I will eventually be unable to do it. Only by mobilizing the masses can I continue to do it. Then you can prepare it. You can deduct the required expenses from the 1 billion. It won't cost much anyway. The dean nodded and indicated that there was no problem. Then, Lin Dong used the account number provided by the dean and transferred the money directly. After finishing his work, he turned and left. When he returned to the old lady's ward, Dr. Sun and the nurse were conducting a routine checkup. When they saw Lin Dong coming back, they all had strange smiles on their faces. Friend, have you donated all the money you wanted to donate?
Who did you ask for donations? It must be difficult to come up with so much money at once, right?
Dr. Sun and the nurse seemed to be greeting each other cordially, but anyone with a normal IQ could tell they were being sarcastic. Lin Dong also said bluntly, "It's okay, I donated a small amount of money," and then the dean agreed to let the old lady receive free treatment. Naturally, Lin Dong told the principal about the matter between Zhou Xingjuan and the old lady. After all, this is the purpose of his donation. Moreover, if the old lady knows that the treatment is free, her resistance will be greatly reduced. However, really? You donated so much money to the hospital and even met the dean? Dr. Sun said doubtfully, "As far as I know, our hospital should have a special person in charge of receiving donations. There is no need for the dean to handle it personally, right? Don't brag in front of us." Indeed, and the dean is so busy that he can't see everyone. The nurse expressed her doubts openly. As soon as they finished speaking, an old man who was almost bald appeared at the door of the ward. He was wearing a white coat and walked in slowly with his hands behind his back. The old man obviously heard what Dr. Sun and the nurse said. He snorted and said, "Brother Lin donated 1 billion to our hospital. That money is enough for him to open a new Class 3A hospital. What's wrong with me specially entertaining him? If you can also donate 1 billion, I can treat you to dinner every day." There is no doubt that this old man is the dean himself. Dr. Sun and the nurse were shocked when they saw the dean in person. "Dean, why did you come here in person?" "Director, you have so many things to deal with, just leave the patient's affairs to us. Looking at your attitude just now, I doubt whether you have the ability to handle the matter properly." The dean snorted and said, "I have already discussed it with Brother Lin. In the future, if patients really can't afford the medical expenses, our hospital will help treat them for free. The money will be deducted from the money donated by Brother Lin." Chapter 63. Something bad happens. What? In other words, he really donated 1 billion? Oh my god. Who is he? Why can he just donate 1 billion so easily? Even the richest man in our province can't come up with that much cash, right? Dr. Sun and the nurse were both shocked, with horror written all over their faces. They looked as if they had seen aliens invading the earth, or as if they had seen villains from a fantasy novel wreaking havoc in the real world. The dean continued to snort, "What else? You all should seriously treat Zhou Xingjuan's grandmother." Inside the ward, Zhou Xingjuan and the old lady also stared at Lin Dong with their eyes wide open, as if they were going to pop their eyeballs out. "Xiao Jun, what does your boyfriend do? Does he dig gold or print money?" "Lin Dong, you donated 1.1 billion to the school not long ago. How come you can come up with another 1 billion in the blink of an eye? How rich are you?" The old lady, Dr. Sun, and the nurse were all very surprised. After hearing Zhou Xingjuan's words, they took a deep breath. No way? He has already donated 1.1 billion to others? Could it be that the unit is wrong? It's actually 10,000, not 100 million, right? But 210,000 is not a small amount. At least 80% of families in the country can't earn 210,000 yuan even if they don't eat or drink for a year, right? Even the dean's breathing gradually became rapid. He asked Lin Dong for confirmation. "Brother Lin, is what Ms. Zhou said true?" Zhou Xingjuan explained to her grandmother, "Grandma, he is the richest man in Jiangzhou. He donated 1 billion yuan to the school because it was in need, so that the school could carry out research projects. Later, he found that the poor students in our school had to work part-time to make a living, so he donated another 100 million yuan to help us." Although Zhou Xingjuan was explaining to the old lady, the ward was so small that everyone in the ward could hear it. Everyone was already amazed at Lin Dong's donation. Now they were staring at Lin Dong as if they were watching the world's richest man eating at a food stall. Quickly arrange for a change of wards. The director reacted the fastest and quickly ordered the doctors and nurses, immediately find a way to free up a single ward. The old lady can't be shared with others. Also arrange for someone to take care of her, the kind that needs to be on call 24 hours a day. Different from before. After knowing Lin Dong's financial resources, Dr. Sun and the nurses did not dare to delay and took action immediately. From beginning to end, they did not give Lin Dong a chance to speak. After Dr. Sun and the nurse left, Lin Dong smiled bitterly and said, "Director, the old lady may not be used to the environment of a single ward. What if she wants to chat with other patients? Wouldn't it be a mistake for us to flatter the horse?" Although he said so, other patients in the ward looked at him with envy.
Old man, your granddaughter has found a very good boyfriend.
It's not easy to find such a good boy nowadays, who is willing to donate so much money to help ordinary people. The old lady smiled happily, but she was complaining about Lin Dong's lavish spending. But from her expression and actions, we can tell that she is still very happy. After consulting the old lady, Lin Dong also helped her cancel her plan to change wards.
Little brother Lin.
The dean suddenly said, I came here not only to visit the patient, but also to discuss something with you.
It's related to you and Ms. Zhou Xingjuan.
Oh?
What's the matter? Lin Dong asked curiously.
That's right. The dean said with a smile, in order to achieve the greatest publicity effect, I want to tell the story of you and Ms. Zhou Xingjuan. You know, if it's just pure donation news, people may just glance at it and not really read it seriously. But if your story is told, the publicity effect will be completely different. Buzz. Lin Dong felt as if a bomb had exploded in his head, and his scalp felt numb.
Let Zhou Xingjuan participate in the promotion as well? From what the dean said, is he planning to spread the news that Lin Dong and Zhou Xingjuan are boyfriend and girlfriend? Isn't it very likely that this matter will be heard by students at Jiangzhou University?
If it only reaches the ears of my classmates, it won't be a big problem.
But if Wang Yunting knew about this, who knows what kind of trouble she would cause?
Zhou Xingjuan obviously thought of the same thing, and there was a hint of panic in her eyes when she looked at Lin Dong. They exchanged glances and prepared to reject the dean. However, just when Zhou Xingjuan was about to refuse, Lin Dong's eyes caught sight of the old lady again. He grabbed Zhou Xingjuan's hand, diverted her attention, interrupted her, and then said, Dean, no problem, just do as you say. The dean nodded with satisfaction, then left with a smile. After the dean left, Zhou Xingjuan dragged Lin Dong out of the ward on the pretext of handling some formalities.
Lin Dong, what are you doing?
Zhou Xingjuan asked with a bit of reproach and anxiety,
do you know that if this news is reported in the news, it will almost certainly be known by your classmates?
That's a donation of 1 billion yuan, plus you donated 1 billion yuan last time, so news with this keyword will definitely be noticed by your classmates.
I've already thought of the things you mentioned.
Lin Dong said with a wry smile, but the priority now should be to treat the old lady, right?
If we refuse or deny our relationship, what do you think she will think? I have no choice. But we can say that I'm not interested in this kind of thing.
Zhou Xingjuan said almost in tears.
If it works, I won't have to worry about it.
Lin Dong continued with a wry smile, from the style of your village, I can see that you value helping each other. Yes, in this environment, if everyone doesn't help each other, a little wind and rain can make a family fall apart. Lin Dong himself had been poor, and he knew that poor people have a snobbish side as well as a helpful side, and that they are very complicated.
Being snobbish comes from being really poor and having to be petty. Mutual assistance is also due to poverty.
Without helping each other, it is difficult to survive in this cruel world. When the old lady lived with this kind of values, Zhou Xingjuan would definitely be dissatisfied if she refused to help others. When Lin Dong told Zhou Xingjuan about the seriousness of the matter, Zhou Xingjuan fell silent.
She was silent for a long time before she asked weakly, what should we do? What if our classmates really see the news? We can only take one step at a time.
Lin Dong said helplessly, if it doesn't work, just tell the truth and say that it's to coax the old lady into accepting treatment.
Do you think my classmates will believe it?
Zhou Xingjuan was still helpless.
I don't know. Let's do our best and leave the rest to fate.
Lin Dong said without hesitation.
Chapter 64, Lies Upon Lies. A week passed in the blink of an eye.
With the extra attention of the dean and many doctors, the old lady's operation was completed quickly. Next, she just needs to stay in the hospital for a while and wait for her wounds to heal.
Then,
Lin Dong and Zhou Xingjuan also need to face their own problems. In the hospital's conference hall, Lin Dong and Zhou Xingjuan sat together on the podium. Looking at the dense crowd of reporters and wealthy people and businessmen who came from nowhere, Lin Dong roughly counted and found that there were at least 400 or 500 people in the audience. Even if some doctors were excluded, there were at least 400 outsiders, which was far beyond Lin Dong's expectations. Zhou Xingjuan's expression changed again and again, and she asked nervously, Lin Dong, the scene seems to be much bigger than we imagined.
It's not like that, it's true.
Lin Dong also said with a dark face, I originally hoped that the dean would only look for local journalists, because he just wanted more donations, and there didn't seem to be much benefit in spreading the news to other places. Now it seems that I was naive. The dean sat next to Lin Dong and Zhou Xingjuan, right in the middle of the podium, and said, "Brother Lin, since we want to publicize it, the more people know, the better. That way we can arouse everyone's enthusiasm for donations. Do you understand? In the new era, friends from other places can also donate online." Lin Dong and Zhou Xingjuan both nodded numbly. At this point, it's too late for them to deny it. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the old lady heard about it. When the reporters were ready, the director coughed and said, "Hello, fellow journalists and philanthropists from all walks of life. Today, our Chongshan Hospital is holding a press conference to thank a friend for his donation to our hospital. His generosity has greatly helped patients in financial difficulties." After a pause, he pointed to Lin Dong next to him and said, "This friend is called Lin Dong, and he is a college student from Jiangzhou University. Because his girlfriend's grandmother encountered difficulties, he was deeply touched, so he donated 1 billion yuan specifically to help patients with financial difficulties." Lin Dong himself didn't know how he got through the entire press conference. He just listens to whatever others say. Whenever someone asked him to give a speech, he would take out the manuscript that the dean had prepared in advance. Even if there was any ceremony, he completed it numbly under the instructions of the staff. By the time everything was done, it was already 6:05 in the afternoon. After the press conference, Lin Dong and Zhou Xingjuan left almost as if they were fleeing. "Be prepared," Lin Dong said as he led Zhou Xingjuan to a nearby restaurant. "This incident is bigger than we thought. When we return to Jiangzhou, the whole school will know about it. Even if we clarify, others will probably just think we broke up. It's over. Wang Yunting will definitely hate me to death." Zhou Xingjuan said with a worried look on her face. "She won't think that I stole her boyfriend, right?" "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not her boyfriend?" Lin Dong glared at Zhou Xingjuan. "I don't care. You must explain it to me clearly when you go back." Zhou Xingjuan muttered in panic. As she was speaking, Zhou Xingjuan's face suddenly changed and her pupils dilated rapidly. It was like a girl living alone going to the bathroom in the middle of the night and suddenly finding a black figure standing in her room. She, who was originally accompanying Lin Dong on the tour, suddenly stopped and her feet seemed to be glued to the ground. Lin Dong noticed her strangeness and immediately asked, "Is there any problem?" Zhou Xingjuan's face was full of fear, and she stammered, "I suddenly remembered. I have a male classmate in Jiangda who is from the village next to us. If we go back to Jiangzhou and clarify, he will definitely know about it. What if he comes back and tells my grandma?" When Lin Dong saw Zhou Xingjuan's exaggerated reaction just now, he thought it was something serious. After figuring out the situation, he said nonchalantly, "By that time, the old lady's illness must have been cured. Even if she finds out, it won't matter, right? You can just say that I dumped you and put all the blame on me. Anyway, she can't fly to Jiangzhou to settle accounts with me." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Zhou Xingjuan rolled her eyes at Lin Dong and said, "You have helped our family so much, how can I pass the blame to you?" And? Lin Dong asked doubtfully. "Besides." Zhou Xingjuan's eyes quickly turned red again, and she said anxiously and panically, "The customs in our place are different from those in Jiangzhou. Now everyone in the village knows that we are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, and they also know that you stayed overnight at our house. If the news of our breakup spreads back, will I still be able to live as a human being?" As Lin Dong listened, he roughly understood. It is probably because it is in a small mountain village, the customs are very traditional. The news that Zhou Xingjuan and Lin Dong spent the night together has already been known to all the villagers. If the news of their breakup got back, Zhou Xingjuan's reputation would probably be ruined. That was a consequence she simply could not bear. Of course, from Lin Dong's perspective, he couldn't quite understand it. He asked curiously, "Doesn't the old lady want you to return to the village? Since you have decided to stay in the city to develop in the future, it doesn't matter what the reputation of the village becomes, right? Anyway, you don't plan to marry someone nearby. It's not as easy as you say." Zhou Xingjuan said with a sad face, "My college life has just started not long ago, and even if I graduate, it will not be possible to take my grandma to live outside in a short period of time. Do you want my grandma to live in the criticism of others in the next few years? It seems to make sense." Lin Dong nodded. But the next second, he showed the spirit that if a problem can be solved with money, it is not a problem, and said indifferently, "Then I will buy you a house with my money, and let you and the old lady move out to live in it. Then you don't have to worry about the rumors in the village. No, if the old lady moves out, then we The more Lin Dong thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong, and he almost broke out in a cold sweat. Because if the old lady moved out, Lin Dong might have to visit her more often, otherwise the old lady would find out. If I told the old lady directly that they broke up, the old lady will most likely ask Zhou Xingjuan to return the house to Lin Dong and then move back to the mountain village. In short, it is a dilemma and a dead end. Zhou Xingjuan is so smart, so she naturally thought of this. She said almost desperately, "What should I do? Besides, Grandma is old and can't be too stimulated." I suddenly regretted lying. If I tell a lie, I have to tell 1,000 lies to cover it up. Chapter 65, A Man's Mouth. Lin Dong scratched his head and began to think about a solution. In order to better solve the problem, he was even trying hard to think of a solution while eating and had no time to chat. Because of this, their lunch today was unusually dull. After finally having a full meal, Lin Dong dragged Zhou Xingjuan back to the hospital to inform the old lady, and hired a nurse to take care of the old lady, and then took Zhou Xingjuan directly back to the mountain village. On the way, Zhou Xingjuan asked several times, wanting to know what he was going to do. But he didn't answer. When they reached the village entrance, Zhou Xingjuan asked the question again. Lin Dong then said mysteriously, "I have initially thought of a solution to the problem you are worried about. Although I cannot say that it has been completely solved, it can at least reduce the severity to a minimum." "What do you mean? What solution have you come up with?" Zhou Xingjuan asked in surprise. Lin Dong replied, "In a word, if you take something from someone, you will be grateful, and if you eat something from someone, you will be soft-hearted." "What do you mean? I still don't understand." Zhou Xingjuan was still confused. "Don't ask so many questions. Just gather everyone in the village," Lin Dong urged. Lin Dong had no intention of explaining things to Zhou Xingjuan in detail, he just urged Zhou Xingjuan to take action. Because he knew in his heart that if he expressed his intentions, Zhou Xingjuan would definitely object. It would be better to just create a fait accompli. Although Zhou Xingjuan was very confused, she still did as Lin Dong asked at his strong request. Zhou Xingjuan, through the fort chief, gathered everyone in the village in about 2 hours. They gathered outside the village granary. "What do you want from us?" "I'm still waiting to chop wood. I heard that Xiaojuan's boyfriend wanted us to get together." "Does he want to arrange some program for us?" "Impossible. Xiaojuan's grandmother is still in the hospital, how can they have time to do this?" Most of the villagers were covered in mud and sweat, proving that they were working when the fort commander found them. It must have taken the fort chief a lot of effort to get them to drop their work and respond to Lin Dong's call. In order to save time, Lin Dong said directly, "Everyone, I ask you to put down your work and come here. I know it's difficult for you, but I really can't not ask you to come, because I'm going back to Jiangzhou soon. Anyway, I want to ask everyone, how many of you want to move out of the city?" As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, the villagers suddenly started to make a lot of noise. "Of course we want to move out, but we don't have the money. Why are you asking such a question? Why do I feel like you are making fun of us? We don't want to be farmers in the mountains all our lives, but it's not that easy to move to the city. Will you buy us a house? Even if you are rich, can you buy a house for every household in the village?" "That's right, young man. Don't say things that are obviously impossible. I still want to be the emperor." It is estimated that they were really dragged here while working, causing them to suffer economic losses, and the villagers are quite dissatisfied. Yes. If they don't work for a period of time and can't chop firewood for boiling water and cooking, it will be an economic loss for them. However, Lin Dong could also tell from their words that they still yearned for the outside world. Even if they don't think about themselves, they have to think about their children. As a parent, who would want their child to stay in such a remote place forever? So Lin Dong didn't get angry, and took the opportunity to say, "I understand everyone's feelings very well, and I will do my best to meet everyone's wishes. Yes, you are right just now. As long as you are willing to move out, I can sponsor each of you a house. It's fake, right?" As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, the villagers exclaimed in almost the same way. Zhou Xingjuan was shocked and quickly ran to Lin Dong and asked, "Lin Dong, are you serious?" Her face was filled with fear, and she asked in a trembling voice, "Lin Dong, is this what you call a man who takes from others but is not willing to give back? Are you crazy? There are hundreds of families in our village. If you give each family a house, do you know how much it will cost? That's 100 houses." Zhou Xingjuan was shaking all over and her heart almost jumped out of her throat. She now understood Lin Dong's intention. The problem is, Lin Dong did this to help her shut up the villagers. This made her feel that she owed Lin Dong a lot. That's something she could never repay in her entire lifetime. However, Lin Dong said nonchalantly, "Isn't it just 100 or so houses? What's the big deal? I've roughly checked the housing prices in your area, and they're only about 6,000 to 7,000 yuan per square meter. In other words, even if you buy 100 or so houses of 100 square meters, it won't cost 100 million.
Only 100 million?
Oh, right."
Zhou Xingjuan's expression eased slightly.
The fact that she was worth 100 million yuan did not impact her as much as 100 houses.
Especially after seeing Lin Dong donate 1 billion yuan twice in a row.
But in the blink of an eye, her reason made her realize that something was wrong.
She quickly denied Lin Dong's statement and said, "No. 100 million is not a small amount. Many people may not be able to save 1 million after working for a lifetime. 100 million is 100 times 1 million. How can it be as easy as you say? How much do you want me to owe you?"
Lin Dong said nonchalantly, "I still say that any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. As long as I can solve your problem and let you go back to Jiangzhou to participate in research, then my mission will be accomplished. With progressive scientific research results, it can benefit all mankind." Zhou Xingjuan's pretty face fell and she was suddenly speechless. Of course she knew that Lin Dong was quibbling. But when Lin Dong raised the banner of benefiting all mankind, she really had no choice. While Lin Dong and Zhou Xingjuan were debating, the villagers had already started discussing excitedly and began looking forward to the future.
"Thanks to Xu boyfriend, we finally made it.
From now on, our children will finally not have to till the fields anymore. If only my daughter could find a husband like this, we could enjoy the happiness together."
Lin Dong was very satisfied with the result.
He held Zhou Xingjuan's hand and said in a low voice, "The words have been spoken.
You can't ask me to take them back, right? Besides, isn't this a good effect?
You don't have to worry about them saying something too unpleasant in the future." Zhou Xingjuan rolled her eyes at Lin Dong and said with some resentment, "You are always so scary when you do things. No matter whether it's scary or not, the most important thing is to solve the problem." Lin Dong said with a smile. In short, after settling all the affairs in the village and asking the mayor and the dean to take good care of the old lady, Lin Dong and Zhou Xingjuan returned to Jiangzhou. They can't afford to put their studies aside for too long. Moreover, the old lady has difficulty walking, so even if they want to take her out of Jiangzhou to take care of her, it is unrealistic.
Chapter 66, Jiangzhou Shock. Jiangzhou Airport. Lin Dong had just gotten off the plane when he dragged Zhou Xingjuan to a clothing store not far away.
Before entering the clothing store, he looked around slyly to make sure no one was paying attention to him and Zhou Xingjuan, then he lowered his head and walked in quickly, as cautious as a wanted criminal.
Zhou Xingjuan was confused by him and couldn't help but teasing, "Lin Dong, are you a wanted criminal or a celebrity now?"
Zhou Xingjuan naturally wanted to make a joke and had no real intention of mocking Lin Dong. But Lin Dong said seriously, "All of them."
"Both?" Zhou Xingjuan was stunned for a moment before she responded, "You mean, you are both a wanted criminal and a celebrity? Why don't I understand what you mean?"
Lin Dong smiled bitterly and said, "In half an hour, you will naturally know what is going on." He picked out 2 hats and 2 sets of clothes that couldn't be more ordinary in the clothing store, one for men and one for women, and then asked Zhou Xingjuan to change her clothes before leaving. When leaving to pay the bill, the price made Zhou Xingjuan frown again. As she walked forward with her hat on, she complained, "Lin Dong, you don't have to buy such expensive clothes at the airport if you want to change them, right? The money you spent on this dress is enough for me to buy clothes for a year. I'm afraid someone will find out if I go out and buy something again." Lin Dong said cautiously.
"Are you worried about being discovered again?"
"What are you worried about?" Zhou Xingjuan was very confused, with a lot of question marks in his mind.
Lin Dong sighed and explained, "Have you forgotten what we were worried about before? What happened at Chongshan Hospital must have spread all over the country through the internet, and even abroad. If we are not careful, we will be discovered as soon as we leave the airport. Is it that exaggerated?"
Zhou Xingjuan's face finally changed slightly. Lin Dong continued with a wry smile, "Jiangzhou is Jiangzhou after all.
There are many gossip reporters.
We must not be careless."
Dressed in a low-key manner, Lin Dong and Zhou Xingjuan took a taxi back to Jiangzhou University silently.
In order not to attract other people's attention, he didn't even dare to ask Tang Wan to send someone to pick him up. After returning to Jiangda, he immediately headed towards the dormitory building.
However, Student Lin Dong, you are finally back. How about I treat you to some milk tea? Who is Lin Dong now? Why would he be interested in drinking coffee with you?
If you ask me, drinking coffee is the real thing.
So you guys don't know how to deal with things.
Lin Dong finally returned to Jiangzhou, so he must want to eat first. As soon as Lin Dong and Zhou Xingjuan stepped into the school gate, many classmates came up to them. The enthusiasm was like meeting an old friend whom I hadn't seen for 10 or 8 years. The key point is that Lin Dong didn't know them at all, and didn't even feel that their faces were familiar. Lin Dong also saw some malicious smiles on their faces, as if villains jumped out of the screen.
Something is wrong. Lin Dong's sixth sense immediately smelled danger. He tried hard to pull Zhou Xingjuan's hand to break through, while driving the classmates away and said, "Please make way. We have come a long way and now we urgently need to rest. I hope you can understand."
Although Lin Dong had made it very clear, the students had no intention of leaving. In desperation, Lin Dong had to resort to the trick of throwing money around again. The classmates who surrounded them did cooperate by bending down to pick up the money, leaving them a way to leave. However, the moment they bent down, Lin Dong saw another scary scene. On the straight road leading to the school gate, Wang Yunting stood like a strong bamboo, looking over with a smile. Although Wang Yunting was smiling, in this kind of occasion and atmosphere, especially when Lin Dong was dragging Zhou Xingjuan's hand and wanted to walk towards the dormitory building, Lin Dong always felt murderous. For some reason, Lin Dong felt like he was surrounded by a million troops. Zhou Xingjuan reacted the most and immediately wanted to pull her hand away from Lin Dong's.
Of course, Lin Dong couldn't possibly let her do that. Because Lin Dong suddenly realized that he was not Wang Yunting's boyfriend, so why should he panic? And if Zhou Xingjuan were to pull her hand back, wouldn't that prove that they were guilty? Why? He didn't do anything wrong? Lin Dong walked forward slowly and said, "Wang Yunting, you didn't invite these classmates to welcome us, did you?"
What Lin Dong was talking about was naturally those students who had bad intentions just now. Their mission was clearly to delay Lin Dong and Zhou Xingjuan and wait for Wang Yunting to come. Wang Yunting shook her head firmly and denied, "Of course not, they are just a group of people who want to watch the fun."
Really? They must be eager to see the fun.
Lin Dong complained, "They were able to recognize us in an instant even though we were dressed up. If they were to be paparazzi on some small island, they would be the best among the paparazzi." Wang Yunting didn't know whether she really didn't understand what Lin Dong said or was pretending not to understand. She smiled and said, "Lin Dong, Zhou Xingjuan, I heard that you guys got along very well in Chongshan. Did you confirm your relationship there?" Lin Dong was stunned and had no idea how to answer this question. After all, it is wrong to admit or deny. Zhou Xingjuan denied it straightforwardly, No, we are not."
"I see."
Wang Yunting suddenly smiled even brighter and said happily, "Although I don't know what happened, judging from Zhou Xingjuan's reaction, you two shouldn't be in the relationship I imagined."
"I feel relieved."
"Lin Dong, Zhou Xingjuan, let's go find the principal." After saying that, she deliberately inserted herself between Lin Dong and Zhou Xingjuan, dragging their hands and walking forward. Behind them, there was a group of confused classmates.
What's going on? Could the legend be true? Lin Dong is actually enjoying all the blessings of a married woman? Impossible. That's Wang Yunting, the campus belle of Jiangzhou University, the darling of Jiangzhou. Would she allow herself to share a man with someone else?
Not to mention this era, even if we go back 1,000 years, I still think it's impossible.
So what did we see? They were getting along very happily. I wanted to watch the fun.
Judging from their complaints, they really just wanted to watch the fun and it had nothing to do with Wang Yunting. Lin Dong vaguely heard their words and knew that he had misunderstood Wang Yunting, and felt a little guilty.
But while feeling guilty, he had something more important to focus on. So what does Wang Yunting want to do now? Lin Dong asked curiously, "Wang Yunting, are you going to take us to see the principal?" "What's the matter?" Zhou Xingjuan also looked at Wang Yunting curiously.
She and Lin Dong were still carrying large and small bags of luggage.
"What's the point of going directly to the principal?"
Wang Yunting smiled and replied, "The principal asked me to come to you.
He asked me to bring you over right away." Chapter 67 Wang Yunting joins. Take us to see the principal right away? Is the principal already in dying state?
Lin Dong thought maliciously. Of course, he also knew it was impossible.
With Zhou Xingjuan full of questions, Lin Dong was soon dragged by Wang Yunting to the principal's dormitory building.
Downstairs in the dormitory building, the principal was already waiting, pacing back and forth. Even a 3-year-old could tell that he was getting impatient. After seeing Lin Dong and Zhou Xingjuan appear, the principal's anxiety instantly turned into joy. He smiled and said, "Ha ha ha. Classmate Lin Dong, classmate Zhou Xingjuan, I finally waited for you to come back. Did you handle your affairs in Chongshan smoothly?" Sure enough, what happened in Chongshan Hospital has spread all over the country through the news. Lin Dong couldn't figure out what the principal meant, and asked with a headache, "Principal, what do you want to say?" Zhou Xingjuan's pretty face had turned red. She looked down at her toes, not daring to say a word. Wang Yunting took the initiative to smooth things over and said, "Principal, stop teasing them and get down to business." Lin Dong's heart skipped a beat and he looked at Wang Yunting in surprise. Because she actually took the initiative to ease the embarrassment of Lin Dong and Zhou Xingjuan. This isn't something she would have done before. The principal was urged by her and put away his smile. He said seriously, "It's like this, Lin Dong, Zhou Xingjuan, our school has prepared the equipment and procedures for the research on artificial intelligence. We can start at any time. We are just waiting for you to come back. You guys just need to study this kind of thing. What does it have to do with me?" Lin Dong said indifferently. He knows his abilities very well. Letting him participate in the research would only hinder progress. Zhou Xingjuan was worried about wasting everyone's time, so she said in a panic, "If you are all ready, you can start first. It won't matter if I am missing. After I come back, I can slowly catch up with everyone's progress." The principal smiled and explained, "Student Lin Dong, although you are not capable of participating in the research, your presence can boost everyone's morale." After a pause, he turned to Zhou Xingjuan and Wang Yunting and said, "You two are representatives of Jiangzhou University. The research is hosted by Jiangzhou University. Although we have invited many experts from other schools, the main research results must be obtained by our school." Lin Dong listened and was not surprised at all. After all, the president had told him a long time ago that Jiangzhou University could not provide manpower or resources to help others. They are not that generous. But why did the principal say the same thing to Wang Yunting? Could it be that Wang Yunting has also agreed to participate? Lin Dong asked in surprise, "Principal, how did you convince Wang Yunting to participate in the research? Isn't that easy?" The principal said easily and matter-of-factly, "I just need to tell her that you are the one who funded this project and you are eager to see results." In order to get results as soon as possible, she even used her family connections to help our school buy some equipment. As Wang Yunting heard what the principal said, a smug look appeared on her face. Lin Dong's eyes went dark, and he suddenly realized that he had underestimated the principal. The principal just said that he can boost morale. He initially thought it was because of money, but now it seems that being able to encourage Wang Yunting is also an important reason. Lin Dong said sarcastically, "Principal, did you add a fox to the 12 zodiac signs?" Lin Dong wanted to satirize the principal for being a fox. With the principal's intelligence, he must have understood. However, the principal pretended to be dumb and said, "In short, in order for Jiangzhou University to become the strongest school in the country and even the world, and to improve the value of your academic qualifications, you must work hard on your research. When the results of the research project here come out, I will also take you to participate in other projects." Wait. Lin Dong's heart skipped a beat and he quickly asked, "Are there any other topics?" "Of course." The principal nodded and said, "Just an artificial intelligence study is not enough to improve the status of our school. Besides, you have given our school such a strong research fund, so of course we have to carry out multiple studies at the same time, such as engines and chips. I know that artificial intelligence alone cannot improve the status of Jiangzhou University." Lin Dong said quickly, "What I mean is that there are not so many all-rounders in the world. You said Wang Yunting and Zhou Xingjuan are talents in artificial intelligence, so it's fine. But let us participate in other research. Do they also understand it?" While speaking, Lin Dong looked at Wang Yunting and Zhou Xingjuan with an inquiring look. Because it was hard for him to believe that the two girls around him were geniuses in so many fields. Wang Yunting and Zhou Xingjuan shook their heads at the same time, denying the principal's statement. The difference is that Zhou Xingjuan and Lin Dong were both confused, while Wang Yunting seemed faintly proud. The principal continued calmly, "Of course they can't know that much, but it's okay to let you in as a slacker to get some academic accreditation. You've all contributed a lot to the school, so it's normal for me to give you a little bonus on behalf of the school." "What about me? What contribution have I made to the school?"
Zhou Xingjuan pointed at herself and asked curiously.
The principal said seriously, because you are Lin Dong's friend, I have to give you face. After saying that, he was about to take Lin Dong, Wang Yunting, and Zhou Xingjuan to the research site. On the way, Lin Dong kept glancing at Wang Yunting and the principal, always feeling that they had achieved some ulterior motives. Because according to the principal's plan, Lin Dong will have to spend a long time with Wang Yunting and Zhou Xingjuan.
This should be great news for Wang Yunting.
After spending a long time together, and with Wang Yunting's deliberate catering, her relationship with Lin Dong will definitely get better.
The only thing that Lin Dong couldn't understand was that if the principal and Wang Yunting really reached a deal, why did she include Zhou Xingjuan?
Before they knew it, they had come to the place where artificial intelligence was being studied. As they walked into the room under the guidance of the principal, they saw more than 30 computers connected together, which were obviously very valuable. Inside the room, two middle-aged men who were obviously old professors were working with a group of young people.
After Lin Dong and others walked into the room, the two old professors immediately came over with their classmates.
You must be the famous classmate Lin Dong.
I've seen your videos online.
Thanks to you, we have enough funds to carry out research.
You are more handsome in person than what you see online. No wonder you can make two such beautiful girls fall in love with you.
As soon as the old professor and the students who participated in the research opened their mouths, they praised Lin Dong to the sky, which made Lin Dong extremely uncomfortable.
Chapter 68, Salary Increase.
The two professors who led the team praised Lin Dong enthusiastically, allowing Lin Dong to experience the professor's Chinese language level for the first time.
Yes.
Although the professors were leading a research team on artificial intelligence, the first thing that impressed Lin Dong was their high level of Chinese. They praised and flattered Lin Dong in various ways, and praised him as the most important contributor to the research project. Many of the words they used were even the first time Lin Dong had heard them. If he hadn't been able to sense their emotions, Lin Dong would have almost thought that he was being scolded without even knowing it. Following the two professors, many students probably complimented others for the first time. So they all felt a little awkward, but still tried very hard to express their affection to Lin Dong.
Lin Dong also didn't like the feeling of being flattered, so he quickly said in a serious tone, "Everyone, just focus on your work and ignore me, because I really can't do anything except pay money.
You should play the biggest role in your own positions." After a pause, Lin Dong suddenly remembered something and asked curiously, "How much are your salaries?"
"Salary?
Mr. Lin, we are already very happy that you can provide financial support for our research. Yes, the school pays us a salary, Mr. Lin, you don't have to worry.
Mr. Lin, it's not easy for you to spend so much money to support our research. How can we ask for more money?" Everyone in the room waved their hands, not wanting to continue discussing this topic.
From their expressions and actions, Lin Dong could tell that they were sincere.
They really didn't want to take advantage of Lin Dong anymore.
However, Lin Dong did not intend to pamper them, and turned around to ask the principal. The principal was very smart. Before Lin Dong could speak, he took the initiative to explain, "Students present, we will give you an annual salary of 150,000 yuan, and professors will get 5 times that.
In addition, food and accommodation are provided.
Student Lin Dong, you don't have to worry about us mistreating our professionals.
Let's double their money."
Lin Dong said calmly, "Science and technology are the driving force of human progress. We must never let researchers have financial worries.
The money will be deducted from my donation. If it's not enough, I can continue to add more."
Following Lin Dong, Wang Yunting also quickly expressed her opinion, "I can also donate another 100 million on behalf of my family."
"Well, okay then."
The principal agreed happily yet sadly.
"Of course, I am happy because there is more capital injection."
The reason why he is sad is that all the money is paid through him, which gives him the illusion that he is the one who pays the salary.
But no matter what, everyone present was happy.
"Mr. Lin, don't worry, we will definitely put all our energy into research. Even if it is just to live up to your kindness, Mr. Lin, we will come up with the research results as soon as possible.
A gentleman will die for his friend. Although we will not die, please rest assured, Mr. Lin."
The professors and students present expressed their excitement and laughed with satisfaction.
After expressing their opinions, they went back to work against the clock.
As for Lin Dong, he was very self-aware and found a place to sit down, crossed his legs and played with his mobile phone. Because he was unable to provide any help to anyone in their research work,
he might as well do his own thing.
However, he had only been playing for less than 10 minutes when he found himself enveloped by a shadow.
In order not to affect everyone's work, the lighting intensity in the room is absolutely sufficient to ensure adequate lighting at all angles. So when a black shadow suddenly enveloped him, it felt very abrupt to Lin Dong, like dark clouds suddenly appearing in the cloudless blue sky. He looked up in confusion and saw Wang Yunting's smiling face. Lin Dong asked with a mixture of laughter and tears, "Wang Yunting, why did you come to me instead of doing research?" Wang Yunting said with a smile, "You are also a member of this research team. How can you just stay aside and play games? Come and work with me." After saying that, she pulled Lin Dong up without caring whether he agreed or not. Not far away, Zhou Xingjuan secretly glanced at Lin Dong and Wang Yunting, then quickly went back to work. Lin Dong also secretly glanced at Zhou Xingjuan, and after making sure that she had no special reaction, he resisted. "Wang Yunting, I don't understand your stuff. It's useless for you to drag me to work together. It will only hinder you. If you concentrate on doing your own things, you may be faster." "That won't work." Wang Yunting insisted, "We have to advance and retreat together. If you don't know anything about this research, then when the results are released, how will you answer when someone asks you about it? The slightest mistake in your answer can expose you in front of the experts. Then the worst that can happen is that I won't attend the event." Lin Dong resisted. "No, as a donor of $1 billion, you must show up." Wang Yunting disagreed at all. Lin Dong had no choice but to be dragged to her post by Wang Yunting. Of course, although he resisted both verbally and in his heart, Lin Dong knew in his heart that Wang Yunting was doing it for his own good. Her job wasn't easy. "I also have to devote some energy to explaining to Lin Dong and giving him extra lessons, which at least doubles the workload." But she still chose to do this, purely to prevent Lin Dong from being seen as a scoundrel in the eyes of the world. When Wang Yunting dragged Lin Dong to participate in the research, the principal showed a strange smile and then turned and left. After walking out of the artificial intelligence research room, he walked in another direction with a smile, while recalling what happened last week. At that time, because Lin Dong and Zhou Xingjuan left the school, the progress of artificial intelligence research had been left behind for a long time. In order to catch up with the progress, the principal went to Wang Yunting specifically and asked Wang Yunting to concentrate on participating. Of course, he was more of a trial mentality. Given Wang Yunting's family situation, it is unrealistic to convince her to participate in such difficult research. He couldn't offer a salary that would satisfy Wang Yunting. But what he never expected was that Wang Yunting agreed immediately, but only put forward a condition. That is, Lin Dong must also participate in the research and stay in the laboratory frequently. The principal has lived for such an old age, so he naturally knew that Wang Yunting wanted to create space for her to get along with Lin Dong. So he was not surprised at all by what Wang Yunting had just done. However, Wang Yunting actually agreed to invite Zhou Xingjuan as well, which was beyond my expectation. The principal muttered quietly, "Is it because if Zhou Xingjuan doesn't participate, she won't be sure to keep Lin Dong in the laboratory? How much does Wang Yunting like Lin Dong?" Of course, the president only wants to enhance the status of Jiangzhou University. He didn't intend to meddle in the emotional issues between young people. After a little gossip, he went back to his own business. Chapter 69, The Speed of Information Transmission. Jiangke University, full name Jiangzhou University of Science and Technology. In a conference room in Jiangke University, a group of old men, the youngest of whom was in his 50s and the oldest of whom had white hair and beards and wrinkles on his face, crowded around a conference table that was 3 meters wide and 7 or 8 meters long. There was no empty seat at the table. At the main seat at the conference table, an old man with no hair and wrinkles on his face that could kill a mosquito was sitting. He coughed lightly and suddenly said, "I believe everyone is clear about the reason why I called you all here today. To be honest, we at Jiangke University have always liked to quietly conduct our own research and are not interested in external competition. However, recently, Jiangzhou University has dug its hoe into the corner of our Jiangke University." At the end of his words, the old man's voice became noticeably louder, and one could feel his anger. However, the old man was obviously a very cultured person. Apart from expressing his anger with his voice, he did not make any unusual movements. He continued, "If Jiangzhou University is allowed to mess around, our people will definitely be poached one by one, and the funding from the higher authorities will definitely be greatly reduced. In this case, our Jiangke University will exist in name only. This is a matter of life and death for us." Headmaster. A woman in her 50s stood up and said, "Jiangzhou University used money to poach our people, so can we give them an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth?" The lady's suggestion immediately gained support from everyone. That's right.
Although this approach is not fair, it was Jiang De who made the first move, so we don't need to be polite.
Doesn't Jiang De like to play the money card?
Then we will play along with them.
Even if we can't snatch anyone away, we will increase their costs. If everyone's salary is increased a little, it will be a considerable amount of money for them.
The principal pondered and said, I have thought about the method you mentioned, but the problem is that our school does not have such strong financial resources.
Jiangzhou University has Lindong's help, and its financial resources are almost invincible.
Even if we use all our research funds to poach people, it is unlikely that we can poach his people. What the principal said sounds exaggerated, but it does make sense.
Because in addition to salary, scientific researchers also want scientific research achievements.
Many times, their desire for scientific research achievements even goes beyond the mere salary. In other words, as long as Jiangxi University of Science and Technology cannot provide corresponding scientific research conditions, it will be difficult to recruit real talents even if more money is spent. However, if you want to provide sufficient conditions for scientific research, it is not something that can be solved by just spending money. Those present were all high-ranking officials of Jiangxi University, so it was impossible for them not to understand this truth. President, we don't need to compete with Lindong in terms of financial resources.
We don't even need to spend real money. The lady just now continued, we just need to raise the salaries of scientific researchers.
For example, we can increase the research income of ordinary students to 200,000 and the salary of professors to 1 million. When the principal heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. As the president of the university, he certainly knew how terrible it would be if the income of scientific researchers increased. After all, if one researcher's annual salary is increased by 50,000, then 100 researchers would have an annual salary of 5 million. And the price increase that lady suggested was obviously more than 50,000.
More importantly, they only need to write a blank check and don't need to actually give out that much money.
So he quickly made a decision and said, then let's start the discussion based on this issue.
Similar meetings have also been held in other universities in Jiangzhou and even in universities in other cities near Jiangzhou. The bottom line is that Jiangzhou University, with the financial support from Lindong, made them feel a sense of crisis.
There are limited resources in the world, and there are also limited high-quality students. If all the high-quality resources are taken away by Jiangzhou University, there will be less for other universities.
As one thing grows, the other shrinks, and resources will only increasingly tilt toward Jiangzhou University.
While many universities were trying to save themselves due to a strong sense of crisis, Lindong and others were still working in a confused state.
A month has passed in the blink of an eye. Lindong chewed some chocolate, walked into the research room and said, everyone, let's continue today.
Hey!
Why is the principal here too?
As soon as Lindong walked into the laboratory, he found the principal sitting in a chair in a daze. Lindong hasn't seen the principal for a month since he came back with Zhou Xingjuan and started researching artificial intelligence.
He was quite surprised by the sudden appearance of the principal.
More importantly, the principal was sighing with a sad face, as if he knew he was impotent just after marrying his wife. This was the first time Lindong had seen a principal with this kind of demeanor.
Lindong teased, Principal, what's wrong with you? Have you developed resistance to Weigo?
In the laboratory, Wang Yunting and Zhou Xingjuan both rolled their eyes at Lindong. Others laughed good-naturedly. The principal jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and said excitedly, Lindong, please don't ruin my reputation. I can do it 7 times a day, 7 days a week, and there is absolutely no problem. If I want, the little girl who admires me can go around the earth 7 times.
You're going to get on with Qi, aren't you?
Lindong rolled his eyes and said, besides, why do I feel like you're destroying your own reputation? Changing the subject, Lindong no longer had any interest in joking with the principal, and went straight to the point, don't talk nonsense.
Principal, you came to us today. It's not just a whim, right? From the looks of you, you must have run into trouble. You can say that.
The principal quickly became depressed inside, because the money you gave me is too much, and I want to quickly improve the status of Jiangzhou University, so I have been poaching talents from other schools recently, giving them salaries and research funds.
Lindong did not interrupt and waited quietly for the principal to continue.
Because he knew that what the principal was saying now were just prefixes. Sure enough, the principal continued, but in the past half-month, I don't know if the top leaders of other schools have gone crazy. Whenever our school sends people to contact talents from other schools, the top leaders of those schools will quickly offer high prices to retain them, forcing us to raise our prices. As he was talking, the principal told us about the current price increase situation. According to him, the salary of ordinary researchers has been inflated to 200,000.
The professor level salary is close to 2 million. What's even more bizarre is that those schools seem to know where Jiangzhou University's bottom price is. They just try their best to increase Jiangzhou University's employment costs, but they won't really increase the salaries of their own professors. Because of this, Jiangzhou University can basically poach people as long as it spends money. After listening to this, Lin Dong still didn't care and said, "That's not a big deal, right? The extra money is still not worth mentioning compared to our total investment." Chapter 70, Poaching War. Of course you say that if you have money. The principal glanced at Lin Dong resentfully. Then, Lin Dong felt like he was wearing short sleeves and being blown by the north wind in the cold winter. He also felt like he was being proposed to in public on the street by a beautiful woman who weighed more than 200 pounds and was about 1.4 meters tall, and was surrounded by a crowd and couldn't run away. He felt very cold in his heart. Waves of chills gave him goosebumps. He protested solemnly, "Principal, please recognize yourself. You are not a beauty. Don't show this kind of expression." The principal did not get angry and continued, "If everyone's salary is raised a little, our research funding will be greatly reduced, especially considering the overall expenditure of the school. We have to be frugal even if it is only a penny. How can we be as indifferent as you? So you don't want me to make additional investments?" Lin Dong asked. Boom, boom, boom. Before the principal had time to answer Lin Dong, someone knocked on the door of the laboratory, and the sound was very abrupt. What's even more bizarre is that when the people in the laboratory heard the knock on the door, their expressions became strange. There was no surprise on their faces, as if they had known someone would knock on the door. But everyone in the research team is already here. Even if someone is really late, no one will knock on the door to interrupt everyone's work. As Lin Dong walked to open the door, he asked curiously, "What's wrong with you? Why do you feel weird?" Before anyone could answer Lin Dong, the door of the laboratory was opened by Lin Dong. A young girl appeared in front of Lin Dong. She was a girl about 20 years old, pretty and cute, with a sweet smile on her face. She was wearing a dress that showed off her figure and had her hair tied in a ponytail. She poked her head in and said, "Hello, big brother. Are you a researcher in this laboratory? I'm a freshman at Jiangzhou University and I'm not very familiar with the school environment. Could you please take me to the nearby women's restroom?" I have to say, for such a lovely girl to make such a complicated request, there would probably be few men who could refuse. After hearing the girl's request, Lin Dong immediately turned around and looked at Zhou Xingjuan and Wang Yunting. In his imagination, Wang Yunting and Zhou Xingjuan would definitely have a strong reaction and regard the girl as an enemy. But for some reason, they remained calm, as if they had ignored the girl. Lin Dong frowned, subconsciously feeling something was wrong, and refused, "I'm sorry, I don't know the way either." "Then big brother, can you add me on WeChat?" the girl insisted. "You're not just looking for me to lead the way, are you?" Lin Dong had already seen that something was wrong with the girl, and he was too lazy to act anymore, so he directly exposed the girl and said, "What exactly do you want to say by coming here? Just speak it out, I don't have time to waste on you." "Brother, you really don't understand romance." The girl muttered, "Actually, I want to ask you, if someone in another research lab wants to invite you to study artificial intelligence and gives you an annual salary of 200,000, are you interested? If you can also poach the professor in this lab, we can give you another 100,000. After a pause, he continued, "Of course, we also know that professors would not consider hundreds of thousands of dollars, so if it is a professor, we can give 1.5 million. When Lin Dong heard this, his expression became strange. This girl actually knew that this laboratory specializes in artificial intelligence research? It seems like you have done a lot of homework. Besides, the price she offered was not low. Although Lin Dong looked down on it, if Lin Dong had not been determined to increase everyone's salary, everyone would have a high chance of being poached just based on the salary offered by the principal at the beginning. Judging from this price, the other party obviously proposed it with a targeted purpose. "Get out!" Before Lin Dong could even open his mouth, the principal rushed out and chased them away like a cat whose tail was stepped on. The girl obviously knew the principal. When she saw the principal personally coming to chase her away, she immediately ran away. After the girl ran away, Lin Dong asked curiously, "Wang Yunting, Zhou Xingjuan, and everyone here, judging from your reactions, you have known about that girl for a long time?" "Of course, she has been here several times, but we are not interested in the price she offered." "That's right. The price they offered is not as much as the money you actually gave us, Mr. Lin. Only a fool would leave." You are not 3-year-old children, don't you know their tricks? Now that they say so much money, they definitely don't actually give it. Everyone in the research room kept complaining and sneering at the girl. However, from their reactions, it can be seen that they are already very familiar with that girl. I believe the two sides have already had contact more than once. Lin Dong asked in confusion, why haven't I seen her before? You'd be surprised if you could see her. Wang Yunting rolled her eyes at Lin Dong and said, check your conscience. In the past month, have you ever stayed in the lab for a full day? You always escape at about the same time every day with various excuses, and you still can't keep up with our research progress. Zhou Xingjuan seconded, that's right. You've used excuses like being hungry, using your brain too much, having diarrhea, having a headache, being sleepy, etc. at least 10 times. Lin Dong, are you going to say that the chocolate you ate today was expired? Lin Dong was so embarrassed by what he said that he was completely unable to refute it. Because that is indeed the truth. Of course, it was impossible for him to admit it frankly. He shamelessly changed the subject and said, don't talk about those useless things. Don't you think the current situation is a bit serious? On the one hand, they are raising salaries, making it more difficult for us to find talents, and on the other hand, they are trying to poach our talents. This will cause a lot of trouble for Jiangda's research work, right? Everyone in the research room disagreed with this. Mr. Lin, don't worry. Those who can do this kind of work are not stupid. How can they be fooled so easily? We all know how much real money Mr. Lin has given. It's not that easy to be cheated by a bad check. That's right. The price that the girl offered proved that she didn't know anything about our situation. The price she offered was less than what we actually got. Her lack of knowledge about our situation also proved that she had contacted many researchers in our school, but no one was willing to reveal their situation to her. I have to say that people who can engage in research work are truly smart people. The analysis is also very logical. Lin Dong thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he slowly let go of his worry. Of course, he still didn't like this happening. He said firmly, if we don't have the ability to solve the problem, that's fine. But since we have the ability, I will definitely try my best to stop it. I can't let everyone's energy be used up in internal friction. Chapter 71, Ways to Prevent Internal Conflict. Don't let everyone fight among themselves? What do you want to do? From what you said, you want other schools to give up competing with Jiangda? How is that possible? Student Lin Dong, I don't mean to discourage you. I know you are indeed very rich, but there are still many problems in this world that cannot be solved by money. For example, the competition between Jiangda and other schools is a matter of life and death for other schools. How can they give up resistance? In the research room, even the principal shook his head at Lin Dong's statement. From their reactions, it can be seen that they regard Lin Dong as a whimsical child. Wang Yunting also said, Lin Dong, based on our family's many years of business experience, the only way to make competitors give up the competition is to make them go bankrupt. However, institutions like universities have special social missions, and you can't do that even if you are rich. Let's take a step back, Zhou Xingjuan interrupted, even if you can do that, but if there is only one Jiangzhou University left in Jiangzhou and the neighboring cities, where will everyone go to study? Lin Dong listened to their persuasion and naturally understood their thoughts. And we have to admit that what they said is true. Judging from common sense, it is impossible to eliminate competition. But Lin Dong smiled confidently and said, anyway, just continue with your work. I will take care of the rest. After saying that, he left the laboratory directly. Everyone in the laboratory was stunned when they saw Lin Dong leaving. Is he going to solve the problem? Why do I feel like he has come up with a new excuse to be lazy? I also think he's being lazy, but what can you do about him? Do you want to catch him back? Everyone in the research room immediately responded in kind. As a big money sponsor, even if Lin Dong continues to mess around, they really have no way to stop him. At the same time, Lin Dong left the laboratory and immediately dialed Tang Wan's phone number. Master, you haven't looked for me for a long time. Are you in trouble again? Tang Wan's sweet voice sounded. I have to say, that's what Tang Wan is like. No matter how long Lin Dong hadn't contacted her, she would always solve Lin Dong's problems with the greatest enthusiasm. With such a steward in charge of logistics, Lin Dong couldn't help but feel at ease. Lin Dong sighed in his heart and told the situation today, this is the current situation. Warner, can you help me contact the senior management of those schools, or even the principal, and invite them out for dinner? I want to talk to them. What? They are actually looking for trouble with you, young master?
Tang Wan was furious and said, "Young master, don't worry, I will take care of it right away." Even through the phone screen, Lin Dong could feel Tang Wan's excitement. He suddenly felt like he was Tang Wan's Achilles heel. As long as there is a little problem, Tang Wan will use her utmost strength to solve it. However, that was not what Lin Dong wanted. "Wanner, don't get excited yet. The problem is not something that needs to be solved by force." Lin Dong asked seriously, "Didn't you always say that I have the hope of surpassing my father and making Tianqing Group bigger? I want to take this opportunity to train myself." Yes. It would be simple to let Tang Wan solve the problem. But Lin Dong also has his own self-esteem, and he doesn't want Tang Wan to help him clean up the mess when something goes wrong. Now, contacting the top leaders of major universities is the first step for him to improve himself. He said ambitiously, "When I followed Zhou Xingjun back to Chongshan City some time ago, I realized that I couldn't stay in Jiangzhou forever, or even in the country forever. As long as there is a possibility of running around, there will always be times when I can't find you, so I have to learn to solve problems on my own." "Master, you have really grown up," Tang Wan said happily. "Then I will do as you say." Then she hung up the phone and went to make arrangements. Lin Dong thought about it, then went back to the dormitory and prepared to have a good sleep. It was a rare opportunity for him to be lazy without any hesitation, and he didn't want to go back to the laboratory to study. When Lin Dong returned to the dormitory, he found that all his roommates were there. Several big guys in shorts were either playing with their mobile phones or computers, which was an eyesore. Lin Dong asked with disdain, "Don't you have to go to class?" "I don't have class today. It's a rare opportunity to take a break, so please don't bring up something that's so disappointing, okay? But weren't you going to participate in artificial intelligence research recently? Why are you back?" Lin Dong had just asked casually, but he didn't expect to be counterattacked by his roommates. He smiled bitterly and said, "Do you really need to do that?" "Of course. We can only play with our phones and computers every day, but you enjoy the best of everything in the research room. Do you know how many people in the school envy you?" The dormitory head exclaimed exaggeratedly, "But I heard that the school has been very peaceful recently." "Oh? What do you mean?" Lin Dong looked at the dormitory head curiously. The head of the dormitory said, "Don't play dumb. I heard that many students from other schools have sneaked in recently, and even many students from our school have been bribed to go to various research project groups to poach people. Although no one has succeeded yet, it's very annoying. Similar topics have apparently spread in the school." As soon as the dormitory head opened his mouth, the other students became excited. "I've heard that too. It said that other schools have specially recruited young and beautiful girls to be campus spies." "Lin Dong, tell me the truth, did those girls find you? Did they use honey traps? Alas, why don't I have that talent? I also want to try the feeling of being teased by someone." Lin Dong was speechless with them and said seriously, "In fact, you don't have to have research talent, just having money is also fine." "Cash power? Isn't that something only you have? Why do I feel like you are showing off?" The dormitory head said dissatisfiedly. No, I plan to give you money power." Lin Dong said, "I plan to take you to participate in a negotiation." The place Lin Dong wanted to take them to was naturally the negotiation venue with the top management of various universities. As they are roommates, Lin Dong still wants to bring them to a higher level. Moreover, the talent poaching competition is getting more and more intense, and Lin Dong has no idea what the attitude of the top management of those universities is. If they have become hysterical and have lost the rationality to communicate calmly, then Lin Dong will need to bring a few more people to support them. When the roommates heard that Lin Dong wanted them to have money as well, they jumped to the ground in excitement and kept asking questions. "What are you going to do? Negotiate? Who do you want to take us to negotiate with? Haven't you been researching artificial intelligence recently? How come there are new things coming up?" Chapter 72. I thought you were joking. "I want to take you to meet the top leaders of various universities," Lin Dong said casually. "Oh, so you're only going to meet the top executives of various universities? I thought you were going to meet provincial tycoons. I have a wild imagination." Lin Dong said he wanted us to have money ability. "I thought we were going to meet business leaders. No matter who we are going to meet, Lin Dong will definitely bring us benefits." What Lin Dong did not expect was that his roommates were all talking and laughing, without any sign of nervousness at all. This was completely different from what Lin Dong had expected. But on second thought, Lin Dong has been taking them to meet too many big guys in recent times. If they still make a fuss about the upcoming meeting with university executives, they will be a hopeless case.
So Lin Dong didn't care and said calmly, "Do you have formal clothes? If not, I will go with you to buy one later." "Then let's go buy a new one," the roommates said in unison.
Lin Dong rolled his eyes, speechless. I can only say that they are truly a bunch of otakus. Their wardrobes are filled with nothing but casual wear.
After a short rest, he took his roommates out directly.
Driving a Lamborghini Veneno through the downtown area, they arrived at Tianqing Shopping Mall and Lin Dong took them directly inside.
The roommates looked at the various shops around them along the way and continued to talk. "Lin Dong, we're just buying a few formal suits. You don't have to bring us to Tianqing Mall, right? The things in Tianqing Mall are notoriously expensive. Although the quality is better, I don't think they are that expensive. When I buy things here, I always feel like I'm being charged an IQ tax.
It's the same when I buy things at roadside stalls." The roommates kept talking as they slowly followed Lin Dong to the door of a clothing store. When the salespeople in the clothing store heard their roommates muttering, they turned their heads away imperceptibly and rolled their eyes. When Lin Dong and his roommates walked into the clothing store and stopped in front of a batch of suits, a salesperson came up to greet them. "Gentlemen, how can I help you?"
"If you need to buy suits, I can give you some advice." The salesperson was very polite and respectful. But in Lin Dong's opinion, her attitude was purely professional and polite.
Because after she made a polite opening speech, she tried to guide Lin Dong and others in another direction. With Lin Dong's current eyesight, he can tell at a glance that the quality and style of the clothes in that direction are much worse. In other words, because of what his roommates just said, the salesperson seriously underestimated Lin Dong's purchasing power. While trying to lead Lin Dong and the others, the salesperson also said, "The shirts and trousers here are much more cost-effective.
You are all students, right?
These styles are just right for students, and they won't put too much financial pressure on parents." Lin Dong frowned and was about to speak when another female salesperson rushed up at almost the speed of a 100-meter sprint. She pulled the salesperson aside and greeted Lin Dong warmly. "Hello, Mr. Lin Dong."
"Oh? You know me?"
Lin Dong was a little surprised. The new saleswoman said, "Mr. Lin Dong, you must be joking.
Anyone who pays a little attention to online information would know you. You are now our Zhengzhou. No, to be precise, you should be the #1 online celebrity in the country."
As soon as the new saleswoman finished speaking, the previous salesperson exclaimed,
"What? He is Lin Dong? Go away. Don't come to bother Mr. Lin Dong. You have no tact." The new saleswoman chased her colleague away, and then said attentively, "Mr. Lin Dong, do you want to buy a suit? What occasion are you going to attend? Of course, I don't want to ask about your personal affairs. I just want to give you advice based on the occasion. Please forgive me."
Lin Dong was too lazy to argue with the salesperson just now, and nodded and said, "I'm going to attend an event, more like a meeting.
Please help me and my roommates pick out some suitable clothes.
Remember, the important thing is the fit, not the price."
Understood. The saleswoman nodded with a smile and went to choose clothes. While the saleswoman was selecting clothes, Lin Dong's roommates looked at him as if he were a monster. "Lin Dong, how come I find that you are more famous than we thought? Your fame is really useful, isn't it? I always feel like you have a VIP card printed on your face. Lin Dong, I would like to call you the strongest post-2000s generation."
Lin Dong said with a smile, "Stop joking and go try on your new clothes."
"Put your clothes aside for now." The head of the dormitory suddenly said seriously, "Lin Dong, with your personality, you wouldn't ask us to dress up just because you're going to meet someone, right? Even when we went to meet the principal and Zhang Wenjin's elders, you weren't so serious."
Upon hearing this, the other roommates also looked at Lin Dong curiously. Their curiosity confused Lin Dong instead.
Lin Dong asked in confusion, "Didn't I tell you already? I'm going to take you to meet the top leaders of various universities." "What? Are you serious? We just thought you were kidding us." "Are you kidding us?"
They are leaders of various universities.
They are usually very busy. If you say they want to meet you, then it's fine. But can they also meet us? No. No, from what you mean, you want to meet the top leaders of many universities together?
Lin Dong, those who can be leaders in colleges and universities are not ordinary people.
To some extent, they are much more prestigious than those so-called rich people in Jiangzhou.
After all, those so-called rich people are only confined to Jiangzhou. They are nothing outside Jiangzhou, but the top leaders of colleges and universities have great status even in other places. My roommates started shouting and yelling one by one, as if they were beggars in ancient times who learned that they were going to meet the emperor. Although it was a bit exaggerated, Lin Dong did have such a feeling. Even the sales clerks and customers in the store were shocked when they heard it. Lin Dong was speechless. It turns out that the roommates didn't take it lightly before, but they thought it was too unbelievable, so they thought Lin Dong was joking. Lin Dong found that he had overestimated their growth rate. Moreover, they are just senior executives of some universities. So what even if all the presidents come forward? It's not like they haven't met college presidents before. Lin Dong said nonchalantly, "Can you please stop looking like country bumpkins coming to the city?" The top leaders of universities, even the presidents, are also human beings. They also have 2 eyes and a mouth. You won't become immortal if you meet them. Besides, I'm asking you to meet them because I'm in a stronger position to negotiate with them. As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, the sales clerks and customers around him began to discuss in low voices with their acquaintances. The dormitory head directly asked their doubts, "Lin Dong, what do you want to discuss with the senior leaders of those universities?" Chapter 73. You are not qualified to put on airs. The dormitory head asked the questions on everyone's mind, causing everyone present to look over curiously. Judging from their expressions and reactions, if Lin Dong didn't give them an answer, they would probably be miserable. Lin Dong smiled slightly and said sympathetically, "Of course, we want them to stop using despicable means that harm others and do not benefit themselves. As high-ranking officials of a university, they are willing to do such shameful things. Don't you think it is degrading and not in line with their status?" Lin Dong spoke very calmly, seemingly talking about what he had eaten this morning. But his light words caused a huge uproar among the crowd. Everyone present, including his roommates, looked at Lin Dong in shock, as if they saw the resurrection of the first emperor. What did he just say? He said that the top leaders of those universities are doing something shameful? Although I don't think that the top leaders of universities are necessarily upright gentlemen, it's too much to say that they do despicable things, right? Do the top leaders of those universities have some unspeakable relationships with the college students, or are they engaging in academic corruption? Why did Lin Dong get involved in dealing with it personally? Oh my god, if what he said is true, it's big news. The gossip fire in the audience's hearts was burning fiercely. However, Lin Dong did not explain the matter too clearly. He waited for the salesperson to pack the clothes and then left with his roommates. The next afternoon, Tang Wan made appointments with senior executives from all major universities. After lunch, Lin Dong set out with his roommates. The place where they met was a conference room of a hotel under Tianqing Group. Lin Dong set out at 1:30 p.m. and arrived at the hotel at 2 p.m. He thought that at least a number of senior executives from various universities had come. But when he walked into the conference room, he was shocked by the situation in front of him, and even seriously suspected that he had gone to the wrong place. Because the conference room was empty, there was no one in it. What's going on? The dormitory head asked suspiciously, "Lin Dong, are you sure this is the place? Are you sure we are in the right place?" Other students had similar questions. "We have deliberately set off a little late. Even if the senior leaders of various universities take their time to eat before setting off, it is unlikely that no one will be absent, right? Did we go to the wrong place? Or did your girlfriend Lin Dong get the time wrong? Lin Dong, does Tianqing Group have several hotels with the same name?" Lin Dong shook his head and directly denied their statement. "It's impossible. With Wanner's style of doing things, she can't make such a big mistake at work. The only explanation is that the senior executives of the major universities have not arrived yet. Let's wait and see." Lin Dong confirmed the address again, then found a place to sit down and played with his phone. The roommates had no choice but to sit next to Lin Dong and do their own things. As time passed slowly, it was not until 3:30 in the afternoon that Lin Dong heard the sound of dense footsteps coming from outside. Lin Dong looked up and saw a group of well-dressed middle-aged people walking in, talking and laughing. Those middle-aged men and women were all dressed up very well, and it was obvious at a glance that they were not ordinary workers. When they all walked into the conference room and sat down, Lin Dong roughly counted and found that there were a total of 48 people, and they were all sitting in the corresponding seats. In other words, they are all leaders of major universities. Judging from the number of people, there are far more than one person coming out of each university.
It seems that Tang Wan's intervention is quite effective.
Of course, Lin Dong doesn't care how many people come out of those universities, or whether they give face to Tianqing Group. What he cared about was that after the leaders of those universities walked into the conference room, they didn't even look at him once.
Lin Dong, they seem to be deliberately trying to give you a hard time. Is it because I know your intentions and I am mentally prepared for a difficult conversation?
TSK, you say you're a university leader, but you don't even have the most basic manners. Lin Dong's roommates all sneered.
Although Lin Dong was very annoyed about this, he did not show any abnormality on the surface.
He didn't even say a word because all the university leaders had arrived. Instead, he continued playing games to keep the meeting room quiet.
No.
It is not true to say that the meeting room should be kept quiet. In order to stir up trouble, Lin Dong and others deliberately turned up the music of the mobile game to the maximum, even drowning out the voices of the leaders of major universities chatting. More than 20 minutes passed, and the leaders of those universities finally could not sit still anymore.
Lin Dong, you specially called us here, and then left us here, what do you mean? Student Lin Dong, everyone's time is precious. If you have something to say, please tell me now. If not, we have to leave. You asked the people from Tianqing Group to invite us, so we came to see you. Don't take yourself too seriously. Really? Then you can go ahead.
Lin Dong said nonchalantly, but let me be frank.
If you leave without permission and cause any serious consequences, I will not be responsible. I find that you don't seem to understand the situation.
You are at a disadvantage now, not because I need anything from you. When the leaders of various universities heard Lin Dong's words, they all sneered with contempt and disdain.
You don't seem to agree with what I said.
Lin Dong said calmly, then go ahead.
Anyway, I will fight back.
I gave you a chance to negotiate, but you didn't cherish it.
You even deliberately came late and wasted my time. Do you still have the nerve to say that everyone's time is precious?
When Lin Dong said that he would retaliate, the leaders of the major universities obviously changed their expressions.
Lin Dong, what do you want? Don't think you are great just because you have a little money. There are many problems in this world that money can't solve. There are quite a few wealthy and talented people who graduated from our school. Do you think you can offend them all?
Although the leaders of various universities warned Lin Dong, anyone could see that they were guilty.
Otherwise, they could just walk away.
Lin Dong sneered, I just said that I would fight back with an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth.
Why are you so nervous? Do you all know how dirty what you did is? But I don't want to talk to you about this now. I just want to know what you mean by being late on purpose.
Lin Dong glanced at the university leaders present, then tapped the table and said, this deliberate attempt to intimidate me is too crude. So many university leaders were late and arrived at the conference room together.
Don't think I don't know that you made an appointment. What qualifications do you have to put on airs in front of me?
At the end of his words, Lin Dong slammed his palm on the table, causing it to make a dull, loud noise. The roommates sitting next to Lin Dong were shocked and stared at him with wide eyes.
Chapter 74, Fearless. Bang!
When Lin Dong slapped the table with his palm, causing a dull thud to echo in the conference room, Lin Dong's roommates were like frightened owls, staring at Lin Dong with wide eyes and motionless. The fear in their eyes could no longer be concealed.
Lin Dong, calm down.
Everyone here is a leader of a university after all.
Many people in high positions in the world are their students. It will do no good to anger them.
Although those students are unlikely to fight you for their alma mater, you should at least give them some face. The roommates spoke in trembling voices and gathered around to persuade Lin Dong. On the surface, they were all worried that Lin Dong would offend someone he could not afford to offend. But looking through the phenomenon to the essence, all Lin Dong could see was their deep-seated fear of university leaders.
What are you afraid of?
Lin Dong sneered and said, let's not talk about whether the leaders of these universities are worth fearing.
Even if they are, when they have already shown their butcher knives to you, do you think you can get their mercy just by giving in?
Only by daring to resist can you better protect yourself.
Lin Dong's roommates were all shocked, but they did not try to persuade Lin Dong anymore.
Instead, they began to think about what Lin Dong said. Lin Dong continued, my dear brothers, now that I know you, I don't want you to be ordinary wage earners because we are roommates. Working 996 or even 007 every day just to earn a meager salary, is that what you want? If not, then you have to be fearless of the so-called authority. After Lin Dong's words, he was the first to get the seconding of the dormitory head. He said excitedly, "That's right, they are just a bunch of old guys half buried in the soil. What is there to be afraid of? The future belongs to us." With Lin Dong and the dormitory head taking the lead, the passion in the hearts of other roommates was also ignited. "That's right. What's the point of being afraid? Besides, we haven't done anything illegal, so there's nothing to be afraid of. At worst, we can work under Lin Dong in the future. Given the relationship between Lin Dong and Tiancheng Group, are we still worried about not being able to find a job? Then I can't stand it anymore. Can the leaders of colleges and universities be late on purpose? Why? It has to be said that although my roommates are students, they have a deep-seated fear of university leaders. But they are also the most energetic and full of vigor and vitality young people. With the right time and support, they can defy all authority." The university leaders in front looked at Lin Dong's roommates and frowned. Seeing that he had beaten up his roommates, Lin Dong put away his immature thoughts and said seriously, "Dear leaders of universities, I will be frank with you. I absolutely cannot tolerate the dirty things you did to Jiangzhou University. The people cannot tolerate it either. If you anger the people, you can think for yourself." Anger the people? What do you mean? An old professor keenly sensed the danger in Lin Dong's words. Lin Dong casually turned on his mobile phone and projected the content on the phone onto the projector in the conference room. There is no doubt that it happened when Lin Dong was buying clothes yesterday. Although Lin Dong did not explicitly say what the university leaders had done, a small seed had already been planted. With his financial resources, as long as he is willing, he can always add fuel to the fire and make the small seeds take root and sprout. Everyone present was a smart person. As soon as they saw the video Lin Dong played, they roughly understood what Lin Dong meant. At the same time, in order to prevent the old guys from the major universities from biting him back, Lin Dong took the lead in giving a shot of prevention. "I heard that the internet is omnipresent nowadays. It would be best if you haven't done anything shameful. If you have done it, as an ordinary citizen with some spare money, it's not against the law for me to dig deeper, right?" Many university leaders originally sneered at the middle school behavior of Lin Dong and his roommates. Now seeing that Lin Dong really put the threat out in the open, their faces suddenly turned pale. After all, the competition between them cannot be brought to the table. Otherwise the consequences will be very serious. Although they thought they had done everything perfectly, the target was Lin Dong. What if Lin Dong really catches them? Lin Dong's roommates were shocked when they saw the video playing. "Lin Dong, didn't this happen yesterday? How did it get posted online? People nowadays are so boring. How come even something as trivial as this is posted online? What's even more amazing is, Lin Dong, when did you find it? You don't always search for your own name, do you?" The roommates kept guessing, leaving Lin Dong speechless. Can't they just look at the situation? What's the difference between this and Monkey King saying that he kills people without blinking, and you asking him if his eyes are dry? Of course, Lin Dong finally whispered to his roommates, "Of course it wasn't posted online by someone else. Have you forgotten that I have bodyguards following me secretly? Yesterday I found an opportunity to trick the university leaders, so I secretly asked the bodyguards to take the video." "I understand." The dormitory head suddenly realized, "You are still a social person if you play this trick." Just as Lin Dong and the others were whispering, the old professor who had just noticed that Lin Dong was going to set a trap for them said, "Student Lin Dong, you are going too far with this kind of trick. Be careful not to get burned. Although what we did was not glorious, is what you Jiangzhou University did glorious?" The threat revealed by the old professor was self-evident in his words. Is he planning to hurt Lin Dong? Lin Dong shrugged and said nonchalantly, "I never said that people from Jiangzhou University are saints. If you want to poach people to fight back, I definitely don't object. After all, everyone is competing with financial resources. But you are just driving up the price, which is not good for you and harming others." After a pause, Lin Dong continued, "Of course, if you are only harming others and not benefiting yourself, then I don't care too much. I don't lack that little money anyway. Increasing the income of scientific researchers is a good thing after all. The problem is, don't treat me like a fool." The old professor pondered for a moment, then said, "So you want us to stop competing with Jiangzhou University for talent?" Before Lin Dong could answer, leaders from other universities stood up to express their opposition. What a joke! Are we going to watch the school where we work become obsolete? That's absolutely not allowed. The school's development prospects are also related to our future. Why should we just accept our fate?
No matter how rich you are, you can't bully others like this. The worst that can happen to us is that we both die together. The attitudes of many university leaders are very firm and they have no intention of backing down. Their resolute attitude was far beyond Lin Dong's expectations. Chapter 75, My Young Master Seems to be Underestimated. While leaders of many universities were strongly opposed, the old professor just now was very calm. There was no expression on his face. It was unknown whether it was because of his age that he had developed the ability to hide his emotions, or because he felt that being angry was useless. Moreover, he was obviously a very superior person among the leaders of many universities. Because while many university leaders expressed their positions, they also looked at him vaguely, apparently regarding him as their backbone. Lin Dong noticed something and waited for the old professor to make further statement. The old professor said slowly, I am the vice president of Jiangzhou University of Science and Technology. What? He is the vice president of Jiangzhou University of Science and Technology? He actually showed up in person? Did I hear correctly? Do they attach so much importance to this communication? Lin Dong, you are so influential that you even invited the vice president of Jiangzhou University of Science and Technology to come. As soon as the old professor revealed his identity, Lin Dong's roommates couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The old professor's speech was interrupted. I have to say that it is very impolite for roommates to interrupt others when they are talking. Even in Lin Dong's current position, he couldn't help but frown. Of course, he also knew that under normal circumstances, his roommates would not make a fuss. So he asked curiously, so what if you're the vice principal? How come your reaction is more surprising than the principal's? Lin Dong, you don't know that the president of Jiangzhou University of Science and Technology is just a junior in front of the vice president. Yes, the vice president of Jiangzhou University of Science and Technology is a very special person. He was originally the president, but because of his poor health after getting older, he did not want to quit the education field, so he became the vice president. If he still wants to be the president, the current president will not be able to compete with him at all. If you really can't understand, just think of him as Cao Cao, who held the emperor hostage to control the princes, or Empress Dowager Cixi, who ruled the country from behind the curtain. Although they are not as bad in nature, they are essentially the same. In short, the fact that he came in person has proved that Jiangzhou University of Science and Technology values you. As Lin Dong listened, he had a rough idea of what was going on. The old professor continued, I have worked at Jiangzhou University of Science and Technology for my entire life. Jiangzhou University of Science and Technology has always been the temple of science in Jiangzhou. It is not impossible for you, Lin Dong, to replace Jiangzhou University of Science and Technology with your strong financial resources, but I will not agree until I see your strength. After a pause, he said seriously, science and technology are the source of social progress. I can't watch you turn scientific researchers into tools for profit. At the end, the old professor spoke in an almost critical tone. Lin Dong was very upset and fought back against the old professor. Why do you say that I use scientific researchers as a tool to make money? Who doesn't know the nature of you businessmen? The old professor snorted coldly and said, if there is no profit, would you make a dime investment? Although I don't know what you want to study now, I will never let you corrupt the scientific community. Lin Dong frowned even more tightly, realizing that the old professor had a strong prejudice against him, or businessmen in general. What's more troublesome is that the old professors represent the group of university leaders. If the old professor has this idea, it means that the entire education circle will become a huge obstacle to him. That problem is really hard to solve. Just as Lin Dong was thinking about whether to continue to exert pressure or to find a way to compromise and negotiate with the university leaders. Who is bullying my young master? It seems my young master is being looked down upon. A cold voice suddenly sounded. Lin Dong quickly looked towards the conference room and saw Tang Wan and two middle-aged men walking in gracefully. The two middle-aged men following Tang Wan were both wearing suits. They had an indescribable aura, like veteran warriors or heroes who had seen many storms. Anyway, no matter how you looked at them, they didn't look like ordinary people. When Lin Dong was silently looking at the two middle-aged men, wondering why Tang Wan brought them here, something surprising happened. In the conference room, the university leaders who had just been arrogant and did not take Lin Dong seriously stood up one after another. The director and deputy director of the Jiangzhou branch of Tiancheng Group? They are here at the same time? What happened? In Jiangzhou, they are the top executives of Tiancheng Group. How could they be interested in a small negotiation like ours? The point is that girl.
The director and deputy director of the Jiangzhou branch are standing behind her.
Who is she?
The university leaders were startled by the two middle-aged men behind Tang Wan, and then they noticed Tang Wan's existence. As for what Tang Wan had just said, they had obviously ignored it because they were too surprised.
The old professor also noticed that something was wrong. He looked at Lin Dong thoughtfully, then walked towards Tang Wan and asked, "Little girl, are you the daughter of a senior executive of Tianqing Group?"
I heard that Lin Dong has a little girl helping him with things.
Is that you?
Of course, Logan admitted proudly.
The old professor nodded and said, "I'm glad it's you.
Although I don't know who your parents are, I hope you can be reasonable and stop helping Lin Dong to make trouble.
Destroying Jiangzhou's technological development is not good for Jiangzhou, our country, or even the whole world."
It can be heard that the old professor, like everyone else, thinks that Lin Dong is being kept by Tang Wan. Or perhaps, it was Tang Wan's love-brainedness that made her help Lin Dong mindlessly. Now, he wanted to solve the problem from the source through Tang Wan.
Tang Wan naturally understood what the old professor meant. Tang Wan sneered and said, "Old professor, you must be joking. How can I influence the young master's decision?
If you have any ideas, just communicate with the young master.
Besides, I think you underestimate our young master. He has never thought about making a profit from what he is doing now."
Tang Wan had been following Lin Dong to handle things, so she naturally knew that the places where Lin Dong had spent a lot of money were all places where he had never thought about making money. This is what she wanted to express. But the old professor obviously thought that there was only scientific research. He snorted disapprovingly, and suddenly asked suspiciously, "Wait, the young master you just mentioned is?" The old professor looked at Lin Dong somewhat unnaturally. Tang Wan saw through his thoughts instantly, and naturally introduced him to the university leaders present, just as you all thought, my young master is young master Lin Donglin. If you continue to make things difficult for our young master, you will be making things difficult for the entire Tianqing Group. As soon as Tang Wan finished speaking, the university leaders present were shocked. Even Lin Dong's roommates gasped.
Chapter 76 Shocking News. Lin Dong, you are actually the eldest son of Tianqing Group? Then who is your father? Although I had a feeling when I saw that you could influence the decision of Tianqing Group, I didn't expect my guess to come true. From this perspective, your father is not a simple person. He is definitely not an ordinary senior executive. Otherwise, how could Tianqing Group be willing to lose money in exchange for listening to you?
Lin Dong's roommates burst into exclamations, and their voices echoed in the conference room. Most of the university leaders present here have already heard it. But it didn't really matter whether they heard their roommates' exclamations or not. Because the news that Tang Wan told them was shocking enough. Young master? Could he be the prince of Tianqing Group? If he is really the prince of Tianqing Group, then it makes sense. No wonder he is so rich, and no wonder he can get so many rich people to curry favor with him. Everyone, don't be shocked for now. What should we do now? Should we become an enemy of Tianqing Group? The old professor, who was also the vice president of Jiangzhou University of Science and Technology, took a deep breath and suppressed his shock before saying, "I never thought that I would meet the prince of Tianqing Group in a small city like Jiangzhou. Classmate Lin Dong, I think we need to communicate again."
No.
Lin Dong saw the reactions of the crowd and had already grasped the general situation in his heart. Although there are still many things he doesn't understand, it doesn't stop him from fighting for his own interests. He deliberately said, "Old professor, didn't you say that businessmen are always greedy for profit? As far as I know, the people in Tianqing Group are also businessmen. Why has your attitude changed so much? Is it because Tianqing Group is too rich and gives too much?" The old professor was a little embarrassed. Of course, he couldn't express his prejudice against businessmen in front of the director and deputy director of Tianqing Group's Jiangzhou branch.
Lin Dong took the opportunity to ask, "What's wrong? Are the rich people in Tianqing Group different from people like me who have a little money? Or do you think that Tianqing Group is rich enough to rival a country, and I am just a small follower, not worth your attention?
In this case, aren't you also a mean person who curries favor with the powerful and says one thing to one person and another to another?" Given his status as an old professor, he probably hasn't been criticized for many years. Being embarrassed by Lin Dong in public, and with Lin Dong showing no intention of stopping, his old face immediately turned purple. Leaders of other universities also had changing expressions. They even looked at the old professor with some sympathy, yet at the same time were glad that they were not the first to take action. Otherwise, they would be the ones being criticized now. On the side, Tang Wan complimented him and said, "Master, you don't know that Tiancheng Group has always made great efforts in scientific research. Whether it is Jiangzhou or other places, we have donated a lot of funds. If everyone here wants to be an enemy of Tiancheng Group, then their scientific research funds will be cut sharply."
Is that so? No wonder they give Tiancheng Group so much face.
Lin Dong joked, "Leaders of universities, you are taking the money donated by businessmen while saying that businessmen forget their principles for the sake of profit.
Isn't that a bit too much? Who is forgetting his principles for the sake of profit now? With your moral character, I doubt whether you are qualified to be teachers. Master, how about we build some private schools?" Tang Wan once again cooperated with Lin Dong and said, "If Master is willing, we can open private schools near major universities and let students attend for free. This will ensure that the teachers here will be unemployed in the near future."
If the university leaders were shocked at first, they were horrified after hearing Tang Wan's words. If Tang Wan really did that kind of thing, it would be like digging up their ancestral graves. But they dared not say a word. After an unknown amount of silence, the old professor suddenly turned to the director of Tiancheng Group's Jiangzhou branch for help. "Mr. Li, can you please talk to us? I think that regardless of occupation, we should all work together for the future of mankind, with money contributing and effort contributing." The director of the Jiangzhou branch smiled bitterly and said, "Old professor, you have seen the current situation. Although we are senior executives in the Jiangzhou branch, we are just workers in front of Miss Tang Wan and Master Lin Dong. Please don't embarrass us workers." The branch director's words completely shattered the old professor's fantasy. He shuddered all over and fell weakly on the chair, unable to utter a word. Other university leaders also looked dejected. Lin Dong's roommates were amused to see that the university leaders looked like dogs that had lost their homes. "Lin Dong, you are amazing. You actually made these arrogant university leaders cower." I suddenly felt that these university leaders are just like that.
Although they control the future of many students, they themselves are just a link in the food chain.
The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Although the description is not quite appropriate, it is probably like this. "Lin Dong, if I hadn't been your roommate, I might never have seen this kind of scene in my life." Lin Dong said calmly, "I've told you a long time ago that there's no need to take the university leaders too seriously just because you're a student. As long as you're strong enough, they're just ordinary people." After a pause, he said to the university leaders in a sarcastic tone, "We changed into formal clothes at the beginning in order to have a formal talk with the university leaders. We gave them enough face, but they were late on purpose. There is no point in trying to please them." After saying that, he called his roommates, stood up and was about to leave.
My roommates also followed suit.
When the university leaders saw that Lin Dong really wanted to leave, they finally became anxious.
"Student Lin Dong, calm down. I think we can still talk. We were wrong before, please forgive us for our mistakes. Student Lin Dong, you can take revenge on us, but can't you consider the students from other universities?"
The old professor also said with a serious face, "Student Lin Dong, just take this as a plea from me.
Your coming here proves that you still want to talk to us, right?
I apologize for the stupid things we did before, and please give us a chance to continue communicating." At the end of his speech, he bowed his head in a serious manner. Considering his status and position, it is not easy for him to do such a thing.
Lin Dong's roommates also felt a little reluctant and looked at Lin Dong.
Lin Dong naturally knew what their eyes meant. Seeing that he had beaten the university leaders to a pulp and shattered the authority in the roommates' hearts, Lin Dong sat down again and said, "Since the leaders have sincerely apologized, let's continue the conversation."
"Thank you very much."
The old professor nodded quickly to express his gratitude. Lin Dong ignored him and continued to talk to himself. "So how do you think you should deal with the conflict between you and Jiangzhou University in the future?"
Chapter 77 I am a good person.
This. The old professor looked embarrassed and conflicted, as if he was being questioned face to face by his two daughters about who was loved more. When leaders from other universities also looked at the old professor expectantly, the old professor's expression became more solemn. After a long silence, he smiled bitterly and said, "I am just an ordinary educator. At most, I have a little more experience, but I don't have the ability to save the world. Don't have too high expectations of me. To use the words of today's young people, you can't let me worry about the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies with the money I earn from selling cabbages." Lin Dong was slightly stunned by the down-to-earth words spoken by an old professor. The roommates were stunned for a moment, then laughed in good faith. Leaders of other universities were at a loss whether to laugh or cry.
Everyone, I'm not kidding. This problem really needs to be solved.
The old professor continued bitterly, this is related to the life and death of our school.
It can't be fooled by a joke. If the current trend continues, our school will be destroyed. Is the result any different from offending Tiancheng Group?
The old professor's words can be said to be a reminder to leaders of other universities. They all expressed their opinions.
What the vice president said makes sense. If you offend Tiancheng Group, you will die. If you do nothing, you will also die. Is there any difference? If things really turn out like that, we would rather fight to the death. At least there is still a glimmer of hope. Lin Dong, since you are the prince of Tianjin Group, you should be able to come up with a solution that has the best of both worlds, right?
The university leaders kept talking non-stop, making Lin Dong deeply feel their powerlessness.
Yes. Powerless.
Although they were the leaders of the university and were using their identities to voice their resistance, what Lin Dong could feel more was their powerlessness in the face of Tianjin Group.
They could not resist, nor could they obey. This was a dead end.
Their apparent resistance was actually a plea to Lin Dong to give them a chance to live. Lin Dong said, I'd like to state in advance that I think I'm a good person and I don't like to kill everyone.
As for your concerns, I've actually considered it.
That is, we at Jiangzhou University can limit the number of admissions and take the elite route.
Elite route? What does that mean?
The old professor's eyes lit up and he asked expectantly. Lin Dong continued, for example, there are 10% talented students in Jiangzhou every year. If Jiangzhou University recruits all of those students, you will definitely be forced into a dead end.
But what if we only recruit 10% or 20% of them? Can it shake your foundation?
The old professor's eyes lit up again, as if he had seen a bright future.
Lin Dong continued slowly, in the final analysis, scientific research requires a large amount of resources.
The human wave tactic will not work, so we don't need too many high-quality students.
If you use the remaining students to attack in a direction different from Jiangzhou University, you may make some achievements.
As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, leaders of many universities began to whisper. Lin Dong was not in a hurry and waited for them to discuss slowly. During this time, Lin Dong's roommates, Tang Wan, and the two middle-aged people Tang Wan brought had all sat next to Lin Dong. The head of the Jiangzhou branch was rather fat. Although he was only about 1.7 meters tall, he definitely weighed nearly 160 kilograms, which was quite an astonishing weight considering his height. In contrast, the deputy head was a lean man with dark skin.
The minister smiled and said, Master Lin Dong, I didn't expect you to be in Jiangzhou. I'm sorry. The deputy minister followed up and said, yes, as the person in charge of Jiangzhou, we didn't even know that young Master Lin Dong lived in Jiangzhou. This is our dereliction of duty.
If young Master Lin Dong has any instructions in the future, he can contact us directly without asking Miss Tang to come forward. The minister and the deputy minister exchanged some pleasantries before getting down to business. The minister praised Lin Dong and said, Master Lin Dong, you are really smart to come up with this idea.
Indeed.
The deputy minister followed up, although our Tianjin Group is indeed very financially strong and has great say, it is still very difficult to get so many university leaders to sacrifice their own interests.
But if you do this, there will be no problem.
In fact, when Lin Dong came up with this idea, he was a little hesitant. His severe lack of experience made him wonder whether his idea would work. After receiving praise from the minister and deputy minister, he felt relieved.
Are you serious? Lin Dong asked expectantly, do you really think the leaders of the universities will compromise?
Of course.
The minister said very confidently, what good will it do them to go against you, Master Lin Dong?
Now, Master Lin Dong, you have pointed out a way out for them.
If they still don't know what's good for them, then they are too ignorant. Moreover, we can give them a little sweet taste.
As soon as Lin Dong heard it, he understood the minister's reminder. As the saying goes, carrot in one hand and mallet in the other.
By the same token, if the university leaders are just constantly suppressed, they will definitely not be happy. Maybe they will even risk their lives to resist.
But if, under the current circumstances, we make them powerless while giving them some benefits, there is a high probability that they will make concessions. So Lin Dong immediately said, no problem, Tianjin Group has already donated to their education, so we can just increase the donation.
You are worthy of being called a young master. You are still an inexperienced college student, but you can understand what I say.
The minister praised sincerely, no wonder Miss Tang said that you are extremely talented.
You will definitely surpass me in time. I think that day is not far away. I think so too.
The deputy minister nodded and said, I didn't believe what Miss Tang said at first, but after seeing it with my own eyes today, I can't help but believe it.
Tang Wan said proudly, of course, do you still doubt my eyesight?
Lin Dong felt a little embarrassed by what they said, and always felt that he was being exaggerated. He quickly changed the subject and said, come to think of it, Wanner, why did you bring 2 ministers here?
Tang Wan replied, of course it's to support you, young master.
I know how arrogant the leaders of those universities are. With the financial resources and interpersonal relationships that young master has shown, it's impossible to make them bow their heads, unless we use the banner of Tiancheng Group.
You are very thoughtful.
Lin Dong nodded, and became more and more confident in Tang Wan's talent. At the same time, the discussions among the leaders of many universities gradually subsided, and they all looked towards Lin Dong. They had obviously worked it out.
Chapter 78 Versailles.
We basically accept the proposal you proposed, Lin Dong. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful at such a young age. We old guys are just judging others by ourselves. Thank you very much, Lin Dong, for still considering us under such circumstances.
Leaders of many universities spoke up and expressed their approval. At least amid the noise, Lin Dong could no longer hear any objection. However, Lin Dong could vaguely hear that these university leaders still had concerns.
A typical example is that a university leader said that it was basically accepted rather than already accepted. So Lin Dong said with a smile, if you still have concerns, please speak up to avoid conflicts in the future.
As soon as Lin Dong opened his mouth, a lady stood up and said, Student Lin Dong, we want to know how you can ensure that the plan you mentioned can be implemented?
What I mean is, if Jiangzhou University expands its enrollment in the future, we will not be able to cope with it, right? A middle-aged man next to the lady stood up and said, of course, we don't doubt what you mean, Lin Dong. It's just that if the president and leaders of Jiangzhou University choose to expand enrollment, and Lin Dong graduates by then, there will be no way to intervene, right? The old professor also nodded and said, my dear Lin Dong, what they said is not without reason.
The president of Jiangzhou University may not be as trustworthy as you.
Lin Dong was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect that he would be so highly regarded by university leaders.
Is he more credible than the president of Jiangzhou University? This review is really fresh.
Lin Dong thought secretly, and said at the same time, everyone, don't worry, the things you worry about will basically not happen. You know that the later the scientific research is, the more money will be spent, and the less you can rely on the human wave tactics.
If Jiangzhou University expands its enrollment, they will not have enough money. In other words, Mr. Lin Dong, you will not make any additional investments in Jiangzhou University, asked the old professor.
Of course. Lin Dong replied affirmatively, moreover, I will increase my donation to your school. When the university leaders received Lin Dong's promise, they immediately cheered. The cheers echoed in the conference room, making it very lively. Considering the status and age of those present, their intense reaction is enough to show their excitement. After their excitement died down, Lin Dong slowly said, of course, I asked Tiancheng Group to increase its donation to your school without any conditions.
What conditions? The old professor asked quickly.
When it comes to conditions, the university leaders present became visibly serious. Even Lin Dong's roommate, Tang Wan, and the 2 Jiangzhou ministers looked at Lin Dong curiously.
Because even they couldn't guess what conditions Lin Dong wanted to propose.
Lin Dong said slowly, you can't tell anyone about my relationship with Tiancheng Group.
When Tang Wan and others heard this, they suddenly understood.
They knew that Lin Dong was not interested in becoming famous. The university leaders present at the meeting did not know this and immediately raised questions.
Student Lin Dong, why do you do that? Wouldn't it be convenient for you to let everyone know who you are? I don't understand either. In this world, there are so many people trying their best to become famous, but you deliberately conceal your identity?
You should know that if you had revealed your identity at the beginning, today's negotiations would have gone much more smoothly.
Could it be that, at Lin Dong's age, he has already become indifferent to fame and fortune? That's impossible, right?
It is no wonder that many university leaders have such thoughts. Because many people work hard until they are old, or even until the moment before they die, they may not be able to look down on fame and fortune. It was really hard for them to understand how Lin Dong could achieve this while still in college. Lin Dong shrugged indifferently and said, others cling to fame and fortune, probably because fame can bring them tangible benefits, and benefits can bring them better enjoyment.
The problem is, I don't need those things now.
That really sounds like Versailles. The old professor smiled bitterly and said, "You are probably the only young person in the world who has the confidence to say such things, because you are so rich.
There's no need to discuss this topic."
Lin Dong coughed and said, "Since everyone has no objection to the proposal I proposed, let's end our communication today. The time of all the leaders is precious, so I won't delay any longer." The university leaders quickly denied it and complimented Lin Dong at the same time.
Lin Dong didn't bother to pay attention to them and left with his companions. After leaving the hotel, Tang Wan and the two ministers naturally left together. Lin Dong went back to school with his roommates.
Along the way, the roommates were all excitedly talking about what happened in the hotel, trying to figure out what they could learn from it.
They also expressed their admiration for Lin Dong's ability to remain calm in front of so many university leaders and even convince them.
As they were talking, they were taken back to school by Lin Dong. When they parked near the school and walked into the campus, the roommates' discussion suddenly stopped. The change from extreme movement to extreme stillness caught Lin Dong off guard. Lin Dong looked at them in confusion, then looked in the direction of his roommate's sight and saw the principal. The principal was walking out of the campus with a lazy pace and a smile on his face. Lin Dong thought he had to go out for something. But as the principal walked forward, Lin Dong clearly discovered that the principal was coming for him.
Moreover, he smiled at himself.
Lin Dong thought about it, and simply went to the principal and asked, "Principal, what's the matter?" The principal smiled and said, "Student Lin Dong, I already know what happened today.
The leaders of other universities have already talked to me on the phone. Thanks to you, we were able to resolve the conflict between Jiangzhou University and other schools. I find that you are really the lucky star of Jiangzhou University. Then you are well informed."
Lin Dong said disdainfully, "But principal, I have done so many things, but I only get a cheap compliment from you.
Isn't that inappropriate?
Moreover, you knew what happened today, but you didn't go to the hotel to help.
It's a bit unfair."
The principal's face was thicker than the corner of the city wall and he had no intention of feeling embarrassed at all. He even said calmly, "Student Lin Dong, you are so rich.
If I give you material rewards, you will definitely not be interested. If I give you fame, you don't want to be famous. So even if I want to reward you, I am willing but unable to do so."
After a pause, he defended himself, "Besides, I believe in your ability, Lin Dong.
If there is something you can't solve, I will just be a hindrance if I go there. Chapter 79. I want to hear your advice."
The principal opened his mouth and washed his hands of everything, as if it had nothing to do with him. Lin Dong was too lazy to deal with him.
After a few pleasantries, he went back to the dormitory with his roommates.
In the next few days, Lin Dong resumed a relatively normal life, attending classes every day, playing games with roommates, and signing in at the research room. His life was pretty carefree. But after a week, the monotonous life gradually made Lin Dong feel bored. Especially when Wang Yunting and Zhou Xingjuan found that Lin Dong had more and more free time, they asked to increase the time Lin Dong spent in the laboratory. At 4:30 in the afternoon of that day, Lin Dong escaped from the laboratory. As he walked back to his dorm, he thought with lingering fear, "I can't go on like this. I'll be fed up. If I don't find something to do, I'll have to face Wang Yunting and Zhou Xingjuan at the same time every day. This is a terrifying thing comparable to a tour of the 18 levels of hell." He tried hard to think of something he could do while walking towards the dormitory building. He walked all the way back to the dormitory, but couldn't think of anything he could do, so he decided to ask his roommates. But Lin Dong stood at the door of the dormitory and looked inside, only to see that the dormitory was empty, with no one in it. At this time in the past, my roommates would definitely be playing games or lying down. But now, there was not even a trace of Lin Dong in the dormitory.
Oh, that's not right. It's a bit scary to say that there is not even a human figure in sight.
After all, he could still see his own shadow very clearly.
Strange.
Lin Dong muttered in a low voice, "Where did these bastards go?
Picking up girls? Impossible."
If someone told him that one of his roommates had found a girlfriend, Lin Dong would believe it. But so many roommates found girlfriends at the same time, resulting in no one being seen in the dormitory.
Lin Dong didn't believe it. Can the guy who finds a girlfriend go on a date with his roommates?
Lin Dong thought about it but couldn't think of anything his roommates could do, so he simply went back to bed and played with his phone. It was not until he had dinner, at 8:34 in the evening, that Lin Dong heard footsteps outside the dormitory.
I think it's better to ask Lin Dong.
It's too difficult for us to do it ourselves. Yes, although we have some funds, which is definitely enough to invest, but we are afraid of losing money. Have you heard about the power of capital? When there is enough money invested, even a loss-making project can become profitable. The roommates walked back slowly while chatting, and soon appeared in front of Lin Dong. Lin Dong sat cross-legged on the bed, watching them silently. When the roommates noticed that Lin Dong was staring at them without blinking, they rushed over immediately. "Lin Dong, you're finally back. Great. We were just looking for you," said the dormitory head. Lin Dong said expressionlessly, "Shouldn't I be the one to say this? I've been back in the dormitory for quite some time, but I can't find any trace of you. Where did you go? Also, what were you talking about just now? You want to invest in a project? Where did you get the money?" "Of course it's you who gave me the money." The dormitory head replied, "Have you forgotten that you once gave us 20 million to split equally?" Lin Dong recalled it briefly and found that it was indeed the case. That was the money earned from Zhang Wenjin. Because he really didn't value the 20 million, Lin Dong was too lazy to take it and just distributed it to his roommates. "It can also be considered as a small reward for my roommates." "In other words, you want to use that money for investment?" Lin Dong asked. "Yes." The dormitory head nodded and said, "We went to investigate the market today, hoping to find out what we could do to make more money. But after a whole day of shopping, we still didn't gain anything, so we came back specially to ask what you think." As soon as the dormitory head finished speaking, the other roommates started chatting. "That's right, Lin Dong, you are the prince of Tiancheng Group, you must know more information than us, right? Do you know the latest investment direction of Tiancheng Group? We want to take advantage of it. We don't expect to get a piece of the pie from Tiancheng Group. A little bit of soup that leaks out from between our fingers is enough for us." The roommates all looked at Lin Dong eagerly, making Lin Dong feel that they were like believers kneeling in front of a Buddha statue. "As for myself, I am of course the Buddha statue with bumps all over its head." Lin Dong quickly shook his head, throwing away those messy thoughts from his mind, and thought to himself, "No, I am much more handsome than the Buddha statue." When the roommates saw Lin Dong shaking his head, they immediately misunderstood what he meant and looked disappointed. The dormitory head still insisted, "Lin Dong, even if you don't want us to take a ride with Tiancheng Group, it should be okay for you to show us the way, right? You misunderstood." Lin Dong smiled bitterly, "I just thought of something strange. If you want directions, I think you can go ask Zhang Wenjin. After all, Tiancheng Group is cooperating with the Zhang family, so there must be many opportunities." When the roommates heard this, their eyes lit up. However, in order to prevent them from having too high expectations, Lin Dong added, "But I think since you were starting a business for the first time, it is better for you to try hard on your own so that you can gain some experience. If you think of riding on the coattails of others, you may not be able to learn anything." In Lin Dong's opinion, if you really want to make a lot of money and achieve success, you must always rely on your own vision and ability. It is impossible for you to depend on others all the time. If roommates don't develop their abilities now, there is a high probability that they will lose the money they earn in the future. It would be better to buy some experience with the mentality of losing money now. However, no matter how clearly Lin Dong explained it, his roommates would not listen to him. As soon as Lin Dong mentioned Zhang Wenjin, their eyes lit up. "Yes, why didn't I think of Zhang Wenjin? If Zhang Wenjin is willing to guide us, we will definitely make a fortune." "Stop it, if it weren't for Lin Dong's face, even if you went to find Zhang Wenjin, would Zhang Wenjin pay any attention to you?" "That's true, Lin Dong, how about you help us call Zhang Wenjin and ask him to give you some face?" Lin Dong said unhappily, "Zhang Wenjin is such a smart man, how could he not know our relationship? You go find him, he will naturally understand what it means. Besides, I remember that when we had dinner together for the first time, Zhang Wenjin had already left you his contact information, right?" Lin Dong's meaning was already very clear. If you want a hitchhike, go find Zhang Wenjin yourself. After all, Lin Dong's face is not that worthless. Moreover, letting the roommates find Zhang Wenjin on their own is itself a form of ability training. The roommates thought about it and immediately contacted Zhang Wenjin, but the dormitory head was the only one who did not take any action. Lin Dong asked curiously, "Dormitory head, do you have any other questions?" The head of the dormitory asked, "I'm just curious about one thing. If there is enough money, can a loss-making project really make money?" Chapter 80 Zhang Wenjin's Guidance. Of course. Lin Dong smiled slightly and said, as a matter of course, for example, when the price of gold in the market starts to fall, normal investment will lose money. But if you have 10 billion, 100 billion, or even 1 trillion, you can make the price of gold rise by investing money.
Do you understand? No.
The dormitory head shook his head decisively, like a primitive man listening to a few scientists chatting. Lin Dong was not annoyed, and continued to explain patiently, the most basic rule is that things are valuable because they are scarce. When you have enough money to buy up everything on the market and artificially create the fact that things are scarce, the price will go up.
Can you understand this? A little bit.
The dormitory head nodded thoughtfully. Lin Dong continued, so as long as you are rich enough, you are basically not afraid of losing money. Of course, this trick is not effective in all fields.
I am just explaining a rule. The specific situation still needs to be analyzed specifically. You can't be too reckless. More importantly, you are not rich enough at that level now.
What about you, Lin Dong? The dormitory head asked with sudden excitement in his eyes.
As for this question, guess what it is?
Lin Dong smiled and answered vaguely. Of course he would not say that he had the financial resources, otherwise it would sound too exaggerated and not his style. But if he denied it, it would seem dishonest.
So he did not answer the dormitory head's question directly.
However, if the dormitory head couldn't understand what he meant, he would probably have to eat more pig brains to make up for his lack of energy. The dormitory head suddenly realized what was going on and immediately left with his roommates without chatting with Lin Dong anymore. About 10 minutes later, the dormitory head rushed out of the dormitory and met other roommates downstairs.
Those roommates were waiting for him. Sorry to have kept you waiting.
The dormitory head greeted them.
Hurry up. A roommate said hurriedly, we have just contacted Zhang Wenjin, and he asked us to meet him immediately.
I thought he would definitely not see us if we went to see him in the middle of the night, but I didn't expect Lin Dong's face to be so useful. If Lin Dong's face doesn't work, Lin Dong wouldn't let us go find Zhang Wenjin, right? Said the dormitory head. In short, in order to save time, Lin Dong's roommates immediately took a taxi and set off.
When they arrived outside Zhang Wenjin's home, it was only 9:36 in the evening.
Outside Zhang Wenjin's home, Zhang Wenjin was talking on his mobile phone while craning his neck to look around. As soon as he saw Lin Dong's roommates get off the car, Zhang Wenjin quickly hung up the phone and went up to say hello.
Hello, Lin Dong's roommates. Zhang Wenjin said, what do you want to talk to me about? We're just discussing some business.
We want you, Zhang Wenjin, to give us some pointers.
We don't want to waste our time like ordinary students anymore. We also want to work hard to make money.
To be honest, having a roommate like Lin Dong puts us under a lot of pressure, so we also want to work hard to narrow the distance between us and Lin Dong.
We asked Lin Dong, but he was not willing to give us advice.
He always said that we need to hone ourselves and just asked us to come to you.
Is that so? Zhang Wenjin fell into deep thought. He was trying to guess Lin Dong's intentions. But before he could figure out what was going on, the head of the dormitory couldn't wait to ask, Zhang Wenjin, do you have any good investment directions to point out to us? For example, which industries or fields will prosper from the cooperation between your family and Tianqing Group?
Zhang Wenjin thought about it over and over again but couldn't figure out whether Lin Dong wanted his roommates to benefit or suffer losses. With the mentality of not seeking credit but avoiding mistakes, he said frankly, since you were introduced by Lin Dong, I will of course do my best to help you make money.
We have many areas of cooperation with Tianqing Group, such as electronic products, medical industry, and catering industry. Zhang Wenjin introduced the cooperation between his family and Tianqing Group and then said, I suggest.
But before Zhang Wenjin could finish his words, his cell phone rang. Zhang Wenjin had no choice but to step aside and answer the phone. After finishing the call, he returned and said, I suggest you develop in the field of electronic products. First, there is a certain technical threshold.
Unlike the food industry, there are not many competitors. It does not require too much capital investment like the medical industry. Moreover, we can also. Zhang Wenjin was still talking when he was interrupted by the ringing of the phone.
Helplessly, he could only run to the side to answer the phone.
While Zhang Wenjin was on the phone, the dormitory head murmured, do you think Zhang Wenjin has been on the phone with others and seems to be very busy? I felt it just now.
It looked like he was already on the phone before we came here.
Is he that busy? Still working at night? Maybe it's not the work, but his admirers?
I heard that Zhang Wenjin has a lot of admirers. Lin Dong's roommates discussed it for a while, and then Zhang Wenjin came back after making another phone call.
The dormitory head took the opportunity to tease, Zhang Wenjin, did you get someone pregnant? Why is she pestering you? What are you thinking?
Zhang Wenjin said with a mixture of laughter and tears, I am working too hard. Lin Dong finally agreed to let Tiansheng Group cooperate with our Zhang family. We should take it seriously, right? So I spend most of my time working.
Then why did you make time to see us?
The dormitory head was surprised. Since he is Lin Dong's roommate, then I must meet him. At worst, I can just skip taking a shower today and make time for him.
Zhang Wenjin said half-truthfully.
After a pause, he continued the previous topic. Let's not talk about these meaningless words for now.
I suggest that you invest in electronic products. Then I can come forward and outsource some processes to you to ensure that you don't lose money. What do you think?
Very good. It feels so good to have a thigh hug.
If other students knew about this, they would be so jealous, right? Zhang Wenjin, thank you. Lin Dong's roommates immediately cheered with joy.
However, Zhang Wenjin obviously didn't want to take all the credit, and quickly corrected him. You should thank Lin Dong, and if I'm to be envious, I'm the one who envies you for having a good roommate like Lin Dong. With Lin Dong's help, you can become a rich second generation at any time, while I can only struggle under the shadow of my parents.
Zhang Wenjin sighed with regret. However, the roommates who were not rich second generations obviously could not empathize with Zhang Wenjin.
Moreover, they were in an excited state and had no mood to seriously savor Zhang Wenjin's words. Seeing this, Zhang Wenjin could only send a phone number and an address to Lin Dong's roommates through the chat software and said, "Then you can go find this person tomorrow. I will tell him in advance."
Chapter 81 Misunderstanding. Lin Dong's roommates got the phone number and address from Zhang Wenjin and left immediately with satisfaction.
Seeing that Zhang Wenjin was so busy, they felt embarrassed to continue disturbing him.
The next morning, they went directly to the address. It is an office building located in the center of Zhengzhou City.
Even compared with the surrounding skyscrapers that are equally tall, this office building also gives people a feeling of standing out from the crowd. The unique appearance that is difficult to describe in words makes people realize the difference of the office building at a glance. At the entrance of the office building, two young security guards in uniform and holding batons were guarding the door. In many places, security guards are just any young person hired to do the job. Some places can't even afford high salaries, so they have to let old men do the work. But in front of this office building, the two security guards were as sturdy as bodybuilders, and their short-sleeved security uniforms exposed their muscular arms directly to the air, showing an amazing sense of strength. Even the uniforms that were not exposed to the air, held up by the muscles, could make people see that the security guards were different. Moreover, the security guard's stern face always gives people a feeling of violence and murderousness.
That is definitely not the temperament that comes from a fierce appearance.
Because the two security guards were both good-looking.
The only explanation is that the two security guards had been on the battlefield.
Looks like this is the place. The dormitory head looked at the two security guards guiltily, then walked forward.
The other roommates followed the dormitory head and looked at the two security guards with some fear.
It was like a child following his parents, trying to avoid a large dog with bared teeth.
Please stay.
The two security guards simultaneously reached out to stop Lin Dong's roommates and said, "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" When Zhang Wenjin provided the contact information and phone number last night, he also mentioned the contact person's name.
So the dormitory head immediately replied, "We are here to see Mr. Zhang Wenqi. Come in."
The two security guards quickly withdrew their hands that were blocking the way and didn't even look at Lin Dong's roommates.
Lin Dong's roommates naturally followed suit and walked in.
It seems that Zhang Wenjin has already notified Zhang Wenqi, and Zhang Wenqi has notified the security guards. They both have the same surname, Zhang, and their names are so similar. Are they related?
Whatever the relationship is, I don't think it will be troublesome anyway. It can be said that what Lin Dong's roommates said makes a lot of sense. With Lin Dong and Zhang Wenjin coming forward, who would dare not treat them well?
For those who can open a company in such a place, it is very easy to arrange a way out for these college students.
At the same time, in an office on the 12th floor of the office building,
a middle-aged man tapped lightly on the table and sneered disdainfully at the computer screen. His computer screen displayed the information of Lin Dong's roommates.
Qi Zijin, 19 years old, a student at Zhengzhou University, parents are farmers, work experience, none.
Yu Hongfei, 19 years old, a student at Zhengzhou University, his parents are factory workers, work experience, summer job.
Dong Gaoyuan, 19 years old, a student at Zhengzhou University, his parents are construction workers, work experience, summer job.
The middle-aged man sneered and said to himself, "This Zhang Wenjin asked me to make good arrangements for his classmates." It's obvious that his classmates asked him for help and he didn't want to refuse, so as not to damage his image. But he didn't want to put in any effort either, so he passed the buck to me. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, someone knocked on the office door.
Then, a female secretary came in.
The female secretary said respectfully, "Chairman, there are a few students outside who want to see you."
"I know." The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Let them in."
After getting the middle-aged man's consent, the female secretary immediately went out and brought in Lin Dong's roommates. When Lin Dong's roommates walked into the office and appeared in front of the middle-aged man leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs and said, "You are Zhang Wenjin's classmates?"
"Zhang Wenjin has already told me about you. What do you want me to do for you?"
The middle-aged man's tone was cold and his attitude was also cold. It can also be seen from his body language that he doesn't want to waste too much time on Lin Dong's roommates. However, Lin Dong's roommates are just a group of young students.
How can they understand so much?
Thinking that success was in sight, they happily sat opposite the middle-aged man.
"It's like this. Zhang Wenjin asked us to come to you, saying that you can give us some processes. Zhang Wenjin should have told you everything, right?
We are still students, and it is easy to lose money if we do things on our own, so we want to ask Zhang Wenjin for help.
Zhang Wenjin introduced you to us, so you must be a very powerful person, right?" The middle-aged man glanced at Lin Dong's roommates without leaving a trace, and then asked pointedly, "What is your relationship with Zhang Wenjin?"
"Of course he's a classmate, what's wrong?" the dormitory head replied in confusion. He totally didn't understand why the middle-aged man, Zhang Wenqi, asked this question.
"Isn't this something even a 3-year-old child can see?"
"Oh, nothing." Zhang Wenqi smiled easily, "I was just asking casually, how long have you and Zhang Wenjin known each other?"
Because Zhang Wenjin has been very busy with work recently, not much information was revealed to him yesterday.
So he was thinking about the relationship between the young people in front of him and Zhang Wenjin.
If he is indeed Zhang Wenjin's friend, then he will definitely make good arrangements.
But if it was just a ball kicked by Zhang Wenjin, he wouldn't want to waste time. The dormitory head didn't think too much and replied, "About a month."
"Oh, more than a month. I understand."
Zhang Wenqi thought he had figured out the relationship between Lin Dong's roommates and Zhang Wenjin, and smiled meaningfully. "Logically speaking, I should definitely treat the people introduced by Zhang Wenjin well, but unfortunately, I have already assigned the job you need to someone else an hour ago."
"What?" The dormitory head was stunned for a moment and said, "But didn't Zhang Wenjin inform you last night?" "Although we were notified last night, efficiency is what matters in business cooperation."
Zhang Wenqi lied with his eyes wide open. "You also know that if one step in the process is slow, the rest will be delayed."
"We really can't delay. You should have come last night."
When Lin Dong's roommates heard this, they immediately realized that Zhang Wenqi was playing a trick on them.
Although they are seriously inexperienced, they are not fools. Zhang Wenjin called Zhang Wenqi yesterday, which must have been after Lin Dong's roommates left.
In other words, it was already after 10 o'clock in the evening.
No matter how hard-working the people in this company are, can they continue to work and discuss business after 10 o'clock in the evening? Chapter 82, The Misunderstanding Deepens.
"Are you taking us for fools?" the dormitory head sneered. The other roommates also stared at Zhang Wenqi with unfriendly expressions.
"If you don't want to help, don't help. You rejected us yesterday. Is it fun to play with us? Humph, we know that our face is useless, and we can accept that, but did you call us here just to play with us? Do you think this is fun?
Although we are all students and our time is not valuable, it is not our turn to be played with by you.
Brothers, let's go, don't beg them." Lin Dong's roommates instantly became angry, sneered, and turned away, leaving Zhang Wenqi with their backs. In response, Zhang Wenqi just smiled indifferently.
Every year, he meets a lot of such college students. When college students just graduate, they are always full of vigor and vitality, unable to recognize themselves, and think that they are the greatest in the world. There are also many who think that one day they will be able to make it big and take revenge on those who once looked down on them. He could probably guess how Lin Dong and his roommates felt, but he didn't care. He didn't think these young people with no experience could threaten him.
On the other side, Lin Dong's roommates walked out of the office and quickly left the office building.
Standing downstairs of the office building, they were still indignant.
"You really took us for fools. We woke up early and changed into formal clothes.
If I had known this would happen, I would have just played games in the dorm."
"What should we do now? Should we ask Zhang Wenjin for an explanation? It's better not to humiliate yourself."
The dormitory head shook his head and said, the cooperation between the Zhang family and Tiancheng Group is a hot topic in Jiangzhou and even in the world, and we were introduced by Zhang Wenjin. If Zhang Wenqi didn't get Zhang Wenjin's hint, how dare he play with us? In general, what the dormitory head says makes sense.
After all, rejecting Lin Dong's roommates would be tantamount to offending Zhang Wenjin.
With the Zhang family's current prosperity, only a fool would offend them.
The best explanation is that Zhang Wenqi's actions were hinted by Zhang Wenjin.
But if we don't go to Zhang Wenjin to ask for an explanation, what should we do? Yu Hongfei asked, should we just go back to the dormitory? If Lin Dong finds out, he won't help us, and everyone will be embarrassed. If he helps us, it will damage the interests of Tianqing Group.
Indeed, it would have been fine if we didn't know Lin Dong's identity before, but now that we know his identity, we can't let him sacrifice his own interests and interrupt the cooperation with the Zhang family, right? Qi Zijin said angrily, but if I don't vent my anger, I really won't accept it.
The key is that Lin Dong has made it clear that he hopes we can grow up on our own.
Dong Gaoyuan said, if we encounter a little setback and think of clinging to Lin Dong, what will we do in the future? We can't just go to Lin Dong when we have difficulties, right? As the roommates talked, they began to fall into deep thought. Whether for the sake of their own future or for their fragile self-esteem, they did not ask Lin Dong for help. They prefer to find ways to solve problems on their own. But how easy is it to solve the problem with the capital in their hands? After thinking for a long time, the dormitory head said, didn't Zhang Wenjin say yesterday that electronic product processing is the most suitable for us now? The competition is relatively small, the profit is not bad, and the initial investment is acceptable to us. Why don't we go talk to our seniors? Senior?
Yu Hongfei and others looked at the dormitory head in surprise. What predecessors do they have? The dormitory head immediately saw what his roommates were thinking and explained with a smile, go back to school and find the seniors and teachers. They definitely know more than us, but they don't have the funds and resources to do anything. What do you think they would do if we paid? Yu Hongfei and others' eyes suddenly lit up. The dormitory head's words hit the nail on the head. What Jiangzhou University lacks the least is talents in various fields. There are countless people who have great ambitions but lack funds and resources to achieve their goals. Coincidentally, they had received 20 million from Lin Dong and were not short of funds. After making up their minds, Lin Dong's roommates immediately took a taxi back to school. After returning to school, they immediately found a teacher in the related field. She was a beautiful teacher who was only 25 or 26 years old and had just joined the job. Her name was Yuan Shenjing. Although she is young, Yuan Shenjing is already well known in Jiangzhou University. Her beauty alone attracts many students to attend her classes. Her reputation for her level is even greater than her beauty. You can imagine how high her level is. To a certain extent, a young teacher will not fall into stereotyped thinking like old professors. After all, knowledge will be updated. When Lin Dong's roommates found Yuan Shenjing and explained their purpose, Yuan Shenjing fell silent. He was silent for a long time, and then he said, I'm glad you can come to consult my opinion, but when I think of Lin Dong standing behind you, I feel very stressed. Are you sure this matter has nothing to do with Lin Dong, and it's just your own idea? Of course. The dormitory head answered affirmatively. As soon as he finished speaking, he asked curiously, Teacher Yuan, why do you feel nervous when you have a relationship with Lin Dong? Yuan Shenjing looked at the dormitory head with a look of caring for an idiot. You all know how strong Lin Dong's financial resources are. When the funds are strong to a certain extent, knowledge is useless. Financial resources represent a weather vane. After a pause, Yuan Shenjing continued, if you just want some advice, I can give you some. Lin Dong's roommates quickly sat down and waited for Yuan Shenjing to give them a lesson. However, Yuan Shenjing had no intention of starting her speech right away. She smiled and said, as a teacher, I certainly cannot use your money for investment, but I would like to introduce a classmate to you. Do you mind? Teacher, are these top students taught by you? The dormitory head instantly heard some clues. You can say that. Yuan Shenjing said frankly, you need guidance, and my students also need an opportunity to practice. Isn't this great? And I can assure you that even if you fail, you won't lose too much. It can be heard that Yuan Shenjing has great confidence in her students. Otherwise, in the business world, it takes a lot of courage to ensure that a group of rookies don't lose too much. So Lin Dong's roommates agreed after a little hesitation. After getting the approval, Yuan Shenjing naturally called and asked her favorite disciple to come over. Chapter 83 Lu Xiao.
In Yuan Xinjing's office, Lin Dong's roommates were watching their backs anxiously, preparing to begin a long wait.
Because Yuan Xinjing called her favorite student over temporarily, and she was a girl. Even if they are single and have never had a girlfriend, they can know through the internet how difficult it is for girls to go out. They were mentally prepared to wait for more than an hour. They even wanted to take out their phones to play a game, but they felt too embarrassed when they looked at Yuan Xinjing. Because they wanted to leave a good impression in front of Yuan Xinjing. As time passed slowly, about 10 minutes later, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded outside Yuan Xinjing's office, and it sounded like someone was running outside.
But Yuan Xinjing's office was on the 4th floor. Who would run in the corridor on the 4th floor? Aren't you afraid of getting unlucky and falling down?
More importantly, we are all college students now, who would still like to run like they did when they were children.
Teacher Yuan. The dormitory head asked with a strange expression, does anyone like to run outside to exercise?
No, this is the first time I heard it too.
Yuan Xinjing shook her head and said with a strange expression, could it be that Lu Xiao is here? But the time doesn't seem right.
I called her only 10 minutes ago, unless she was racing in school.
The Lu Xiao mentioned by Yuan Xinjing is undoubtedly her favorite student.
However, according to common sense, the person outside could not be Lu Xiao, and there was indeed no time left.
The dormitory head joked, could it be one of Teacher Yuan's suitors? Teacher Yuan is so young and beautiful, she must have more suitors than students in our school, right?
Maybe one of the suitors was anxious to see Teacher Yuan, so he ran over. But these suitors are usually not that great, they are probably just some ugly bastard.
As we were talking, the footsteps outside the office were approaching very quickly.
Almost at the moment the dormitory head finished speaking, the sound of running stopped, and a person appeared in front of the dormitory head and others. She was a girl who was only about 20 years old. Her long hair was tied into a small bun with a rubber band and fixed behind her head. I didn't know if she dressed like this normally or if she tied it like this specially for running. Her breathing was a little rapid, and the intense exercise made her pretty face flushed, like a ripe peach. It can be said that girls around the age of 20 are at the age with the most abundant collagen. When that alluring blush appears on her fair and rosy skin, her attraction is definitely more than 530,000.
Lin Dong's roommates looked at the girl and couldn't take their eyes off her. Yuan Xinjing smiled and greeted him, you are finally here. We were just talking about you.
There is no doubt that the girl in front of him is Yuan Xinjing's favorite student Lu Xiao. The dormitory head who just said that others were ugly and crooked coughed lightly, feeling very embarrassed, and really didn't dare to look at Lu Xiao. He lowered his head and looked at the floor, wanting to find a crack in the floor to crawl into like an ostrich, but it was not easy to find a crack in the floor of an office covered with tiles.
Lu Xiao greeted Yuan Xinjing, then looked at Lin Dong's roommates with a half smile.
I just heard someone say I was ugly?
No. Lin Dong's roommates quickly shook their heads to deny.
I seem to have heard someone say that I must be a suitor of Teacher Yuan, or an overconfident one?
It's a hallucination. Lin Dong's roommates still denied it tacitly.
Seeing that they were almost done joking around, Yuan Xinjing quickly tried to smooth things over. Okay, Lu Xiao, I called you over here to talk about serious matters, so let's not talk about those useless things.
But then again, why are you running so fast?
You haven't exercised for a long time, and if you suddenly run, be careful that your body can't handle it. I heard that this matter was related to Lin Dong, so I came here specially to take a look.
Lu Xiao smiled and looked at Lin Dong's roommates, and asked curiously, but why didn't I see Lin Dong?
Although I haven't seen Lin Dong in person, I have watched his videos and photos countless times.
There is no reason why I can't recognize him. Yuan Xinjing nodded and admitted, yes, Lin Dong didn't come.
They are all Lin Dong's roommates. Lin Dong's roommates also immediately stood up to introduce themselves and explain the situation.
Because Yuan Xinjing only gave a general idea on the phone before and didn't go into too much detail.
My name is Qi Zijin,
Lin Dong's roommate. I'm here mainly to invest in the electronics business. My name is Yu Hongfei.
We originally wanted to ask Teacher Yuan for advice, and then the teacher recommended you to us.
I'm Dong Gao Yuan. It seems like you really want to cooperate with Lin Dong?
Lin Dong's roommates hesitated for a while before explaining the current situation clearly.
After understanding the current situation, Lu Xiao said nonchalantly, in other words, you just want to make money while showing Zhang Wenjin a little color, so that he won't dare to look down on you again? Do you have the idea that you should not despise the poor young man? Lin Dong's roommates were a little embarrassed, but they didn't deny it. Lu Xiao continued, that's quite simple. Isn't he just Zhang Wenjin?
What's so great about him? Although that guy has a very good reputation in school, after I met him, I found that he can only be regarded as a mediocre person at best, not up to the standard. Lu Xiao said this nonchalantly, and from her expression and actions, it could be seen that she was serious. In other words, she didn't take Zhang Wenjin's personal abilities seriously at all. The problem is that Lin Dong's roommates have all come into contact with Zhang Wenjin and have a certain understanding of him. Objectively speaking, Zhang Wenjin's personal ability and vision are already quite good. If compared with Wang Xiaolong, he is even more outstanding. But Lu Xiao actually looked down on him so much? Are you serious? Asked the dormitory head in disbelief. Lu Xiao has the confidence to say such things. Yuan Xinjing suddenly interrupted, I also know Zhang Wenjin. He is very well known in Jiangda and is considered a talent. I know it is difficult for you to believe Lu Xiao, but I can assure you that Lu Xiao has the confidence to say such things. Yuan Xinjing emphasized the same sentence twice, which shows her confidence in Lu Xiao. Lin Dong's roommates discussed it briefly and finally decided to trust Yuan Xinjing and Lu Xiao. I have another question. The dormitory head suddenly said, I want to know why Lu Xiao has completely different attitudes towards Lin Dong and Zhang Wenjin? You can rush over to see Lin Dong, but you are so dismissive of Zhang Wenjin? As far as I know, Zhang Wenjin's reputation in school is better than Lin Dong's. Although I don't want to admit it, what the dormitory head said is actually the truth. Lin Dong is only famous for his wealth, but Zhang Wenjin has received praise in many aspects. Chapter 84, Adoration and Pride. In fact, not only the dormitory head, but also Yuan Xinjing and Lin Dong's roommates were curious about this question. When Lu Xiao first appeared, she was running over. Yuan Xinjing also indirectly explained that Lu Xiao was a girl who didn't like sports. But even such a girl who didn't like sports, after knowing that the matter was related to Lin Dong, it only took her 10 minutes to run over. One can imagine how important Lin Dong is to her. After she arrived, she did not show much enthusiasm for Lin Dong's roommates and cooperation, which also proved that her target was Lin Dong. But such a girl who was interested in Lin Dongbei actually looked down on Zhang Wenjin. Isn't it unbelievable? The head of the dormitory whispered to his roommates, what happened to Zhang Wenjin being the girl killer? How come the truth is completely different from what we heard? I don't know either. Apart from being a little richer, Lin Dong can't compare to Zhang Wenjin in terms of appearance or dressing, right? I'm also curious about this question. In the eyes of other students, Lin Dong should be seen as a nouveau riche. Have girls now changed their tastes and now like nouveau riche men instead of traditional noblemen? Yuan Xinjing's office was not big, and although Lin Dong's roommates were discussing in whispers, it was still easy for Lu Xiao to overhear. If only she had 2 ears. Lu Xiao sneered and said, you only care about appearances? Zhang Wenjin has a good image outside, but has he ever spent a lot of money to support the construction of the school, the scientific research of the students, and finally took out 100 million to support poor students like Lin Dong did? None. Lin Dong's roommates shook their heads honestly. Lu Xiao continued to ask, after spending so much money, did classmate Lin Dong publicize his contribution everywhere? No. Lin Dong's roommates continued to shake their heads. Student Lin Dong is so rich, and he is devoted to Li Huiran. He doesn't take advantage of his wealth to play with women, and he didn't turn evil because Li Huiran cheated on him. Can you find another person like him in the whole world, let alone Zhengzhou? No. Then why do you want to compare Lin Dong with Zhang Wenjin? Lu Xiao sneered disdainfully. It was a bit quiet in the office. Everyone was a little confused. Because they had to admit that what Lu Xiao said was true. But for some reason, in their minds, Lin Dong's image could never become as noble as Zhang Wenjin's. After a long silence, the dormitory head finally said, we have been roommates with Lin Dong for such a long time, but we don't know him as well as you, Lu Xiao. You are right. Zhang Wenjin's good image is good for himself. He really hasn't made any contribution to us. It's ironic that people who put a lot of effort into managing their image but didn't make any real contribution get higher evaluations than people who don't care about their image at all and just focus on making contributions. If Lu Xiao hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have reacted. But then again, classmate Lu Xiao, you just said that you have never met Lin Dong in person? You have never met Lin Dong in person, but you know Lin Dong to this extent. It's rare. Did you spend a long time getting to know Lin Dong? As Lin Dong's roommates were talking, they looked at Lu Xiao with a smile. As they are young, it is easy for them to think in certain directions. Lu Xiao was stared at with such strange eyes by a few big men who picked their toes that his face immediately turned red.
No matter what she was thinking, she obviously couldn't show it in front of Lin Dong and her roommates. She hurriedly changed the subject and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? There's suddenly a big celebrity in the school, isn't it normal for me to learn more about him?" "Oh, right, aren't you guys trying to understand the investment direction? Why did you suddenly change the subject?" As she spoke, she had already walked to Yuan Shenjing's desk and was flipping through the books on it. It is undoubtedly very impolite for a student to flip through a teacher's book without the teacher's permission. As Yuan Shenjing's favorite student, Lu Xiao should not make such a low-level mistake. The only explanation is that her heart is in turmoil. Lu Xiao looked at Lu Xiao deeply, then helped to smooth things over, saying, "Yes, let's talk business, and don't waste precious time on boring chit-chat. The business world is like a battlefield, and we must seize the opportunity and not let it slip away." Lin Dong's roommates thought about it and felt that it made sense, so they stopped gossiping. All morning, they were discussing investment directions and analyzing various possibilities and changes in the market. It was not until lunchtime that they reluctantly left. After Lin Dong's roommates left, Lu Xiao also wanted to fill his stomach. But Yuan Shenjing stopped her. Yuan Shenjing said pointedly, "Lu Xiao, the teacher was young once." Bah, the teacher is still young now. What I mean is that if you have any ideas, go and help Lin Dong's roommates wholeheartedly. A great teammate is always more useful than a vase. Do you understand what I mean? Lu Xiao was stunned for a moment and looked at Yuan Shenjing in confusion. Yuan Shenjing continued, "What I want to say is, do you play games? When you play games, do you want a great teammate who can show off your skills to the whole audience, or do you just want a handsome pig who can only kill people?" "I don't play games." Lu Xiao shook his head. Just when Yuan Shenjing was about to go crazy and was hesitating whether to make it clear, Lu Xiao suddenly said, "But teacher, I understand what you mean. I have to go to work first." After saying that, she left quickly. Yuan Shenjing looked at Lu Xiao's receding back and let out a long sigh. "If you understand, just tell me earlier. You almost killed me with exhaustion." Over the next few days, Lu Xiao and Lin Dong's roommates met almost every day and often participated in off-campus activities. As for what they did, only they themselves know. Because Lin Dong didn't try to understand their thoughts at all. Just having to deal with the two girls in the laboratory every day is enough to give him a headache. At the end of the month, in the evening, Lin Dong went back to the dormitory building as usual. As soon as he got downstairs, he saw his roommate saying goodbye to a very beautiful girl. The girl looked to be about 20 years old. She was chatting and laughing with her roommates before saying goodbye, and it seemed like they had a good relationship. Just when Lin Dong wanted to step forward and tease who knew the new girlfriend, his roommates looked at Lin Dong in shock. The girl's eyes lit up, as if she had found a source of water after being trapped in the desert for several days. Lin Dong was stunned for a moment, frightened by the girl and her roommates' reactions, and stopped and said, "Is there any problem?" I don't know if my roommates and the girl heard it, but they all walked over quickly. Chapter 85 Rewards. Lin Dong's roommates walked about 2 meters away from Lin Dong and stopped. They all looked at Lin Dong with strange smiles, making Lin Dong feel like he was being betrayed. Because their smiles really smell like human traffickers. Just when Lin Dong was feeling nervous, the beautiful girl walked straight up to him. She took the initiative to greet Lin Dong and said, "Are you Lin Dong? I have seen you many times in photos and videos. You are much more handsome and real in person than in the camera. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am now a partner of your roommates." There is no doubt that this girl is Lu Xiao. When she revealed her identity, Lin Dong was actually confused. Because he had never asked about his roommates' investments, he naturally didn't know that they were cooperating with Lu Xiao. However, he had heard of Lu Xiao. So after a brief moment of confusion, Lin Dong quickly smiled and said, "So you are Lu Xiao? I often hear people mention you in the laboratory. Every time we talk about related topics, they say you are a rare genius. I am curious about what kind of person this girl who gets such high praise from them is." When Lin Dong said that he knew Lu Xiao and was interested in him, Lu Xiao was so excited that her whole body was shaking and her pretty face was red. She almost spoke incoherently, "That's too much, how can I be that great? I can't compare to you, Lin Dong." "Me?" Lin Dong pointed at himself, seriously suspecting that Lu Xiao was implying something about him. Because apart from donating a little money, he really has no achievements in academics. Even though he has now joined the Artificial Intelligence Research Group, he is still a complete slacker. His daily job is to go to the laboratory and daydream, and deliver milk tea, afternoon tea, etc.
Frankly speaking, any random handyman could do a better job than him.
But Lu Xiao actually said that he was not as good as him?
When Lin Dong's eyes looking at Lu Xiao became more and more weird, Lu Xiao also realized that he had said the wrong thing. She quickly added, "What I mean is that everyone has their own expertise. Your financial investment, Lin Dong, is the source of the scientific research progress of Jiangda.
Without your help, no matter how many talents we have, they will be useless." Lin Dong was still very embarrassed and didn't want to continue this topic at all.
Fortunately, he had already seen that Lu Xiao's attitude towards him was still very good. So he quickly changed the subject and said, "Thank you for guiding my roommates.
I know their level. Without your guidance, the little money they have would be wasted.
When they make money, I will let them reward you."
We have already rewarded her.
Yes. In order to make her help us sincerely, we gave her the reward at the beginning. Except for us, no one else can offer such a good reward.
She has to cooperate with us.
As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, his roommates started to make noise.
Oh?
Lin Dong looked at them in surprise.
With the capital you have, you can actually offer such a high salary?
You know, talents like Lu Xiao can easily get a 7-digit salary in a large company.
That's not something you can offer, right?
Lin Dong is very clear about the abilities of his roommates. Although they were given 20 million to split equally, after dividing it among several people, there was actually not much left. Adding the part deducted from the capital investment, even if they were beheaded, they would not be able to give that much money to Lu Xiao.
You never thought of that, did you?
The dormitory head said proudly, "Although we can't afford that much money, we can provide something that others can never provide." The other roommates nodded in agreement.
Oh? Lin Dong asked curiously, "What is it?" "Stop talking, I'm leaving first." Lu Xiao suddenly stopped Lin Dong's roommates, then ran away.
In the blink of an eye, she disappeared around the corner of the road. Lin Dong scratched his head in confusion, becoming even more bewildered, and looked at his roommates in puzzlement.
"Lin Dong, can't you see it?" asked the dormitory head.
"What did you see?" Lin Dong felt very puzzled.
"That Lu Xiao is very interested in you."
The dormitory head explained, "To put it bluntly, the benefit we can provide that others cannot is that we can create opportunities for her to get along with you. For this reward, she even agreed to give us guidance for free." After a pause, he said sourly, "It's great to be rich.
Ever since you revealed your identity as a wealthy man and kept donating money to the school, have you noticed that more and more girls are attracted to you? I feel like you can enjoy all the blessings of the world like the emperors in ancient times." The other roommates also looked at Lin Dong with envy. "I also want to live a happy life like yours.
I don't ask for a perfect marriage, just give me a beautiful woman.
That's why we have to work hard to make money. Since we don't have parents like you who are so thoughtful, we can only work hard on our own. We don't ask to be as rich as you, Lin Dong. We just want financial freedom."
What the hell?
Lin Dong was confused but curious at the same time, and couldn't help asking, "What's going on?" Of course, they couldn't discuss this topic downstairs in the dormitory building. They planned to go back to the dormitory first.
After returning to the dormitory, Lin Dong spent half an hour to basically understand the cooperation between his roommates and Lu Xiao.
He also understood Lu Xiao's attitude towards him. He rubbed his brows and said with a headache, "Is that so?
I didn't expect that my reckless spending would become a charity project in her eyes. But she doesn't look as crazy as Wang Yunting, so the problem shouldn't be big. Besides, she interacts more with you guys and has no intersection with me."
"There may be some overlap,"
the dormitory head suddenly said.
"What do you mean?"
Lin Dong suddenly felt like an invisible person was blowing air into his ears. His scalp began to tingle and he had a bad feeling.
The head of the dormitory continued, "Didn't you just promise Lu Xiao that you would give her a reward? We definitely can't give you the money now."
"Since you promised it yourself, then you should fulfill it yourself. When we started our business, we also worked hard to help you make connections.
We are very good friends, aren't we? Get lost." Lin Dong was speechless to his roommates. "Wang Yunting and Zhou Xingjuan aren't annoying enough, you really want to involve Lu Xiao as well, right? Lin Dong doesn't want to die young."
But what the dormitory head said makes sense.
"Since I have promised Lu Xiao, I must fulfill it.
Fortunately, I was able to redeem some of the rewards, so I didn't have too much interaction with Lu Xiao. When Lu Xiao sees the wider world and meets more young talents during the period of business cooperation, she may change her mind.
Chapter 86, Difficulties. After knowing Lu Xiao's existence, Lin Dong lived in fear for several days, fearing that she would come to find him. It was not until a week later that he gradually relaxed his tense nerves after being sure that nothing had happened. That night, Lin Dong had dinner as usual and then walked towards the dormitory building. Because he had dinner late, by the time he was full, it was already 7:24 p.m., and he could hardly see any of his classmates on the way from the canteen to the dormitory building. On the dim road, only a few street lamps could barely illuminate the road. Lin Dong walked slowly forward, and suddenly thought, those bastards haven't returned to the dormitory to sleep for a week. Are they really that busy? Although the dormitory is much quieter without them, it's quite boring to live in such a big dormitory by myself. How about going back to find Wanner? After the initial novelty wore off, Lin Dong suddenly wanted to find someone to accompany him. Otherwise, it would be very hard to play games alone in the dormitory all the time. Especially when passing through an area that everyone knows. From afar, Lin Dong could see many figures cuddling together, and hear a lot of cheesy laughter. Every time I visit a beautiful place, I feel lonely. Just when Lin Dong was feeling depressed and wanted to turn around to look for Tang Wan, a beautiful figure appeared in front of him. It was a girl with long hair, standing in the dim road, looking very strange, and at first it gave Lin Dong a gloomy feeling. It was not until he saw the girl's face clearly in the dim light of the street lamp that Lin Dong relaxed a little, but at the same time he felt a little headache. Because that girl was Wang Yunting. Come to think of it, she hasn't come to see me privately for a long time. It suddenly appeared tonight, and I don't know whether to be happy or sad. Wang Yunting walked up slowly and said, Lin Dong, are you bored recently? I heard that your roommates are busy with their own things and haven't returned to the dormitory to sleep for many days. How about I go and accompany you tonight? No matter what you want to play, I can do it. As she spoke, she had already moved close to Lin Dong and hugged his arm intimately. Lin Dong looked down at Wang Yunting's cleavage that was in direct contact with his, feeling a little uncomfortable. Wang Yunting, that's the men's dormitory building. It's not appropriate for you to go in, right? Then let's go outside and get a room? Wang Yunting's eyes lit up and she seemed even more excited. Lin Dong's face froze, and he admitted his fear, then you should go back to the dormitory. But is it really okay for you to do this? Won't your roommates ask you where you're going? More importantly, if your parents knew you were staying overnight in the men's dormitory, they wouldn't gather 100,000 of their followers to get rid of me, right? Lin Dong's mood is a bit complicated now. On the one hand, he didn't want to be too close to Wang Yunting. On the other hand, he felt that he was too bored being alone. So he's kind of swinging back and forth now. While he was swaying from side to side, Wang Yunting had already taken the initiative to drag Lin Dong upstairs to the men's dormitory building, saying, it's okay. As long as we are careful, we won't be discovered by the dormitory manager. There is no one else in your dormitory, so you won't be in danger. It is worth mentioning that in order to give face to Lin Dong, they now live on the second floor of the dormitory building. Wang Yunting dragged Lin Dong upstairs, and before she finished her words, they had already reached the dormitory door. When they opened the door of the dormitory and were about to walk in, they saw a very shocking scene. In the dormitory, Lin Dong's roommates gathered together as if they were having a party. When Lin Dong and Wang Yunting walked in, they naturally attracted their attention instantly. They all stared at Lin Dong and Wang Yunting with their eyes wide open, their eyeballs almost popping out. Sure, Lin Dong, now that we're in the dormitory, shouldn't we come back? I'm sorry to come back without notifying you. I'm sorry to bother you, but aren't you too arrogant? This is a male dormitory building after all. If you want to do something, you should go outside the school, right? Otherwise, if you are discovered, you will be completely doomed. It is not clear whether Lin Dong will die socially, but Wang Yunting's face is so red that it seems to bleed. She quickly explained, listen to me, it's not like that. This is my first time here. Anyone who is caught will say it's their first time. I understand. Girls are shy, but we are not children anymore. It's normal to have some hobbies. Whether it's your first time or not, the fact that you're here proves that you want to do something you enjoy, right? Lin Dong's roommates continued to laugh strangely, causing Wang Yunting to look down at her toes, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. The key point is that she couldn't just turn around and leave, otherwise in the eyes of Lin Dong's roommates, he would have acquiesced. Lin Dong reluctantly tried to smooth things over. Please stop talking about this and quickly tell me what difficulties you have encountered. Lin Dong had just opened his mouth when his roommates looked shocked, as if they had just learned the date of their death. Exclamations burst out from their mouths one after another. Oh my god, Lin Dong, how did you know we were in trouble? Do rich people have the ability to predict the future? Lin Dong, you didn't install a bug on us, did you?
Yu Hongfei was shouting and even seriously searching for the bug on his body.
Lin Dong said calmly, don't treat me like a fool. If nothing happened, would you have come back to see me? A week is definitely not enough for you to finish everything.
More importantly, although you were teasing Wang Yunting just now, your smile was very forced. Under normal circumstances, everyone would laugh as much as they could when they were joking. But just now, my roommates were smiling with their faces but not their hearts, and even a 3-year-old child could see it. In this case, the only reasonable explanation is that they are in trouble. You are indeed worthy of it. The dormitory head sighed and said, you can see through our thoughts so easily.
Are we really too naive?
Lin Dong, we have indeed encountered some troubles recently. Although we invested under Lu Xiao's suggestion, no one is willing to cooperate with us.
What do you mean?
Lin Dong was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what the dormitory head said. In his opinion, with Zhang Wenjin's help and his face supporting him, ordinary people would not bother to mess with his roommate. Although it is impossible to give too much profit, if you want to cheat people, you should at least think twice. Moreover, with Lu Xiao's guidance, it should be impossible for them to choose the wrong direction.
So what's the problem?
The dormitory head continued to answer, it is literally what it means.
We don't quite understand what is going on.
We have discussed it with Lu Xiao, and Lu Xiao said that there is absolutely no problem with our direction and products. I just don't know why others would rather choose inferior products than cooperate with us. After saying this, he hung his head, looking very depressed.
Chapter 87, Lu Xiao's opinion.
While the dormitory head was feeling frustrated, Lin Dong turned to look at the other roommates. He found that his roommates were also sighing, as if they had encountered a problem that they saw no hope of solving. Based on Lin Dong's understanding of them, they must have tried many ways to deal with it but failed, which is why they acted like this.
Moreover, it was a desperate situation that even Lu Xiao couldn't think of a solution.
But based on their own accounts alone, Lin Dong could not imagine what the situation was like. He thought about it and simply said, give me Lu Xiao's contact information.
Why? Are you interested in Lu Xiao so quickly? Is it because you are tired of other girls? Even so, it's not appropriate for you to do this in front of Wang Yunting, Lin Dong.
Lin Dong, even though we really want to help you, you can't cheat us like this. The roommates kept talking non-stop, describing Lin Dong as the #1 scumbag. Lin Dong's head was full of black lines.
He resisted the urge to beat him up and said, what are you thinking?
I'm trying to help you solve the problem. If you continue to talk nonsense, you can find a way out on your own. Even if you lose all your money, it has nothing to do with me. Seeing that Lin Dong was showing signs of getting angry, his roommates immediately backed down and started to speak softly.
But their teasing just now has already ignited a little flame.
Based on a woman's intuition, Wang Yunting widened her beautiful eyes, stared at Lin Dong and asked, Lin Dong, who is Lu Xiao they are talking about? Lin Dong knew that things would turn out like this, and his scalp went numb.
But if I am deliberately vague, Wang Yunting might think I am guilty, which would be even more troublesome.
Even he himself did not realize that after spending a long time together in the laboratory, he could no longer ignore Wang Yunting. Lin Dong said stubbornly, Lu Xiao is the famous Lu Xiao in school. She is very talented in business and my roommates wanted to achieve something, so they approached her for cooperation. But looking at the current situation, their cooperation seems to have problems.
So that's how it is.
Then you can help them solve it quickly. Wang Yunting said straightforwardly.
When Wang Yunting said this, not only Lin Dong's roommates, but even Lin Dong himself was shocked.
They all looked at Wang Yunting in disbelief, seriously suspecting that there was something wrong with their ears.
After a long while, Lin Dong's roommates finally gave him a thumbs up. Lin Dong is amazing. It's really amazing to be rich.
He can even make Wang Yunting afraid to say a word.
Is this the so-called art of controlling women? Can you teach us a few moves? Is it true that money can do everything?
I want this kind of money power more and more.
Lin Dong was too lazy to pay attention to them.
Although he himself did not understand why Wang Yunting reacted so calmly, it was definitely not what his roommates imagined. In order to avoid angering Wang Yunting, he could not ask Wang Yunting and could only pretend that nothing had happened. He asked his roommates for Lu Xiao's phone number and contacted Lu Xiao.
While Lin Dong was talking to Lu Xiao on the phone, Wang Yunting appeared indifferent, but secretly thought in her heart, do you think I'm stupid?
Lin Dong even asked you for your contact information, so he must have nothing to do with Lu Xiao. If I get jealous all the time, Lin Dong might get annoyed with me. I won't do such a stupid thing.
Wang Yunting had already taken the words of Lin Dong's roommates as a joke. Outside the dormitory, Lin Dong was talking to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao, what's wrong with you? Why did the dormitory head say that others would rather have rotten products than yours?
Lu Xiao replied, Student Lin Dong, I suspect that those manufacturers have formed an alliance of interests and would rather make less money than let us get involved. It may be that the path I chose is too niche, and a substantial monopoly has been formed in the original food.
Impossible?
Lin Dong found it hard to believe such words, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that this was the only possibility. Because under normal circumstances, no one would risk offending both Tian Shengji and Zhang Wenjin at the same time. Unless a substantial monopoly has been formed in a certain link, making them feel that they can cover the sky with one hand. However, if those people really have that idea, they are too naive. Lin Dong sneered and said, If it's normal business competition that causes my roommates to lose money, I can't say much. After all, even if it's Tiansheng Group's own business, there are gains and losses. But if you use those shameful means to bully others, don't blame me. Student Lin Dong, what do you want to do? Lu Xiao was shocked. Lin Dong replied, I didn't intend to do anything.
I just wanted to let some people know that they shouldn't think they are arrogant just because they have some ability.
Please help me make a list of all the companies in that field.
I want to visit them one by one and see how they bully others. Student Lin Dong, isn't it a bad idea for you to do this?
Lu Xiao was terrified. She could already smell the faint scent of blood.
What's wrong with that?
Lin Dong asked with a sneer.
I'm not saying that you're wrong.
Lu Xiao sensed the chill in Lin Dong's words and quickly explained, What I mean is that although classmate Lin Dong is very rich and very righteous, and I admire you for that, but even with your financial resources, it seems difficult to fight against that kind of monopoly group.
Lu Xiao didn't finish his words, but his meaning was clear.
He didn't know Lin Dong's true situation and didn't dare to believe that Lin Dong could fight against the monopoly group on his own. She hoped that Lin Dong would not fight against the enemy with his own strength. Lin Dong did not explain to her, but asked again, Lu Xiao, I have my considerations.
I will not do anything that I am not sure of, so you can rest assured. What you need to do now is just to make a list of those companies for me.
Seeing Lin Dong's insistence, Lu Xiao could only sigh and say, I understand, classmate Lin Dong, if you need me, just let me know. After saying that, she hung up the phone and went to work.
In the dormitory, Wang Yunting and Lin Dong's roommates were still waiting for the results of Lin Dong's communication. The moment Lin Dong turned around, Wang Yunting asked, Do you want to tell Zhang Wenjin and ask him to help?
No need.
Lin Dong's roommates sneered disdainfully.
They had misunderstandings about Zhang Wenjin and didn't want to try to please him. However, Lin Dong was so focused on solving the problem that he did not notice the strange tone in his roommates' voices. He was just standing on the pros and cons and objected, There is really no need to ask Zhang Wenjin for help. He has been busy with his own affairs recently and probably can't spare the time. Besides, it's just a small monopoly group, it's not worthy for me and Zhang Wenjin to join forces. Wang Yunting saw that Lin Dong had made up his mind, so she didn't say much.
Chapter 88 Who Bullied My Friend?
Seeing that Lin Dong and others had already discussed the matter, Wang Yunting did not say anything more. She didn't dare to go against Lin Dong now. Moreover, it was rare that Lin Dong and his roommates were so focused on their work that they had no energy to tease her anymore, so she immediately ran away.
After Wang Yunting left, Lin Dong and others naturally went to rest.
The next morning, Lu Xiao had already sorted out the list and sent it to Lin Dong's mobile phone.
Lin Dong took his roommates out of the campus, driving a Lamborghini Veneno, to seek justice.
Is this the place? Lin Dong and his roommates stood in front of the office building and said casually, Since Zhang Wenjin asked you to come here, it proves that Zhang Wenqi is a person with a lot of say in this field. Let's start with him first. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Dong led his roommates forward. As they slowly approached the office building, Lin Dong's roommates became more and more nervous, staring at the two security guards in front of the office building without blinking. The shadow left on them by the two security guards didn't seem so easy to erase.
Lin Dong noticed the strangeness of his roommates and asked curiously, Is there any problem?
The dormitory head replied, It suddenly occurred to me that it might not be that easy for us to go up.
What do you mean?
Lin Dong was stunned. The dormitory head pointed at the two security guards in front and said, Those two security guards are very special.
They are very different from the scumbags we have seen before. It may not be easy to get past them and go upstairs. Last time, we had to get their consent before we could go in. Oh? Lin Dong became a little interested in the two security guards.
After all, security guards are usually just for show, they can only protect against good guys, not bad guys. It's rare to meet a security guard with a sense of responsibility, it's quite interesting. Lin Dong walked slowly forward, and just like his roommates were stopped last time, two security guards stopped him.
Please stay. Lin Dong didn't mind and asked, I want to know how much your salary is?
The two security guards were stunned for a moment, looking at Lin Dong in confusion, but said nothing.
Lin Dong continued, 10,000 yuan a month? 20,000 yuan a month? If I give you 30,000, can you move aside?
Sir, please don't insult us.
We will not violate our professional ethics for money.
You only give us 30,000 yuan and want us to do something that will definitely lead to us losing our jobs.
Do you think we are stupid, sir? Both security guards refused without hesitation.
Lin Dong was stunned and realized that the two security guards had misunderstood. He added, You two may have misunderstood what I meant.
What I meant was, if I could introduce you to a job with a monthly salary of 30,000, would you mind changing jobs and making way for me? Your current boss probably can't offer you that much, right?
Lin Dong's words alone stunned the two security guards. They all looked at Lin Dong in disbelief. For a security guard, a monthly salary of 30,000 is undoubtedly a super high salary. Unless there is severe inflation in the future, that will be a salary they dare not even think about.
But Lin Dong was actually willing to give them such a high reward?
Lin Dong offered this price after careful consideration. Because the bodyguards around him who risk their lives don't get paid much more than this. He believed that the price he offered could impress the two security guards.
However,
the two security guards looked painful, but finally shook their heads and refused.
I'm sorry, but we can't agree to that.
If you can really give us 30,000 a month, we can change jobs, but we still can't let you in. The two security guards refused one after another. Before Lin Dong could say anything, his roommates couldn't sit still anymore. They walked up one by one and confronted the security guard.
Don't be ungrateful. Lin Dong treats you so well, are you still not satisfied? 30,000 a month, do you know what that means? If this news gets out, do you know how many people will fight over it? Lin Dong is a good person and gave you so many chances. Don't regret it.
A security guard replied, If what you said is true, then I know that 30,000 yuan is indeed a high salary that I can hardly imagine, but I also know that if I let you in, my professional ethics will make me worthless, so I'm sorry.
Another security guard also said, A person's salary should be worthy of his own value. The moment we choose to let you in, I will become worthless.
Although I am not well educated, I still have this self-awareness. I have to say that these two security guards are really smart and they know what they are doing.
What they said is true.
Lin Dong was willing to pay them high salaries because of their responsible attitude. Offering high salaries is itself a means of testing whether their professional ethics are up to par. If they did agree, they wouldn't be worth even $3,000. But they refused to let us go, which was quite troublesome in itself. Lin Dong's roommates were so anxious that they started swearing. Lin Dong sighed and said, I didn't want to do this, but you have your professional ethics, and I have my reasons for going in. Under the premise that we can't compromise, we can only see who has the harder fist. But don't worry, my promise just now is still valid, and you are welcome to change jobs at any time.
As soon as Lin Dong said he was going to take action, the two security guards couldn't help laughing.
Brother, did I hear you correctly?
You want to fight us?
You guys are so fragile and weak, you look like college graduates at most.
You don't think you can win just because you have more people, do you?
Lin Dong's roommates also tried to persuade him. Their numbers are indeed much greater than the security guards. If Lin Dong is included, the number is more than double. However, the pressure brought to them by the size and temperament of the two security guards made them clearly realize that the gap could not be made up by numbers. Lin Dong looked at his roommates like they were idiots and asked, Who said I should do it myself?
I'm not stupid.
Then how do you want to do it? Asked the dormitory head. Lin Dong did not answer, because what happened next had already presented the answer to them. Almost at the moment when Lin Dong finished speaking, two figures suddenly rushed out from the corner next to him. They chopped the two security guards' necks with their knives. The two security guards were shocked and quickly stood back to fight back. They used the security sticks in their hands to counter the knife attacks coming towards them, and instantly forced their opponents back.
There is no doubt that the two people who suddenly attacked were Lin Dong's bodyguards. Relying on the advantages of weapons, they actually gained the upper hand in the initial confrontation. Lin Dong couldn't help but praise, "You are quite capable. You can still gain the upper hand even after being attacked by surprise. You are indeed worth 30,000 yuan a month. But, you can hold off 2 people, can you hold off 3 people?" Chapter 89, Doing the Best. What's the meaning?
When Lin Dong said that there were more than 2 people, the expressions of the 2 security guards changed obviously. From the first time Lin Dong saw the 2 security guards until now, the 2 security guards basically had a stern face, as if they were robots that had been transformed and had no emotions. But when they learned that they had to face more than one opponent, they finally moved.
Lin Dong's roommates obviously know more about security than Lin Dong.
They saw the 2 security guards change color, and they were surprised but also felt refreshed, as if they had let out a sigh of relief.
"So you guys also know how to be afraid. I thought you were all emotionless machines. Aren't you very proud? Even 30,000 yuan can't buy you off. If you have the ability, just keep guarding. I just gave you 30,000 yuan, but you didn't want it. Now don't even think about getting 30 cents.
The 2 security guards ignored Lin Dong's roommates. It was unclear whether they were too disdainful to pay attention or they just didn't have the energy to do so. Almost at the moment when Lin Dong finished speaking, Lin Dong's other bodyguards also took action. Seeing that the situation was not good, the 2 security guards quickly retreated into the office building and used the narrow door to defend themselves. After gaining an advantageous position, the 2 security guards' tense faces relaxed a little and they breathed a sigh of relief.
Lin Dong nodded secretly and said, "That's great."
They were able to think of a solution in such a short time when they encountered trouble, and they cooperated very well with each other. Although they are not good enough to be bodyguards, they are more than enough to be excellent security guards. At the same time, Lin Dong's bodyguards had begun to attack the 2 security guards, forcing them to retreat continuously. Lin Dong walked forward slowly and said, "You 2 are not fools, you should be able to clearly judge the current situation. Forgive me for being honest, you have no hope at all, surrender is your only choice.
It's just a job, is it worth it to work hard in the hospital?"
The 2 security guards said nothing and continued to guard the place.
The people in the office building were shocked to see the fierce and exciting fight between the 2 security guards and Lin Dong's bodyguards. The fight between them did not last long. It was over in less than 5 minutes.
The result, of course, was that the 2 security guards fell to the ground with bruised faces and noses, and the batons in their hands were broken. Of course, Lin Dong's bodyguards also paid a heavy price, and almost everyone had bruises. After the 2 security guards fell to the ground, there was no one left who could stop Lin Dong. Accompanied by his bodyguards, Lin Dong slowly walked to the 2 security guards, squatted down and asked, "Is it worth it to get yourself hurt so badly for a job? I can make a bet with you. Your boss will not reward you for your hard work. He will only think that you have not fulfilled your duties." Lin Dong was not talking nonsense, he was just stating a fact. Because no matter how many difficulties employees encounter in the course of their work, it is not important to a boss. What matters is the result. As for the boss of the 2 security guards, the result was that they failed to stop Lin Dong and others. However, the 2 security guards did not seem to have any regrets, and their eyes remained determined. "We're not looking for a promotion, so it doesn't matter what our boss thinks of us. We are just completing our mission. We can fail in the mission, but we cannot escape from the battlefield."
"Really?" Lin Dong hesitated for a moment and then asked, "What are your names?"
"What?
You want revenge?" a security guard asked.
Lin Dong shook his head and denied it with a smile. "Why should I retaliate against you? From your perspective, you have done nothing wrong. Even from my perspective, you are very respectable opponents. In this era, it is not easy to find people like you." "Then why are you asking our names?" the security guard continued. "My previous promise is still valid." Lin Dong smiled and said, "I have already said that in this era, people like you are not easy to find. Whether you think I need talents like you or need you to work hard for me, I welcome you to come to Jiangzhou University to find me at any time." After saying that, Lin Dong left with his bodyguards and roommates. He had more important things to do and had no time to waste on 2 security guards. However, based on the information he has revealed so far, the 2 security guards will definitely be able to find him if they are determined. After entering the office building, Lin Dong, his bodyguards, and roommates went straight to the floor where Zhang Wenxi was. On the way, Lin Dong's roommates looked at him curiously.
Lin Dong, do you still want to recruit those two stubborn security guards? Why? They've caused you so much trouble, and you're still willing to pay them such a high salary? If you're looking for security guards, you should look for two smarter ones, right? Those two guys are too tactless. Lin Dong's roommates were all talking angrily and had a prejudice against the two security guards. Or maybe they were still angry and simply displeased with the two security guards and didn't want them to have a good ending. Although Lin Dong could understand their feelings, but have you ever heard of a saying? Only children see right and wrong, while adults only see the pros and cons. Lin Dong said with a smile, those two security guards are certainly difficult to deal with as our opponents, but as teammates, don't you think they are reliable? We must know how to use people well. Lin Dong's roommates were shocked at first, and then fell into deep thought. They are not children anymore, and even if they lack experience, they have heard and seen many similar plots in various stories. People with different talents may be useless in certain positions, but in the right positions, they can instantly become top talents. Those two security guards were obviously of this type. It seems that you have figured it out. Don't let hatred blind your eyes. Lin Dong continued to teach, there are many talented people in this world, but there are even more mediocre people. If you want to select the right talents from a group of mediocre people, you must have enough vision. Only with outstanding vision can you start your own business. Lin Dong knew that his roommates didn't want to be ordinary workers. He himself didn't want that. So he has been working hard to guide his roommates. As for how far they can grow in the end, it depends on their own understanding. While chatting and laughing, they had already arrived at the floor where Zhang Wenqi was, and the elevator door opened. Led by their roommates, Lin Dong and others broke directly into Zhang Wenqi's office. Bang! When Lin Dong's bodyguards kicked open the door of the office, Zhang Wenqi in the office was shocked. Zhang Wenqi is now holding his female secretary, sitting on the computer chair together, breathing heavily, with sweat all over his head. Even though the air conditioner is on, they are still sweating all over. It seems that they exercise quite a lot. Chapter 90, Inexplicable Confidence. Mr. Zhang Wenqi, you are so elegant. Lin Dong teased. Lin Dong's roommates unscrupulously admired the beauty of the female secretary with wolf-like eyes. All kinds of strange laughter also came out of their mouths. An ordinary person facing such a scene would be extremely embarrassed and would wish to find a hole to crawl into. However, apart from being shocked at the beginning, Zhang Wenqi quickly calmed down and even coldly scolded Lin Dong and Lin Dong's roommate, as if he was not the one who was embarrassing himself. Who are you? Who let you in? Get out of here. Lin Dong and his roommates were naturally indifferent. Lin Dong sat down on the chair opposite Zhang Wenqi as if nothing had happened, crossed his legs and said, Zhang Wenqi, I heard that you teamed up with some businesses to monopolize and kept others from interfering? This method is not very shady, right? What do you think will happen if I spread what you did in the office today and those shady things? In this internet age, if this kind of information is uploaded to the internet, it will definitely be a fatal blow to a company's reputation. By then, no one knows how many consumers will spontaneously boycott them. Lin Dong asked himself if this trick would be enough to make most businesses compromise. However, Zhang Wenqi didn't know whether he had gone mad or what, but there was no sign of panic on his face. After the female secretary fled the office in a panic without even putting on shoes, Zhang Wenqi put on his clothes leisurely and sneered, Children are children. Do you think you can scare me like this? It seems that you don't understand the methods of rich people at all. What do you mean? Asked the dormitory head. At the same time, Lin Dong's roommates had caught up. There were not enough chairs for them to sit in the office, so they could only stand next to Lin Dong. After hearing Zhang Wenqi's words, the dormitory head couldn't help but ask the doubts in his heart. Oh, it's you guys, I recognize you. Zhang Wenqi said coldly, you guys are not convinced because you suffered a loss, so you found a big brother to settle the score with me? Although I don't know how you got in, you don't think you can scare me by finding a big brother in a small group, right? From what he said, he seemed to regard Lin Dong as a kid leader or a gang leader. He continued, let's get back to the point. Your threats are useless to me. I can block anything you upload online with just a little money. By the way, it only takes a word to ban you. Do you really think you can threaten me? When Lin Dong heard this, he immediately understood why Zhang Wenqi was not afraid of being threatened. Lin Dong's roommates were so angry that they were shaking all over and staring at Zhang Wenqi with murderous eyes. If beating people wasn't against the law, they would have rushed forward. After all, because of Zhang Wenqi's operations, all their previous investments were wasted.
They had finally relied on the 20 million yuan given by Lin Dong to transform themselves from ordinary college students to the first runners at the starting line with the first pot of gold, but they were brought back to square one because of Zhang Wenqi's little move. It would be strange if they were willing to accept this. Not beating him up was considered restraint on their part.
However, Zhang Wenqi's words could scare Lin Dong's roommates, but not Lin Dong.
Lin Dong said calmly, "Under normal circumstances, what you said is true.
People always need information to know about your dirty deeds. As long as you spend enough money, you can indeed make that information disappear from the internet. But what if someone makes it impossible to delete your information? What a joke. You think you..."
Zhang Wenqi obviously wanted to laugh at Lin Dong, thinking that it was impossible for Lin Dong to have this level of ability. But before he could finish his words, the smile on his face froze. His intuition told him that Lin Dong, who had the confidence to say such words, was definitely not that simple. He stared at Lin Dong intently, and suddenly his pupils shrank.
He said in horror, You are Lin Dong? Ha? So you have eyes too? Lin Dong sneered.
Seeing that Lin Dong's reputation worked, Lin Dong's roommates began to mock him even more unscrupulously.
You just recognized Lin Dong now? Isn't it too late?
You only recognized me after you had offended me. I really don't know how you managed to survive until now.
Did you rely on luck? Then your luck has run out.
You have provoked someone you cannot afford to offend.
Zhang Wenqi ignored Lin Dong's roommates and just stared at Lin Dong and asked, What do you want?
I've already said this, Lin Dong said expressionlessly. If it was a normal business investment and I lost money because of my own mistakes, I would definitely not say anything. But it's not good for you to use some shameful means to bully my friends. After a pause, Lin Dong continued, Of course, you don't have to take my opinion to heart. After all, I'm not a law enforcement agency, so I can't do anything to you. At most, I can just spend money to ruin your business. I want to see if your business partners are willing to continue to cooperate with you in the face of such a large amount of money. Lin Dong's idea is very simple. Since you played dirty tricks on me, I will play dirty tricks on you.
It's just a matter of reciprocity. He is really not afraid of anyone except for the money.
When Lin Dong expressed his attitude and position, Zhang Wenqi smiled. He laughed loudly, leaning forward and backward, and said, I thought you wanted to say something, but it turns out you just wanted to use this method to retaliate.
I am dying of laughter.
Lin Dong, I know you have a little money, and your high profile has long been spread on the internet, but so what? Do you think you can compare with those wealthy people who have been rooted in Jiangzhou for a long time?
Why not?
Lin Dong asked in confusion. Judging from Zhang Wenqi's attitude, he seems to have something to rely on that makes him fearless. But when Lin Dong asked himself, he realized that the financial resources he had demonstrated now were no worse than any wealthy man in Jiangzhou. So where does Zhang Wenqi get his confidence from? Lin Dong's roommates also looked at Zhang Wenqi with curiosity.
Zhang Wenqi did not play guessing games with Lin Dong and quickly answered, I'm telling you the truth. The people I'm working with are Zhang Wenjin of the Zhang family and Tiancheng Group in Jiangzhou.
Even if you, Lin Dong, have a little money, how can you compare with the Zhang family and Tiancheng Group?
How much money do you have to spend to make them move? Don't be naive.
At the end, he waved his hand and let Lin Dong leave, treating Lin Dong as a joke.
Of course Lin Dong didn't leave. His roommates even looked at Zhang Wenqi strangely, as if they were looking at a clown.
It's rare these days to find someone who dares to show off Zhang Wenjin and Tiancheng Group in front of Lin Dong. Lin Dong asked with a strange look on his face, Do you think Zhang Wenjin and Tiancheng Group will make great efforts to protect you?
Chapter 91, Hitting a Wall.
No, I'm not someone that Zhang Wenjin and Tiancheng Group would take seriously. Zhang Wenqi shook his head and admitted frankly, but I know better than anyone that you students are unlikely to let Zhang Wenjin and Tiancheng Group do anything for you. Although you are Zhang Wenjin's classmates, the fact that he didn't help you personally and instead dumped you on me already explains a lot. After that, he picked up his phone again and made a call, saying, Ask the security guards to come up and chase them away, or else pack up and get out. Lin Dong sat opposite Zhang Wenqi without saying a word, feeling a little weird. He has seen many confident people, but he has never seen anyone as confident as Zhang Wenqi. He was silent for a long time before he said, Don't waste your energy. We have already dealt with the security guards and they can't come up.
What? Zhang Wenqi was shocked.
Lin Dong continued, Besides, since you think Zhang Wenjin and Tiancheng Group can't do anything for us, let's wait and see. I thought it would be difficult to deal with you small monopoly groups if you united, but I didn't expect you to just lean on the big tree to enjoy the shade.
It's ridiculous.
As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Dong called Zhang Wenjin.
Lin Dong, why are you in the mood to call me? Don't you need to talk about love? I'm not in the mood for that right now.
Lin Dong said coldly, I heard that one of your business partners is having a hard time with my friends and even mocked me.
Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Shouldn't you pay me back the money you owe me? What? What's going on? Zhang Wenjin was shocked.
Lin Dong gave his address and said in a deep voice, come here right away.
Okay. Zhang Wenjin agreed and hung up the phone.
After Lin Dong put down his phone, everyone present looked at him with strange eyes.
Especially Lin Dong's roommates. Lin Dong noticed that his roommates' reactions were not right, and he couldn't help but ask curiously, what's wrong?
Lin Dong, I don't think Zhang Wenjin will stand on our side.
Although you came in person, in Zhang Wenjin's eyes, Zhang Wenqi should be more important. I think so too. They must be related.
What Zhang Wenqi did was even instructed by Zhang Wenjin.
Your roommate is more self-aware.
Zhang Wenqi said sarcastically, let me guess, you and Zhang Wenjin got along pretty well in school, right?
The kind of close friends?
But there is no such thing as personal relationships in the business world.
Do you think Zhang Wenjin would sacrifice his real interests for you? That makes sense. It is indeed the case under normal circumstances.
Lin Dong nodded. When Zhang Wenqi saw Lin Dong admit defeat, he became even more excited. He continued to preach, don't call me to scare me.
Zhang Wenjin has been busy dealing with the cooperation with Tiancheng Group recently. He doesn't even have much time to sleep. It's impossible for him to come here in person for you. If you have had enough of the trouble, just go home and have some milk.
Although Zhang Wenqi spoke confidently, there was still some fear in his eyes. Since the security guards still didn't come up, it proved that they were indeed dealt with by Lin Dong.
Zhang Wenqi looked at the bodyguards around Lin Dong with fear and did not dare to drive them away by force. They were therefore in a stalemate. Half an hour later. In the past half hour, Lin Dong and his roommates played mobile games to kill time. Lin Dong's bodyguards were also used to standing, so it didn't have any impact, and they didn't even have to be wary of possible dangers.
Only Zhang Wenqi was on guard as if facing a formidable enemy, which was at least mentally tormenting.
He kept muttering, what do you want?
If you refuse to leave, it will affect my business. Lin Dong and others naturally didn't want to pay attention to him.
It wasn't until the game was over that hurried footsteps were finally heard outside the office.
Lin Dong looked back and saw Zhang Wenjin and two other people walking towards him quickly.
Those two people were old acquaintances of Lin Dong.
They were the director and deputy director of the Jiangzhou branch of Tiancheng Group.
When Zhang Wenqi saw them appear, he was immediately shocked and asked, how could it be? Is Zhang Wenjin really here? Zhang Wenjin rushed into the office and asked, Student Lin Dong, what happened?
The director and deputy director of Tiancheng Group's Jiangzhou branch also looked at Lin Dong anxiously.
Mr. Lin Dong, did anyone bully you? Who is so blind as to bully you? Is it Zhang Wenqi?
Because Lin Dong had told them before that he didn't want too many people to know about his relationship with Tiancheng Group, they all chose to call Lin Dong Mr. Lin Dong in public.
But even so, it is already shocking enough.
Lin Dong pointed at Zhang Wenqi and said to Zhang Wenjin, go ask Zhang Wenqi yourself. Then, he curiously asked the director and deputy director of the Jiangzhou branch.
Why did you come with Zhang Wenjin?
The minister replied, we were discussing business with Zhang Wenjin, and Zhang Wenjin suddenly received your call, saying that you were bullied, so we must come together to take a look.
Anyone who dares to bully you in Jiangzhou will never be able to survive in Jiangzhou again. The deputy minister agreed and said, yes, if you were bullied in Jiangzhou and we were indifferent, how could we have the face to sit in our current position?
At the same time, Zhang Wenqi had already told Zhang Wenjin the general idea of the matter.
He asked nervously, Mr. Zhang, why did you come here just for Lin Dong? Also, who are those two people? Why do they look familiar to me?
Of course they look familiar.
Zhang Wenjin sneered, they are the director and deputy director of Tiancheng Group in Jiangzhou, and they often appear on TV. Let's not talk about useless things first. Didn't I ask you to take good care of Lin Dong's roommates? Why did you cause me such a big trouble? Take care? Really take care? Zhang Wenqi was shocked and his face turned pale. What? Zhang Wenjin's eyes went dark and he almost passed out.
He was so angry that his whole body was shaking.
He said in a trembling voice, What kind of God-level understanding ability is that? How many lifetimes of bad luck have I had to find a partner like you? Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding.
Zhang Wenqi realized that the situation was not good, and begged for mercy. Mr. Zhang, can you help me to speak up? I really didn't mean to make things difficult for them, it was just a misunderstanding. If they have any needs, just let them tell me, I promise to satisfy them.
Do you think it's too late? Zhang Wenjin sneered.
At the same time, Lin Dong had already greeted the director and deputy director of the Jiangzhou branch, and came over with his roommates. They also happened to hear the conversation between Zhang Wenjin and Zhang Wenqi.
Lin Dong sneered, misunderstanding? Just a misunderstanding and you want to pretend nothing happened? Is there such a good thing? Chapter 92, The Competent Shall Take Charge. Then, what do you want? Zhang Wenqi's expression changed again and again, and he looked at Lin Dong uneasily. What do you think?
Lin Dong said coldly, it's just such a simple matter, but you can mess it up, and make so many of us run around with you, indirectly wasting so much manpower and resources?
Do you think you are still suitable for your current position? Zhang Wenjin, what do you think?
As Lin Dong spoke, he looked at Zhang Wenjin and asked Zhang Wenjin to express his opinion.
Zhang Wenjin sighed lightly and said nothing, but his meaning was very clear.
Zhang Wenqi's face changed again, and he knelt down and begged for mercy. No.
No, no. I didn't mean it. You can't do this to me.
I just want to do my best to do what Mr. Zhang Wenjin asked me to do.
I have no ill intentions. Can't you give me a chance for the sake of ignorance? This guy, doesn't he think begging for mercy will work?
Zhang Wenjin said coldly, misunderstanding my meaning is the biggest mistake.
You should ask me for clarification. But if you keep asking questions about such a simple matter, doesn't it make me look incompetent? Zhang Wenqi continued to defend himself.
Then, you made a fatal mistake in such a simple matter.
Zhang Wenjin said expressionlessly, there is no need to say anything. There is no room for you to survive in Jiangzhou. Unless you are willing to be an ordinary worker, you can leave Jiangzhou. It's your choice.
Lin Dong watched Zhang Wenjin handle things silently, and his heart moved slightly. It is obvious that Zhang Wenjin is still reluctant to push Zhang Wenqi into a desperate situation and wants to leave Zhang Wenqi a way out. I don't know if it's because they have a good relationship, or if Zhang Wenjin is soft-hearted because of their many years of cooperation. But there is a way to survive, but it is not something that anyone can grasp.
Zhang Wenqi obviously didn't want to give up his current identity and status, and he kept begging for mercy. Brother Wenjin, aren't you and Lin Dong classmates? As long as you are willing to speak for me, he will definitely give you some face. You are a partner of Tiancheng Group, and you are destined to become the richest man in Jiangzhou in the future. What this means is that if Lin Dong doesn't know what's good for him, he won't give Zhang Wenjin face? Is this an attempt to sow discord between Lin Dong and Zhang Wenjin? This Zhang Wenqi is not good at other things, but has he put all his skill points into things like this? Zhang Wenjin's face changed, and he instantly heard the trap hidden in Zhang Wenqi's words.
He kicked Zhang Wenqi on the head, causing him to roll over several times, and then said, if you want to die, that's your business, don't drag me into it. I've already given you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it, so don't blame me. Zhang Wenqi rolled on the ground several times, covered in dust. There were even several places where his skin was scratched, making him look extremely hideous.
He said coldly, Zhang Wenjin, you are shameless. Do you really think I want to beg you?
Kneeling and begging for mercy was of no use, and he was even kicked.
Zhang Wenqi became angry.
Despair, anger, and other emotions intertwined together, making him say frantically, I have already begged you so much, but you are not willing to give me a hand because of our years of cooperation.
Then we will all be doomed together. Do you really think you, Zhang Wenjin, are so great?
As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced on Zhang Wenjin like a desperate jackal. He suddenly pulled out a switchblade from his pocket and stabbed Zhang Wenjin's throat hard. At the same time, he glanced at Lin Dong and said, die.
You all must die. When Zhang Wenjin dies, you will be the next one.
When Zhang Wenjin saw Zhang Wenqi suddenly attack, his face suddenly changed. With his qualities, he does not have the ability to deal with the current situation. A trace of despair gradually appeared on his face. However, Zhang Wenqi wanted to commit a crime in front of Lin Dong.
Wasn't he looking down on Lin Dong's bodyguards too much? Without Lin Dong saying anything, the bodyguards had already moved.
They rushed forward in one step, one of them grabbed Zhang Wenqi's wrist and controlled Zhang Wenqi, the other one kicked Zhang Wenqi in the stomach, causing Zhang Wenqi to float in the air. If Zhang Wenqi's hand had not been caught by another bodyguard, he would have definitely flown backwards. But even though his hand was caught, Zhang Wenqi swayed in the air like a ragdoll. The severe pain made his face pale. At the same time, the switchblade in his hand was snatched away. Under the watchful eyes of several bodyguards, it was impossible for him to hurt anyone. More than a minute passed after Zhang Wenqi was restrained before Zhang Wenjin slowly reacted. He stepped forward and kicked Zhang Wenqi hard a few times, then said in shock and anger, "What did you want to do just now? Kill me? You want to kill me? Who gave you the guts? I wanted to give you a way out. The worst that could happen is that you could just move to another city to work, but you actually wanted to kill me?" Zhang Wenjin kicked him several times but still felt unsatisfied. He glanced around the office, picked up the desk lamp on the desk and threw it at Zhang Wenqi. Clang! The desk lamp collided with Zhang Wenqi's head and broke into several pieces in an instant, and Zhang Wenqi's head was also disfigured in an instant. Although Lin Dong witnessed the whole process and felt that the scene was a bit bloody, he did not say much. "It's your own fault that you can't survive." It was obviously just a small mistake, and neither Lin Dong nor Zhang Wenjin intended to kill him. But he insisted on pushing himself to a dead end. When it comes to making trouble for yourself, he is quite talented. Lin Dong smiled coldly, and then said coldly, "Zhang Wenjin, you should handle this matter yourself. Also, as for your mistake, although you are not responsible for much, it is not an exaggeration to say that the matter was caused by you. You should find a way to settle it yourself." After saying that, Lin Dong left with his roommates. He had made it clear enough, there was no point in staying any longer. Next, we just have to see how Zhang Wenjin solves the troubles with his roommate. After walking out of the office, Lin Dong's deliberately stern face quickly relaxed. He smiled easily and said, "It's done. The problem was solved more easily than I thought. I originally thought that we had to deal with those people in the Monopoly group one by one, but I didn't expect that we only needed to solve the source. Let Zhang Wenjin solve the problem, which is always easier than us running around ourselves." Lin Dong's roommates were stunned when they saw Lin Dong's face-changing performance. "Lin Dong, your face-changing skills are too good, aren't they? You're the only one in Jiangzhou University who has the guts to pass all the responsibility to Zhang Wenjin." Having said that, Zhang Wenjin is nominally running around for Lin Dong, but in reality, he's doing it for us, right? When I think about this, I feel a little cocky. Chapter 93, Unbelievable Results. Lin Dong and his roommates walked out of Zhang Wenqi's office and then slowly walked out of the office building. When they walked to the entrance of the office building, they found that the two security guards had stood up and were wearing casual clothes, carrying a pile of luggage and walking out. Their faces were full of frustration and they kept sighing. Although they were tall, their backs always gave people a feeling of loneliness. Everyone in the office building looked at the two security guards indifferently, and no one said a word to them. Although Lin Dong had never worked in the workplace, he immediately understood what was going on when he saw the situation. That means the two security guards have lost their jobs. As for the reason, of course it was because they failed to stop Lin Dong's bodyguards. Lin Dong's roommates looked at the two security guards with complicated expressions. Lin Dong quickly stepped forward and asked, "Where are you two going?" The two security guards looked back at Lin Dong, somewhat surprised. "Of course I have to change my job, otherwise why would I stay here? What do you want to talk to us about? You don't want to laugh at us, do you?" Because Lin Dong caused them to lose their jobs, they all have a bad attitude towards Lin Dong. Being able to communicate calmly seems to be the limit of what they can do. Lin Dong didn't mind and asked slowly, "I should have told you before that after you leave here, you can come to me and I will give you a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan. Have you forgotten? Don't tease us. Your bodyguards are much more powerful than us. Why do you need to hire us?" The security guard didn't believe it at all. Lin Dong continued, "I didn't say that I wanted you to be security guards. Anyway, you should go to Jiangzhou University to find me tomorrow." The two security guards were stunned when they saw that Lin Dong didn't seem to be playing a joke on them. "Are you serious? What else?" Lin Dong said as a matter of course, "I am curious, you tried so hard to perform your duties, but ended up like this. I wonder what you think. Do you regret intercepting me before?" Although in the end, they were still able to get a job with a monthly salary of 30,000 from Lin Dong. But it is also true that they were beaten up. Let me ask you, who in this world would like to be beaten for no reason? However, the two security guards didn't take this matter to heart at all. Lin Dong's promise to them made them very happy. "Then we will come to find you tomorrow.
Don't regret it.
Even if we knew the company would fire us, we still had to complete our work, at least to justify the salary we are getting now.
So, if you really hire us, you won't be afraid that we will let you down for the 30,000 yuan salary you paid us.
The two security guards promised solemnly.
Lin Dong nodded and immediately left with his roommates and bodyguards.
He could see that both security guards needed to go to the hospital for some treatment. Although their injuries are not serious, they will definitely recover faster with a little treatment. On the way back to school, Lin Dong's roommates looked at him curiously.
Lin Dong, why are you so obsessed with those two security guards? Is it really that important to hire these two? You should have no shortage of such talents around you, right? We can understand that you want us to cherish this kind of talent, but with your financial resources, is it really necessary? It's no wonder that my roommates have such doubts.
The ancients always said that after learning the literary and martial arts, one can serve the emperor. There is no imperial family now, but rich people will always have the same needs. As long as people who have learned literary and martial arts want money, Lin Dong can easily hire them. There is no need to keep an eye on two not-so-first-rate talents. However, Lin Dong didn't seem to have any intention of explaining. He just smiled mysteriously and said, "You will know soon." Soon, Lin Dong returned to school with his roommates who were full of questions. As soon as they returned to the dormitory building, they saw Lu Xiao sitting under a big tree looking around. It goes without saying that Lu Xiao is waiting for them.
Lin Dong paused and said, "Looks like we don't have to go back to the dormitory."
As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, Lu Xiao walked up to him in 2 steps.
She said hurriedly, "Where have you been? You know the situation is so bad, but you still have the mood to hang around? Don't you want to keep the money you invested? I thought about it all night last night, and finally I came up with a solution for you." There is no doubt that what Lu Xiao was talking about was the incident where Lin Dong's roommates were cheated.
She spoke hurriedly, looking very enthusiastic and responsible. Otherwise, she could just be a hands-off boss without investing a penny. This alone proves that she is a talent worth using. However, she obviously didn't know that the matter had been resolved by Lin Dong. So Lin Dong and his roommates' expressions became a little weird. "What's with that expression on your face?" Lu Xiao asked in dissatisfaction. "Oh, nothing." Lin Dong said quickly, "Go on, go on." Lin Dong's roommates became more familiar with Lu Xiao and couldn't bear to see Lu Xiao's efforts go to waste. If I tell her now that the matter has been resolved and that she has worked in vain all night, she will definitely be devastated, right? So they didn't say much and just left the opportunity to perform to Lu Xiao.
Lu Xiao glared at Lin Dong and his roommates fiercely, then said, "I calculated last night that Zhang Wenjin's family is only cooperating with Tianqing Group within Jiangzhou. If we go to a neighboring city to operate and pay for transportation ourselves, we can make less money at most, but we won't lose money." At the end, she even revealed a rather smug smile. "Also, I have already communicated with the bosses in the neighboring cities last night, and they are willing to take over the goods in our hands." Lin Dong nodded and had to admit that Lu Xiao was indeed very capable. The actions are also very decisive. "But why do you look unhappy at all?" Lu Xiao asked in confusion. "It's not that we're unhappy. We understand how hard it is for you to work all night, but we don't need it anymore. We are glad to have a partner like you. We can continue next time, but not this time. We are very sorry that your efforts have been in vain. We hope you can understand." Following closely behind his roommates, Lin Dong explained, "They probably don't want to dampen your enthusiasm, so they're being a little vague. Anyway, I've already solved their problem with the goods, and Zhang Wenjin will make arrangements for them, and there's no need to worry about the profits." Lin Dong is very confident. Even if Zhang Wenjin had the guts to do something stupid now, he wouldn't dare to betray his roommates. Unless he doesn't want to cooperate with Tianqing Group anymore.
Even if he was determined not to cooperate with Tianqing Group anymore, Lin Dong was confident that he could bring ruin to the Zhang family.
Chapter 94, The Purpose of Security. "What do you mean?" Lu Xiao asked confusedly.
She tilted her head and looked at Lin Dong and others in confusion, as if there were question marks popping up on her head. Because the incident happened too suddenly and was too unbelievable, she was completely unable to react. Until Lin Dong explained the situation again.
"What?"
Lu Xiao shouted in shock, as if he had discovered that aliens were invading the Earth.
"You actually solved those united monopoly groups so easily? Moreover, you actually made Zhang Wenjin work so actively for you?" Lin Dong didn't feel anything about Lu Xiao's first question. He said calmly, in this world, the one who pays is the boss. Now the ones paying are Zhang Wenjin's family and Tianqing group. They don't want to pay those so-called monopoly groups. Can they just rob them openly? So as long as we deal with Zhang Wenjin, we'll have settled the matter. Changing the subject, he added, I just don't understand, is it difficult to get Zhang Wenjin to do things? Judging from Lu Xiao's tone, why does it feel like getting Zhang Wenjin to do something is as difficult as getting us out to climb a tree?
Lin Dong didn't feel that Zhang Wenjin was a lazy person, but rather someone who was quite proactive.
For example, he worked almost day and night to resolve the cooperation between the Zhang family and Tianqing group.
Lin Dong's roommates had similar perceptions of Zhang Wenjin, so they all looked at Lu Xiao curiously. Why do you think so badly of Zhang Wenjin?
Doesn't that guy have a very good reputation in school? It's okay that you looked down on that guy's ability last time. After all, you have the capital to do so. But isn't it too much to say that he doesn't do his job?
From what you said, it seems like you and Zhang Wenjin are very familiar with each other. Facing the questioning from Lin Dong and his roommates, Lu Xiao acted as if it was a matter of course. She snorted coldly and said, of course, Zhang Wenjin and I are classmates, and we have worked together countless times. Although that guy is not completely irresponsible, he will run away as long as the work is a little hard, because he doesn't care about the consequences of failure at all. After Lu Xiao started complaining, he quickly became more excited. What was originally intended to be a small gathering to resolve the troubles of Lin Dong's roommates turned into a gathering for Lu Xiao to complain about Zhang Wenjin.
Through Lu Xiao's complaints, Lin Dong quickly understood what was going on.
Simply put, Zhang Wenjin relied on his wealthy family background. Whenever he encountered trouble that required great effort to solve, he would back down and leave the problem to others to solve. In his words, it doesn't matter if you fail, it's not worth much anyway. He was even willing to pay out of his own pocket to compensate his classmates for their losses. The problem is that the students he works with are all the best. Still in college, they want more than money to realize their ideals and ambitions.
Zhang Wenjin's behavior would definitely cause great dissatisfaction among these classmates.
At the same time, Lin Dong also understood why Lu Xiao had a good impression of him.
Because I can pay them to realize their dreams.
Lin Dong thought about it and suddenly smiled. It turns out that Zhang Wenjin has that side.
But Lu Xiao, the cooperation with us is related to the prosperity and decline of the entire Zhang family.
If he doesn't work hard, he may even have to work and live a 996 or even 007 life.
Do you think he can not work hard?
Lin Dong's roommates also explained to Lu Xiao, trying to show off their own vision.
Lu Xiao, you didn't expect that you could do whatever you want if you have money.
In your eyes, Zhang Wenjin may be a very rich man, but in front of Lin Dong, he is nothing. If they don't work hard, Lin Dong can bankrupt the Zhang family at any time.
If you were Zhang Wenjin, no matter how lazy you are, would you dare to ignore Lin Dong's affairs?
In fact, we were just as surprised as you at first, but I'll give you time.
I'm sure you'll get used to it.
Lu Xiao was so smart that he naturally understood what Lin Dong and his roommates said. But understanding does not mean being able to comprehend and accept. It's like the people in fantasy stories. If they appeared in reality, everyone would understand them quickly. But it is a bit difficult to accept the reality.
After a long silence, she said bitterly, is this the legendary power of money?
I thought about it for a whole night and begged so many bosses from other cities before they were willing to give us a chance, but Lin Dong was able to solve the problem with just one sentence. Lin Dong smiled and asked his roommates to communicate with Lu Xiao while he went back to the dormitory to rest. After a whole day of hard work, he just wanted to go back to his dorm to play games and relax. Come to think of it, he hasn't had time to sign in for today's game.
The next morning, around 8 o'clock, Lin Dong was awakened by a loud noise. He played games happily last night and didn't go to bed until 2 o'clock.
Now he is woken up at 8 o'clock, which means he has only slept for more than 5 hours. He tried very hard to hold up his heavy eyelids, fiddled with his hair, and said unhappily, "Who's making noise?" Because he only lived on the second floor, he could clearly hear shouts coming from downstairs. Someone was calling his name.
Lin Dong originally didn't want to pay attention to it.
But the people shouting downstairs were very tactless, and it seemed that they had no intention of leaving unless Lin Dong went out.
Helpless, Lin Dong could only walk out of the dormitory in a daze. At the same time, he secretly thought, who is it? Could it be Wang Yunting? Didn't that girl buy breakfast and wait for me in the laboratory? Why did she come to the dormitory building again? Is it because I got up late and she was afraid that the breakfast would get cold, so she specially brought it to me?
While Lin Dong was guessing, he lay on the fence and looked down, and soon he saw what was happening downstairs.
To his disappointment, the person downstairs was not Wang Yunting, but two burly men.
Among a group of well-behaved college students, the two of them were like King Kong among a group of monkeys. As soon as he saw the two big men, Lin Dong recognized them.
There is no doubt that they are the two security guards from yesterday. Early in the morning, they followed Lin Dong's instructions and ran to school.
At the same time, Lin Dong's roommates were also alarmed and ran out complaining.
Lin Dong also muttered, "How did they get here?" The dormitory head muttered, "Have you forgotten? Because of your suggestion, the food in our school is much better now, and anyone can come in, so it's easy for them to come in. Plus, you're a famous person in Jiangzhou, so any classmate can find out where you live."
Okay. Lin Dong suddenly felt like he was shooting himself in the foot. In desperation, he could only go downstairs to meet the two security guards. The dormitory head also followed him and asked curiously, "Lin Dong, how are you going to use these two people?"
Chapter 95, just in time.
Lin Dong didn't expect the dormitory head to ask him how to use the security guard, and he was slightly stunned. Of course, one of the reasons was that he had just woken up from sleep and his mind was still fuzzy. And at the moment when Lin Dong was stunned, the looks his roommates gave him suddenly became strange. They all stopped in the corridor of the dormitory building, forcing Lin Dong to stop as well, and blocked the not-so-wide corridor of the dormitory building. Many students who were just coming back from buying breakfast or preparing to go to class were also blocked by them, unable to move forward or backward. However, the roommates seemed to be blind to the trouble he brought to others and continued to stare at Lin Dong.
"Lin Dong, you haven't even thought about how to use people yet, so you just let them come to you?
Although you are indeed very rich, paying tens of thousands of yuan a month may not be a big deal for you, but you shouldn't waste money like this, right? You might as well let me recharge my paperman with this money. I understand your idea of cherishing talents, but you can't pay two security guards to sit there in a daze, right?" When Lin Dong heard this, he knew that his roommates had misunderstood. But now is obviously not the time to explain. Seeing that more and more people were blocking the corridor, many of them even started to complain. Lin Dong quickly pulled his roommates aside to let the students pass, and then said, "Do you think I am you? Since I decided to let them come, of course I have prepared positions for them." "So where is your position?" the roommates asked in unison.
"Let's talk about this issue later. Let's go meet the two security guards first," Lin Dong replied.
After saying that, he hurried downstairs to find two security guards.
Lin Dong's roommates looked at Lin Dong's quickly receding back and were all skeptical of what he said.
To be honest, they felt that Lin Dong was just avoiding the problem and had not figured out how to place the two security guards. He rushed to meet the two security guards just to buy some time to think of a solution. Because he doesn't have any business that he manages himself.
"Anyway, let's follow him and see."
The dormitory head said, "If he really wastes money, we have to give him a good talk and let him know that even if he has a lot of money, he can't spend it recklessly. It's not that you can't spend money, but you have to spend it meaningfully." Because the roommates caught up with Lin Dong slowly, when they went downstairs and saw Lin Dong had already finished greeting the two security guards. Then, one of the security guards asked the question that Lin Dong's roommates were most concerned about. "Boss, where are you going to let us work?"
Lin Dong's roommates pricked up their ears instantly, looking at him with a smile, waiting for his answer.
Lin Dong immediately replied, "I renovated the canteen of Jiangzhou University to improve the students' meals. At the same time, in order to maintain the operation of the canteen, it is also open to the outside world. However, the result of opening it to the outside world is that the flow of people becomes complicated, so I hope you can be the security guard in the canteen."
Working as a security guard in the cafeteria?
Not to mention the two security guards, even Lin Dong's roommates looked at him strangely.
Lin Dong said confidently, "Is there any problem?"
"Although I am a security guard in the cafeteria, I am actually a security guard in Jiangzhou University. I am responsible for ensuring the order of the school and the safety of the students. Besides, as long as the salary is sufficient, does it really matter where I work?" The security guards thought about it and felt it made sense, so they nodded slightly. After all, these days, the most important thing is to make enough money. If the salary is so low that you can't even support yourself, what's the point of having a high-end and classy job? After getting the security guard's consent, Lin Dong prepared to contact the principal. However,
Lin Dong
suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. It was a girl's voice. He subconsciously thought it was Wang Yunting, but then he thought again and felt something was wrong.
That was not Wang Yunting's voice.
What was even stranger was that he felt the girl's voice was very familiar, but he couldn't remember it. He quickly looked back and found that the person calling him was Zhou Xingjuan. Zhou Xingjuan ran over breathlessly, shouting as she ran, causing her voice to change slightly. It was precisely because of that slight change that he was unable to recognize it. Zhou Xingjuan ran up to Lin Dong and said breathlessly, "I'm glad we found you. Otherwise, the principal would be so worried. Come on, come with me. Now you are the only one who can convince the principal not to do something irrational." Holding Lin Dong's hand, Zhou Xingjuan turned around and wanted to run forward.
She couldn't even catch her breath.
Lin Dong passively let Zhou Xingjuan drag him forward, scratching his head in confusion.
He is very confused now. What happened to the principal that made Zhou Xingjuan come to see me in person? Moreover, in Lin Dong's impression, the principal is not a person without sense of propriety. So what exactly happened to him that made Zhou Xingjuan say that he was crazy and wanted to do something irrational? Lin Dong really wanted to get to the bottom of it right now.
But after looking at Zhou Xingjuan, who was gasping for breath, Lin Dong gave up the idea. He didn't want to see Zhou Xingjuan fall down because of lack of breath. Behind Lin Dong, his roommates and 2 security guards naturally followed quickly. While they were running after Lin Dong and Zhou Xingjuan, they started their own discussion.
Hasn't Zhou Xingjuan always been very quiet, as if she realized that nothing had anything to do with her? Why did she suddenly become so impatient? The principal must be in real trouble, otherwise she wouldn't be so anxious. I am becoming more and more curious about the principal's situation. Could it be that he was cheating on me and was discovered by his wife?
Lin Dong's roommates thought with evil amusement, their eyes shining at the same time, ready to watch the show. Fortunately, Jiangzhou University was not particularly large, and the dormitory building where Lin Dong lived was not remote, so they were quickly taken to their destination by Zhou Xingjuan. Then, Lin Dong discovered that the destination was actually the laboratory that studied artificial intelligence.
Could something have happened in the laboratory?
Lin Dong's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately looked carefully at the situation ahead.
But all he could see were the densely packed classmates gathered around the laboratory.
Apart from 1 or 2 screams coming from the front from time to time, he had no idea what was happening.
No. Wrong.
He heard screams and had no idea what was happening ahead, which made things even more confusing.
Because things like screams are really incompatible with the school atmosphere.
Almost at the moment the scream rang out, the faces of the 2 security guards who had been following Lin Dong changed. Then, they suddenly accelerated, passed Lin Dong and ran forward, and soon squeezed into the crowd in front.
Lin Dong said in surprise, "We're going to use them so soon? What a coincidence." Chapter 96, A Trial. What are you doing? Who are you? Where are you from? You dare to touch my people? And you dare to touch my people on my territory? You are so arrogant, aren't you?
Lin Dong couldn't squeeze into the crowd, and standing outside he couldn't see what was going on inside at all. The only information he could receive was that the screaming stopped after the 2 security guards rushed into the crowd.
But the principal's exclamations continued to be heard, sounding quite angry and frustrated.
After waiting for a long time for the principal and 2 security guards to come out from the crowd of onlookers, Lin Dong discovered that the 2 security guards were supporting a young man in his early 20s. The young man had a bruised face and nose, as if he had been beaten beyond recognition. The principal brought 5 security guards from other schools, who also had bruised faces and noses and were grimacing in pain. Of course, the security guards' injuries were definitely not as serious as those of the young men. What was even more strange was that the school's security guard and principal were glaring at Lin Dong's security guard.
What happened? Lin Dong asked in confusion. The dormitory head was stunned and said, "It seems that something extraordinary happened in the encirclement just now."
The principal walked out of the encirclement and saw Lin Dong. His eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had seen an unparalleled beauty. He walked up quickly, opened his arms and wanted to hug Lin Dong, laughing at the same time, a little too enthusiastic. Based on Lin Dong's understanding of the principal, he would only show this attitude when he needed something from him. Lin Dong quickly raised his hand to stop the principal, and said expressionlessly, "Principal, I am not interested in hugging a man who is several dozen years old."
"We don't do that." I understand. The principal didn't care. He put down his open hand and said, "Lin Dong, you came at the right time. Just now, 2 people came out of nowhere and beat people in our school.
I heard that your bodyguard is very powerful.
Hurry up and ask your bodyguard to come out and help."
As he spoke, he pointed viciously at the two security guards hired by Lin Dong. Lin Dong blinked, somewhat understanding and somewhat confused at the same time. It was clear that he knew there seemed to be some misunderstanding between his security guard and the principal, and he apparently had a fight with the 5 security guards of the school. You can tell from the bruised and swollen faces of the 5 security guards. But why did they fight? What exactly happened in the crowd just now? Lin Dong patiently asked, "Principal, can you tell me what's going on first?" "Okay." The principal agreed readily. "Recently, I've noticed that the number of people poaching our professors has increased, and several professors have actually been poached, forcing our research work to stop. Then, more than half an hour ago, those poachers came again, so I beat them up." "Someone is trying to poach me? Isn't that a solution?" Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. "Forget it. This kind of thing can't be solved in one go. You should first explain what happened today." The principal nodded and continued pointing at the unrecognizable young man who was rescued by Lin Dong's security guards, saying, "He was the one who came to poach today. I caught him, so I asked the security guards to beat him up. Who knew that when we were having a good time, 2 big guys came out to rescue him? They must be in the same group." After hearing this, Lin Dong basically understood what was going on. Because the principal brought the security guards to beat up the young man who was poaching his employees, Zhou Xingjuan was afraid that someone would die, so she asked Lin Dong for help. After Lin Dong and his men arrived, 2 security guards rushed into the crowd and found the young man being beaten, so they naturally wanted to save him. After all, they rushed in because they heard the screams. Then, during the rescue, they must have had a conflict with the school security guards, and they might have even come to blows. The result was that the school security guards lost even though they were outnumbered 5-2. The principal was furious and immediately sought help when he saw Lin Dong. Now that he had figured out the situation, Lin Dong certainly wouldn't allow his security guard to continue to have conflicts with the principal. So he coughed lightly and said awkwardly, "Principal, I'm very sorry. Those 2 security guards are my people. There may be some misunderstanding between you. Zhou Xingjuan was afraid that you would kill someone, so he asked me to bring people to help. I didn't expect that you would actually fight." The principal blinked, stunned. Lin Dong's roommates also deliberately looked around, pretending that they saw nothing. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. After a long while, the principal finally laughed and said flexibly, "So it's your people, Lin Dong. I was wondering where 2 such capable fighters came from. We lost 5 against 2. If it's your people, Lin Dong, then everything makes sense." "Ha ha. Principal, that's not what you said just now," a classmate who was watching the fun said. With the leader, the students watching around also followed suit. "President, you are the president of Jiangzhou University. How can you say one thing to one person and another thing to another? Does Lin Dong have special privileges? How can he be so proud? Principal, if Lin Dong punched you, would you be able to just pretend nothing happened?" The students watching may not have any malicious intent. But once someone takes the lead, there is definitely a desire to have fun. However, the principal was thicker skinned than the corner of the city wall, and laughed nonchalantly, "You guys are really good at joking. What do you mean by speaking human words to human beings and speaking ghost words to ghosts? Lin Dong is handsome and talented, and you can tell at a glance that he is not a ghost. How could I possibly speak ghost words?" As he spoke, he winked at the security guard beside him. The security guards understood what he meant and quickly agreed. "Ha ha ha. The principal is right. It's just a misunderstanding. How can you be so serious with your own people? It's rare that Lin Dong found 2 such powerful security guards. We should be happy. Yes, we can learn from them in the future and become more powerful." Since the principal and the security guard said so, the students who were watching the fun naturally didn't want to continue to cause trouble. Otherwise, if you anger the principal, you'll be in big trouble. Lin Dong took the opportunity to divert everyone's attention and said, "Let's get back to business. How are you going to deal with this person who came to poach our talents, principal?" The principal looked back at the young man and said with a completely constipated expression, "What he did is not against the law, and I can't do anything to him. I can only throw him out. After today's lesson, he shouldn't dare to come again. At worst, I'll beat him up whenever I see him in the future." Lin Dong shook his head and said, "Principal, do you think this can solve the problem?" Lin Dong could guess with his toes that the people who were beaten up must hate the principal very much. If they poach people now, it's just a job and they can just muddle through, But in the future, if they work with hatred towards the principal, they will definitely be full of motivation.
The only result is that Jiangzhou University will be unlucky. Chapter 97, Problems that can be solved with money are not problems.
As Lin Dong spoke, he told the principal his opinion. The principal slowly lowered his head and fell silent. The students around him also frowned and fell into deep thought. In any case, the interests of the president and the students are the same in this regard. The president does not want his professors and excellent students to be poached, so as to improve the status and reputation of Jiangzhou University as soon as possible, while the students also hope that the level of Jiangzhou University can be raised to a higher level, so that they can have more face and their academic qualifications can be more valuable.
However, they could not think of any way to solve the problem at hand. After a long silence, the principal suddenly asked, "Student Lin Dong, how do you think we should solve the problem at hand?"
As soon as the principal finished speaking, the students around him looked at the principal and Lin Dong in shock.
For something like this, the principal actually asked Lin Dong for a solution? Isn't this absurd?
Lin Dong is just a college student who has not yet graduated.
Lin Dong's roommates couldn't stand it anymore and directly confronted the principal. "President, you are the one who manages Jiangzhou University. How can you have the nerve to ask Lin Dong to help you solve this problem? Lin Dong just has some money, he's not a dragon that can make wishes. Aren't you deliberately making things difficult for him? Although you can't do anything without money, money is not everything. Principal, you can't do this."
However, the principal remained calm and didn't think there was anything wrong with his actions.
He even said confidently, "Don't think I don't know that Lin Dong once helped Zhang Wenjin solve his business difficulties and influenced the cooperation between the Zhang family and Tiancheng Group. Yesterday, he also helped you solve the difficulties you encountered in starting a business. I believe that poaching is not difficult for Lin Dong to solve." The principal put a high hat on Lin Dong's head, and it was unclear whether it was his true thoughts or just to flatter Lin Dong. Just when Lin Dong's roommates wanted to argue with him so that the principal wouldn't blame Lin Dong, Lin Dong suddenly interrupted and said, "It is also my wish to improve the level of Jiangzhou University. Since the president said so, I will give it a try." Look, this is Lin Dong, he really is the wishing dragon," said the principal. Lin Dong's roommates were shocked and looked at him in disbelief. It was hard for them to believe that Lin Dong could solve this problem. "Don't look at me like that. Didn't I take you to meet leaders of various universities before?" Lin Dong slowly walked towards the unrecognizable young man and said, "Since I was able to handle it last time, I can certainly do it this time, but I think this time may be a little different from last time." "What's the difference?" the dormitory head asked immediately. Lin Dong stood in front of the young man and said, "This guy is probably not sent by the leaders of those colleges. After what happened last time, they should not dare to do these little tricks again." "I think so too, that's why I'm having a headache." The principal interrupted, "We can't even find the mastermind behind this now, and we don't know how to solve it even if we want to. So that's why you were so angry and lost your temper that you wanted to take the security guards to beat someone up?" Lin Dong deliberately asked, "So that's why you threw the blame on me and asked me to find a way to solve it while you just sit there and do nothing?" The principal's old face turned red, and he showed a rare look of embarrassment. As a principal, being forced to bring security guards to catch someone is already a very embarrassing thing. After all, no matter what, the principal should give people the image of a gentleman. Besides, what is the difference between beating someone up to solve a problem and being a hooligan? Would that really solve the problem? At the same time, Zhou Xingjuan had slowly walked to Lin Dong's side. She also said worriedly, "Lin Dong, you have seen the current situation. If we don't solve the problem, things will become more troublesome than last time, because this time, our opponents are really willing to spend money to poach people. It's not easy just to find the mastermind behind it." At the same time, Lin Dong's roommates must have tried to think of countermeasures. But from their constipated expressions, it can be seen that they have gained nothing and can't expect anything at all. Lin Dong ignored them and turned to the unrecognizable young man and said, "Tell me, who sent you here?" The principal was startled, his eyes wide open as he asked, "Lin Dong, are you stupid? Who would honestly answer a question like that?" Sure enough, the young man slowly raised his head and sneered, "Is there something wrong with your brain, or do you think there is something wrong with my brain? You Jiangzhou University students just beat me up, why do you think I will answer you? If you have the guts, just kill me, but I'm afraid you don't have the guts." 100,000. Lin Dong offered. "Oomph, you want to bribe me? Aren't you too contemptuous? Even if you kill me today, I won't tell you any information," the young man roared. 200,000. Lin Dong continued to offer.
Save your energy, I want to spend 200,000 to hire your security guard to beat up the principal.
300,000. Do you think you're the only one with 300,000? I have some too. 1 million. Deal.
The young man suddenly said cheerfully, just ask whatever you want to ask.
If you are interested, I can even be your matchmaker. My daughter was just born and she is so pretty. If you are willing to wait for her for 18 years. Bang.
Suddenly, Wang Yunting appeared out of nowhere and slapped the young man in the face.
She interrupted the young man and said, just answer the questions honestly, and don't say anything extra. The young man's face swelled up instantly. Lin Dong pretended not to see it and asked expressionlessly, first of all, who sent you?
The young man looked at Wang Yunting with some fear, then said cooperatively, my boss is from Huizhou City next door. I don't know his name, but he is about 45 years old.
Oh? From the next city?
Has he already got involved?
Lin Dong said in surprise, do you have his contact information? Phone number or address will do.
There is no address, only a phone number, which is saved in my mobile phone. The young man replied. At the same time, he signaled Lin Dong with his eyes to look in his pocket. He had been beaten beyond recognition, his hands and feet were badly injured, and he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Asking him to take out his phone himself seems a bit unreasonable. Lin Dong slowly reached into his pocket and pulled out a cell phone. Just as he was about to look through the call records, he discovered that the phone screen was covered with spiderweb like cracks. It was impossible to see what was on the screen. There is no doubt that this was what was smashed when the principal and the security guards were beating people up.
Lin Dong glanced at the principal speechlessly.
The principal was a little embarrassed, and he coughed and said, it was a mistake. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. But if it's just the phone screen that's broken, it shouldn't be a big problem.
Just replace the screen.
Lin Dong pressed the power button again and found that the phone did not respond. He tried long pressing the button again and found that the phone could no longer be turned on.
Chapter 98 Calling the Blue Fat Man. Cough cough cough.
The principal coughed awkwardly and was looking around, trying to act stupid. Lin Dong pretended not to understand his language and gestures, and continued to ask, Principal, this guy's phone can no longer be turned on.
There is no doubt that you and your men broke it. After the phone is broken, we have no way to find the mastermind behind it. What do you think? I didn't mean it.
Seeing that he couldn't fool her, the principal changed his strategy and said, Student Lin Dong, you have great powers and countless followers, including talented people.
I think your phone is broken, let alone broken.
Even if you throw it into the 8 diagrams furnace of Taishan Laojun and refine it for 49 days, I think you can fix it.
Do you think this phone belongs to a monkey named Sun?
Lin Dong rolled his eyes and was speechless. It sounds so easy, so why doesn't the principal take the initiative to fix the phone? Of course, he just wanted to warn the principal and tell him not to do such irrational things in the future.
He didn't really mean to blame the principal.
And what the principal said was actually right, he really did have a way to fix the phone. He called Tang Wan in front of the principal. The principal had lived for decades. As soon as he saw Lin Dong's actions, he knew that Lin Dong wanted to find someone for help.
He was shocked and said, No way? I just said it casually. Do you really have a way to fix a phone like this? Then you are too amazing, right?
When Lin Dong's roommates heard this, they were unhappy.
Principal, were you just trying to flatter Lin Dong so that he wouldn't hold you accountable anymore? As the president of Jiangzhou University, is it really okay for you to do this? Your classmates are all watching you. As a teacher, shouldn't you set an example? You knew the phone was so badly damaged and you didn't admit it? The principal looked embarrassed, but continued to flatter Lin Dong, saying, How can I be the same as Lin Dong?
I am just an ordinary old man, and I may die in a few years. But Lin Dong is very capable, and it must be no problem for him to repair a mobile phone.
Lin Dong watched the principal and his roommates bickering without saying anything.
Because he had already called Tang Wan's cell phone.
Hello, call the blue fat man. Lin Dong said. Tang Wan had a question mark on her face. She was silent for several seconds before asking, Master, what are you playing?
Oh, nothing, I just suddenly felt that you were very much like the omnipotent blue fat man. Lin Dong said seriously, I have a cell phone that is seriously damaged. I wonder if you can help me extract the data and call records inside.
Is that all? No problem, I'll come to the school to find you right away. Tang Wan agreed and hung up the phone.
The principal was being criticized by Lin Dong's roommate and the students who were watching. He was a little overwhelmed when he saw Lin Dong finish the call, and immediately diverted everyone's attention and said, "Student Lin Dong, did you get it done?"
I guess so. Lin Dong replied. After waiting for about 15 minutes, Tang Wan came to the school in person.
When she walked towards Lin Dong with elegant steps, her graceful figure instantly attracted the attention of many classmates. Even girls are no exception. Wang Yunting stared at Tang Wan without blinking and hugged Lin Dong's arm involuntarily, as if to declare her sovereignty, and said jealously, "Lin Dong, is she the girl who has been following you? She is much more beautiful than the rumors say." "Of course," Lin Dong said confidently, pretending not to understand what Wang Yunting said.
Wang Yunting didn't get the answer she wanted, so she continued, "Lin Dong, who do you think is prettier, me or her?"
"Of course Wanner is beautiful," Lin Dong answered without hesitation.
"I?" Wang Yunting felt like she was about to have a heart attack.
What's worse is that he didn't dare to oppose Lin Dong's words, let alone do anything to Lin Dong. At the same time, Tang Wan had already walked in front of Lin Dong. Amid the envious eyes of many classmates, she smiled and said, "Master, where is the cell phone you mentioned?" Lin Dong handed the phone to Tang Wan. Tang Wan took the phone and looked at it, frowned and said, "It's not difficult to extract the information from this phone, but it will inevitably take some time.
If you want to get the information quickly, I have a better way. I wonder if you are willing to use it."
"What method?"
Lin Dong asked curiously. Tang Wan replied, "Just check the call records of this phone."
"What I mean is, ask the original owner of this phone, get the phone number, and then directly check the call records through the communication operator, and you can directly ask the people who have talked to him recently." When Lin Dong heard this, he suddenly understood. Using Tang Wan's method to deal with it would indeed be much quicker and simpler. Moreover, with the power of Tianxin Group, Lin Dong didn't think it would be difficult to implement this method. However, just because Lin Dong thinks this way doesn't mean others think the same way. When Lin Dong asked Tang Wan to take action and actually found a bunch of phone numbers, the classmates around her seemed to be watching a big man who picked his toes and turned into a super beauty through makeup techniques. A bunch of eyeballs almost fell to the ground, and bursts of exclamations rang out.
No wonder Lin Dong called him Fatty Blue just now. Isn't his ability too outstanding?
It's okay that she's very capable, but she's also very beautiful. Why don't I have such a great girlfriend?
Isn't Lin Dong's girlfriend Wang Yunting?
Although I've heard that Lin Dong has the best of both worlds, I never thought the rumors were true." As they were talking, everyone looked at Wang Yunting with strange eyes. If it was the previous Wang Yunting, she would have definitely left immediately. The daughter of a wealthy family has a sense of self-esteem and pride that will never allow such a thing to happen. But now, she doesn't have the courage. Lin Dong and Tang Wan ignored the gossiping classmates and directly asked the confused young man with the mobile phone number, and then quickly found the contact information of the mastermind. However, after getting the contact information, how to deal with it became a new problem.
"Master, if you let me handle it, I am sure I can make him bankrupt within 3 days," Tang Wan said.
"No." Lin Dong thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "It's not that I don't believe in your ability, but I feel that I can't always rely on you. Let me handle this matter myself, which can be considered a form of training."
"If I really can't handle it, I'll ask you to help me."
"That's fine, young master, you are becoming more and more motivated."
Tang Wan agreed readily.
She looked up the information of the owner of the phone number, gave it to Lin Dong and left the school. After Tang Wan left, the students who were watching felt that the matter was over and slowly left. Soon, only people who knew Lin Dong were left at the door of the laboratory.
Chapter 99, The Richest Man in Huizhou.
At the door of the laboratory, Lin Dong, his roommates, the principal and others were standing in a circle. They looked down at Lin Dong's phone, or rather, at the message Tang Wan sent to Lin Dong's phone, and they all fell silent. It was unprecedented that so many people gathered together in silence. The key lies in the information Tang Wan sent to Lin Dong's mobile phone Han Jinfu, the richest man in Huizhou City, and also the only rich man in Huizhou City in the true sense. The business environment in Huizhou City is very different from that in Jiangzhou City, and the real channels for making money have basically fallen into the hands of Han Jinfu. The information Tang Wan provided can be said to be simple, yet complex at the same time.
The information is simple, the situation is complex. The information is simple and obvious, so there is nothing much to say.
However, it is complicated because if Tang Wan's information is true, then Huizhou City will basically be under the control of Hanjinfu, and even Tianqing Group will not be able to intervene because Tianqing Group has no investment in Huizhou City. In the final analysis, Huizhou City is too small. It is not on the same level as Zhengzhou City at all. The principal said, but even if Huizhou City is small, it is still very scary if only one person eats the cake.
Lin Dong, are you sure you want to go find Hanjinfu?
I suddenly remembered a saying, a powerful dragon cannot defeat a local snake. The dormitory head said, Lin Dong, I have no doubt that you are more financially capable than Hanjinfu, and I am sure that your bodyguards are very capable, but it is not easy to enter Huizhou City and ask Hanjinfu for an explanation, right? The other roommates also looked at Lin Dong worriedly. At the same time, Tang Wan sent another message, Master, I think it's better to let me handle this matter. It would be too risky for you to go to Huizhou City. If something happens, we may not be able to provide support in time. Lin Dong rejected Tang Wan outright. Under the curious gazes of the principal and roommates, Lin Dong replied, he is just the richest man in Huizhou.
Are you so nervous?
Compared with the possible dangers of going to Huizhou, I am more curious about one thing, that is, why does Hanjinfu want to make things difficult for us? It is obvious that according to the information, Hanjinfu is just a businessman.
Theoretically, there should be no conflict of interest between him and Zhengzhou University.
Moreover, there is no reason for a pure businessman to invest in a scientific research field with high investment but uncertain returns.
So why did Hanjinfu spend a huge amount of money to poach scientific researchers from Zhengzhou University? When Lin Dong asked his question, everyone present stopped worrying about the issue of safety. Hanjinfu's motives are indeed even stranger. We at Zhengzhou University are not a company.
Logically speaking, we shouldn't be stealing Hanjinfu's profits. But if there is no conflict of interest, why would Hanjinfu spend so much money to stir up trouble?
It's impossible for a successful businessman to do something so impulsive in the heat of the moment, right?
The roommates and the principal were expressing their opinions, and Lin Dong interrupted, I don't think we can get the answer by just imagining here. If we want to find out the situation, we can only go to Huizhou City in person. Of course, you also said that Huizhou City is very dangerous, so I can go there by myself. After saying that, Lin Dong prepared to leave with his bodyguards and security guards. As for the unrecognizable young man, he was of course left to the principal to deal with.
Wait.
Suddenly, Lin Dong heard someone calling him. He looked back and found that it was his roommates in Zhou Xingjuan and Wang Yunting.
They ran up together as if they had made an appointment. Is there anything wrong? Lin Dong asked.
We'll go to Huizhou City with you.
Everyone answered in unison. No.
Lin Dong refused without hesitation, my car can't carry so many people.
I have a car.
Wang Yunting didn't give Lin Dong any chance to refuse, I can drive there myself.
Is it necessary?
Lin Dong advised helplessly, you are not unaware of the current situation. Huizhou City is a den of dragons and tigers. If you go in casually, it is not impossible that you will lose your life.
There is no benefit for you to follow me.
Everyone shrank their heads at the same time, obviously aware of the danger involved. But they had no intention of changing their minds and still looked at Lin Dong firmly.
Okay.
Lin Dong compromised, since you all decided to go to Huizhou City, let's go together.
Wang Yunting, help me carry half of the people. Make preparations today and set off early tomorrow morning. After the discussion, Lin Dong left with his roommates.
At 8 o'clock the next morning, they gathered at the school gate and set off in Lin Dong's and Wang Yunting's cars respectively.
But before setting off,
Lin Dong was carrying his luggage and walking slowly towards his car, when he suddenly noticed that Wang Yunting was also walking towards him as if she was familiar with him. Judging from her expression, she seemed to want to get into Lin Dong's car.
The question is, didn't she drive her own car over here? Lin Dong called Wang Yunting and asked in confusion, Wang Yunting, don't you drive yourself?
Wang Yunting turned around and glanced at Lin Dong with a strange look in her eyes, as if Lin Dong had asked her an extremely stupid question.
She asked Lin Dong, why should I drive myself? I drive, and then let you and Zhou Xingjuan sit in the same car? Do you think I'm a fool?
Lin Dong was stunned for a moment and found that what Wang Yunting said made sense. If I were Wang Yunting, I would never agree to such a thing happening.
The question is, if Wang Yunting doesn't drive herself, who will drive her car? Let me do it.
The dormitory head rubbed his hands and said with shining eyes, after all, this is the car of the most beautiful woman in Zhengzhou.
It's not bad for me to try it. Many people don't even dream of this opportunity, right? But Wang Yunting, I'm a novice. If anything goes wrong, you can't blame me.
He saw that Wang Yunting wanted to ride in the same car as Lin Dong, and took the opportunity to make a request. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely not agree to such a request.
But Wang Yunting looked at Lin Dong and Zhou Xingjuan beside her and nodded without hesitation. It's up to you. It's none of my business if you die. Lin Dong's other roommates were also walking towards Wang Yunting's car.
The most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou definitely has nothing to do with them. But they are still interested in experiencing the car of the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou. But after hearing Wang Yunting's words, they felt like they had suddenly found a talking mummy in the wilderness. They immediately turned around and ran towards Lin Dong's car. Lin Dong said dissatisfiedly, "Hey, my car is not a bus, it can't hold so many people."
The dormitory head complained, "What do you mean by that? I said I was a novice just to be modest.
Although I haven't officially driven a car on the road, I have had my driver's license for more than a year and have passed the internship period." When Lin Dong's roommates heard this, they ran even faster.
Chapter 100, A Car Accident.
After the small disturbance at the school gate passed, Lin Dong and others immediately drove off.
2 hours later, they left Jiangzhou City and drove on the highway to Huizhou City.
Lin Dong increased the speed to 120 kilometers per hour and said nervously, "I suddenly remembered that this was the first time I drove on the highway after getting my driver's license. It was also the first time I increased the speed to this level. When I think about it carefully, I am really a little nervous." Photos from various traffic accident publicity campaigns kept appearing in his mind. He didn't want to be in those photos. Wang Yunting and Zhou Xingjuan were in the same car with Lin Dong, and the roommates squeezed into Wang Yunting's car.
Because he was driven away by Wang Yunting.
Wang Yunting sat in the passenger seat and said nonchalantly, "Once you get used to driving, you'll know that driving on the highway is actually much safer than driving in the city, because there won't be people poking their heads out on the highway, and there won't be all kinds of electric bikes and pedestrians rushing out.
It's just that if something goes wrong, it's probably going to be more serious."
When the word serious reached Lin Dong's ears, it immediately made him even more nervous. For example, statistics say that the probability of a plane crash is countless times smaller than a car accident, but it only makes the news because accidents almost guarantee death. However, people who are afraid of flying are afraid of flying, and there is nothing that can be done about it. Just when he was getting a little nervous, a Chevrolet suddenly caught up with him at a speed of 150 to 160 km/h.
The amazing engine sound was clearly heard by Lin Dong even through the closed car window.
Lin Dong glanced sideways and saw that the Chevrolet passed him and then quickly changed lanes to move in front of him.
It seemed like he was an impatient person who was dissatisfied with Lin Dong's slow speed and couldn't wait to overtake him.
Lin Dong complained somewhat dissatisfiedly, "I have already accelerated to 120.
If I go any faster, I will be speeding. This guy is driving so fast. Is he dissatisfied with the money or his reincarnation?"
Lin Dong originally wanted to ask if the other party was in a hurry to reincarnate. But before he could finish his words, the Chevrolet braked suddenly without warning and the red light on the rear end came on. Lin Dong was shocked and stepped on the accelerator with all his strength.
However, bang!
It has to be said that the Chevrolet braked too suddenly and was not far enough away from Lin Dong's car. At Lin Dong's current speed, it is impossible to stop in time. As expected, Lin Dong's car hit the rear of the Chevrolet and smashed it into pieces. A large amount of metal fragments flew everywhere, and the Chevrolet itself flew out like a model hit by a large truck, leaving obvious tire marks on the ground. When the two cars collided, the airbag in front of Lin Dong popped out and hit him in the face. The powerful impact knocked Lin Dong unconscious. Even the airbag popped out instantly, so you can imagine how great the impact was on the car. After finally recovering from the shock, Lin Dong hurriedly got out of the car. He wanted to follow the traffic rules and put a warning sign behind the car while looking for the owner of the Chevrolet. However, as soon as he got out of the car, the scene in front of him made his eyes go dark, and a surge of anger rose from the bottom of his heart. Because he found that there were no cars or obstacles in front of the Chevrolet. In other words, he suddenly braked when the road was clear.
Is this a deliberate act?
Lin Dong suppressed his anger and put up the warning sign before returning to find the owner of the Chevrolet. At the same time, Wang Yunting and Zhou Xingjuan also got off the car. They all suffered varying degrees of injury. When Lin Dong returned to the front of his car, he found Wang Yunting and Zhou Xingjuan arguing with a man. The man looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, with blood on his head, his face was obviously swollen, and blood was flowing out of his nose.
He was probably knocked unconscious by the airbag. In other words, this young man was obviously the owner of the Chevrolet. The young man was pressing his wound and yelled angrily, "How do you drive? Did you buy your driver's license? I was driving just fine, why did you rear-end me? Do you think you're great because you drive a luxury car? Pay me.
Pay for the car repairs, lost work time, medical expenses, and mental damages." The young man shouted out a lot of fees in one breath, so skillfully that Lin Dong wondered if he had memorized them. Thinking of the young man suddenly braking on the smooth road, Lin Dong became angry again.
He strode forward and asked, "Whose driver's license did you buy now? You want to be the first to file a complaint, right? Oh? You were the one driving just now?" The young man said coldly, "Have you taken the test? Have you read the traffic rules?
The rear-end collision is the fault of the car behind.
Even a 3-year-old child knows this. How dare you accuse me of being the first to complain?"
Lin Dong did not give in at all and said coldly, "Who said that the rear car is definitely responsible for the rear-end collision?
My dashcam recorded your intentional driving style just now.
At worst, I can take it to someone to judge who violated the traffic rules." Lin Dong was not afraid at all. Because he had just obtained his driver's license, he clearly remembered that rear-end collisions depended on the circumstances. It is impossible to hold Lin Dong responsible for something like this that is obviously a crime. The young man's face changed, and he seemed to realize that Lin Dong was not easy to deal with. At first, he just wanted to scare Lin Dong and make him admit defeat. After realizing that Lin Dong was not easy to deal with, he quickly changed his strategy and said, "Then we'll just wait and see.
Anyway, you can't leave unless you pay the money.
I just don't know if the two beauties around you will affect your appearance if we delay for too long." Lin Dong was shocked and realized that the issue raised by the young man really had to be considered. Although the injuries of Zhou Xingjuan and Wang Yunting are not serious, if they are not treated in time, it may really have an impact. After all, a beautiful woman's appearance is as easily affected as a delicate flower. But Lin Dong couldn't swallow the anger if he allowed this young man to blackmail him. When Lin Dong showed hesitation, it proved that he had given in his attitude. The young man noticed his change, which made him even more proud.
"What do you think? Are you going to pay now or not?"
At the same time, Lin Dong's bodyguards had already caught up in their cars and protected Lin Dong and the others. After getting off the car, they rushed up one by one to ask about Lin Dong's condition.
"Master, are you okay? Do you need immediate treatment? We failed to protect you. It was our fault. Master, just let us handle the things here. You can accompany Ms. Zhou Xingjuan and Ms. Wang Yunting to the hospital first." Lin Dong nodded, knowing that the bodyguards had this ability. Even if they don't have the say, it wouldn't be easy for them to let Tang Wan handle it. However, Lin Dong glanced at the young man and did not adopt the bodyguard's advice. Because he realized something was not right. Chapter 101 smashed it for me.
Lin Dong has been quietly observing the movements around him. Although he had placed a warning sign behind him and had retreated outside the guardrail, no one could guarantee their own safety on the highway, and it was necessary to pay close attention to the changes in the surrounding environment. It was precisely because of this attention that he immediately discovered the abnormality of the young man. When his own security guards surrounded him, if it were an ordinary person, his face would have changed drastically. Because it means that he has offended someone he most likely cannot afford to offend.
Can a person who is always surrounded by bodyguards be an ordinary person?
However, the young man's expression did not change at all, as if he had known that the bodyguards would appear.
Lin Dong's heart moved, and he immediately made a judgment. It's not normal, absolutely not normal.
In addition, this guy braked for no reason. He must have come for me on the premise that he knew my situation. However, this guy needs to risk his life personally, he must be just a small follower. It is actually very simple for Lin Dong to make such a judgment. As he always says, any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. This is not to show off, but the true words of people who have reached a certain level of financial resources.
Because there are so many people who are willing to do things for them for money.
In this situation, truly wealthy people would never do anything dangerous themselves. After figuring out the interests involved, Lin Dong didn't want to waste time on a small minion. He turned to the young man and said, "You have a point. My friend's looks are worth much more than your junky car.
Just name your price."
50,000 yuan, the young man replied. Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect the young man to offer such a low price. Of course, it was more than enough to repair his broken car. Lin Dong felt it was low only because the other party was obviously making trouble. Lin Dong was silent for a few seconds before he said, I would definitely feel bad if you gave me 50,000 yuan to fix your broken car, and I can't give it to you, but I really need to get this done as soon as possible and leave.
How about this? I'll give you 100,000 yuan, and this matter will be over. Really?
The young man's eyes lit up and he asked in disbelief.
His expression was as if he was doubting Lin Dong's IQ.
Lin Dong was too lazy to explain and told the bodyguards directly, you guys transfer 100,000 yuan to him later, but before you do, you have to smash his car. Oh, and smash his phone as well. Make sure he can't contact anyone else and has to leave the highway on foot.
I'll reimburse you for the money you spent.
After saying that, Lin Dong got into one of the bodyguards' car and took Zhou Xingjuan and Wang Yunting away.
Of course, Lin Dong's roommates also left in another bodyguard's car.
There was no need for them to stay. Seeing Lin Dong and others leave quickly, the young man was stunned for a moment and finally reacted.
He shouted, Hey, hey, hey! Why are you running away?
He wanted to chase Lin Dong, but was stopped by Lin Dong's bodyguards. Then, the bodyguards snatched the young man's cell phone and smashed it.
The young man was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, and angrily yelled, What are you doing? What do you mean? You are robbing.
A bodyguard said nonchalantly, It's okay, our master said he will compensate you.
What compensation do you need? Do you think you are so great just because you are rich? I can't even contact anyone. It's okay, we can lend you a cell phone.
A bodyguard said very considerately.
Oh?
The young man asked doubtfully, I heard everything your young master said just now.
He asked you to cut off my contact with the outside world.
He didn't believe that Lin Dong's bodyguards were such good people. The young master's orders are the young master's orders, and they do not conflict with our desire to make extra money. A bodyguard said with a smile, If you are willing to offer a price of 100,000 yuan, we are still willing to answer the phone and call you. After all, we just want to support our family. The young man was speechless. Even though he was slow, he realized that he had been tricked. The bodyguards had no intention of helping him at all. At the same time, in the car that Lin Dong was riding in,
Wang Yunting asked in confusion, Lin Dong, why did you spend 100,000 to buy that bastard's junky car?
His car can't even be bought for 50,000 yuan if you sell it second-hand. 100,000 yuan is too cheap for him. No, even if it's a brand new car, it might not even cost 100,000 yuan.
Zhou Xingjuan would not question Lin Dong's decision. But she also looked at Lin Dong doubtfully, expressing her confusion in her own way.
Lin Dong had long guessed that they would not be able to help asking, so he answered naturally, It's very simple, he is just a small errand boy. The one who really sent him is worth our time and energy to deal with.
Unfortunately, we still don't know who is the real mastermind behind this. What? This is not a simple car accident? Zhou Xingjuan and Wang Yunting were both shocked.
Lin Dong glanced at them speechlessly, seriously doubting whether they had brought their brains with them when they went out. Otherwise, with their IQ, it would be impossible for them not to see such an obvious situation just now. However, Lin Dong still patiently told them his speculation. After hearing this, Wang Yunting looked at Lin Dong with a strange expression and said, His observation ability is so strong that it's scary. If the mastermind knew about this, he would definitely regret sending someone to cause trouble.
But then again, what was the purpose of that person sending someone to cause a car accident?
Zhou Xingjuan rolled her eyes and said, So that's how it is.
But Lin Dong, you even smashed someone else's phone. Isn't that too much?
The place where the car accident happened is at least 100 kilometers away from Huizhou City. If the person had to walk to Huizhou City, he would be exhausted to death, right?
I don't care. He didn't consider our safety when he deliberately caused trouble, did he?
As he was talking, Lin Dong suddenly noticed the roar of engines around him again. He turned his head and looked out the window, and immediately saw several Chevrolets chasing after him. The models of those Chevrolets were exactly the same as the ones driven by the young man just now. In other words, this was clearly a gang crime, and someone wanted Lin Dong to die on this highway.
Lin Dong's heart was pounding, and he said angrily, What a cruel method.
At the same time, Zhou Xingjuan and Wang Yunting had also realized that something was wrong, and their expressions changed again and again.
How could this happen? Who has such a big hatred towards us? Is it Zhang Wenqi from last time? Or someone else who has a conflict of interest with Lin Dong? It's probably Han Jinfu from Huizhou City.
Lin Dong made a judgment with a dark face. Although there are many people who have conflicts with me, at present, Han Jinfu should be the only one who has the financial resources to do such a thing.
Chapter 102, Driving Skill Competition. No way? Could it be that Han Jinfu knew that we were going to Huizhou City? He doesn't want us to go to Huizhou City, so he hopes we will die on the way?
Wang Yunting and Zhou Xingjuan's faces were filled with shock, as if they had just woken up and found themselves in a cemetery.
This is probably the first time they have encountered such a thing in their lives. Faced with desperation, they couldn't help but lean towards Lin Dong, as if being close to Lin Dong could give them a little sense of security. Lin Dong, we won't die, right? Wang Yunting asked in horror. Lin Dong did not answer.
When he first saw 5 Chevrolets chasing him, he was really nervous. Because that number of cars causing trouble together would be enough to kill him in a car accident. But the bodyguard who was driving sneered, constantly controlling the speed of the car through the accelerator and brake, and his hands kept spinning on the steering wheel, giving people a dizzying feeling. Although his movements seemed chaotic, the expression on his face was always calm. In other words, the current situation is still within his ability to handle. Lin Dong's heart moved, and he suddenly remembered what Tang Wan had said to him. In order to ensure her own safety, when Tang Wan hired bodyguards, in addition to combat capabilities, she also had to consider various skills such as driving skills, observation ability, simple medical skills, etc., to ensure that Lin Dong could find someone who could help him in various situations. If one person can't have so many skills, add more people. Judging from the current situation, the bodyguard of this car is undoubtedly a person with excellent driving skills. The bodyguard was driving a racing car, shuttling between the Chevrolets, and said confidently, "Master, please rest assured. With the driving skills of these minions, it is impossible for them to hurt us. Besides, our cars have been specially modified, they are very sturdy and powerful." As soon as he finished speaking, the bodyguard drove out of the encirclement of 5 Chevrolet cars. At first, he didn't want to speed, so he just maintained a speed of just over 130 km/h. But now, in order to ensure Lin Dong's safety, he rushed out of the encirclement and instantly accelerated the car to 180 km/h. Those Chevrolets were no longer able to catch up. Driving on the highway at such an alarming speed, watching the equally fast cars being left behind one by one, Lin Dong, Wang Yunting, and Zhou Xingjuan were naturally under great psychological pressure. However, they were relieved when they saw that the Chevrolets could not catch up. "Lin Dong, your bodyguards are really capable."
"No. Are you okay?"
"Fortunately, Lin Dong, your bodyguard is very powerful, otherwise we would be dead." Lin Dong, who had already confirmed his safety, said with lingering fear, "When it comes to matters related to one's own safety, you really can't save money, otherwise it will be too dangerous. If I find a suitable candidate later, I will have to continue to increase the number of bodyguards."
"Master, don't worry."
The bodyguard who was driving said with a relaxed look, "Every one of us has this level of driving skills.
We guarantee that you will not be injured in a car accident.
Thinking of using such a despicable method to hurt you is pure wishful thinking."
As if to confirm the bodyguard's words, the car carrying Lin Dong's roommates also caught up.
It can be predicted that the troublemakers would not be able to tell which car Lin Dong was in, and it was definitely not just Lin Dong who was attacked. But the car that the roommates were riding in was also not damaged at all. In other words, the person driving that car was also good enough in driving skills to play tricks on the Chevrolet driver.
Wang Yunting and Zhou Xingjuan were surprised again when they saw that their roommates were fine. "Lin Dong, how much did it cost you to hire these bodyguards?" Zhou Xingjuan asked with eyes wide open in disbelief. "Bodyguards who are proficient in so many skills must be very expensive, right? But you actually hired more than a dozen at once, isn't that too much?"
If Zhou Xingjuan only had a general impression of this, then Wang Yunting, who also had a considerable fortune, had a more personal experience. When she looked at Lin Dong, she was no longer surprised, but terrified. She said in a trembling voice, "My father once wanted to hire a bodyguard, and he also met bodyguards of this level, but their price was too high for our family to afford. We can't even afford one, but you hired more than a dozen at once. How rich are you? Is this what they mean by the more you know, the bigger the world becomes?" Lin Dong laughed and did not answer their questions. Of course, Lin Dong didn't believe that Wang Yunting's family really couldn't afford it. At most, Wang Yunting's father felt that it was not worth spending so much money to hire a bodyguard of this level. After all, Jiangzhou is generally very safe. After Lin Dong's bodyguard increased the speed of the car, they soon arrived at Huizhou City. they found a safe place to stop on the outskirts of Huizhou.
After parking the car, Wang Yunting suddenly asked, Lin Dong, what should we do next?
What should we do?
Of course we should wait for the other bodyguards to come and join us.
Lin Dong asked doubtfully. Those bodyguards are only left to deal with the young man.
It won't take much time.
It shouldn't take long for them to catch up.
We can just play with our phones.
As he spoke, Lin Dong really took out his cell phone and prepared to play games to pass the time.
However, Wang Yunting was obviously not in this mood.
She pressed down Lin Dong's phone with one hand and said solemnly, Lin Dong, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know?
Haven't we already learned about it?
Huizhou City is Han Zhenfu's territory, and Han Zhenfu almost has the final say. We were on the highway, and Han Zhenfu dared to take our lives.
I'm in Huizhou now, don't you think it's more dangerous?
Zhou Xingjuan also agreed. Lin Dong, I think what Wang Yunting said makes sense. We should be more careful.
It's quite rare for two girls to reach a consensus.
Lin Dong thought secretly and laughed at the same time. Things are not as complicated as you think. If we can do something in Huizhou, Han Zhenfu won't have to intercept us on the highway. I think the biggest possibility is that it is easy to create accidents on the highway, but if we have an accident in Huizhou, Han Zhenfu will not be able to clear himself.
Lin Dong's speculation can basically be said to be true.
Because the moment Lin Dong and others actually entered Huizhou, someone had already received the news. In an office in a high-rise building, a middle-aged, wealthy man kicked the chair in front of him and shouted angrily, "A bunch of rubbish." In the end, Lin Dong broke into Huizhou.
What's the point of raising you?
Even if I raise a few Tibetan mastiffs, they can still bite Lin Dong a few times in the suburbs of Huizhou. Standing next to the middle-aged man was a young woman who looked to be in her early 20s.
She said respectfully, Boss, rest assured. Huizhou is our place.
I'm sure Lin Dong wouldn't dare to mess around.
If he really pushes us to the limit, we can just continue to create accidents. As long as we don't leave any evidence, no one can do anything to us.
Chapter 103 First Contact.
Ha, that makes sense.
The middle-aged man's eyes rolled slightly and he suddenly burst into laughter again.
If you weren't the one who witnessed the whole process, who would dare to believe that this middle-aged man was furious just a few seconds ago?
Although the young girl next to him witnessed the whole change of the middle-aged man, she did not show any strange expression on her face, as if such a middle-aged man was normal. In other words, she had long been accustomed to the moodiness of middle-aged men. The middle-aged man laughed and said, Go, quickly arrange a meeting with Lin Dong for me.
I want to meet him in person.
Yes, the young girl agreed and took action.
Half an hour later.
In the suburbs of Huizhou City, Lin Dong leaned on the hood of a car, drinking a beverage and looking boredly at the direction of the highway, saying, It's been half an hour.
No matter how difficult the car accident is, everyone should have dealt with it, right? Logically speaking, they should be almost there. A bodyguard replied, I just contacted them and they said they are close to the highway exit. Please be patient for a while.
They are not the kind of people who take time to waste, and they must have rushed here as quickly as possible. Zhou Xingjuan, Wang Yunting, and other roommates thought Lin Dong was getting impatient and started to persuade him as well.
Lin Dong, your bodyguard is right.
The place where the car accident happened is quite a distance from here.
It's not easy to spend half an hour to get here.
We were just trying to get away from those who wanted to hit us to death.
We exceeded the speed limit all the way to get within half an hour.
It can't be considered a normal speed. If everyone is sure of their safety, there is really no need to speed.
It is too dangerous. Lin Dong looked at his roommates, Zhou Xingjuan, Wang Yunting and others in astonishment, wondering if they were too sensitive.
Lin Dong just thought that the bodyguards were about to arrive, so he sighed casually.
Of course he knew that the bodyguard's speed was already amazing. Boom!
Suddenly, the sound of a series of car engines echoed in the wilderness, seeming very abrupt.
Here we are.
Lin Dong turned his head and said, We can finally find a place to have a good meal and take a nap. After sitting in the car for half a day, my waist is almost broken. I must find a beautiful girl to give me a massage. As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, he immediately noticed that Zhou Xingjuan and Wang Yunting's eyes became sharp.
Of course, Zhou Xingjuan and Wang Yunting were not targeting Lin Dong.
Because Lin Dong's own eyes also narrowed slightly. Following the sound of the car engines, they immediately saw a row of 9 cars coming from the direction of Huizhou City. The cars were all the same color.
Since the convoy was coming from the urban area of Huizhou City, it certainly couldn't be Lin Dong's bodyguards.
Such a convoy appearing on the outskirts of the city is quite eye-catching. What was even more strange was that the convoy had no intention of getting on the highway. Instead, it was heading towards Lin Dong and the others. Lin Dong's bodyguards immediately realized that something was wrong and quickly stood in front of Lin Dong. They had even opened the car door, started the car, and were ready to take Lin Dong away at any time.
Fortunately, the convoy stopped just as it approached Lin Dong.
A middle-aged man and a young girl got out of the front car. The young girl was in her early 20s, with long hair drooping down naturally, high heels on her feet, and a standard short skirt professional suit. Her beautiful appearance was very attractive. However, Lin Dong just glanced at her casually and looked away. It wasn't because the girl wasn't his type. It's not because Wang Yunting and Zhou Xingjuan were around. It was because the middle-aged man next to him was more worthy of Lin Dong's attention. The middle-aged man was about 50 years old. His head seemed to be covered with a bronze mirror that could reflect the sunlight. He had a big gold chain around his neck and a gold mobile phone in his hand. Although he was wearing a suit, his beer belly completely ruined his image. No. It's not right to say that it damages the image. Because the top of the head can reflect light, an uncle wearing a big gold chain and holding a gold cell phone has no image at all. Although his appearance was extremely terrible, the uncle strode over, giving people a very imposing feeling. He strode up to Lin Dong and said, "Ha ha ha. You must be Lin Dong from Jiangzhou University, the current richest man in Jiangzhou. Although you are far away in Huizhou, I have heard about what you have done, Lin Dong. It's very high-end and impressive." "You are?" Lin Dong asked puzzledly. "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself." The middle-aged man introduced himself. "My name is Han Jinfu, I'm a small businessman in Huizhou, I have a little money." "Of course, although we are both doing business, there is definitely no comparison with you, Lin Dong." Lin Dong appeared indifferent on the surface, but he was secretly rolling his eyes in his heart. Isn't it fake that a person who dresses so high profile but speaks so low profile? But while he was speechless, he was secretly frightened. Because although he had guessed it long ago, he was still shocked when he found out that the middle-aged man was Han Jinfu, who he was looking for. Han Jinfu came faster than he thought. His bodyguards were already quick enough, but Han Jinfu was able to meet him before the bodyguards. Isn't this action too fast? While Han Jinfu was greeting Lin Dong, a group of burly men got out of the convoy he brought with him. None of those men was shorter than 1.80 meters and they were all very strong. Just standing there gave people a strong sense of oppression. Lin Dong made a rough count and found that there were a total of 37 men brought by Han Jinfu. The big men quickly walked up, stood behind Han Jinfu, and stared at Lin Dong coldly. Is it a show of force? Lin Dong could clearly feel that the other party wanted to intimidate or even intimidate him. Lin Dong said coldly, "Han Jinfu? I've heard of your name a long time ago. You're the richest man in Huizhou City. Isn't it too modest to say that you're just a small businessman? But Mr. Han is very busy. Is there anything you want to talk to me about?" How can I be so busy? At most, I am busy with 1,000 things. Han Jinfu continued to laugh and said, "A celebrity like Lin Dong comes to Huizhou, of course I have to meet him in person. If I can attract Lin Dong to invest in Huizhou, it will be even better." Although Han Jinfu said this, when he asked Lin Dong to invest, a cold light flashed in his eyes. How could a man who has the final say in Huizhou City allow someone to snatch food from him? Is this a temptation? Reason told Lin Dong that he should pretend to be confused at this time to avoid exacerbating the conflict. After all, the current situation is very unfavorable to Lin Dong. What happened on the highway also made Lin Dong see how ruthless Han Jinfu was. Chapter 104, Stubborn to the End. Mr. Han is the richest man in Huizhou. How dare a mere college student like me act like that under Mr. Han's nose? Lin Dong said with a half smile, "Mr. Han must really want me to answer like this, right? But I'm not afraid to tell you directly, I came here for you, because what you did made me unhappy. Since you made me unhappy, then don't even think about having a good time." The further Lin Dong spoke, the colder his tone became. Because he remembered that he almost died on the highway. Facing a person who almost killed him, Lin Dong couldn't smile at him, and he didn't want to give in. He has shown restraint by not beating anyone in public. As for face, why should he give face to Han Jinfu? Han Jinfu obviously didn't expect Lin Dong to actually expose the conflict, and he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He also said bluntly, "Student Lin Dong, you have a bad temper. You won't be able to accomplish anything like this. Before Han Jinfu could finish his words, Lin Dong slapped him in the face, causing the fat on his face to tremble. Behind Lin Dong, Wang Yunting, Zhou Xingjuan, and Lin Dong's roommates were all stunned.
Lin Dong, are you too impulsive? Although I understand your feelings, isn't it too much of a hassle to beat him up now? He has more people than us. We only have 2 bodyguards here. 2 against 37. We are at a disadvantage. You should be patient.
Lin Dong's friend shouted in panic and looked at Han Jinfu's bodyguards in horror. Obviously, reality is not the world of martial arts, and there is no such thing as one person defeating 10,000. No matter how powerful Lin Dong's bodyguards were, they could not fight against 37 big men, let alone protect Lin Dong and others from 37 big men. Therefore, if they come into conflict, they will surely suffer great losses. The 37 big men were also shocked when they saw Han Jinfu being beaten, and they looked at Lin Dong like a fool. Han Jinfu was stunned at first, then he flew into a rage, pointing his right index finger at Lin Dong's face and said, "Come on.
Come on. How dare you hit me?
I have never seen anyone who dares to hit me in Huizhou.
You are so bold." Lin Dong said calmly, "Didn't you see it?"
It is worth mentioning that Lin Dong's bodyguards react very quickly, far beyond the reach of others. Almost at the moment when Lin Dong took action, they had already escorted Wang Yunting, Zhou Xingjuan, and Lin Dong's roommates to the car, and then came to protect Lin Dong. They originally wanted to protect Lin Dong first, but Lin Dong asked them to protect their friends first. Even so, their movements were much faster than Han Jinfu's bodyguards, which shows how high their quality is. When the bodyguards turned back to protect Lin Dong, the 37 big men had already rushed up aggressively. They formed a siege with Lin Dong and Han Jinfu as the center and instantly surrounded Lin Dong. With only 2 bodyguards of Lin Dong, it was impossible to stop the powerful enemies coming from all directions.
Han Jinfu, who thought he had one, said fiercely, "You want to hit me? You want to slap me? Now let me see what you are going to do. If you want to live, kneel down and lick the bottom of my shoes clean, or I will throw you into the pond to feed the fish." As he spoke, Han Jinfu stretched out his right foot and gestured to Lin Dong. Lin Dong said to one of the bodyguards expressionlessly, "Han Jinfu's foot can be scrapped." Understood.
The bodyguard agreed straightforwardly.
What do you mean?
Han Jinfu's female secretary, and even the big men around them were all stunned.
Because Lin Dong's words sounded a bit shocking.
But they soon understood what Lin Dong meant. Lin Dong's bodyguard who received the order took action immediately. He rushed out of the encirclement of the big men in a flash and rushed in front of Han Jinfu. Then he kicked Han Jinfu's ankle with his heel, breaking the leg bone above the ankle and twisting Han Jinfu's foot at a strange angle. After completing the attack, he stepped down again, stepping on Han Jinfu's instep.
Snap.
Although Han Jinfu was wearing leather shoes, they clearly did not provide enough protection. Under the feet of Lin Dong's bodyguards, Han Jinfu's feet felt like they were made of tofu, and several bones were broken. The intense pain made Han Jinfu scream like a pig being slaughtered. Cold sweat instantly flowed down his face and his face turned extremely pale.
"Boss, what's wrong with you?"
The young girl next to him hurriedly supported Han Jinfu to prevent him from falling. But Han Jinfu weighs at least 170 to 180 kilograms.
How could a young girl support him?
Han Jinfu struggled in pain for a few times and soon fell to the ground and rolled around. The young girl was also dragged down and fell to the ground. At the same time, Han Jinfu's bodyguards had also reacted. Some looked at Lin Dong angrily, while others looked at Han Jinfu in horror. Han Jinfu's bones were broken in front of them. Based on their understanding of Han Jinfu, it was basically impossible to prevent Han Jinfu from settling scores later. However, if Han Jinfu retaliated against them in Huizhou, the consequences would make them shudder at the thought. At this point, the only way is to help Han Jinfu get revenge.
They all roared angrily, whether it was true or false, pretending to be indignant and rushed towards Lin Dong. In the car, Wang Yunting, Zhou Xingjuan, and Lin Dong's roommates were all panicking. "Lin Dong, get in the car. Quickly. Otherwise someone will die. You beat Han Jinfu so badly, they will definitely not let you go, they may even kill you. Run. Lin Dong, now is not the time to be brave. It's shameful to run away when facing so many people alone." Especially Wang Yunting and Zhou Xingjuan, when they urged Lin Dong to get in the car, they kept banging on the car window and their eyes turned red with anxiety. But what's the point of getting on the bus in the face of such an absolute number of people? Moreover, the road ahead had already been blocked by Han Jinfu's motorcade,
and it was impossible to get out even if you drove. Lin Dong said slowly, "There is no point in running away, and there is no need to run away."
What do you mean? Wang Yunting and Zhou Xingjuan asked in unison.
Just as they finished their questioning, 3 cars suddenly rushed up at an alarming speed and forcibly knocked away the cars blocking the intersection, which was Han Zhenfu's convoy. After knocking away the cars blocking the road, those cars continued to rush towards Lin Dong and others without slowing down. Seeing that the situation was not good, the girl next to Han Zhenfu immediately used all her limbs to run away and ran to the side. Han Zhenfu, who was rolling on the ground in pain, noticed a car hitting him at high speed, but it was too late to escape. In his current state, there is no possibility of successful escape. He could only lie down as flat as possible and let the car pass over him.
Chapter 105, A Strong Dragon Can Suppress a Local Snake.
Han Zhenfu lay flat on the ground, not even daring to breathe, and could be said to be motionless. According to this situation, the car will indeed drive over him without hitting or running over him. However, when the car was about to pass over him, Han Zhenfu's beer belly suddenly got stuck on the front of the car, and the car pushed him forward, causing his stomach to be hit and his back to rub against the concrete floor quickly, leaving a trail of blood marks. The screams like a pig being slaughtered continued to come out of Han Zhenfu's mouth. Lin Dong felt a little reluctant, but at the same time he gloated and said, "It seems that being too fat is really not good. At this critical moment, if he was as thin as me, there would be no problem.
But after being tossed like this, will he still be alive? Should we contact the crematorium directly?"
In the car, Wang Yunting, Zhou Xingjuan and Lin Dong's roommates all looked at Lin Dong with strange eyes. Han Zhenfu was still howling like a pig being slaughtered. Just by listening to his voice you can tell that he is full of energy and vitality.
Is it really appropriate to sentence him to death so quickly?
At the same time, the 3 cars carrying Han Zhenfu were heading towards Han Zhenfu's bodyguards. The bodyguards who wanted to besiege Lin Dong suddenly felt their pupils shrink and they retreated without hesitation.
They would definitely be unwilling to sacrifice their lives to avenge Han Zhenfu.
Lin Dong's crisis was thus resolved. No, it's not right to say that the crisis has been resolved. Because the 3 cars were still rushing towards Lin Dong at a speed of over 90 km per hour, it was impossible to brake in time. Just when everyone was worried that Lin Dong would be hit to death, the 3 cars started drifting at the same time. One of their cars drifted in front of Lin Dong and stopped sideways. One drifted to the right side of Lin Dong to protect the right side of Lin Dong. The last car drifted to the left side of Lin Dong. The 3 cars formed a triangle to protect Lin Dong well. After the car stopped, several burly men got out of the car and looked around coldly.
There is no doubt that these are all Lin Dong's bodyguards. They finally arrived in time.
At the same time, Han Zhenfu had been rescued by his bodyguards, and 2 of them were about to take him away. After Han Zhenfu left, the remaining 35 men still surrounded Lin Dong and others tightly. "Young man, you have provoked the wrong person. Just surrender and you may still have a chance to survive. You knew our boss was Han Zhenfu, yet you still dared to attack us.
Are you ready to risk your life?
We don't want to cause any deaths either. We hope you can cooperate and let us beat you up to avenge our boss." The big men spoke coldly, staring at Lin Dong and the others indifferently, as if they had already made up their mind to defeat Lin Dong. Lin Dong jumped onto the roof of one of the cars, looked down at the big men around him and said, "I really don't know where you get your confidence from.
Do you really think that having more people means you're great?
Sending people to rescue Han Zhenfu is the most wrong thing you've done, because after Han Zhenfu leaves, you will be my target."
When Lin Dong's bodyguards heard this, they understood what Lin Dong meant.
They were all rubbing their hands together and looking at the big men with smiles, treating them as prey.
However, those big men obviously did not have the awareness of being prey. What did you just say? Are you frightened out of your mind?
If you had taken advantage of the chaos just now to escape, we really wouldn't have been able to catch up with you, but now, it's too late for you to run away.
Since you refuse to surrender, don't blame us.
In order to vent the anger of the boss and keep our jobs, we have no choice but to put you in a difficult position.
The 35 big men brought by Han Zhenfu made sarcastic remarks while slowly narrowing the encirclement.
They approached Lin Dong step by step, putting pressure on him.
Bang! Suddenly, Lin Dong's bodyguards took action first.
They attacked the closest big men one by one, and they all attacked the nose, eyes, collarbone, heart and other places. Just one punch could make the big men under Han Zhenfu lose their fighting power instantly. In almost the blink of an eye, Han Zhenfu's men were reduced by 12. Although the remaining big men reacted in time and made Lin Dong's bodyguards lose the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, the gap in combat power still caused them to lose men quickly. In less than 5 seconds, the 35 men were reduced to only 18. Not far away, the young girl who came with Han Jinfu changed her expression drastically and quickly ran to the outermost car, muttering to herself in panic, "How is it possible? How is it possible? Why are Lin Don's bodyguards so powerful? Where did he find such a powerful group of bodyguards?" She ran into the car and drove away, paying no attention to the big men. At the same time, the big men had already realized that the situation was not good. Those who were still uninjured turned around without saying a word and ran away howling. But how could it be easy to escape from Lin Don's bodyguards? They were quickly caught up and beaten down. Having already lost their fighting spirit, they had no power to resist at all. In just a minute, they were completely dealt with by Lin Don's bodyguards. Amid the wailing of the big men, Lin Dong sat on the roof of a car, crossed his legs, and said in a deliberately infuriating way, "You seem to think you were going to win just now? Didn't you say you were going to beat me up to vent your boss's anger? I'm itching for trouble now. Who can come and give me a punch?" A group of big men kept rolling on the ground, wailing, and dared not say a word. Lin Dong continued to ask for a beating. Hey, why are you guys silent? You said you would beat me so hard that I can't take care of myself? Is it really okay for you to not keep your word like this? I hate dealing with people who don't keep their word the most. Do you know that this will bring trouble to others? A bodyguard was very tactful and cooperated with Lin Dong. "Master, do you need to teach this kind of person who doesn't keep his word a lesson?" The big men who were rolling on the ground almost burst into tears when they heard this. It turns out that whether they take action or not, it's all their fault. They found themselves seeming to have provoked someone they shouldn't have. Okay, Lin Dong, they are just workers. Zhou Xingjuan is kind-hearted after all, and came out to smooth things over, saying, "Our real enemy is Han Jinfu, so there is no need to waste energy on these minions, right? We have more important things to do." Lin Dong's bodyguards and roommates glanced at the big men with disdain and did not take them seriously. As Zhou Xingjuan said, the primary issue now is to solve why Han Jinfu wanted to poach students from Jiangzhou University. Until the problem is solved, taking it out on the minions is just a waste of time. Seeing that the situation was taking a turn for the better, the big men immediately begged for mercy. Chapter 106, A Competent Traitor. Big brothers and big sisters are right. We are nothing but farts. We only deserve to be let go by you. I'm a stinky, smelly fart, not worthy of wasting the time of the big brothers and sisters. Big brothers and big sisters, your time is so precious, you shouldn't look at us in such an eye-catching way, we are too ugly. The big men brought by Han Jinfu knelt down and begged for mercy, crying and snotting, no longer showing the arrogance they had at the beginning. Moreover, their words when begging for mercy were completely inconsistent with their image and identity, which made Lin Dong secretly sigh that it was a waste of talent for them to be thugs. They should perform crosstalk, sketches, and the like. Lin Dong's dormitory head was stunned and said, "I didn't expect you guys to beg for mercy so well." A big man laughed and said, "Begging for mercy is actually a science. If you don't know how to beg for mercy skillfully when you lose a fight, you will die miserably. If you are interested, I can teach you. I promise I will not hold back." The dormitory head rolled his eyes and said with disdain, "You should keep such profound knowledge to yourself." Although Lin Dong's friends are not interested in this kind of knowledge, but Lin Dong's heart moved and he slowly walked forward. Lin Dong's friends noticed his strange behavior and immediately gave him strange looks. "Lin Dong, you wouldn't be interested in this kind of thing, right? You are a person who has bodyguards following you all the time. Do you need to learn something as shameful as this?" "Lin Dong, it's up to you if you want to learn how to beg for mercy, but don't use this kind of thing when you're with us." Lin Dong's friends either turned their heads away or took a few steps away from Lin Dong, trying to pretend that they didn't know him. Lin Dong was too lazy to explain. He slowly walked up to the big man who was talking eloquently and said condescendingly, "Since you have explained the art of begging for mercy so clearly, I suddenly want to know how far you can go to beg for mercy. For you, is survival more important than anything else?" "Of course." The big man smiled flatteringly, "We are just workers, trying to make a living. Is it necessary to work so hard for it?" "That's good." Lin Dong said slowly, "Since you work under Han Jinfu, you must have a certain understanding of Han Jinfu. I need you to be my assistant and help me deal with Han Jinfu. After the matter is done, I can give you a life without worries about food and clothing." In order to successfully deal with Han Jinfu, Lin Dong offered very generous conditions. Just doing one thing can ensure a worry-free life for the rest of your life, which can be said to be winning the jackpot for a big man. so after stating his request, Lin Dong stood up. However, he had just stood up and didn't even have time to turn his head when he saw the big man's face change drastically and he was shaking all over, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. His pupils contracted sharply, and even the most timid people would have this kind of reaction when watching a horror movie. Lin Dong was just wondering when the big man retreated in fear, moving away from Lin Dong.
What's going on? Didn't you say begging for mercy is more important than anything else? Running away isn't the same as begging for mercy, right? Judging from his expression, is betraying Han Jinfu more terrible than death? The situation is a bit abnormal, but is Han Jinfu really that scary?
After noticing the big man's unusual reaction, Lin Dong's friends immediately started a discussion. Because Han Jinfu had been seriously injured and dying by Lin Dong's bodyguards not long ago, and it was even a question whether he could be rescued, it was difficult for them to understand the big man's fear. Lin Dong's heart moved, and he quickly looked at the other men. No matter which big man his eyes fell on, those big men thought that Lin Dong wanted them to be traitors and would struggle to run away in an instant. Seeing that the momentum was getting out of control, Lin Dong's bodyguards quickly chased after him and knocked down the fastest runner. But even so, it was impossible to suppress the trend of the men to escape. They would run in any direction where Lin Dong had fewer bodyguards, and the situation gradually got out of control. Lin Dong frowned and said in a deep voice, "If you dare to escape, I will break your legs. If you are willing to help me, I can help him leave Huizhou City or even go abroad.
I will never let you be retaliated by Han Jinfu." After receiving Lin Dong's order, Lin Dong's bodyguards immediately took ruthless action and broke the legs of the fastest running men.
A shrill howl echoed in the open space. With the threat of Lin Dong's bodyguards in front and Lin Dong's ever-increasing rewards behind, the big man finally compromised.
A big man almost cried and said, "Can you really let my family go abroad? Can you guarantee that Han Jinfu can't take revenge on us?"
"Of course."
Lin Dong answered confidently, and asked curiously, "But I'm curious, is Han Jinfu that scary? What did he do to leave you with such a deep shadow? Could he really destroy your entire family?"
Stop talking, stop talking.
I don't even want to think about that kind of thing."
The big man said tremblingly, "If you can really guarantee the safety of my family, I can help you deal with Han Jinfu, but you must be quick and not let that madman react."
"Are you crazy?"
I wonder what Han Jinfu's expression would be when he knew that he was called like this by his own subordinates. However, Han Jinfu was extremely cruel, as he was able to scare the big men so much that they didn't even want to think about it.
"Okay."
Lin Dong said, "You get in the car first and take us to Huizhou City. By the way, tell us about Han Jinfu's general situation. Han Jinfu was seriously injured now, which is a good opportunity for us. As long as he falls, there is nothing to be afraid of."
Yes, yes." The big man answered absent-mindedly and got into the car tremblingly.
After the big man got in the car, Lin Dong naturally took him to the urban area of Huizhou City.
In the car, the big man calmed down for a few minutes and suddenly asked, "Is it really okay for you to leave those thugs behind?
They are Han Jinfu's men after all.
If they go back and tip off, it won't be that easy for me to help you." From what he said, he didn't want to silence all those big men, did he?
Lin Dong looked at him strangely and said, "Those people are your colleagues after all, right?
But they will hinder you and threaten my safety."
The big man argued loudly, and when he found that Lin Dong really had no intention of silencing him, he said, "Forget it, then we have to act quickly and destroy Han Jinfu's industry.
The first thing to destroy is his security company."
Lin Dong naturally understood this. After all, the so-called security company is, needless to say, a company that employs bodyguards and security guards.
It can be said to be the number one threat to Lin Dong. "No problem."
Lin Dong said straightforwardly, "You lead the way for us. I will buy all the security companies under Han Jinfu's name and weaken his power first.
But besides this, I want to know if you know about the existence of Han Jinfu's obvious scientific research institutions?" Chapter 107, There is nothing that money can't solve.
When Lin Dong asked the big man about Han Jinfu's situation, the fear in the big man's eyes did not diminish at all. The body was shaking uncontrollably. However, he still responded cooperatively, "I know that Han Jinfu has opened several private schools in Huizhou City. Those schools are quite famous in the neighboring cities and are even ranked among the best in the country."
"But why are you asking these questions?"
"Oh, I just want to know about Han Jinfu's situation," Lin Dong said casually.
Of course he couldn't say what he really thought. He hasn't completely trusted this big man yet. The big man looked at Lin Dong in confusion, but didn't say much.
He urged very actively, let's find a way to deal with Han Jinfu's security company first.
There are many experts in it.
Although the bodyguards around you are also very powerful, they can definitely not stop so many people under Han Jinfu. Lin Dong did not object to this either. After all, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands, and a hero cannot defeat a large number of people. The bodyguards around him are not those super masters in fantasy novels who can fight against thousands of people alone.
Lin Dong asked in a deep voice, can you tell me about the situation in those security companies first?
We're here.
The big man suddenly said, the factory in front is Han Jinfu's security company. It is also Han Jinfu's steel production workshop. As long as you can find a way to deal with everyone inside, we will be much safer. There are about 1,000 people inside.
What? Lin Dong was so shocked that he almost jumped up from his seat.
Is this big guy reliable?
He didn't remind Lin Dong until they were near the entrance of the security company.
What's the difference between this and not reminding him? Moreover, there are 1,000 people in the security company?
Lin Dong silently counted the people on his side and found that even if Wang Yunting, Zhou Xingjuan, and the big man were included, they were only in their early 20s.
This was a gap of 50 times. Moreover, in the actual confrontation, Wang Yunting and Zhou Xingjuan would definitely be useless, and the big man would also have a high probability of turning against them. This is simply a battle that cannot be won.
The big man continued to introduce, in order to make the security company less conspicuous and for the needs of production and transportation, the security company is located in the suburbs of Huizhou City. It doesn't take long to get here from the highway.
I'm sorry that I didn't give you time to prepare. If you need to buy anything, I can show you the way. What this means is that the big man wants to take Lin Dong and others to buy weapons? Did he really intend to let Lin Dong's 12 bodyguards fight against 1,000 people? The faces of the 12 bodyguards turned pale in an instant.
Lin Dong refused without hesitation. No, the new era should use new era weapons.
Weapons of the new era?
The big man looked at Lin Dong in confusion.
Lin Dong did not answer, but asked instead, what's your name? The big man replied, Sun Weidong. Sun Weidong? Okay, I'll remember it. I'll let you know what the new era weapons are right away.
Lin Dong said as he took out his cell phone and called Tangwan, Wanner, I'm in front of a factory called Jinfu Steel in Huizhou City. According to the information I've collected, this factory is actually a security company under the name of Han Jinfu.
Got it. Tangwan replied, Master, is there anything you want me to do?
Lin Dong continued, please help me buy Jinfu Steel now. As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, Sun Weidong next to him was shocked. He stared at Lin Dong with wide eyes, as if he was looking at an alien.
Mr. Lin Dong, you are not kidding, are you? You want to buy Jinfu Steel? The new era weapon you just mentioned, do you mean money? Lin Dong handed the matter over to Tang Wan and replied, what else? Is there any weapon more powerful than money? As long as we buy Jinfu Steel and become the ones who pay the employees, do you think they will listen to me or Han Jinfu? Sun Weidong was silent. This is a question that even a 3-year-old child can know the answer to. Without money, who would listen to Han Jinfu? Once Lin Dong really buys Jinfu Steel, the balance of power between Lin Dong and Han Jinfu will be reversed.
But I don't think you can buy Jinfu Steel. Sun Weidong shook his head and said, I've heard of your name, Lin Dong. I don't doubt your financial strength. The problem is that even if you are rich, you can't buy Jinfu Steel. Money is not everything. If you can't do something even if you have money, it only means that you don't have enough money. Lin Dong said calmly. The experiences of recent months have made him realize that as long as he has enough money, many problems will no longer be a problem. Unless you are still not rich enough. When neither Lin Dong nor Sun Weidong could convince the other, they came to a stalemate. Lin Dong's roommates and bodyguards remained silent. About 5 minutes later, Tang Wan called back. While answering the call, Lin Dong gestured to Sun Weidong, look, it's done. Then, he asked Tang Wan, Wanner, how is the matter going? Tang Wan's voice sounded a little embarrassed, and she replied, Master, I'm very sorry, I found out that Jinfu Steel is a sole proprietorship of Han Jinfu, which means that all the company's assets are under Han Jinfu's name, and even our Tianqing group has no way to acquire it.
No way?
Lin Dong was speechless. This time I got slapped in the face. It turns out that there are things in this world that cannot be done even if you have money.
Tang Wan seemed to sense Lin Dong's mood and asked considerately, Master, do you not have enough manpower in Huizhou City? Do you need help?
If you need, I can send all the security personnel from the neighboring Huizhou city over within 5 hours.
No. No need. Lin Dong was frightened by Tang Wan.
He just came to cause trouble for Han Jinfu, not to fight. He couldn't do such a crazy thing. After refusing and hanging up Tang Wan's phone, Sun Weidong looked at Lin Dong helplessly and said, "Mr. Lin Dong, you see, I told you that some things can't be done with money.
We must find another way.
The best way is to knock down all the 1,000 people inside." When talking about this plan, Sun Weidong's eyes sparkled with madness.
Is he having a second-year syndrome?
Lin Dong objected without hesitation. "No, your method won't work. Besides, I still don't believe there is anything in the world that can't be solved even with money."
Why don't you understand?
Before Sun Weidong could finish his words, Lin Dong had already strode forward and walked to the main entrance of Jinfu Steel. Two young security guards immediately ran out, stopped Lin Dong and said, "Go, go, outsiders are not welcome here."
Lin Dong said expressionlessly, "Are you too interested in changing jobs? How about I give you a monthly salary of 1,000 yuan, plus a bonus of 10,000 yuan? Chapter 108, Leaving an Empty Shell. In front of Jinfu Steel's door, the two young security guards who stopped Lin Dong were both in their early 20s.
He is so young to be a security guard, and unlike the two security guards recruited by Lin Dong, he does not give people a strong sense of oppression. You can tell at a glance that he is not well educated, he did not finish high school, or even graduated from junior high school and came out to work. This can also be confirmed from their conversation. One very notable characteristic of these uneducated young people is that their income is not high. They were shocked when Lin Dong proposed to increase their salary and give them an extra 10,000 yuan bonus.
Are you serious? You're not fooling us? You look about the same age as us. Where did you get so much money to treat us? Don't play tricks on us."
Although suspicion accounted for a large proportion, the two security guards did not drive Lin Dong away immediately, leaving room for maneuver. Lin Dong followed their thoughts and said, "As long as you are willing to change jobs, I can give you the bonus now. Of course, if you accept the money and don't change jobs, then I will let you know what will happen if you offend someone you shouldn't offend.
So, let me ask you one last time, do you want to change jobs?" At the same time, Lin Dong's bodyguards, roommates, Wang Yunting and Zhou Xingjuan also followed.
Judging from their positions, anyone who is not a 3-year-old child can tell that they are centered around Lin Dong. Seeing this scene, the two security guards instantly believed Lin Dong's words. As soon as Lin Dong transferred 10,000 yuan to them, they immediately changed sides.
Is this possible? Sun Weidong was stunned.
Lin Dong said as a matter of course, "I just told you, as long as you have enough money, there is nothing you can't do.
I'm just proving it to you.
Besides, it's nothing to just deal with two small security guards.
I'll let you see the power of money as a weapon right away. What do you want to do?"
Sun Weidong's heart suddenly started beating wildly, and he vaguely felt that something big was going to happen. Lin Dong still didn't answer and strode into the factory.
Many young people were working in the factory.
Lin Dong and others suddenly walked into the factory, instantly attracting the attention of many young people, making them look over curiously. Perhaps because the two young security guards were following Lin Dong just now, they did not make much noise. Lin Dong took the opportunity to say, "Everyone here, please stop what you are doing for a moment."
Boom!
The work in the factory was still going on and the machines were still running, but no one paid any attention to Lin Dong.
No.
It is not correct to say that no one paid any attention to Lin Dong. Although the young people at work only glanced at Lin Dong and others and continued with their work, those who looked like managers immediately looked unfriendly and rushed over aggressively, with murderous aura rising from their ferocious faces.
Where are you from? How dare you meddle in other people's business? Who are you?
How dare you stop our work?
You bastard, you want to cause trouble, right? Don't you see whose place this is?
Several factory managers spoke in a ferocious manner, making it difficult for Lin Dong to associate them with their identities. Because no matter how you look at it, these words don't sound like something a manager would say. In his impression, managers should have some cultural level and should have their own way of treating people. The so-called manager in front of him only reminded Lin Dong of a character in a young and dangerous movie. Lin Dong ignored them and continued, "Listen to me, everyone. I'm the boss of another factory and I'm in urgent need of staff.
I want to ask you for help.
I can give you a 1,000 yuan increase on your current salary and an extra 10,000 yuan bonus." Just like before, the young people who were working immediately became interested when they heard about the generous treatment.
Are you serious? Can you really treat us so well?
Don't play tricks on us, or there are so many of us here, and one of us could drown you with a spit.
We have more than 1,000 people in our factory.
You are giving each of us 1,000 yuan salary increase and an extra 10,000 yuan bonus.
Are you serious? Before Lin Dong could say anything, those ferocious-looking managers began to sneer. How much water in your brains do you have to believe this?
1,000 yuan per person, 1,000 people is 1 million, and there is an additional 10,000 yuan bonus, which is more than 10 million yuan.
Do you think a young man of your age can come up with that?
Even if he could take it out, he must be mentally ill to dare to do such a thing in Boss Han's factory.
Do you dare to believe what a mentally ill person says?
As they were talking, they rushed up again, trying to use force against Lin Dong. Their behavior further confirmed Lin Dong's guess. There is no doubt that those who can serve as managers in Jinfu Steel must be related to Han Jinfu. So they knew the dirty things Han Jinfu did, and were also influenced by Han Jinfu's arrogance.
They probably really thought they could do whatever they wanted in Huizhou City.
When they rushed up aggressively and were less than 2 meters away from Lin Dong's bodyguards took action. They quickly blocked Lin Dong's way and could knock down the manager of Jinfu Steel with just one punch or one kick. The combat effectiveness of these so-called managers who are lazy and only know how to talk is basically negligible. After knocking down several managers, Lin Dong continued, I don't know how many of you are sincerely working for Han Jinfu.
If you are loyal to Han Jinfu, you can continue to stay. If you just want to make money, you can switch to work in my factory now. After that, he said to Wang Yunting, you are the richest second generation in Jiangzhou. You should have experience in dealing with these things, right? Help me to deal with it.
Since Jinfu Steel cannot be bought, I will poach all the people and leave Han Jinfu with only an empty shell.
I understand. Wang Yunting nodded and took action immediately.
Of course, in order to ensure her safety, Lin Dong sent 4 bodyguards to go with her.
After Wang Yunting left, Sun Weidong stood beside Lin Dong as if petrified, with a look of dementia on his face. Sun Weidong, do you have anything to say? Lin Dong asked deliberately. Sun Weidong was still shocked and said, it feels like I'm dreaming.
So this is what you call having money can solve all problems.
I have to admit that what you said is true. It's too easy to poach a group of workers.
Lin Dong smiled and said, I was once poor myself, and I know very well what 1,000 yuan means to a worker. An extra 1,000 yuan a month is already a huge sum of money for them. But you have to spend more than 1 million yuan a month in a blink of an eye, and you have to pay an additional 10 million yuan as compensation for their job hopping. Sun Weidong said with a complicated expression, I suddenly understand what it means to die of drought and drown.
The world of you rich people is really hard to understand. Chapter 109, Successful Poaching.
As Lin Dong and Sun Weidong were communicating, he couldn't help but recall his own years of poverty. He sighed and said, yes, let alone 1,000 yuan, 100 yuan was already a huge sum of money for me at that time. But now, I thought I would have to spend hundreds of millions, but when I found out that I only needed to spend more than 10 million, I actually thought it was quite cheap. Lin Dong suddenly realized that there was something wrong with his view on money. Maybe it's because he has been spending billions of dollars recently, so tens of millions is already a small unit in his opinion. So when he found out that he only needed to spend an extra 10 million to poach people from Jinfu Steel, he actually thought it was too little. Even if the original wages of those workers are taken into account, it is only a few million, and the total amount definitely does not exceed 20 million.
Compared to his previous spending, it was indeed just a small amount of money. Sun Weidong looked at Lin Dong and sighed about life, his face gradually becoming distorted. Don't you think you deserve a beating? Do you know that this amount of money is something that many people cannot save in 10 lifetimes? But you actually said it was too little? Aren't you afraid that the wind will blow your tongue away? I'm not afraid of this. Lin Dong said nonchalantly.
On the side, Lin Dong's roommates also complained sourly.
You don't have to worry about him. He is Lin Dong.
He spent hundreds of millions of dollars at Jiangda before. Compared to the money Lin Dong spent before, this 10 million is nothing.
He is already very low-key.
1 billion yuan can be donated to Jiangzhou University, so it would be strange if he would feel sorry for 10 million yuan. Sun Weidong was suddenly speechless. He seriously suspected that Lin Dong and his roommates were here to show off together. He was silent for a long time before he said, I don't want to listen to you anymore.
At the same time, Wang Yunting had already walked back.
She smiled and said, you don't want to listen to Lin Dong, but I really want to listen.
How about you give up your seat?
Lin Dong was surprised and asked, "Why did you come back so soon?"
The job hopping procedures for the more than 1,000 employees were not completed so quickly, right?
Wang Yunting held Lin Dong's hand affectionately and said with a smile, "Of course not that fast.
Even if we deal with one person per second, it will take nearly half an hour. I can't wait that long, so I let your bodyguard do it. I just want to come back and chat with you as soon as possible."
Sun Weidong looked at Wang Yunting, swallowed hard, and said with envy and hatred, "It's okay to be rich, but you also have such a beautiful girlfriend." "No, that's not right, it's because you are rich that you have such a beautiful girlfriend."
"I'm envious. No, I'm so angry. Don't get me wrong." Wang Yunting suddenly said, "I'm not Lin Dong's girlfriend."
Although I really hope I am, he refuses to admit it. Compared to me, he seems to be more interested in the girl next to him named Zhou Xingjuan.
What? Sun Weidong was shocked again and couldn't understand such a thing.
Lin Dong coughed twice quickly, but he didn't dare let them continue to dwell on this topic. He diverted everyone's attention and said, "Don't say useless things.
Don't forget that our top priority is to eliminate the threat of Han Jinfu. Although Han Jinfu has been admitted to the hospital and we have seized his Jinfu steel, Huizhou City is still his territory."
Lin Dong had received the news a long time ago.
Han Jinfu was basically like a local tyrant in Huizhou City.
Such a person will never fall down just because Jinfu Steel goes bankrupt.
Underestimating the enemy will lead to disaster. In this regard, Sun Weidong's feelings were obviously deeper than Lin Dong's.
His face changed, and he immediately said seriously, "You are right. Now is not the time to be careless, otherwise we will die without knowing what happened."
In Huizhou City, Han Jinfu has many ways to deal with us. Speaking of this, Mr. Lin Dong, are you not going to take the initiative? Take the initiative?
What do you suggest?
Lin Dong asked. Sun Weidong replied, "Isn't Han Jinfu in the hospital now? If we cause him some trouble, can we accidentally let him die in the hospital?"
Of course, it would be even better if you can contact the crematorium and cremate him immediately after he dies. When Lin Dong's roommates heard this, they looked at Sun Weidong with strange eyes.
"He's your former boss after all, you wouldn't do such a thing, would you?"
"Although we admire your ruthlessness, from the perspective of an outsider, you have indeed changed too quickly."
"I'm curious, if one day we have a conflict with you, will you treat us the same way?"
Although Sun Weidong's choice is in line with the interests of Lin Dong and others, it is really not in line with the simple values of ordinary people.
So Lin Dong's roommates didn't think very highly of Sun Weidong.
Lin Dong didn't think there was anything wrong with this. He even remembered that when he had a conflict with Wang Xiaolong, he had bought all the private hospitals in Jiangzhou City and the neighboring urban areas, causing Wang Xiaolong to have to compete with ordinary people for beds. Now that he was reminded by Sun Weidong, he naturally wanted to repeat the same trick.
Moreover, Sun Weidong's reaction only proves his fear of Han Jinfu. It seemed that not killing Han Jinfu would not be enough to eliminate his fear. Sure enough, Sun Weidong refuted Lin Dong's roommates with a look of horror, saying, "You say it so easily, do you know who you are facing? That's Han Jinfu. If Han Jinfu goes crazy, you have no idea what he will do. Being kind to a madman is the stupidest thing."
At the end of his words, Sun Weidong was almost roaring, and his voice became out of tune.
Lin Dong interrupted, "What Sun Weidong said makes sense. Don't forget what happened on the highway and when Han Jinfu brought people to surround us. Such people can do anything at any time. You don't want to regret it until you are dying, right?"
After that, he called Tang Wan again and asked her to find a way to acquire the private hospital in Huizhou City.
People like Han Jinfu would most likely be sent to the nearest hospital after being injured. Although buying the hospital would not necessarily kill Han Jinfu, it would be meaningful if it could cause him trouble. After finishing their work, Lin Dong and others naturally took a bus to the urban area of Huizhou City to find a place to live. On the way, Sun Weidong, who was in the same car with Lin Dong, asked, "Mr. Lin Dong, are you sure that buying the private hospital in Huizhou City will be successful? When you first wanted to buy Jinfu Steel, didn't you fail because the factory was completely under Han Jinfu's name?"
Lin Dong said indifferently, "Your factories, hospitals, schools, restaurants and other places in Huizhou City can't all be called Jinfu Hospital or Jinfu School, right?
As long as Han Jinfu's shares do not exceed half, I can buy it."
As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, Tang Wan called.
Just like last time, she sounded guilty and annoyed. Chapter 110, A Big Tree with Deep Roots. On the phone, Tang Wan just called Lin Dong.
However, with Lin Dong's familiarity and understanding of Tang Wan, just a call was enough for him to feel Tang Wan's emotions. And with Tang Wan's personality and ability, when she spoke in this tone, it was enough to show that she couldn't do what Lin Dong asked her to do. Lin Dong's heart sank suddenly. Sure enough, Tang Wan continued, "Master, I'm sorry, I can't buy the private hospital you asked me to buy. I tried to buy other well-known companies in Huizhou City and found the same situation. Maybe Han Junfu owned all those assets in order to prevent this situation from the beginning."
Is that guy so cautious? Lin Dong's eyes suddenly went dark. Tang Wan continued, "Master, why do you want to buy that private hospital?
Tell me your goal, and I will help you accomplish it no matter how much it costs. As the master's housekeeper, if I can't even do what the master has asked me to do, the master will definitely not forgive me if he knows about it."
Tang Wan spoke sincerely and anxiously, making Lin Dong truly feel her loyalty. At the same time, there is a bit of guilt hidden in absolute loyalty. She was devastated as she had not completed anything Lin Dong had asked her to do today. But the more this happened, the more Lin Dong dared not let her continue doing things. Otherwise, God knows whether she would resort to any means and at any cost to achieve her goals. So he immediately comforted her, "Wanner, I can handle things here by myself. You have to trust the bodyguards you hired for me. Since you can't buy the hospital, I'll do it myself. This is a good opportunity to exercise my abilities."
"But, Master, I really didn't do a good job today."
"You've done a good job. This is not your fault."
Lin Dong interrupted Tang Wan without hesitation and said, "If you believe in my ability, let me do it. If I really need you to help at all costs, I will call you."
"Okay." Tang Wan compromised.
After comforting Tang Wan, Lin Dong hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Dong found that everyone in the car looked unhappy.
Lin Dong was talking to Tang Wan in the car.
They must have heard the conversation and knew what happened. In this situation, it is indeed unrealistic to expect them to be in a good mood.
"Lin Dong, what should we do now?"
"Mr. Lin Dong, I told you that there's little hope of buying that hospital.
Do you want to think of other ways?" "Lin Dong, Han Junfu has taken root in Huizhou City more deeply than we thought. You have to find another way." Lin Dong suddenly smiled and said nonchalantly, "Han Junfu was indeed a little harder to deal with than we thought, but you don't have to be so nervous, right? Although there is no way to kill him through a medical accident, we can still defeat him fairly." "Really?" Everyone in the car looked over suspiciously. "Don't you trust me?"
Lin Dong said confidently, "I still say that as long as I have enough money, all the problems you worry about will no longer be a problem. Since Han Junfu was so cautious in order to save his life, then we will defeat him at the place where he is most proud."
Lin Dong clenched his fists, ready for a tough battle. Everyone in the car looked at Lin Dong deeply and said nothing more. They chose to believe Lin Dong. Even Sun Weidong would not be able to question Lin Dong in this atmosphere.
Under the guidance of Sun Weidong, they quickly entered the city center of Huizhou City and stopped in front of a hotel. It was a somewhat dilapidated BB, the walls had aged badly, with a lot of cracks and traces of water flowing through them, and the decoration of the BB itself was seriously outdated. Standing in front of the BB, Lin Dong even felt like he was visiting a museum. Even without talking about the BB itself, the surrounding cement road is already full of potholes and has been completely damaged. The electric poles standing on both sides of the road and the wires hanging between the poles do not seem to be the style of this era. At least, it was hard for Lin Dong to imagine that there would be something so obviously from decades ago in the city center of Huizhou City.
Even near Jiangzhou University, Lin Dong had never seen anything like this.
Lin Dong frowned, not wanting to get off the car at all, and complained, "Sun Weidong, I asked you to find us a place to stay, not to take us to visit the museum. It's not like we can't afford the hotel, so why did you bring us to a place like this?" Sun Weidong laughed dryly and said, "Of course I know that you, Mr. Lin, are not short of money, but I really have no choice but to bring you to a place like this. In Huizhou City, all the better hotels are owned by Han Junfu.
I believe you wouldn't dare to stay in Han Junfu's hotel, right?" Sun Weidong's words silenced Lin Dong.
Indeed, they have offended Han Junfu greatly. If Han Junfu died in the hospital, it wouldn't be a big problem, but if he woke up and knew that Lin Dong and others were staying in the hotel under his name, it would be no joke. It is not impossible that Lin Dong and others were blocked in the hotel in the middle of the night and died in a daze.
"But even so, you wouldn't bring us to live in this outdated BB, right?"
Lin Dong said dissatisfiedly, "Whatever, since we can't stay in a hotel, then we can buy a house." "No, a house definitely can't accommodate so many of us, so let's buy a villa." After saying that, Lin Dong asked Sun Weidong to take him to a nearby community where there were villas for sale. Sun Weidong was stunned for a moment, and said dully, "Mr. Lin, it's already 5:25 in the afternoon.
Even if you want to buy a house, it's too late to ask the bank for a loan, right?
And there are all kinds of procedures, and it can't be solved in a few hours." As soon as Sun Weidong finished speaking, Lin Dong and others looked at him as if he were a fool.
Who said we have to go to the bank for a loan? Who said we have to take out a loan to buy a villa?
Young man, you have no idea about Lin Dong's true financial strength. Lin Dong can easily donate 1 billion to Jiangzhou University and spend nearly 20 million to buy out the employees of Jinfu Steel.
You don't think he needs a loan, do you?
There is no doubt that Sun Weidong fell into his own habitual thinking that buying a house requires a down payment plus a loan.
He knows nothing of true wealth.
When everyone looked at Sun Weidong with strange eyes, Sun Weidong also knew that he had said something stupid. He tried to save face by saying, "You rich people, you can't use your own way of thinking to think about others.
You have a lot of money in your pockets, so of course you don't need a loan to buy a house, but isn't it normal for us working people to think this way?"
After saying that, he got in the car again and headed in another direction with Lin Dong and others.